Chapter 1. Survival in the Wilderness. Upon awakening, I found myself ensnared in an unsettling and helpless predicament. What exactly was this situation? One might envision a scenario where, while in deep slumber, one is bound to a grand tree, limbs restrained by sturdy ropes, and a gag silencing one's voice, all while clad in but a flimsy garment. As the groggy consciousness slowly returns, the dim surroundings reveal a desolate forest, confused and desperate to escape. I realized my efforts were in vain. Fear and anxiety led me to yearn for the arrival of a savior. At this moment, Jialuo's heart was in shambles. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, he felt a dryness in his throat, recalling the faint breeze that occasionally caressed him, and the memory of a bowl of buckwheat noodles prepared by his mother before he drifted off to sleep. Seated at the dining table, he had shared laughter with his father, habitually a late sleeper. Jialuo had succumbed to sudden drowsiness, retreating to his room earlier than usual. With his head bowed, Jialuo felt a warmth enveloping his chin, yet he remained oblivious to the object that had sealed his mouth, confirming that breathing was still manageable and sensing no immediate danger. He allowed himself a moment of respite, however. Scarcely had he drifted off again when a piercing howl jolted him awake. Awoo! The eerie silence of the surroundings was shattered by strange sounds, and as he opened his eyes, Jaw beheld a throng of figures approaching. Terrified, he was acutely aware that he had caught the attention of a pack of gray wolves desperate to escape. He attempted to climb the tree for refuge, but the ropes binding him were unyielding, understanding that he was destined to be their prey. Jialuo emitted what could only be interpreted as a plea for mercy, his voice hoarse and strained. The pack of wolves, ravenous and fierce, had gone 3 days without food. They deliberated among themselves, contemplating their next move, unaware that Jia, resigned to his fate, would unexpectedly struggle with newfound vigor. With a surge of determination, he managed to free his left hand from its bindings. Ignoring the pain, he exclaimed in a garbled voice, "Do not consume me. If you spare me, I shall provide you with ample sustenance." Witnessing their leader's sudden demise, the wolves, emboldened by their ferocity, decided to silence their prey before feasting. Yet they hesitated, intimidated by Jialuo's frantic gestures. Ultimately, they retreated, abandoning what could have been an easy meal. Confounded, Jialuo watched as one of the wolves collapsed, mistakenly believing it to be a casualty of injury. Concerned for his own safety, he did not dwell on it. As the remaining wolves turned to flee, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, his moment of tranquility was short-lived as he noticed one wolf pivot, lunging at the fallen beast. Thus, the wolves began their gruesome feast before Jialuo's eyes. Overcome with nausea, he recalled the memories of his mother slaughtering chickens and his father butchering sheep. Once the wolves departed, relieved to have survived, Jialuo hastily struggled against his bindings. Finally liberated, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he collapsed to the ground, pondering the terrifying nature of the wilderness. Where could those wolves have gone? Would they venture into the village? This is dire. I must inform the villagers. Suddenly, a burning sensation enveloped his left cheek. Raising his hand, he felt an object. What is this, a mask? Why can I not speak just now? When will I be able to speak again? As the heat dissipated, he attempted to remove the mask, but his efforts were in vain. Exhausted, he cast a glance at the nearby pool of blood. However, before he could close his eyes in slumber, an eerie voice pierced the air. Oh? The offering from humanity, this time truly intriguing. Jialuo, gripped by primal fear, clutched the tree tighter as a crimson skeleton emerged from the bloodstained ground. Monster, do not approach, he cried. A monster? If I am a monster, then what are you, young one? Do we even need to discuss this? I am. A sudden realization struck Jialuo, plunging him into despair. The villagers have always labeled me a freak, a harbinger of misfortune, yet my father and mother never thought. So I am their child. I am not a monster. You, on the other hand, are the true monster. Why do you ask such questions? With his spirits slightly lifted, Jialuo heard the raspy voice respond. You are not afraid of me anymore? The vanishing skeleton observed as he closed his eyes. I am indeed afraid of you, but I lack the strength to flee. Even if I did, I wouldn't know which direction to take. You seem quite powerful. Can you grant me one final wish before I meet my end? Jaw, drained of strength, received no answer as he pondered the safety of his parents. He stood up, only to feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to instinctively run forward. The crimson skeleton emerged from his shadow. Are we negotiating, young one? How delightful. I have not encountered someone as amusing as you in centuries. Speak, what wish do you desire me to fulfill? Anxiety clung to Jelua like a shadow, and as he fled in desperation, he stumbled over loose stones. Regaining his footing, he shouted, I must see my father and mother. Please spare me. Spare you? Absolutely not. Is your wish merely to see your parents once more? That wish. Abandoning his escape, Jelua responded earnestly, No, I do not need your help to see my parents. My only wish is for you to vanish from my sight forever. With frail arms, he swung his left fist, but his attack passed harmlessly through the skeleton, believing it sought to devour him. He flailed his hand in panic. Is this truly your desire, young one? Very well, I understand. As he crawled to the base of a tree, confusion clouded his mind. Can you truly? Before he could finish his thought, the crimson skeleton vanished, and Jelua felt a surge of vitality return to him. Realizing there was no anomaly in his shadow, he began to laugh foolishly. This must all be a fabrication. Yes, it is undoubtedly an illusion. My father once told me of a grove near the village, where a plant emits scents that induce hallucinations. Therefore, I must be near the village. How splendid! Yet, as Jelua stepped away from the tree, he was met with an agony unlike any he had ever known, as the crimson skeleton emerged from the swelling on his cheek. Apologies, young one, but I can only fulfill half of your wish. You may not yet realize, but everyone in your village has forsaken you, including your parents. They have offered you to me, and I shall not relinquish any sacrifice. Young one, enjoy your impending journey into death. Ha ha ha. Unable to endure the pain, Joe muttered in despair before losing consciousness. This cannot be. You must be lying. Father, mother, how could you abandon me? To be continued. Chapter 2. A life worthless. This cannot be. How could father and mother abandon me? That monster must surely be deceiving me. When Jelua finally regained consciousness after an extended period, it was already morning. Feeling utterly wretched, he stared vacantly at the sky. Am I dreaming? Monster, I know you are nearby. I understand what you have done to my body. If you can hear me, reveal yourself at once. Basking in the warm sunlight, Jelua felt a chill from lying on the ground, his clothes disheveled and filthy. Yet he received no reply. Convinced that he needed to verify something, he sat up and was struck by an odd sensation. Though I do not comprehend the cause, I feel invigorated at this moment. Father should be herding the sheep. I must return quickly to tidy the pen. With renewed determination, Jelua approached the village entrance, but before that, he attempted to remove the mask. Though his efforts were futile, two children playing nearby caught sight of the disheveled Jelua and screamed in panic. Ah, a monster! Brother, why is this monster still alive? Brother, what are you saying? If he is a monster, how could he perish so easily? Come, we must leave. Their cries drew the attention of nearby villagers, who, upon seeing Joe, fled back into their homes, as if confronted by a ghost. Those who lingered on the path, terrified, armed themselves with whatever they could find for defense. Even Stone Joe, usually scorned by the villagers, had never experienced such a reaction before. At just 16, he had longed to leave the village until yesterday. Yet now he found himself devoid of that desire. The outside world filled him with an unprecedented sense of unease. Even if it meant returning to the village to endure the villagers' scorn and disdain, he would choose to remain in this secluded place, yearning for the quiet companionship of his parents as he endured the relentless barrage of small stones hurled at him by a group of children. Jaro found himself utterly perplexed. What is the matter with you all? Even if you harbor disdain for me, there is no need for such behavior. Is there? I apologize, but I must return home to clean the sheep pen. I implore you to cease your stone throwing. Oomph. How on earth have you managed to survive, you monster? Regardless of how you have persisted, do not think for a moment that you can return to your wretched home. Leave our village at once. Another child interjected mockingly. It is truly laughable, Jaro, at such a time. How can you still concern yourself with cleaning the sheep pen? Speaking of which, your sheep pen is positively foul. Perhaps we should. Before the child could finish, a woman intervened, restraining him. Bala, Why must you speak in such a manner? No matter what, he is one of us, even if he is an oddity." No longer shielding himself from the stones, Jaro's anger flared Andy. "How can you say such things about me? My grandparents passed away unexpectedly on the day of my birth. I was equally devastated upon learning this truth. Yet it is not my fault. Why do you persist in labeling me a freak because of this? I shall reiterate. I'm not a freak. My name is Onassis Jaro, son of Onassis Buri, and I'm a lifelong resident of Wheat Village. Why do you all continue to shun me?" Indeed, Jaro had never been well received. Whenever he ventured beyond 50 meters from his home, children would bombard him with stones. As for the adults, they employed a cold indifference, deliberately avoiding contact with Jaro's family, constantly scheming to drive them away, though the village chief had intervened to prevent such actions. Jaro's home stood far from the village entrance, an old and dilapidated structure that leaked whenever it rained as night fell. Foraging mice would invade the house, and Jaro's parents had never managed to resolve these two pressing issues. Finally reaching his doorstep, Jaro, battered and in pain, managed to utter, "Mother, I have returned." He had never imagined that returning home could be such a daunting task after enduring a beating. All he wished for was a place to rest. Catching a whiff of a faint odor, he glanced towards a sheep pen, and as he instinctively reached for a broom, a woman dashed out from the house and embraced him. "Jaro, my child, I never expected to see you alive. Mother is so happy that you have returned, but those injuries, do they hurt?" "Not at all." "Mother, where is father?" The woman, clad in an apron, wept tears of joy, and Jaro was equally elated to see his mother. However, the warm atmosphere was soon shattered by an unsettling voice. "Jaro, what happened last night? How did you return?" The woman, tending to Jaro's face, was visibly upset. "What is wrong with you? Did you not see our children were hurt? Go fetch the medicine at once." Standing still, Jaro earnestly replied, "I am sorry. Father, I was unable to clean the sheep pen in a timely manner. I hope you are not angry. I will attend to it shortly." The purple-haired man raised his left hand and coldly retorted, "Are you still my child?" What could his father mean by such a statement? Of course, I am his child. Surely, he is not succumbing to his old ailments again. It struck Jaro as odd that his father had not brought the sheep back. They were vital to their family's livelihood and must not be lost. "Father, what are you saying?" "Mother, I am fine. Please do not." Finally noticing something amiss, Jaro caught a glimpse of his reflection in a basin of water. He saw the deep blue mask adorning his chin and the dark tattoo etched upon his left cheek. As he attempted to tear off the mask, an excruciating pain surged through him. "Look closely at your appearance. Why does my father have to press down on my head? Is it merely because of that peculiar tattoo I acquired? And of course there is that strange mask. Yet, none of these are my doing. It must have been someone who acted while I was asleep. Could it be that monster? Or perhaps a prank by the village children? Huh, why has my hair turned black? Father, is it because of my hair that you are so enraged? Ah, the pain is unbearable. Why can't I utter a word?" When the unconscious Joa finally regains awareness, he sees a hauntingly familiar scene. Tied to a wooden pillar, he experiences a humiliation like never before. Burn this monster. Since that evil spirit cannot be eliminated, let us burn him alive. I refuse to believe he can survive this time. As he gazes at the familiar faces surrounding him, the voiceless Jalua realizes that his parents are absent. How fortunate. "Father, mother, indeed you are the best to me. I am sorry, Father. It is I who has disappointed you. Once I cleanse my head, I am sure it will revert to its original purple hue. Am I to die again? Wait, have I died before? Never mind, it matters not. I do not wish to be burned alive. Mother, wait for me, I shall... My head aches terribly. What is happening?" The village chief, holding a torch, observed Joe, seemingly struggling. "I apologize. Jalua, we owe you a debt. Please do not harbor hatred towards us. Only your death can bring peace." When Jalua regains his strength, he sees that everyone around him is dead, seeing the flames just ignited. He struggles fiercely and ultimately breaks free from his bindings. Looking at the astonished expressions of the fallen, Jalua is confronted with the most dreaded sight. "Father, mother, please awaken. Did I cause all of this?" More than 3 months later, mentally shattered, Jalua stands at the edge of towering cliff, his eyes vacant as he gazes into the unfathomable abyss. Over the past 3 months, Nearly 2,000 people have inexplicably perished because of me. Not to mention countless creatures. Indeed, what they said was true. I am a monster. I have not eaten for 3 months, yet I am still alive. What else could I be if not a monster? Damn it, it must be the fault of the mask, and that monster as well. Since that fateful night, it has not reappeared. Where could it possibly have gone? Kneeling at the cliff's edge, Jaw is engulfed in sorrow. I am sorry. Father, mother, it is I who caused your demise. I carry the weight of too many lives. Now, let me repay you with my death. Just as Jalawa prepares to leap from the cliff, for celestial meteorites descend from the clear sky. Believing this to be divine punishment, Jalawa willingly accepts his fate as the 4 fiery meteorites plummet towards the cliff where he stands. To be continued. Chapter 3. The beginning, Where am I? It is utterly dark before me. Am I in a cave? No, I recall being struck by a meteorite, so have I successfully died? Yet why can I still think? Is this what the afterlife is like? Wait, there's a sound. For some reason, Jalawa, in this pitch-black space, can see himself clearly. Confused, he earnestly asks, "Is anyone there?" Yes, indeed, there are others. Just how many are there? Should I count them? By the way, where exactly is this place? Is there truly no one who knows? Sigh. What on earth is happening? Jalawa realizes that this is not heaven. Hearing the voices emanating from the same direction, he becomes curious about their source that a glimmer of light appears. And mistaking it for dawn, he joyfully moves towards it. However, just as Jalawa is about to reach the entrance, he halts. What purpose do I have in going out? This place is where I belong. As Jalawa unknowingly steps out of the passage, he struggles to adjust to the blinding sunlight and sees many unfamiliar figures in a secluded small square. About 50 people are gathered, each dressed in various styles. Among them, the individual closest to Jalawa, with striking blue hair, stands handsomely at the entrance. Hey, you look quite nervous. What on earth happened to you in there? Jalawa, wishing to avoid excessive interaction, responds politely. Nothing much. I'm just a bit afraid of the dark. My name is Jalawa. What's yours? Just call me Shio. Shio. It's a pleasure to meet you. So Shio, do you know where this place is? Why are so many people gathered here? I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure, but we should figure out soon. Jalawa, are you afraid? Don't worry. I'm here for you. Why is he putting his arm around my shoulders? Oh well. As long as he is not afraid of dying, let him hold on. Shio, that is quite an unusual name. Hopefully, you one team meet your end too soon. Of course, I wish for all present to live long lives. The atmosphere around here feels a bit strange. What is going on with them? They all seem a bit on edge, perhaps waiting for someone to explain the current situation. Wait, just now, did I emerge from that stone door behind me? This is the Black Tower. Was I trapped inside the Black Tower, struck by a meteorite? Not only did I survive, but I ended up here inexplicably. What could this possibly mean? These individuals range in age, with some appearing over 30 and others merely 11 or 12. Why are we all here together? Is it summer? It feels a bit warm, but as for whether it's summer, I cannot say. This place is indeed remote. There is only that one path to take. I should leave this place for now. Just as Jalawa prepares to move Shio's hand away, a strange phenomenon occurs in the clear sky, causing the astonished crowd to look up. Hey, what is going on? It was just daytime. How did it suddenly turn to night? Even more bizarrely, why are there 2 moons in the sky? Before the crowd's eyes are 2 moons. Alongside the familiar moon they know, there is a massive crimson moon several times larger, positioned right next to it, causing many to feel anxious. Hey, does anyone know what this is about? Surely someone knows. Is that the sound of armored footsteps? Armored? There are so many of them. Is this an army? Are we to be taken captive? That seems unlikely. The expressions of those soldiers appear quite disdainful. What are they planning? Over 100 soldiers form 2 orderly lines and approach the square, with the one at the front proclaiming, "I know you have many questions. I apologize, but we have no obligation to answer them. Come with us." Before long, a total of 54 special individuals, including Jalawa, find themselves in a relatively spacious hall that a charming woman at the counter smiles and says, "Welcome to Maffle. This is Takira City. Welcome, my adorable little kittens. My name is Chiwa Judy, and I am the president and receptionist of the Takara City Adventurers Guild. You can call me President or Judy, but I prefer if you call me Big Sister. Just, if you truly wish to call me Big Sister, make sure it's filled with affection. Did you hear me? The woman exudes confidence, but a short-haired man appears even more assertive. Answer my question. What is the Adventurers Guild? What is Maffle? And where is Takara City? I've never heard of such places. Lastly, why am I here? After assessing the short-haired man, Judy smiles and says, Kid, I like your spirit. I am not opposed to your type of boy. The short-haired man, with fiery red hair and clad in black short sleeves, is displeased by this remark. My name is Hua Shan, and I'm not some kid or boy in your words. I hope you will be mindful of your language. Furthermore, I have no interest in women like you. Just as Hua Shan prepares to continue, Judy brandishes a weapon. Her demeanor shifts dramatically, causing everyone present to feel a wave of trepidation. Hua Shan, let me tell you something important. No one who has called me a stinky woman has lived to tell the tale. Care to test that? The short sword rests against his neck, yet Hua Shan stands his ground. Go ahead. If you can kill me, then do it. No one wants a stinky woman like you. Rest assured, that day will come. I will make you deeply understand. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have. She sheathes her weapon and returns to her seat, retrieving 2 pouches of coins from her drawer. 5 silver coins. Each pouch contains 5 silvers. I will give this to those who join the Adventurers Guild. It should sustain you for a while. At the mention of money, Xiao beside Jaw begins rummaging through his pockets. Money. How strange. Does anyone still use coins in this day and age? Is there anyone still using cash? Where is my phone? Wait. What even is a phone? Judy ignores Xiao, placing the pouches down and pulling out a small badge from the drawer. Listen closely. This is the proof of a novice adventurer. If you buy a formal emblem from me for 30 silvers, you will receive corresponding benefits. Only then will you be considered official adventurers, rather than mere novices. At this moment, a silver-haired girl with glasses can't help but complain. Do we have to buy it? Regardless, if you lack the necessary skills, your only fate will be death. Death? Are they seriously discussing such a grave matter? In the corner, Zhao was enveloped in doubt when the fire god inquired. What exactly do you require us to do? President Judy, having welcomed numerous newcomers, maintained her composure in the face of the fire god's audacity. Fire god, do not let me down by utilizing your wisdom and capabilities to gather intelligence, vanquish foes, and fulfill missions. That is the essence of an adventurer. Must one always investigate and reflect on their own? Indeed, I have a fondness for those with strong comprehension. I hope your talents are as extraordinary as your name suggests. Listen well, the Adventurers Guild offers a variety of commissions daily, with the vast majority involving monster extermination and material collection. As for leisurely tasks, there are none. You simply need to select a commission task and complete it. If you manage to fulfill the mission successfully, corresponding rewards will be granted. Of course. If you wish to take on work privately or act independently, that too is permissible. For you, survival will not be an easy feat. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not give up. Death will come when it is time, but if you surrender, death is certain. Have you made your decisions? Congratulations from this day forth. You are indeed apprentice adventurers. Not long after, Jialuo, having received his apprenticeship certificate, was warmly invited by Xiao. Faced with the unfamiliar city and strangers, he chose to remain silent. If there is someone here who can resolve my issues, then staying here is not so bad. To be continued. Chapter 4. The misalignment of time. Jialuo, my demise is most tragic. We have all met a dire fate. It is all your fault. You monster! Had I known, I should have extinguished you in your cradle. The surrounding individuals appeared as mere skin and bones, their faces grotesque, yet Jialuo remained unfazed. Village chief, do you also deem me a monster? It is true that I am a monster, yet monsters too possess the right to exist. I apologize for your demise, but must you cling to me in such a manner? You have long since perished. Return to where you belong. Witnessing 2 figures suddenly appear, Jialuo panicked. Father, mother, do you too wish to condemn me? My child, what are you saying? From the very start, I recognized you as a monster. I merely hesitated on whether to eliminate you. I never anticipated. This cannot be real. Father, how can you utter such words? I know you are all mere illusions. Begone from my world. Struggling to escape the nightmare, a voice roused him. Jala, wake up! What ails you? Are you unwell? Or are you having a nightmare? Jala, awakening on the lower bunk, felt the bed tremble and opened his eyes in confusion. Who are you? Where am I? It was Xiao who had awakened him, clad in a pale, purple, sleeveless turtleneck. Observing Jalawa's disheveled state, he chuckled. Jalo, you are quite the amusing fellow. Did we not meet yesterday? Regardless, it seems that Zaire also had a nightmare. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Xayudat. I not inquire whether it is my surname or given name. I simply go by Xiao. Truly, how long do you intend to sleep in? Rise, for we must visit the guild shortly. Hurry and freshen up. Every adventurer must join the guild mentioned by Xiao, and apprentice adventurers are no exception. Jala harbored concerns that Xiao might unexpectedly perish. Apologies, Xiao, I overslept a bit. I hope you do not mind. Are the others waiting for me? Not at all. You are my friend, not to mention an important member of my team. Of course I must care for you. Undertaking tasks as a team, are we? Well, as long as I do not fall into my old habits. They should remain safe. Should any signs of trouble arise, I merely need to keep my distance. However, I must maintain some proximity. The guild? Last night, that woman, Judy, spoke at length. Which guild should I choose? Let me ponder. Since I need to keep my distance, perhaps I shall select that guild. Shaking off his drowsiness, Jello asked, Xiao, what time is it now? Xiao, eager to draw closer to Jello, replied as Jello donned his shoes. It is nearly 7:30, but we still have ample time before 9 o'clock. Jello, you have been wearing that mask. How do you? Are you inquiring how I eat or brush my teeth? Fear not. I simply enjoy wearing the mask. Realizing he may have misspoken, Xiao hurriedly followed as Jalawa exited the dormitory. Jalawa, where are you off to? Naturally, I am heading to the restroom. Do you wish to accompany me? No, you go on ahead. I shall wait for you at the stone table downstairs. Very well. See you shortly. Finally, he had departed. I can survive without sustenance. Yet I still need to resolve my bladder issues. It is indeed a peculiar matter. After all, since that night, I have not consumed a single drop of water or morsel of food. Yet, it is precisely this that convinces me I am not a monster. Upon finishing the restroom, Jaw did not rush downstairs, but instead remained on the third floor, quietly observing Xiao seated at the stone table. Xiao was engrossed in a book, one exceedingly obscure. These characters are truly challenging. How long will it take me to comprehend them? Thankfully, I can converse with the people here. Does this imply I belong in this world? Where might my home be? Are my family still alive? Hey Xiao, why are you perusing that book again? At this hour, why have the other two not yet arrived? Approaching the stone table were two long-haired maidens, both appearing quite mature. Among them, the bold red-haired girl wore a deep blue swimsuit on top, paired with brown capri pants. Her name was Hong Lian, a member of the team. The other, a silver-haired girl in glasses, donned a long dress that gave her an air of tranquility. However, she was not easy to approach. As her strong aura suggested, she was formidable. Her name was Alisai, though she had yet to disclose any further information. In any case, the two had only been together for half a day, and their relationship had grown quite intricate. Noticing Alisai's less than pleasant demeanor, Xiao greeted her. Good morning. Did you all sleep well last night? Certainly. The girls' dormitory is far superior to the boys. Enough of that. Why have they not arrived yet? Regarding their visit to the guild, Xiao was not particularly anxious. Jelloa will be here shortly. As for Zaire, he left quite early and has yet to return. Perhaps he has lost his way. Remain here for a moment. I will go find him. Hey Xiao, do not speak nonsense. How could I possibly lose my way? Hastily running toward them was a tall, green-haired youth. His demeanor endearing at 17 years old, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with robust arms. Under the gaze of all, he carefully settled into a stone chair. Why is everyone staring at me? It is true, we are new here. But I'm not lost. Why et.um. Xiao, I have made my decision. I wish to become a warrior. What about you all? A warrior? That makes sense. You are indeed suited for the role. With you around, I believe we will feel much more secure. As for me, I could be a martial artist or a gunner. All right, with everyone here, Jiao can no longer remain in silence, so he stepped out from the staircase. Jiao, given the heat, why are you still wearing that cloak? Well, you have been wearing that mask. It is rather suspicious. Honglian, do not speak of him that way. Since everyone has arrived, let us promptly visit the guild. Nodding to Zaire as he walked behind him, Jelloa stated, I have decided to join the Assassin Guild. What about you all? Raising her left hand, Gina responded, I wish to join the Thief Swordmaster Guild, though the Assassin Guild seems appealing as well. I need to think it over. As for Alisai, she aspires to become a knight. I see. Well then, let us proceed. As Jalaa and the others departed in succession, Xiao, still seated at the stone table, temporarily altered his decision. As the five dispersed ahead toward the Assassin Guild, Jalaa encountered a dilemma. On the spacious street, a shepherd was herding a flock of sheep, evoking memories of his father tending to sheep. He was tormented, and upon seeing a large door draped in black cloth not far away, he entered without hesitation. Welcome to the Magic Guild. I'm the guild master here. Young man, are you certain you wish to become a magician? In the dimly lit hall, a figure sat at a small table. This individual wore a pure black wizard hat, his face lined with wrinkles, smoking a pipe, and appeared quite aged. Young man, are you injured? Or, no, I am fine. Earlier you mentioned, this is the Magic Guild, yet does not correspond with the location marked on the map. The guild relocated here half a month ago. It is only natural that the map has not been updated. Young man, judging by your demeanor, you seem reluctant to join. No, I do wish to become a magician. I have no time to concern myself with such trivialities. Speak, what must I do to become a magician? Young man, are you disdainful of magicians? Very well, place your hand upon this orb. The black orb, placed at the center of the small table, is an exceedingly rare magical testing device. As Zhao drew closer, he became lost in thought, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the sound of the orb shattering. Young one, who exactly are you? To be continued. Chapter 5. The aspirations of a magician, the reason for his curiosity about entering this suspicious building, aside from the worry of a sudden headache, was to discover who resided within. Upon encountering the grizzled old man, Jalua felt a wave of relief, for he believed that even if the headache were to strike, he would be unharmed, considering the other was merely a frail old man on the brink of the grave. However, when he sensed the old man's benevolent gaze, his thoughts shifted. Perhaps he will outlive me. The notion arose because he was a magician. Wait a moment, magician. I feel as though I've encountered that term before, perhaps in one of the books on my father's shelf. It is peculiar, though I am not of this place. I can recognize the script here. While my understanding is not complete, I can ascertain that the characters are identical to those of my homeland. In the past, I would glance at those books out of boredom, never anticipating their utility here. I have yet to fully comprehend the text, and it seems I must seek his counsel on the matter in the future. Hold on, if I can decipher the writing here. Does that imply I have not truly departed from my original world? Perhaps, but such details are inconsequential. Regardless of the realm, I shall be rejected by the world. Not even those 4 meteors can obliterate me. It appears I must seek out formidable beings or monsters. If they too fail, I would not hesitate to destroy them myself. Roused by the sound of shattering, Jala lowered his gaze. Young one, who exactly are you? Seeing only a pile of black ash on the table, Jalawa found himself in a quandary. Who am I? Should I reveal my true identity? Or perhaps not. This kind old gentleman seems amiable. Better to avoid dragging him into unnecessary troubles. Who am I? I aspire to be an apprentice adventurer, seeking to become a magician. Guild master, I have little knowledge of magicians. Could you enlighten me about this situation? Jalawa's attire appeared somewhat suspicious, yet the old man paid no mind upon his entry. However, when the old man heard the sound of shattering, he lost all inclination to smoke. The more he scrutinized the peculiarly dressed Jala, the more astonished and delighted he became. Over 20 years. It has been over 2 decades since I encountered such a gifted young individual. Given the circumstances, this lad seems unaware of his potential. What could possibly be the matter? He is a natural-born magician, destined to become an even more powerful sorcerer than I. Regardless, before I depart this world, I must devote myself to nurturing him. Young one, since you are unaware, allow this old man to explain to you the essential requirements to become a magician. First and foremost, one must possess a profound reverence for nature to embark on the path of magic. Secondly, one must adhere to the principles established by one's own heart. These two tenets are paramount. You must remember them well. Lastly, every magician must wield a staff. Without it, casting spells becomes arduous. Do you understand? Is that truly the necessary criteria for becoming a magician? Guildmaster, I lack a staff. Fear not. Newcomers are provided with basic staffs by the guild at the outset. I see. Guildmaster, my name is Jalaw. I have decided to join the Magician's Guild. Is there any fee required? No fee is necessary, and you need not address me as Guildmaster. My name is Ban, and you may call me Old Man Bandit. No, you are an elder. How could I address you so? I shall call you Grandpa instead. Grandpa, are you not going to answer my earlier question? Young one, you wish to know the reason behind the destruction of the magical power tester, correct? It is quite simple. It merely succumbs to wear over time. You need not fret. The guild possesses many such testers. The loss of one is not significant. That's a relief. Grandpa, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please hasten and provide me with the staff. Noticing Jalaw's eagerness to depart, Ban gestured toward a corner near the inner door. It is right there. Feel free to choose any you like. In this world where the mortality rate is exceedingly high, the existence of magicians is commonplace. Yet those who live long lives are exceedingly rare. Now in his 60s, Ban, with his wealth of experience, could easily discern the profound unease residing within Jala. However, after only a few puffs of smoke, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden crackling sound. What is happening? Grandpa, why is the quality of your staffs so poor? Seeing the 4 staffs break in succession, Ban became flustered. Wait, young one. Those staffs cost at least 3 silver each. You mustn't. Never mind, come here quickly upon being called, Jala whispered. I apologize, Grandpa. When I earn money in the future, I will repay this 12 silver. This hall is rather dim. Could you? Suddenly, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the space, and upon witnessing the spectacle for the first time, Jalawa found himself even more enamored with the idea of being a magician. How beautiful! Is this the allure of magic? Grandpa, you are not holding a staff. How are you? My apologies. I seem to be overreacting. I hope you don't mind. No, why would I mind? Young one, when a magical power tester shattered, I sensed a latent talent within you. Talent? What kind of talent? Agility. This is an exceedingly rare magical talent. As for its extent, I have yet to ascertain. Magical talent? Grandpa, are there various types of talents? Of course. Enough with the trivialities. I shall teach you the most fundamental fireball spell. Pay close attention. Understood, Grandpa. As the respectful Jalawa departed from the Magician's Guild, Ban's long-buried excitement had yet to subside. How intriguing. This lad is truly fascinating. In less than half an hour, he has mastered all those spells. A young man capable of casting magic freely without the aid of staff. Indeed, he may lead me to the depths of magic. Old Mr. Ban, you are one of the few great magicians of Mafu. How could you bestow such high praise upon that little rascal? Yet again, it is you, this sneaky young one, doth speak. What do you seek from me? After leaving the guild, Jaw, who should have been elated to learn magic, found himself pondering a rather absurd matter. How ridiculous! No matter what magic I wield, its properties invariably transform into dark magic. Could it be due to that old man's mention of magical talent? After sitting at the stone table in a daze for a while, Jaw was abruptly awakened by a tap. Hey, Jaw, what are you daydreaming about? How strange. Did you not say you wished to become an assassin? Why have I not seen you? Apologies, Shio. I did not join the Assassin's Guild. Now, I suppose I am an apprentice magician. A magician? Quite so. Actually, I intended to join the Magician's Guild, but I could not locate the correct address. So, given your attire, you have joined the Archer Guild? Naturally. Unable to become a magician, Shio carried a longbow, with quivers hanging at his sides, accompanied by 2 daggers. With his handsome visage, he gazed skyward, troubled about the future, fearing he might not be able to fulfill the responsibilities of captain, and thus, he waited anxiously for the other 3. As Shio began to drift into slumber, the sound of steady footsteps roused him, capturing Jalawa's attention. The newcomer, clad in gray-white armor, held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, easily mistaken for a patrolling guard. Jalawa, please refrain from looking at me like that. Is that truly you, Zaire? Removing his helmet, Zaire immediately felt relieved. Of course it is me. Sigh. Wearing this helmet is quite uncomfortable. I hope to adapt swiftly. To be continued. Chapter 6. The Adventurer's Team, as the saying goes. Clothes make the man. The adventurer team, led by Xiao, exhibited various changes in their attire. The captain, Xiao, donned a lightweight coat, complemented by a pair of fine white gloves. Compared to yesterday, this ensemble rendered him even more dashing. Seated opposite him, Honglian had merely added a pair of wrist guards to her attire. However, she wielded two weapons, a dagger strapped to her left side, and a short sword she was playfully toying with. Observing her proud smile, it was evident she was quite satisfied with the sword in her possession. As for Alisai, she adorned herself in a form-fitting breastplate, paired with a deep blue short skirt and sleek black boots. A long sword hanging from her left waist, showcasing her personal charm. I could see this moment. She sat in silence, her gaze occasionally darting toward Jalaw, who stood alone, standing behind Zaire. Jalaw had traded his original cloak for a black one gifted by Old Man Ban. Yet he appeared largely unchanged. The tallest among them, Zaire, had yet to fully acclimate to the weight of his armor. To alleviate his fatigue, he kept sipping tea. After downing his 8th cup, he apologized. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. If only my body... No, Zaire, please don't say that. Your physical condition is the finest among us. If even you cannot endure the armor, our team will surely struggle to survive. Zaire, this should not be a challenge for you. I implore you to have confidence. Alice, fully aware of the importance of a warrior, consoled him. Zaire, since you have chosen the path of a warrior, you must embody the spirit that befits one. There is no need for self-reproach. We have only just embarked on our journey as adventurers. With a little perseverance, you will surely adapt swiftly, Xiao, although you are the captain. If you find yourself unable to cope, I would be more than willing to take over for you. Do not underestimate the night. When we encounter monsters or foes, you will understand, as all were novices. Upon hearing Alice's audacious words, Honglian, who had a contentious relationship with her, retorted angrily, Alice, what do you mean by that? Do not presume that just because you wear armor, I cannot do anything to you. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. For the sake of survival and a better life, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. We must confront our enemies in our best form. Zaire, I have heard that the duties of a warrior are arduous. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of protection. I have high hopes for you. Once the entire group had gathered, Alice noticed that Jalawa had remained silent throughout. Ignoring Honglian, she turned to Jalawa and asked, Jalawa, I have heard that you have become a mage, yet I have not seen your staff. Furthermore, what magic do you possess before embarking on our mission? It will be prudent for us to understand each other's skills. Upon hearing her words, Jalawa appeared somewhat perplexed. Skills? You mean magic, right? Never mind. I will address another question first. For some reason, I do not require a staff to cast spells. That elder mentioned that I seem to possess some innate talent, and I believe that is the reason. Upon hearing this, the other four looked at him in astonishment. Why are you all staring at me? Jalawa, you are truly impressive. I did not expect you to have talent. Is there anyone else with talent? Putting away his short sword, Honglian chuckled. Of course it's me. Naturally, Alice has talent too. My beautiful master said I possess a remarkable gift. Something called Ghost Step. What do you think? Impressive, right? Oh, that sounds quite formidable. As an assassin with such a talent, you should find it even easier to excel. That is splendid. Indeed, Shio responded with delight. It is wonderful that 3 among us possess talent. As the captain, I'm very pleased. I apologize, everyone. I may be the one to hold you back. You all likely possess skills to some degree, yet I do not. I intended to learn Ice Arrow. But my instructor said it would cost 10 silver coins, which is rather Ice Arrow. Is that a special item? No, it is a skill. For archers, Ice Arrow is a commonly used technique, but it has strict requirements for arrows. Even if I learned it, I would not be able to utilize it for the time being. That I ask that so. Do you all need to pay fees to learn skills or magic? Of course. Then it is strange. That elder taught me over 10 types of magic, yet he did not ask for money. Why is that? With his teacup nearly slipping from his hand, Zaire was visibly unsettled. Once Joel realized this, he helplessly slapped his forehead. It seems that Elder was overly generous with me. Once I earn enough money, I will repay him. Let us not linger here. We should head to the guild to select a task. Before long, Jalawa and his group, prepared for action, arrived at the Adventurers Guild as both the guild leader and receptionist. Judy, to be honest, did not hold much hope for this team. However, in an effort to provide some encouragement, she was courteous today that I never expected you to arrive so late. 2 hours ago, the other teams had already chosen their tasks. Now, they might be battling monsters, or perhaps they are on their way back. Just how leisurely are you all? My little kitten's looking at you. I wonder if you're frightened? No. Please do not make baseless assumptions. Since we have come, we have the confidence to successfully complete the task. However, upon hearing the guild leader's words, I do have a question for you. If adventurers do not undertake tasks and remain in the city or wander outside without returning, what will happen? Judy had a notably poor impression of Jalawa and replied curtly, Kid, are you trying to shirk responsibility? The Adventurers Guild has no regulations regarding this. If you wish to live a comfortable life, I will not stop you. But this world is far more dangerous than you can imagine, and Tequila City may not be entirely safe. This city is merely temporarily secure. Youth, once you leave the city, you will understand just how cruel this world is to survive. You must become stronger. The purpose of the Adventurers Guild is not only to gather ambitious individuals eager to grow stronger, but also to protect humanity. Once Sho finally selected a task, he could not help but inquire, Guild leader, what is the mortality rate for adventurer tasks? Regarding our fellow apprentice adventurers. Oh, you are the captain? This is indeed a matter for the captain to concern himself with. However, I advise you to refrain from delving into such topics. A subjugation task. Is it? That is indeed a good choice. When you truly face the monsters, do not succumb to fear, that I hope you can act within your capabilities. If you find it difficult to defeat the monsters, do not hesitate to withdraw immediately. Do you understand? Thank you for your advice, guild leader. We will certainly be cautious. See you later. Not long after Jalawa and the others departed, the Adventurers Guild Hall became quiet, leaving Judy alone at the counter in distress. That area has been somewhat unusual recently. Should I send someone to covertly protect them? Sigh before them. 2 other novice teams have already ventured there. I hope these newcomers can return safely. Yet another group of novices heading out to meet their demise. Those idle individuals will surely mock them along the way to this moment, as the entire group prepared to leave the city. The others were fine, but Zaire, unable to withstand the atmosphere, was so tense that he could barely hold his shield. Had it not been for Joal's words, he likely would have struggled to calm himself. Zaire, do not be nervous. Ignore those people. Just focus on walking. Thus, the 5 exited through the east city gate under the disdainful gazes of the onlookers. Jalawa consistently lagged behind, inevitably receiving prodding from others. Jalawa, please hurry up. Mages do often fight from the rear, but there is no need for you to do so. We have yet to arrive. Why the rush? It is not very far, so there is no need to hurry. Be continued. Chapter 7. Subjugation task outside the east city gate of Tequila City. A clear lake could be seen after traversing several patches of woodland. This lake was once a vital water source for the people of Tequila City. But ever since a certain creature began to thrive there over a decade ago, the townsfolk have refrained from approaching, fearing the toxic waters. Before long, this lake became a paradise for certain planktonic creatures. These feeble organisms underwent a slow evolutionary process. Yet with the passage of time, they became capable of wriggling on the ground. Regardless of their evolution, their cognitive abilities remained sluggish. One day, a local security team from Tequila City ventured to investigate the area around the lake. And these highly resilient creatures finally came into view. Due to insufficient intelligence and inadequate combat capabilities, that security team was utterly unable to contend with these beings at the time. Eradicate the unknown peril posed by the lake. The Lord of Tequila City specifically arranged for some powerful adventurers to come to eliminate them. Unfortunately, these creatures proved challenging to eradicate completely. Not long after this incident, similar monsters began to appear worldwide. Fortunately, only clear water sources could give rise to them. Aside from their large population, they posed little threat. People referred to them as slimes. Known for their gentle nature and weak aggression, should anyone or any other creature intrude upon their habitat. They would exhibit a strong desire to attack. Consequently, warning signs have been erected around known slime habitats within human territories to caution individuals against venturing too close. The task Joao and his companions undertook was to subdue the slimes. It was just past noon, and due to the distance remaining to their destination, the entire group temporarily rested beneath the shade of a tree. On this outing, Joao did not bring any food. The other four were enjoying their lunches, while he stood there looking foolish. Upon seeing this, Shio quickly approached and offered him a boiled egg. "No, I'm not hungry yet. You should keep it for yourself. Don't mind me. Just enjoy your meals." Hearing Jalawa's words, Zaire, who was engrossed in his meal, could not help but interject. "Joe, we didn't seem to eat anything last night, and now it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? You're not trying to lose weight, are you? That one do. You're a bit thin and need to eat more." "Exactly. Jalawa, I still have his chicken leg untouched. Hurry and eat it." The fervor of Honglien instilled in Jalawa a profound sense that she harbored ulterior motives. Time and again, he rebuffed the goodwill of those around him, choosing instead to sit quietly beneath a tree. In truth, he yearned to savor the delectable dishes enjoyed by his companions. Before his unexpected arrival into Cairo City, he had explored numerous avenues, yet the impenetrable and enigmatic mask thwarted his efforts. Water could not seep through the mask to quench his thirst, and fire was powerless to obliterate the unyielding barrier, were it not for the rhythmic beating of his heart and the sound of his own breath. He might have truly believed himself to be a corpse. Having accepted his reality, he initially ceased to fret over the matter, but when he beheld the blissful smile on Ciara's face as she dined, an urgent desire to destroy the mask surged within him. Conventional means proved inadequate to dismantle the mask. Perhaps the use of magic could yield better results? Jelua pondered this possibility, yet just as he was about to cast a spell, a wave of inexplicable fatigue washed over him. "Am I suffering from heat stroke?" "No, how could I possibly fall ill?" "Jala, what are you saying?" "Huh, you look a bit tired, perhaps you should—" "No, I'm fine. A brief rest will suffice." "Shio, that task is yours. How exactly should we deal with that creature?" Shio recounted. "I'm afraid I only managed to gather the most basic information, but it should suffice for our needs. It is said that slimes are the weakest monsters in this world. If we cannot even defeat them, it would be quite difficult to survive in the Adventurers Guild. The task requires us to slay 10 slimes. Regardless, with 5 of us, we should be able to accomplish it." However, it was evident to the others that he was quite anxious. "Shio, what's wrong? Are you perhaps afraid of slimes? Relax. Now that we've had our fill, let's press on." Honglien, dressed as she was, queried, "Can you truly fight like this?" "Hee, are you worried about me? Or perhaps, do you have an interest in me?" Jelua paid her no mind as he accepted the map from Shio. Contemplating aloud, "Is this the lake? It's roughly 1,000 meters away. From here on out, we could encounter slimes at any moment, so we must remain vigilant." "Oh, Jal, can you read the map?" "Of course. I can. It's not overly complicated. Even if I can't decipher the markings, I can make an educated guess." After a brief respite, Joa felt revitalized. Eager to see what slimes looked like, he quickened his pace. However, Alice's gaze made him uneasy. "Is she watching me?" "Surely not. My mother once said that a woman's thoughts are the most inscrutable." "Wait, I'm getting too close to them." Slowing his pace, Jelua began to scrutinize the overly cautious Shio. Just as they were about to exit the woods, Shio suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt. "How strange. This path shouldn't be so safe. Ciara, come to my side. Honglien, Alice, stay alert. Jella, remember to use your magic if any monsters appear." No sooner had he spoken than strange sounds echoed around them. Although the team had only just formed, they instinctively adopted a defensive posture in this tense atmosphere. Jelua found himself sheltered among the other 4, acutely aware of multiple life signs drawing nearer. Noticing movement in a nearby thicket, Ciara decisively swung his longsword, but his inexperience led him to miss the target. Fortunately, as a novice warrior, he avoided a grave mistake. "Don't kill me. I'm almost done for. Can you save me?" The voice belonged to a purple-haired boy who narrowly evaded Ciara's strike and collapsed beside the underbrush. Jellic recognized him as a fellow newcomer, and upon seeing the boy's injured leg, Shio hastily stowed his bow and arrow and deftly unstrapped his backpack, just as he was about to retrieve a potion. The previously silent Alice approached the boy. "Don't move. I'll tend to your wounds." Seeing the radiant white light emanating from Alice's palm, Jelloa understood that this was light magic. Not only did it heal the boy's injured leg, but it also alleviated his pain. Now able to move, the boy gazed at Alice with gratitude. "Thank you, big sister, for saving me. Who are you?" "You must be Xiaoling, right? We met yesterday, didn't we?" Indeed, I never anticipated being rescued by you all." Handing the water flask to Xiaoling, Jelloa inquired curiously, "Xiaoling, why are you alone? Where are your other teammates?" After drinking half the flask, Xiaoling whispered, "They abandoned me. No, it's not accurate to say I was abandoned. It's my fault for holding them back. They were all fighting for their lives, and I bear no ill will towards them." How infuriating! I should have never chosen to become a martial artist. Seeing Xiaoling's despondent expression, Shio consoled him. "Don't say that. There are no weak professions. Only weak adventurers. We may be novices, but we are not weak. Xiaoling, if you don't mind, are you suggesting I join you? I'm sorry, but I must hurry back to my teammates. Please forgive my refusal." "Thank you for saving me. Once you return to Dakara City, I shall express my gratitude properly." As they watched Xiaoling's retreating figure, Hong Lian, filled with envy and resentment, muttered gloomily, "How infuriating. That brat is far too swift. Perhaps he possesses some hidden talent. Well then, let us continue our journey." As Shio finished packing his bag, Jelloa interjected, "There are strange creatures nearby." At his warning, the group immediately adopted a defensive stance. Noticing unusual movement beneath a particular tree, Hong Lian skillfully hurled a dagger. "Is that the sound of water?" "No, it must be a magical beast." Meanwhile, Shio released a low-grade arrow in another direction. While their aim was commendable, neither struck their intended target. Realizing their attacks had missed, Hong Lian, feeling the thrill of battle, attempted to charge forward, but she was restrained as Alice, brandishing her sword, exhibited a fervent desire to fight. As a warrior, the seemingly cumbersome Xiaoer had no intention of joining the fray. Instead, he stood protectively before Zhou. Although Jelloa appeared relaxed, he was in fact quite occupied. At last, he detected the final enemy lurking in the trees and promptly unleashed his magic. Black Flame Spell. To be continued. Chapter 8. The world of magic. The term magic has existed for millennia. In the early days of this world, where humans coexisted with various races, magic was initially non-existent. It was not until one fateful day, when humanity faced dire straits, that a group dedicated to studying supernatural phenomena emerged, leading to the discovery of magic. Upon their arrival on the battlefield, the presence of these eccentric individuals dramatically shifted the tide of human conflict, enabling them to vanquish one of humanity's most formidable foes, the ogre, with overwhelming force. Prior to this, humans had always been at a disadvantage, and the emergence of these magical practitioners was indeed a source of great inspiration. From then on, they were hailed as magicians, celebrated as heroes whose deeds were sung by the masses. Regrettably, the fragile yet resilient humans basked in their glory for but a brief moment, as powerful races swiftly caught up in just a few years. Learning the art of magic themselves, the plight of humanity grew increasingly dire, and the number of those capable of becoming magicians dwindled to a mere few, rendering them ill-equipped to combat the legions of monstrous foes. Ultimately, the magicians were compelled to make a monumental decision to disseminate the use of magic among all of humanity. Yet alas, magic is not a skill that can be mastered by everyone. Its hidden prerequisites are exceedingly high, rendering the average person incapable of learning it. Faced with such a grave situation, the earliest magicians selflessly dedicated their all, valiantly defending humanity, though most met their demise on the battlefield, some succumbing to overexertion, and others tragically falling into despair due to widespread misunderstanding. Regardless, these magicians not only secured a fleeting peace for future generations, but also left behind invaluable treasures that in their quest to alter their circumstances. Those who met the qualifications began earnestly practicing magic. While only a small fraction of their efforts bore fruit, it was sufficient to instill new hope in humanity. Eventually, under the guidance of subsequent magicians. Humanity stood resilient, alleviating their survival woes. From that point forward, whenever magicians found a moment's respite, they delved deep into the study of magic. Presently, the vast array of magic has been categorized into thousands of types. Yet, regardless of classification, the fundamental nature of magic can be distilled into 16 basic types. When categorized by actual potency, magic is divided into 10 tiers, a classification widely accepted in the magical community. Though such distinctions exist, humanity has yet to produce a truly pinnacle figure. As for the skills defined by the Adventurers Guild, they have been widely utilized as a standard means for nearly 200 years. Skills are, in essence, a form of magic, an extension of magical application. These spells are relatively fixed, and their operational patterns are comparatively simple. That it is precisely for this reason that such magic enjoys immense popularity among the masses. Ordinary individuals can learn skills through specific training, though the quantity and quality of skills learned are constrained. With the advent of magical artifacts, even those who cannot wield magic can utilize spells, provided they possess a magical item and use it correctly. Regrettably, the prices of magical artifacts are exorbitantly high in the marketplace, and their usage is predominantly confined to specific groups that are in contemporary times. This world can indeed be regarded as a realm of magic, albeit only for the perspective of humanity, for magical creatures. However, they have always existed within this enchanted domain. They perceive many sights invisible to human eyes and hear sounds that elude human ears. Moreover, they can sense the myriad emotions of nature throughout its various seasons. Even newly emerged beings and races, born merely a century ago, share this affinity to delve into the essence of magic. Certain powerful magicians frequently conduct research using magical creatures. Yet despite their efforts and contemplations, they are unable to arrive at the definitive answer. However, they can ascertain one truth. They firmly believe that magic has existed since the very beginning to this day. With the exception of a few formidable individuals, nearly all magical creatures possess fixed magical attributes. With a modicum of practice, they can wield magic with greater finesse than humans, making them, in essence, innate spellcasters. Yet, perfection is a myth. Magical attributes dictate their respective strengths and weaknesses. Through extensive experience, humanity has compiled a chart of subordinate attributes that counter one another, consistent with the relationships among magical attributes. For instance, water magic counters fire magic. The trio of magical creatures faced by Jalal was somewhat diminutive, possessing large, dark eyes and a translucent, aquamarine body. Thanks to the forest cover, they were difficult to detect. They are commonly referred to as slimes, which happened to be the target of Jalal and his companion's mission. They had no intention of attacking humans. If left undisturbed, they would frolic within the forest. However, upon the arrival of Jalal and his party, their territorial instincts kicked in, leaving no room for leisure. Slimes, being water-type magical creatures, are minimally harmed by fire magic. Yet Jalal's black flame technique is no ordinary fire magic. The unfortunate slime concealed in the trees was caught off guard and swiftly consumed by the black flames. Just as Jalal attempted to gaze upon the slime's true form, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. The others remained vigilant, unaware of Jalal's peculiar condition until the magical creatures launched a fierce assault. Hidden nearby were 3 slimes, one of which had been vanquished by Jalal, leaving 2 remaining. Witnessing their companion's demise, the other 2 slimes were filled with fury. Being relatively simple-minded magical beings, they instinctively sought to eliminate the intruders as long as humans remained within sight. With a splatter, 2 blobs of venom surged towards Zaire and the seemingly weakest, Honglian. Against a standard shield, it would be nearly impossible to withstand the corrosive nature of the venom. Zaire wielded a shield provided by the Warrior Guild for newcomers, capable of withstanding a fair amount of ordinary magical creatures' venomous attacks. As such, even in his first encounter with battle, Zaire managed to maintain his composure. However, Honglian, lacking a shield for protection, instinctively dodged the lethal venom attack, possibly linked to her past. Yet now, she and the others, excluding Joel, had all but forgotten their histories, viewing it merely as an assassin's instinctive reaction, though everyone, save for Xiao, had learned only the most basic skills and spells. They were utterly oblivious to the true nature of power, including Jala. Homian had acquired two skills from the Assassin Guild, backstab and charge, with the former requiring a dagger and the latter necessitating a short sword. As she narrowly evaded a deadly strike, she felt the urge to showcase her abilities and resolved to utilize charge. However, before she could steady herself, she hastily executed the move, resulting in her short sword emitting a fleeting red glow before the skill was abruptly interrupted. This entire sequence transpired within mere seconds, and by the time Shio and Alice realized the situation, the group had already been flanked by the two remaining slimes, due to Homian's mishandling of her skill. Her hands became rigid, but fortunately, with Alice's presence, she was momentarily safe as the captain. Shio focused on the slime that appeared to pose the greatest threat at this moment. Someone finally took note of Jalawa's condition. With Zaire hurriedly approaching him. Are you all right? You haven't been contaminated by that repulsive venom, have you? Jalawa felt fatigued, and in an effort not to cause concern, he staggered to his feet. I'm fine. Perhaps it's because I skipped lunch that my stamina is lacking. Now, those two magical creatures seem formidable, so let's not underestimate them. Understanding that his current state rendered him incapable of contributing, Jalawa attempted to discern the creature's weaknesses. Unfortunately, the ferocious slimes showed no inclination to grant him that opportunity, their furious roars transforming the once quiet forest into a cacophony. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 9. Being weak is not a sin. The reason magical beings are referred to as such is clear. No matter how feeble a magical creature may be, they are not easily overcome by ordinary humans, in comparison to humanity. Magical beings possess inherent advantages. Their leaders are not only exceptionally gifted, but also possess an extraordinary affinity for magical energy. These leaders guide their kin to thrive, often overshadowing humanity throughout various eras. Once humanity demonstrates remarkable strength, magical beings become acutely aware that humans are no longer weak, prompting them to adopt a more subdued approach as they quietly develop and grow. Through years of evolution, in this current era, aside from those magical beings endowed with innate strength, any creature reaching a certain level of power can automatically acquire corresponding spells. Research conducted over the years has revealed that this phenomenon likely stems from bloodline inheritance, akin to the magical skills passed down from the descendants of human champions. The transmission of magic varies in potency, largely depending on how the individual wields it, since the operational patterns of these spells are predominantly fixed. They are often referred to as the skills widely utilized today. When compared to the skills acquired by human champions, those learned by magical beings exhibit a higher compatibility, better suited to the current survival and development of magical creatures, often yielding astonishing results. Among the newly emerged magical beings of the past decade, slimes not only possess remarkable vitality, but also exhibit unique inheritances. Faced with the heightened vigilance of Jalawa and his comrades, the two slimes initially considered a reckless advance, but ultimately reconsidered. The ability to call upon companions is an automatic skill acquired by slimes once they grow capable of leaving the water surface. As the name suggests, it does not serve as an offensive measure. Rather, it summons allies within a kilometer radius in emergencies. The calling distance extends even further, potentially teleporting reinforcements directly to the caster's side through spatial magic. The two slimes did not wish to employ this skill, but they sensed the looming threat of death emanating from Jal. They found themselves in a quandary, torn between a desire to survive and a reluctance to let these humans escape. After a brief struggle, reassured by the presence of numerous companions within the forest, their anxiety diminished significantly as a series of seemingly weak vibrations emanated from their mouths. And soon, the echoes of their calls reached Jalawa and his companions. Initially believing himself to be unique, Jaw was taken aback to discover that even slimes possessed such distinctiveness, leading him to realize the absurdity of his previous notions. Upon arriving in this land just yesterday, he assumed it would not differ significantly from his prior understanding. However, upon awakening that morning, he recognized the complexity of this world, particularly after entering the Magic Guild. Yes, he witnessed the true nature of the slimes, fervently calling out. A flicker of hope ignited within his previously desolate heart. He felt that the persistent troubles that had plagued him might finally find resolution. This notion had been present earlier, though he had struggled to find direction. Now, having observed the uniqueness of magical beings, he resolved to delve into exploration once he mastered magic. While having aspirations is commendable, Jalawah found himself rendered powerless at this moment, merely observing the escalating danger from within the protective circle of his teammates. Shio's situation mirrored Jalawah's. Though he was the captain, he felt utterly helpless against a single slime, a sensation he found deeply unsettling. After launching several arrows that failed to harm the grotesque slime, arrows dissolving like straw upon contact with its translucent body, he realized that if this continued, not only would they struggle to fulfill their mission, but their very survival in the forest would be jeopardized. With the impending threat of being surrounded by numerous slimes, Shio understood the need for decisive action. He had to devise a means to extricate the entire group from peril. Fortunately, only the two slimes currently obstructed their path, and if they could escape swiftly, they might evade danger for the task at hand. There was no time constraint. It would be wise to regroup before launching another assault on the slimes. However, Shio was unwilling to take such a course, if he could not even triumph over slimes. How would they confront even stronger magical beings in the future? Succumbing to fear once would only pave the way for further retreats. Could they not muster the courage that was required? This excursion from a city had not been undertaken without preparation. Now that they found themselves in a critical moment, it was time to reveal their capabilities. With determination, he deftly retrieved a small vial of powder from his backpack. As Jalawah pondered how to escape their predicament, he observed Shio's peculiar actions and inquired, "Shio, what is that in your hand? Can it help us deal with the slimes?" Shio just opened the vial, and not far in front of him, the slime reacted dramatically, as if the powdered potion posed a significant threat to it. Not only it, but another slime also sensed the danger, and thus both quickly regained their composure. Resorting to their most potent abilities, while Shio was preoccupied with coating his arrows with the powdered potion, he remained oblivious to the simultaneous assault of two blobs of dark green venom aimed at him. Unaware of the circumstances, Alice, upon witnessing the slime before her spewing venom, instinctively employed her only available spell, Holy Light. The sword in her hand radiated with brilliant white light as she swung it with all her might. Influenced by the white light, the venom was purified even before the sword made contact, leaving only wisps of faint smoke in the air. Seizing this opportunity, Alice could not afford to hesitate. While the magic was still in effect and the slime had yet to react, she swung her sword once more, effortlessly cleaving the slime's corpulent body in two. In contrast to Alice's decisive actions, Shio found himself in a more passive position, unable to do anything against the terrifying venom except evade it. Fortunately, a capable warrior was at his side. In that critical moment when the slime unleashed its venom, Charles anticipated Shio's impending peril. And no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than his body sprang into action, his raised shield intercepting the highly toxic liquid just in time. With Charles buying him precious moments, Shio swiftly launched a counterattack. "Thank you, Charles. Little one, watch the arrow." Having finished coating 5 arrows with a light green powder, Shio executed his retaliation. Upon striking his target, a piercing howl of pain erupted. Observing the slime's agonized expression, Shio recognized the effectiveness of his secret weapon. However, it appeared that this alone was insufficient to vanquish the resilient slime. Just as Shio prepared to release another arrow, the Red Lotus finally intervened. The slime, now devoid of the ability to resist, was met with a flurry of slashes from the Red Lotus, collapsing in a heap. Regrettably, the crisis was far from over. Realizing that ordinary methods would not suffice against the magical creature, the Red Lotus inquired gravely, "Shio, what exactly is that in your hand? Damn it, with such a valuable item. Why didn't you bring it out sooner?" Shio had no time for idle chatter. Having coated 5 arrowheads, he urgently gestured, "This place is unsafe. We must evacuate." As for the escape route, Jalawah had already been contemplating it. Unfortunately, they were completely surrounded by hundreds of slimes that, in just a minute, the slimes would begin to swarm. With no retreat in sight, they would have to carve a path through the horde. However, just as everyone was about to retreat, the seemingly defeated slime launched an astonishing counterattack. Its battered body swelled to over 2 meters in height. its mouth emitting a low growl, and its defiant gaze fixated on Charles, the rear guard. Charles quickly raised his shield. It's going to self-destruct? Everyone, quickly take cover. In such a critical moment, Zhao could not simply stand by. Yet just as he was about to act, Alice's actions startled him. The slime was on the brink of self-destruction, and among the five, Alice was in the best condition. Faced with such an unexpected turn, she resolutely turned and charged toward the impending explosion. To be continued. Chapter 10. Surface and depth, it's going to self-destruct. Everyone, quickly take cover. In truth, Zhao was rather unfazed by the slime's death throes. If even falling meteors could not crush him, how could he fear such a level of self-detonation? The reason he had refrained from acting earlier, aside from his fatigue, was that he had no desire to intervene. He even harbored a more sinister thought, using the magical creature to end his own life. This notion had lingered since before he left the city. As ending his life had long been his wish, regardless of whether it was feasible, he yearned to try. Why entertain such thoughts? Beyond holding the fates of thousands in his hands, it stemmed from his profound desire to escape life. As those days of unbearable suffering had stripped him of the meaning to live. Yet, when Alice sprinted towards the slime on the verge of explosion, his heart stirred with unexpected emotions. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, Zhao understood that Alice was no fool. Among the five, her thoughts were the most meticulous. She would not engage in meaningless actions. Having been thrust into this world, how could she so easily perish? Even if death were imminent, she would not choose to succumb in such a place. As he had surmised, Alice was indeed not reckless. The moment she turned with her sword, Zhao noticed her softly murmuring something, seemingly chanting an incantation for a powerful spell. Zhao could not discern the specifics. It merely seemed that the sword had been temporarily imbued with light magic. However, when the sword pierced the slime's luminescent body, he realized it was not, as it appeared, that Alice's intention was not to prevent the slime's self-destruction, nor to slay it. The wounds inflicted by the Red Lotus had all healed, save for the arrow wound Xiao had dealt. That arrow had long since dissolved within the slime's body, yet the remnants of the powder left in the wound not only obstructed its self-repair, but also inflicted immense pain, more agonizing than salt on an open wound. Initially minor, the arrow wound had expanded with the slime's swelling body. The self-repair process was already slow, and with the wound now aggravated, for the slime to maintain its sanity was no small feat. Alice aimed to drive her sword into this very wound, and, with all her strength, launched the slime away. Even if she could not throw it far, she sought to maximize the distance between it and her companions. As for her reasoning, beyond her intuition that the self-detonation was unavoidable, she was also uncertain of the explosion's potential radius. Of course, these were not her primary motivations. Regardless, she would not risk her life for a makeshift team. If she were to fight for her life, it would not be for such a trivial reason. Her actions were driven solely by the oath she had taken upon joining the Night Guild that very morning. If she could not protect her comrades, what right did she have to be called knight? To falter in the face of a mere slime would be utterly disgraceful. Charles, don't just stand there. Hurry and flee. Despite the threatening sword held by Alice, the slime remained tenacious, yet was ultimately repelled several meters back. Seeing the most detestable Xiao nearing 100 meters away, it seethed with rage and, before fully gathering its magical energy, self-destructed. Until the very moment of its demise, its gaze remained fixed on Xiao's retreating figure. With a deafening explosion, the surrounding trees and ground were obliterated. The others fared somewhat better. But Alice was not so fortunate. In the instant the slime self-destructed, she was hurled through the air, her lone sword shattered into several pieces. Had she not hastily summoned a small barrier of light from the sword, she would undoubtedly have perished in the blast. Miraculously, she sustained only minor injuries. When Zhao arrived, she was attempting to rise. Don't move. While I may not possess healing magic, I do know some basics. Your arm must. No, I'm fine. Are you all right? Utilizing her last reserves of magical energy to address her wounds, Alice collapsed weakly into Zhao's arms. She had no strength left to fight, yet her will to stand remained, leaving Zhao at a loss for words. Alice, you truly acted recklessly. If it weren't for your luck, we might have lost such a vital ally. You performed admirably just now. Once we return, I shall procure for you a fine sword. Stay still. Let me bandage your wounds first." Had they chosen to retreat sooner, perhaps there would have been a chance. Alas, it was too late. Just as Shio finished bandaging Alice's arm, slimes drawn by the commotion began to appear. Breaking through the encirclement would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, these magical creatures moved at a sluggish pace, granting them some time to prepare. Having arrived in this world in a daze, the Red Lotus had no intention of dying. She had yet to purchase many of the garments she desired, nor had she savored numerous delicacies. How could she perish in such a place? Faced with such a dire crisis, her immediate thought turned to Shio's vial of powder. Shio, since that powder can harm magical creatures, quickly bring it out. Witnessing his comrades injured, Shio felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Apart from the 2 precious vials he had purchased during their idle wandering, he realized he had contributed little else. Guilt aside, he knew he must first lead everyone to safety. Swiftly handing 1 vial to the Red Lotus, he proceeded to coat the dagger he had yet to officially employ with the powder. Jialuo, unafraid of death, found himself moved as he observed the others racking their brains for a means of escape. Is death truly so terrifying? Previously, he had thought to face death with equanimity. But now, witnessing the anxiety etched on each face, he developed a new understanding. Death is something everyone must confront. It may indeed be frightful, yet it does not signify an end. However, if one could achieve something meaningful before death arrived, that might be quite commendable, such as bringing solace to others, for people do not wish to leave behind too many regrets before they pass away. In Jialuo's heart, there resides an overwhelming sense of regret. Apart from self-destruction, his greatest desire is to resurrect the innocents who perished because of him. However, following these events, his mindset has undergone a transformation. He wishes for the 4 individuals before him to return alive. He yearns to witness the heights of their future growth. With this determination, Jialuo's entire demeanor shifts dramatically. His gaze, once languid, now sharpens as he scrutinizes the slimes less than 30 meters away. Yet, just as he prepares to unleash his full potential, Hong Lian interjects, "There are too many monsters. Escaping safely will be exceedingly difficult. I propose to divert a portion of them while you make your escape. Rest assured, these sluggish slimes pose no challenge for me. I shall catch up with you in no time." Noticing Jialuo's transformation, Alice initially intends to address the matter, but upon hearing Hong Lian, she quickly suppresses her thoughts. "Hong Lian, your abilities are impressive, but you must at least change out of those high heels." I warned you before we set out to swap them out." "Well, just put on these instead." She hands over a pair of pristine white cloth shoes, neatly packaged in a transparent bag. After Alice dons her standard-issue boots, she stows the heels in her mini backpack. Hong Lian, accepting the gesture without protest, swiftly changes into the shoes and sets her plan into motion. "Thanks. These shoes are quite comfortable. Don't worry, I won't perish." "Hey, blue-skinned snails, over here. Come catch me." TOB continued. Chapter 11. The fierce battle in the forest. It must be said, Hong Lian's skills are truly remarkable. Before the slimes could react, she had dispatched 3 of them and nimbly ascended a tree without sustaining any injuries. Once she found her footing, she immediately adopted a provocative stance. Should she fail to capture the slime's attention, she would seek an opening on the outskirts. If none could be found, she would take decisive action to buy time for her companions. Unlike Alice, she harbored no sacrificial spirit. Her primary motivation was the thrill of battle, and she would continue to fight until she fully grasped the joys of combat. This was not recklessness. Her confidence stemmed not only from her weapons coated in a light green powder, but also from her instinctive reactions. Although she had forgotten her past, her extraordinary reflexes remained intact. Perhaps she had served in the military, having undergone some form of rigorous training. In any case, her physical prowess was the best among the 5. Her earlier underperformance was merely due to her unfamiliarity with her skills. Now, envisioning herself as a warrior, she wielded a sword in her right hand and a dagger in her left, ready to strike at any moment. She planned to engage the monsters with ordinary means, refraining from using any skills. As for how she swiftly eradicated the slimes, it was not solely due to the special powder on her weapons, but also because she had discerned the monsters' weak points. While ordinary individuals might overlook them, she could perceive the flow of magical energy within the slimes, allowing her to deliver precise strikes to their core. Even the most resilient slime could not survive such an assault. Just 5 minutes prior, she would not have been capable of such delicate maneuvers. The fear of death had stimulated her nerves, awakening a latent talent within her. What that talent entails remains unknown. Yet it is undoubtedly connected to her eyes. Her taunts proved effective. The deaths of her 3 companions infuriated the slimes. As she observed the toxic sludge surging toward her, Honglian felt a pang of concern. Even if she could identify the monster's weaknesses, she had to close the distance to strike. Having evaded through the trees, the one she had previously occupied suffered from the onslaught. In less than 10 seconds. A multitude of trees had been corroded by the venom. With nearly half of the monsters drawn away, Xiao seized the opportunity created by Honglian's daring actions. Armed with arrows smeared in the powder, he intended to lead the group to safety. Unfortunately, while the slimes advanced slowly on the ground, they were not without means of mobility. At that very moment, the slimes on the periphery utilized their bouncing ability to fill the vacated spaces. Although they remained encircled, the situation had improved somewhat. At least the number of monsters had dwindled to below 300. As long as they remained cautious of the perilous venom, escape was not an impossibility. However, the situation was still dire. Alice, who had previously exhibited astonishing combat prowess, was now injured. After much persuasion from Jialuo, she ceased her protests and allowed him to carry her. As for Xiao, who bore the burden of their belongings, he was temporarily safe under Char's protection. Regrettably, his combat capabilities were insufficient. Unlike Honglian, he could not dispatch slimes with a single blow. Having held his bow for an extended period, both his arms had grown sore. Yet he did not lower it, as the arrows coated in the powder could at least intimidate these low-level monsters. Meanwhile, the most unassuming member, Char, wielded a sword also smeared with the powder. Alas, he was ill-equipped for combat, and due to his obligation to safeguard the others, he remained vigilant in front of Xiao. His performance paled in comparison to Jialuo's. Despite having learned shield bashes and quick thrusts, he had yet to utilize them. Still haunted by the fear of earlier events, Xiao had long noticed this. Yet he refrained from bringing it up. In such dire circumstances, if he felt fear, what right did he have to criticize Char? Observing the slimes preparing their venomous assaults, Xiao felt despair. Could we truly perish here? How infuriating! I had promised to bring everyone back safely. Yet, the future was not devoid of hope. The moment Xiao believed he was destined for death. Jialuo stepped forward. Black flame technique. This was not the black flame Jialuo could conjure from his palm. Burdened with the injured Alice, he could not spare a hand. His gaze fell upon the point where the black flame erupted. Under the protection of the semicircular barrier of black flame, the group barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the terrifying venom. Jialuo, was that flame you unleashed? Enough chatter. Let us move. Rest assured, I am in good condition, and I am confident I can ensure your safe passage. But are you truly all right? Jialuo was disinclined to elaborate, once again employing his preferred black flame technique, despite the slime's immunity to fire magic. Another fell victim. Alice, don't move around. Your actions are distracting me. Alice had no intention of causing disruption, but upon realizing that Jialuo might genuinely lead them out of battle, she no longer wished to be carried. Heeding his words, she fell silent. She awaited the restoration of her magical energy, believing that with one more use of the holy light technique, her wounds would heal. At that point, she would wield the discarded sword alongside Jialuo in battle. Jialuo's mindset had indeed shifted, but he was not reckless. After decisively eliminating the slimes obstructing their path, he focused on defending against the slimes' venomous attacks and lashings from their tentacles, simultaneously protecting the 3 as they retreated. Before long, they broke free from the encirclement. Nevertheless, the slimes were not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the detestable intruders attempting to flee, they unleashed their highly corrosive pale purple venom, while Jialuo's black flame technique could withstand the onslaught. The resultant thick smoke posed a challenge. Inhaling too much could lead to paralysis. Noticing Char's condition deteriorating, Jialuo quickly intensified the flames of the black barrier. However, this delay resulted in them falling back into the encirclement. At this rate, even if they managed to escape the forest, the slimes would pursue them relentlessly. After prolonged use of magic, fatigue began to weigh on Jalwa. His magical energy was dwindling. Observing the numerous slimes blocking the road back to Takira City, he realized breaking through would be exceedingly difficult. With this in mind, he led the group in the opposite direction in contrast to Jalwa's desperate escape. The situation on Honglian's end appeared quite optimistic. After a thrilling and perilous fight, she had dispatched over 50 slimes, her remarkable performance instilling deep fear in the remaining monsters. The slimes trembled at the sight of her daggers. Should she close the distance, their demise was assured. Moreover, the venom could not touch the agile Honglian, and the tentacles proved ineffective. How then could they fight? At this juncture, the slimes had abandoned thoughts of her being an invader and were solely focused on fleeing this perilous area, thus reversing the situation. Honglian had become the hunter, while the slimes were the slow prey. Yet, while Honglian reveled in the joy of battle, she remained unaware that a group was observing her from a distance. Clad in uniformed guard attire, they belonged to the security team responsible for the surrounding area of Takira City. Shortly after the disturbance in the forest began, they arrived. "Oh, this new girl is quite capable. If we could recruit her into the security team, our strength would undoubtedly increase. Her skills are impressive, but it seems her stamina is running low. The captain need not hold too high an expectation for her. After all, she is merely a newcomer and has much to learn. Were it not for the demon-repelling powder on her weapon, she would not have been able to slay the slimes. Well, she should be fine for now. Let's check on the others. Oh no, those newcomers are in danger. One of you stay behind to keep an eye on that girl. Make sure she doesn't perish. The rest of you, follow me." Unbeknownst to them, they had emerged from the thicket, having distanced themselves significantly from the slimes, a feat largely attributable to Jalwa. However, before they could fully regain their composure, an unexpected disturbance erupted from the seemingly tranquil lake nearby, accompanied by a thunderous roar. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 12. Weakness is a sin. As they approached the edge of the woods, they urged one another to hasten their pace. "Shower, if you lack the strength to wield your shield. Then, no way. The shield is the lifeblood of a warrior. I cannot abandon it." Very well. With Jalwa's assistance, the four finally escaped the forest. In the earlier frenzy, they had not paid close attention, but now, upon noticing the lake ahead, they realized they had unwittingly reached the slime's lair. The danger was far from averted, with no path forward and foes in pursuit, had it not been for the absence of slimes in their immediate vicinity. Jalwa would have felt their previous efforts had been a mere waste of time. If only they could obliterate the bothersome slimes in one fell swoop, perhaps they would not find themselves in this predicament. Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of strength. This sentiment was shared by the other three as well. Exhausted from their frantic escape, Shio and Shower paused to catch their breath. Jalwa took note of their state and halted as well. Gently placing Alice down, he began to observe the lake's commotion. To be frank, being carried by Jalwa throughout this journey had been a rather unpleasant experience. Had it not been for Alice's resilient spirit, she would have likely succumbed to nausea from the jostling. Now that she was finally set down, she felt a surge of vitality return. Yet, the absence of Honglian weighed on her mind. "I wonder about Honglian." "Do not worry. Even if she cannot defeat those monsters, she should possess the means to escape safely. However, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for her. We must reunite with her swiftly." Shio, having slain so many slimes, we should have already fulfilled our mission requirements, right?" At this moment, Jalwa's mind was still on the task at hand, and Shio, stretching his arms and taking deep breaths, solemnly replied, "Rest assured, the mission only requires the elimination of 10 slimes, a feat we have long accomplished. We must survive to return. Otherwise, it will all be for naught. Alas, it is my fault as captain for not performing adequately. Had I prepared better in advance, perhaps we would not be in this situation. Alice, if we manage to return safely, I will buy you a fine sword out of course. Shower, too. I shall procure a better shield for you." This statement irked Jalwa. "We can discuss this later. This is not a safe place, that if you are arrested, we should depart immediately. Fear not. I am familiar with this terrain and will lead," just as he was about to finish his sentence. The previously placid waters of the lake began to churn violently. All were on high alert, with Jalwa at the forefront, and Shio, with bow in hand, following closely behind, both wary of the lake's movements. Given the uncertainty of when their pursuers might arrive, Shower took on the rear guard. A booming roar emanated from the depths of the lake, causing Shower to feel slightly dizzy. Observing this, Alice quickly gestured for him to lower his shield. Unfortunately, Shower did not heed her warning. Seeing his strained expression, she swiftly seized his relatively intact longsword. Shower, take a break. Allow me to handle this. This was not an act of recklessness. Knights and warriors share many similarities. Just as a knight may also wield a shield in battle, that Alice's aversion to shields did not imply she lacked the skill to use one, having regained a modicum of magical energy. She could only cast the Holy Light spell once, a spell that neither replenished magic nor alleviated fatigue. Aside from her injuries, the others bore only minor scrapes, so she decisively cast the Holy Light. Once the injuries showed signs of improvement, she forcefully took the shield from Shower's grasp. Exhausted, he could not protest. Perhaps by giving Alice the weapon, there might be a chance for a turnaround. A.S. for Jalois. Alice found him inscrutable. Earlier, he had shown signs of overexertion in his magic use. Logically, he should not have been able to endure this long. Even if he possessed some arcane talent, he should have been fatigued by now. Yet, after displaying remarkable strength, he seemed invigorated rather than weary. This raised a question. Was he truly a novice like the rest of them? Just how strong was he? Why did it seem his magical energy was inexhaustible? Had he been pretending all along? If her suspicions were correct, Jalo was indeed feigning, but not in the manner she imagined. He was simply fatigued but reluctant to show it, not wanting to worry the others. If he were to falter, what would become of them all? Noticing Alice's intent to fight alongside him, he had no reason to object. Shio, are you all right? I'm fine, just, Jalois, can we truly escape from this behemoth's gaze? It was understandable for Shio to harbor such doubts, as the creature before them was overwhelmingly massive. It was a giant slime, towering over 10 meters, adorned with numerous writhing tentacles, its visage menacing as it loomed over the lake. Clearly a formidable foe. Had Jalois been in peak condition, perhaps there might have been a chance to defeat it, but Shio was acutely aware of Jalois' current state. Fortunately, the creature remained immobile, fixating its vicious gaze upon them. However, merely being stared at by it sent chills down Shio's spine, and the same was true for Shower and Alice. Observing their anxiety, Juk managed a rare smile. Fear not. With me here, none of you shall come to harm. Alice, leave this behemoth to me. Make sure to protect the others. This was the first time Jalois had smiled, and Alice, taken aback by his unusual demeanor, chose not to comment. The shield was in her possession. If she failed to protect Shio and Shower, it would be a betrayal of Jalois' trust in her. Once the three had distanced themselves, presumably beyond the reach of the giant slime's tentacles, Jalois felt a sense of relief. Yet, in the next instant, anxiety surged anew as the slimes they had previously evaded caught up with them. In less than 3 minutes, their escape route would be blocked. Hey, big guy, if you want to bask in the sun, go ahead. We won't disturb you. The giant slime, having just witnessed the slaughter of hundreds of its kin, would not simply let them go. The reason it had refrained from attacking earlier was that it had sensed something peculiar about Jalois' aura. Now that it perceived their intent to flee, it wasted no time, launching its tentacles in an attempt to crush the intruders. Unfortunately for it, Jalo was not to be underestimated. Not only did he conjure a barrier of black flames to shield against the incoming tentacles, but he also unleashed a barrage of black flame spells, severing the tentacles that approached Shio, Shower, and Alice. Shio, hurry and flee. Here is not safe. The giant slime possessed a degree of intelligence, employing tactics beyond Jalois' expectations. In the instant its tentacles were destroyed, one of them activated a skill. Water blade, /point, 3 spinning water blades shot forth, and Alice was the first to react, but it was still too late. The blades evaded her and directly targeted Shower, who was busy applying powder to his broken sword. 3 water blades struck Shower's back, one of which shattered his armor, inflicting severe damage to his right shoulder. Shower, don't move. I'll heal you right away. However, just as Alice was about to cast her spell, another water blade approached, accompanied by a swirling mass of dangerously toxic dark purple liquid. Jello, having recognized the threat, would not stand idly by as his comrades were harmed. He quickly conjured a barrier of black flames. Hey, Stop picking on my friends. If you have a problem, come at me. The black flame barrier successfully shielded against the water blades and toxic liquid. But Xiao and the others were still caught in the fray. Had it not been for the black flames dispersing much of the poisonous mist, their afflictions would have been far worse. Alice, suffering only minor poisoning, witnessed that both Xiao and Xiaoer had succumbed to unconsciousness. She hastily cast the holy light spell. Once she confirmed they were no longer in danger of death, the overexertion of her magic caused her to faint immediately thereafter. As Jialua gazed at the triumphant visage of the giant slime, fury consumed him. "Damn it, this is all your fault." "No, it is my fault. I failed to protect them." "Alice, you have done your utmost." "Fear not, I shall ensure no further harm befalls you. Hideous creature, meet your demise." T.O. B. continued. Chapter 13. The deathly pursuit. Though she had managed to intimidate the monsters, Honglian had made several blunders in her recent encounters. Were it not for the slime's singular focus on escape, she would not have survived this long. Her condition was dire. The exorcism powder applied to her short sword and dagger had lost its potency, rendering its effectiveness against the monsters negligible. While this might suffice against other low-level monsters, the unique physiological structure of the slimes meant that physical damage was hardly significant, had she not targeted their weaknesses meticulously. The slimes would have long since caught on. Besides being utterly exhausted, her overworked eyes threatened to close at any moment. She was one who valued her life. She would not willingly perish in such a place. If it were merely for the thrill of battle, she would never have driven herself to such extremes. She was in turmoil, questioning the very purpose of her fight. Was it to challenge her limits? Or was it merely to buy time against the monsters before her? She was uncertain. Initially, she had fought with clarity and precision, but as her stamina waned, her body began to betray her. Even as her vision grew increasingly blurred, she continued to harvest the lives of the slimes with the precision of a robot. 173 slain, yet it was still insufficient, still lacking. As she closed in on her next target, the fearful slime flailed its short tentacles in a frenzy, resulting in 2 angry red marks on Honglian's beautiful visage. Feeling the searing pain, Honglian quickly retreated to a distance. The remaining 20-odd slimes, witnessing the scene, rapidly reacted by spewing forth their venom, barely evading the onslaught of toxic liquid. Honglian chose not to engage further. When she finally managed to conceal her weary form within the branches of a dense tree, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the forest. Listening to the ensuing commotion, Honglian realized that others were in peril. How did they end up in such a predicament? Damn it, what was the purpose of my earlier actions? Sigh, must I return alone? No, I must. Honglian longed to rise, but her stamina had already reached its limit. Alas, white truly does not suit me. My shoes are so filthy. If that woman sees them, I shall undoubtedly receive a scolding, Alice, if you are still alive. I shall buy you a new pair. No sooner had she uttered these words than Honglian, eyes closed, succumbed to unconsciousness upon the tree. Damn it, the regeneration rate of this slime is astonishing. Is it truly indestructible? The battle had been ongoing for some time, and despite the impressive prowess exhibited by Jaw, the colossal slime's remarkable regenerative abilities allowed it to recover from any injury within mere seconds. Even more infuriating was its intelligence, rivaling that of humans. With the protective shell, black flame barrier, safeguarding Jalua proving difficult to breach, the unconscious Xiaoer trio presented an excellent opportunity for attack. Thus, Jalua not only needed to maintain pressure on the creature, but also had to divert attention to protect Xiaoer and her companions, particularly from the lowly slimes lurking nearby, observing yet another restless slime attempting to harm Xiao. The unyielding Daw swiftly eradicated all the minions in a single breath. Regrettably, he had forgotten that the massive slime had been watching intently and noticing the sudden weakness in the black flame barrier. It promptly intensified its assault. The barrier was easily shattered, and before Jaw could react, a tentacle struck him heavily in the chest, sending him flying far away. Strangely, he felt no pain. Was it due to the black cloak? Or was he inherently different? He had no time to ponder such matters. Just as he began to rise, the fatigue he had been suppressing crashed over him like a wave that moment. He had no desire to continue fighting. He merely wished to ensure the safety of everyone. Unfortunately, This world was even more merciless than he had imagined. While he might not perish, the fate of Xiao'er and her companions remained uncertain. The gigantic slime had long since noticed his concern for them, and seeing him rush towards them, it would not allow him to succeed. It lashed its extraordinarily agile tentacles, aiming to crush Xiao'er and her friends. Jelloa's speed could not match the creature's, and the thought of losing the comrades he had desperately tried to protect filled him with regret. Why hadn't he taken them away sooner? As he witnessed the lethal tentacle poised to strike Xiao, he felt a profound anguish. If he had never encountered these individuals, perhaps they would not meet their demise. Even if death were inevitable, it should not be at this moment. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and Jelloa's black eyes glowed with a purple light as a strange black mist seeped from his mouth. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself standing beside Xiao, the three unconscious individuals temporarily unharmed. Though both he and the colossal slime were not unscathed, how perilous. Had he not awakened at the last moment, they would have surely perished by his hand. And I apologize, wretched creature. I truly do not wish to slay you. Now that you have experienced my terror, I implore you, do not interfere any further. The giant slime was not severely injured, merely losing a portion of its tentacle to some unseen force. Yet the pain it felt was immense. Realizing that the black mist lingered, instilling fear within it, it desperately activated its regeneration ability. Unfortunately, the wound refused to mend. The AS for Zhao. Forcibly suppressing the restless power within him resulted in a backlash, causing the dark tattoo on his left cheek to burn with intensity. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Seeing the giant slime depart from the lake's surface, he understood that a fierce battle lay ahead, prompting him to activate the black flame barrier once more. His magical energy was already depleted, and regardless of how much he persevered, the barrier could only be sustained for a minute at most. The chances of safely escorting the others away were slim indeed. How could he turn the tide? Jelloa did not dwell on the thought for long before he found a solution: to utilize the half bottle of exorcism powder not far from his feet. The giant slime, now in a state of fury, failed to notice his subtle actions. As a mass of black flames surged towards it, it disregarded the threat, continuing its relentless assault on the detestable barrier. However, when the black flame struck, it felt an immediate sense of foreboding. The flames enveloping the half bottle of exorcism powder did not penetrate its body, but instead detonated within. The explosion's force was minimal, yet the exorcism powder that mingled within nearly claimed its life. Observing the giant slime suddenly falter, Zhao recognized this as the perfect opportunity for escape. However, as he attempted to turn, his body refused to obey. Stumbling to the lake's edge, his anxious heart found a momentary reprieve. Silently watching the similarly afflicted giant slime, he murmured, "I am truly sorry to see you in such agony. I will not kill you. So please do not harm them any further. You are a water-based creature. If you return to the water, I believe you will recover swiftly. In truth, I should have realized sooner that your regenerative abilities are intrinsically linked to water. Deprived of the lake, you cannot regenerate as rapidly as before. Enough of this idle chatter. I must take my leave. This is bad. It's coming. The death hunt has begun. Run." The one he shouted it was, of course, the giant slime, but now it could hardly lift its tentacles, let alone escape in time. Even if it wished to flee, Jelloa's warning came too late. An aura capable of obliterating all things swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Everything transpired in an instant. The dark fluctuations emanating from Jelloa's body swiftly engulfed nearly half the lake surface, with fallen leaves on the ground and aquatic plants submerged in the water, succumbing to the eerie waves. Devoid of any vitality, by the time Jelloa regained his senses, the giant slime had perished, leaving behind a pool of stagnant water. Observing the dead vegetation surrounding him, he realized that his headache had intensified. Was it due to his failure to expel the negative energy in time? Seeing that Xiao'er and her companions had remained unscathed, he felt a surge of relief. Rest assured, I shall take you home immediately. However, just as Zhao intended to move, a swift, vine-like entity surged silently toward him from afar. Exhausted and unable to react, he was struck and sent flying. So, be continued. Chapter 14. Nightmare after an indeterminate period. Once the lake had returned to a state of tranquility, the vigilant guard team, which had been observing from a distance, cautiously approached. This guard team consisted of 8 members, 4 of whom were tending to Xia'er and her companion's injuries, while the remaining 4 stood guard against potential threats. Gazing at the disarrayed ground and the collapsed jaw beneath a broken tree, the middle-aged man, serving as the team leader, wore a solemn expression. What is his condition? Jiao had long succumbed to unconsciousness, appearing quite frail. However, aside from some abrasions, he bore no significant external injuries. Uncertain if he had been poisoned, the guards examining him employed various methods, yet no signs of improvement were evident. Captain, his condition appears to be merely a deficiency of magical energy. With some rest, he should recover. How peculiar! When did the quality of the magic guild's cloaks become so remarkable, given the severe blow he sustained? He should have been pierced through the heart, yet this cloak shows not a single tear. It truly baffles the mind. Sigh, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would find it hard to believe that he was responsible for all of this. Captain, no matter how hard I try, I cannot remove his mask. I find him highly suspicious. Perhaps he is a secret infiltrator sent by the demon race. Should we? Enough with the baseless speculation. What would the demon race find worth coveting in a place like this? He is indeed suspicious, but it is of little consequence, as those who emerge from that tower have all lost their memories. For now, all you need to remember is that he is one of us. A fledgling skilled in black magic? What an intriguing little fellow. What are the other 3? They are not in any life-threatening condition. With 2 days of rest, they should recover. Captain, what exactly was that creature in the lake? As the leader of the guard team responsible for monitoring this area, the middle-aged man indeed possessed some knowledge. The Thorn's whip is a rare skill. Given the circumstances, it should be a slime on the verge of evolving into a royal variant. However, thanks to this little rascal, it will require at least 6 months to fully evolve, affording us ample time to prepare. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us take these newcomers back. Almost forgot, there is that formidable little girl. Remember, do not speak of what transpired here. Captain, rest assured, even if we were to divulge it, it is unlikely anyone would believe us. Humph. I shall report the details to the Lord. Be sure to keep your mouth shut. Beneath a cerulean sky, Jaw awoke languidly, only to find himself amidst a desolate expanse of prairie, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized he was lying atop a hillock, perplexed as to how he had ended up in such a place. Countless questions swirled in his mind, and he even found himself unable to recall his own identity. The absurdity of his situation weighed heavily upon him, igniting a longing to seek out another soul for answers. Yet, in this boundless meadow, there was not a single person in sight, nor even the faintest buzzing of an insect. After some reflection, he pondered whether he had been exiled to this forsaken land. Lost in confusion, he roamed the prairie day and night, desperate to comprehend the circumstances that had led him here. Then, one fateful day, Jaw encountered a sight unlike any other. A lifeless, eerie forest loomed before him, exuding an unsettling chill. Yet for someone who had endured years without sustenance and was driven by an insatiable desire to uncover his identity, he felt compelled to venture into its depths, regardless of the dangers that might await. Unconsciously drawn to a tree, he noticed a fraying rope lying beneath it, alongside a patch of blood long since dried on the ground nearby, that a flicker of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite grasp why. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He knew he had once traversed this very spot. Following this thread of memory, he vaguely recalled a path he had walked countless times before, as he emerged from the woods. He soon found himself before a small village. Silence enveloped the place, its buildings in ruins, shrouded in dust, and a hazy fog cloaking the entire settlement. Under the somber sky, Jaw advanced cautiously, his gaze drawn to the decayed corpses strewn across the path. A disquieting thought taking root. Had a plague once ravaged this place? A premonition struck him. If he pressed on, perhaps he would uncover the answers he sought, though they might prove unbearable, should he dare to continue. He hesitated. Upon witnessing a scaffold encircled by skeletal remains, a decision crystallized in his mind. Yet, just as he resolved to turn back, the very skeletons before him stirred to life, and soon, The corpses throughout the village began to move as well. Even the remnants of livestock. A chilling wind swept through the air, but remarkably, Joel remained unfazed, demonstrating an admirable composure. As the reanimated corpses converge around him, he inquired, "Who are you? Does anyone here know who I am?" "Who are you?" "You are, of course, a demon." A corpse clad in the semblance of a woman staggered forth, and inexplicably, Jalua found himself instinctively reaching out to assist her. "I am a demon. Is that truly my name?" Just as Jalua's hand brushed against the female corpse, darkness enveloped him. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he maintained his calm. If it was indeed his fate to meet an untimely end, perhaps it would bring closure to this interminable journey. The silence around him was palpable, and despite his repeated assurances that he was alone, he could not help but call out, "Is anyone there?" To his surprise, his query shattered the stillness, eliciting responses from a distant source. Yes, there are others. Indeed, there were still people. How many, he wondered, should he attempt to count them? But where was he truly? Was there no one who could provide clarity? He sighed, overwhelmed by confusion. As a glimmer of light pierced the darkness, Jalua moved towards it. Yet after only a few steps, discomfort washed over him, and by the time he regained his composure, the light had vanished. No matter how he called out, there was no reply, and he was left to sit in contemplation of his surroundings. Not even the wind graced him with its presence. Was this to be his final resting place? What was happening? A sudden searing sensation erupted across his left cheek, and just as he thought he could endure no more pain, an otherworldly flame burst forth from the tattoo on his face. "Ah, young one, we meet again." The sight of the grotesque crimson skull before him ignited a flicker of recognition within Jalua, reminding him of the events of that fateful night. Yet today he found himself surprisingly at ease. "You have been concealed within my body all along." "Concealed within your body? That is not quite accurate. To me, you're the most delectable offering in existence. I yearn to consume you every moment. Just as I do now." Jalua possessed little in the way of combat prowess, and, as the red skull lunged fiercely toward him, he chose not to resist, but to meet it with acceptance. If he were to perish here, perhaps it would not be such a terrible fate. However, just as the red skull was about to sink its teeth into his neck, an unexpected gale swept through, scattering the crimson skull away, leaving him unscathed. Suddenly, 2 crimson moons illuminated the pitch-black expanse. Jalua gazed upward for some time, understanding that these were not moons, but rather 2 piercingly red, otherworldly eyes. "Did you save me? Who are you? How long must I remain here? Who am I?" That is a difficult question to answer. If one were to use the terms of this land, I suppose I would be the nightmare. "Young one, everything you have witnessed and experienced thus far is real. Do not be deceived into thinking it mere illusion. You have much yet to accomplish. Return to where you belong, that if the day comes when we truly meet, perhaps you will comprehend what I am. Much yet to accomplish? Yes." Awakened from his reverie, Jalua found himself gazing at 2 indistinct figures hovering before him, perplexed. "This is wonderful. Jalua, you have finally awakened. Do not move. I shall summon a doctor at once." T.O.B. continued. Chapter 15. An unfortunate beginning at the Dandelion Hospital. Equipped with sorcerers and specialized facilities for adventurers, this was the sole public hospital in Takira City. Staffed by formidable priests. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as there was breath, healing was assured. Yet, due to exorbitant costs, few sought its aid. After being rescued by the guard, the group was placed here. 5 of them lying side by side in the same ward, and under the urgent care of medical personnel, they quickly emerged from peril, save for Jalua, who remained unresponsive. When Jalua finally awoke, 3 of them had already regained the ability to move. At this moment he could hardly stir, surrendering to the ministrations of the man in the white coat before him. After casting over 20 spells of holy attribute, even the adept healer began to show signs of fatigue. Seeing no improvement in Jalua's condition, he lamented, "This is absurd. Why is my magic ineffective? Sir, what is Jalua's condition?" "Well, it is not particularly optimistic, but it is not dire either. He merely suffers from a magical depletion. With some rest, he should recover. Young one, until your body is fully healed, do not exert yourself with magic. Heed my warning." Not long after the white-coated man departed, the feeble Alice approached Jalawa, I am truly grateful for your protection of us. But please refrain from acting recklessly as you did that day. The occurrence of such events is largely our fault for not being adequately prepared. Had we trained ourselves beforehand, perhaps we could have avoided such calamity. Upon hearing this, Honglian, who was seated on the bed eating fruit, grew displeased. Hey Alice, it was not just Jalawa who protected everyone. I did too. Yes, I acknowledge your contributions greatly, which is why I specifically brought some fruit for you. Now that Jalawa needs to rest, could you please lower your voice? Jalawa indeed required rest. However, he was unwilling to remain confined to the bed any longer. Observing the two women bickering, he interjected, How long have I been lying here? Where is Sue? Has he gone to settle the commission? Jalawa's memories were muddled. He could not recall the reasons behind his unconsciousness, nor did he know what transpired afterward. Noticing Alice hesitating to speak, he turned to gaze out the window at the clear sky. At that moment, Honglian casually remarked, Humph, Jalawa, you have been in this hospital for 4 days. During this time, the medical staff tried various methods to pry off your mask to feed you. But the results, you are indeed quite suspicious. Were it not for your immobility, I would have yanked off your mask to see what you truly looked like. Honglian, why do you keep bringing this up? The director himself visited last night. That mask is most likely some kind of powerful magical artifact, and ordinary means would be futile. Wait, you were saying my mask is a magical artifact? It was no surprise that Jalawa was taken aback. He too wished to remove the mask to see what his face looked like now. If it truly was a magical artifact, he firmly believed that one day he would succeed in removing it. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the two women's faces, Jalawa realized he had overreacted. Quickly regaining his composure, he gently stated, I am glad to see that you are both safe. Honglian, in the end, it was you who saved everyone. Huh, what are you talking about? I possess no such ability. It was the city guards who rescued us. And then we ended up here. Hey, Joe, tell me what happened after I led those slimes away. Well, I am sorry, but I do not know how to explain it. You could ask the others, and they would likely say the same. How could they be the same? They are all reluctant to speak. Which is why I came to ask you. Now, tell me, did you encounter a giant creature afterward? A giant creature. To be honest, Joe did not wish for that colossal slime to perish. Yet ultimately, it met its end. Adding another shadow to his heart, no, it was not merely one slime that fell by his hand. Contemplating the myriad of monsters he would inevitably encounter in the future, he realized that if his persistent headache could not be alleviated, the number of lives lost due to his misfortune would reach unfathomable heights. He understood the urgency of finding a solution to this predicament. In that moment, a particular individual came to mind, the ever-caring Elderman. They had encountered a formidable foe. It was incredibly strong, and given their current capabilities, not only would it be challenging to defeat it, but escaping its watchful gaze would be equally difficult. Yet, victory was not entirely out of reach. With concerted effort from each of them, he believed they could soon confront such a creature. Setting aside those thoughts, he inquired, During my unconsciousness, did an elderly gentleman clad in a black robe come to visit? An elderly man in a black robe? No. Was he someone you knew? No. We have only just arrived here and are unfamiliar with this place. Surely no one would come to visit you. Confirming that no such visitor had come, Jilor directed his attention to the bed closest to the window. That was Shar-S bed. Due to the damage to his armor, he was now clad in the hospital-issued gown, deeply engrossed in an exceedingly obscure book propped against the wall. His intense focus on the text had shielded him from the commotion caused by Jalawa's awakening. Only when he noticed Jalawa's gaze did he finally lift his head, exclaiming, Ah, you've finally awakened. You look rather well, which puts my mind at ease. Actually, Sai, I apologize that I'm a warrior, yet I find myself utterly helpless, relying on you all for protection. That IT truly is. Shar, do not blame yourself. We are all newcomers, and it is only natural for our first mission to be fraught with challenges. According to the guildmasters recounting that night, the survival rate for newcomers on their first mission is quite low. The fact that we have returned alive is a stroke of fortune. As long as we remain vigilant and prepare adequately in the future, I am confident we can lead a secure life here. By the looks of you, have your injuries healed? Me? My wounds have long since healed, But you, Joe, I heard from Shio that you will need at least 10 days to recuperate. During this time, I intend to read more and enhance my training. If I can manage to protect everyone, perhaps those unfortunate events will not recur. Ambition is commendable, but do not overexert yourself. Shar, I find myself rather bored. Please hand me a book to peruse. The sunlight streamed in, bathing the four of them in warmth as they quietly lingered in the hospital. They asked for Shio, who had left early. He was making his way to the Adventurers Guild, as the task had yet to be settled. Upon his arrival, he happened upon the Fire God team exiting the hall. The Fire God team consisted of 5 members. He himself was a sharpshooter, donned in a striking blue leather armor, exuding an aura of confidence. The 4 other members included a middle-aged shield warrior wielding an axe, a young priestess, a brash male assassin, and a masked enigma of a magician. The team's composition was well-balanced, and the equipment each member bore made Shio feel a twinge of envy. In just 5 days, the Fire God team had completed 7 missions with remarkable efficiency, earning a modicum of renown within Takara City. The Fire God intended to set off immediately for their next mission. But upon noticing Shio's lackluster demeanor, he raised his hand, signaling his team to pause. I have heard of your ordeal. It sounds quite dire. Nevertheless, the important thing is that you survived. Take your time to recuperate. I trust we will have the opportunity to fight alongside one another in the future. Hearing these words, the male assassin, who had been toying with a finely crafted dagger, could not help but interject. It was indeed tragic. Had the guard team not fortuitously passed by, you all would have perished. Sigh, being so weak yet acting recklessly. Why not first strengthen yourselves? Truly reckless. Shao, silence your tongue. Apologies, I cannot rein in my words. Seeing you here, it seems you have completed your task. Congratulations are in order. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall treat you to drinks another day. Watching the Fire God team depart, Shio stood in a daze, pondering. He is so perfect. Is he truly a newcomer, just like us? TOB continued, Chapter 16. Exceeding rewards in the vast Adventurers Guild, it was inconceivable that only one person managed affairs. Besides Guild Master Judy, there were indeed hundreds of staff members, though, for various reasons, they seldom made appearances. However, each day, at least 10 staff members were present, ensuring the guild operated smoothly, delegating his tasks to others. Judy sat alone in a corner, perusing the difficult requests. Not long ago, she had just attended to the outstanding Fire God team, and now noticed Shio outside the hall. Seeing him approach alone did not surprise her. If the entire team had come, that would truly be odd. Ah, newcomer, I thought you might not show up. Are you here to settle your tasks? Of course. Guild Master, my name is Shio. Please continue to refer to me as a newcomer. No, all apprentice adventurers are newcomers. Once you shed your apprentice title, I might consider it. Hearing this, Shio chose not to press further. He first retrieved the task scroll from his satchel and placed it before Judy. To accommodate newcomers, the Adventurers Guild had gone to great lengths. Firstly, the requests posted on the task board were imbued with a special magic, allowing illiterate newcomers to swiftly comprehend the contents of each request. Secondly, the guild did not have an abundance of tasks daily. To encourage newcomers, or rather, to increase their survival rates, the guild would issue some low-level, fixed tasks, such as slaying slimes or exterminating giant rats, all within the vicinity of Takara City. Compared to the high-difficulty requests that seasoned adventurers could undertake, this was undeniably a boon on this wondrous land. Task scrolls were commonplace. They were not only difficult to destroy by ordinary means, but also boasted high confidentiality, as every word was inscribed with a cipher. Only intermediaries like the Adventurers Guild, the requesters, and the executors could comprehend the content. Others would need to invest considerable effort to decipher it. Thanks to these characteristics, newcomers need not worry about the scrolls being damaged during task execution, that if seized, there was no need to fret over the confidentiality of the requests, should they be lost or genuinely damaged. The Adventurers Guild retained the originals. Newcomers merely needed to fulfill the task requirements and return to the guild for verification. If all was in order, the rewards would be duly dispensed to expedite newcomers' acclimatization to the adventurer lifestyle. The scrolls were also imbued with exploratory magic. Upon reaching the designated task location, the scroll would emit a white light. If the task target was spotted, it would flicker with red light. Upon completing the request or meeting the task requirements, The entire scroll would emanate a soft green light. The rewards for these fixed tasks were naturally provided by the guild that further motivate newcomers. There was no cap on these types of tasks. If they defeated additional monsters, collected more specified items, or exceeded in other categories, there would be extra rewards. As guild master, Judy was already aware of Shio and his companion's achievements through the original task documents. However, out of curiosity, she slowly unfurled the completed scroll. Let me see. How did your first mission fare? Oh, quite impressive. You managed to slay 577 slimes. Had I not personally attended to you that evening, I would have thought those seasoned adventurers had fraudulently claimed the newcomers' tasks. Assessing Shio's handsome features, Judy smiled. Your performance is commendable, just shy of breaking the record for newcomers, AS Guildmaster. I've decided to grant you an extra reward. Newcomer, if you're free tonight, do consider coming to my home. This statement could easily lead to misunderstandings, and Shio vigorously shook his head. No, thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to claim the rewards we rightfully earned. We have been in the hospital for several days and have yet to settle our expenses that I must return promptly, so I kindly ask you to expedite the settlement. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Judy felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, what a humorless lad you are! Very well, I shall settle your rewards now. Before I do, I must inform you of one matter. Regarding your hospital expenses, the guild has already covered them. Of course, the cost will be deducted from your rewards. That truly is splendid. Guildmaster, I appreciate it. If the opportunity arises, we shall. Oh, perhaps not. If you truly wish for me to repay you, then simply live well. And before undertaking tasks, ensure to prepare adequately. Do not always think of fleeing when faced with unforeseen circumstances that I assure you, such occurrences will not happen again. Guildmaster, I implore you, do not rush. Observing Judy retrieve a heavy pouch from her drawer, Shio was taken aback. For merely slaying slimes, the reward was substantial. If they undertook higher-level tasks, the rewards would be. Noticing Shio's astonished expression, Judy clarified, Newcomer, do not let your imagination run wild. Your situation this time is merely an exception. To thrive in Kyra City, it is best to actively accept tasks, with the caveat that you must ensure your survival each time. The task only requires slaying 10 slimes for a reward of 1 silver. The excess, each additional slime is valued at 8 copper, and the 1 advanced specimen you unexpectedly defeated is valued at 50 silver, totaling 96 silver and 28 copper AS for the hospitalization fees incurred up to today. My earlier remarks were merely in jest. For various reasons, someone has graciously covered the costs on your behalf. However, should you wish to extend your stay, you will need to bear the expenses yourselves. Alas, I initially contemplated gifting you a single gold coin, but upon reflection, I decided against it. Shio could not ascertain the precise number of kills from the scroll, nor was he aware of the advanced species involved. Such details could only be extracted by specialized personnel. Gazing at the glimmering silver coins, Shio felt a sense of disbelief. Yet he quickly regained his composure that he needed to spend money to repair Zaire's armor. And he also wished to procure a suitable sword for Alice. Furthermore, the entire group required new equipment. Of course, with these funds, each person could also learn some powerful or useful magical skills. The realization of so many potential expenditures dulled the joy within Shio's heart. After double-checking the amount, Shio bowed deeply. Thank you for your consideration, President. Until Shio departed, Judy remained puzzled by one lingering question. What was that strange aura? Could it truly be that those places were experiencing disturbances? No, that matter is best left for the city lord to ponder. After perusing the book borrowed from the bookstore for quite some time, Jello finally grasped some basic information about this world. This continent is called the Marvel Continent, and the city he resides in, Takura, is a border town within the kingdom of Etheria, situated far from the royal capital. In this world, not everyone possesses magical abilities. In fact, those who do are exceedingly rare, constituting only about 10 of the total human population, and an astonishing 90 are merely ordinary people, while numerous magical creatures abound, leaving humanity's precarious survival situation unchanged. It is only due to the deterrence of human powerhouses that this issue has been temporarily alleviated, and a matter of direct relevance to him is the various commissions posted on the guild's task board. Regardless of their magnitude, it is precisely because they are complex that they are entrusted to adventurers for resolution. Therefore, no matter what commission is undertaken, one must never be careless, even in the case of slaying a slime. As danger may still lurk, Joel understood this well, recognizing that the tasks ahead would not be smooth sailing, and he silently resolved to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he pursue what he desired. Upon seeing Xiao arrive with a troubled expression, Jiao, who had closed his book, inquired, "Xiao, what has transpired?" TOB continued. Chapter 17. Life is so beautiful, I am back. It was not just Jiao who noticed Xiao's preoccupation. The others did as well. Following their earlier discussions, Jiao had gained a rough understanding of the situation in Takira. The hospital was not too far from the guild, at most a half-hour journey. According to Alice's account, Xiao had left quite early. Now, returning so late, something must have delayed him. Noticing the others' attention upon him, Xiao smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I have some good news to share, along with some bad news. What do you want to hear first?" Hong Lian was aware that Xiao had gone out to settle a task, and upon hearing this, she quickly raised her hand while applying cucumber slices to her face. "Of course. I want to hear the good news first. Tell me, how much can each of us receive? Just so, I worked really hard that day. I expect my share to be a bit more." Discussing money can strain relationships. Noticing that Jiao had awakened, Xiao promptly approached him. "Jiao, you're finally awake. Are you feeling any better? Hey look, he's reading a book. He must be fine." "Xiao, don't change the subject. Tell us, how much did we earn this time?" Seeing that Hong Lian was fixated on the topic of money, Jiao gestured for Xiao not to mind him. In truth, Jiao was also quite curious about how much their hard work had yielded. 10 silver, or perhaps 15 silver. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Xiao retrieved a heavy pouch from his backpack. "We accumulated a total of 96 silver and 28 copper, which means each person can receive 19 silver. Hong Lian, the distribution of earnings should be based on effort contributed, which is indeed reasonable, but we are currently in a difficult period. Let's wait until we have more funds before discussing this." Observing Hong Lian's wide-eyed excitement, Jiao felt somewhat speechless. "Xiao, you should keep the money for now. We can divide it later when we return to the dormitory. However, we ought to consider how to spend it wisely for this matter." Xiao had already devised a detailed plan that he earnestly began to explain. "Regarding this, I suggest you all listen to my thoughts. As Jiao mentioned, once we return to the dormitory, I will distribute 15 silver to each person, and the remainder will be temporarily kept with me for emergencies. But with this 15 silver, please do not spend it frivolously. First and foremost, I must emphasize the significance of skill and magic. We have all endured a grueling battle, and I believe everyone understands how perilous it is to contend with magical creatures. You all know well how much assistance skills can offer us. I inquired a bit while I was out. And various guilds only provide the most basic weapons and equipment. They do not teach skills for free, and even the most rudimentary skills cost 10 silver. Therefore, in order to enhance our chances in future missions, I hope each of you will set aside 10 silver from this 15 silver to learn a skill. For which skill to learn. That is entirely up to your preferences, but I hope they will all be beneficial for combat. The reason you were able to learn so many skills previously was merely due to the good mood of those mentors. Do not expect them to always be so accommodating. Regarding the remaining funds, please do not squander them. Once you all have been discharged from the hospital, we will first visit the weapons and equipment shop to ensure our gear is in order. Otherwise, when the critical moment arrives." Hong Lian, lacking patience to hear more, waved her hand. "Xiao, could you please refrain from being so verbose? Rest assured, learning skills is a necessity, and acquiring useful equipment is also essential. With that money, along with the 5 silver each provided by the president that night, I am confident our combat capabilities will see a significant increase. Speaking of combat, there's something I wish to ask you. What could it possibly be?" Hong Lian said earnestly. "The 2 vials of powder you purchased last time were immensely helpful to us." "What exactly were they? How much do they cost?" Jiao had specifically researched this matter in the book. It is called exorcism powder. Though it is merely a low-level item, it is already quite sufficient for their current stage. Even that giant slime was momentarily incapacitated by it, truly a bane to magical creatures. According to the book, Exorcism powder is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and the magical herbs required are quite rare. The only magic apothecary in Takara limits purchases of exorcism powder to a few per day, and they are all low-leveled at AS. For the mid-tier exorcism powder, briefly mentioned, ordinary adventurers do not qualify to purchase it. It is not even displayed on the shelves of the magic apothecary, and one must negotiate with the shopkeeper. Only renowned adventurers of certain standing are eligible to buy it. That Shio was able to acquire 2 vials of low-level exorcism powder speaks volumes about his good fortune. Reflecting on the fact that he had left home around 9 a.m. that morning, Jalua silently speculated. Could it be that the magic apothecary opens at 9 a.m.? Perhaps Shio just happened to pass by and decided to buy 2 vials. While Jalua was able to glean this information from the book, the others may not have been so fortunate. Even Shio, who progressed the fastest, could only recognize fewer than 50 characters AS for Zaire. Despite appearing engrossed in reading, he was merely flipping through the illustrations. Honglian, on the other hand, had no interest in such matters. Recognizing numerical symbols was already her limit. Sitting down, Shio surveyed the group and chuckled. I knew you would ask. That is exorcism powder, effective against low-level magical creatures like slimes, and it also has the ability to repel magical beings that is a scarce commodity in Takara. For newcomers like us, it is quite helpful, albeit expensive. A small vial costs 1 silver. What? Just a tiny vial costs 1 silver. A loaf of bread is only 3 copper, a bento is 5 copper, and a deluxe bento is merely 8 copper. Those merchants are truly unscrupulous. Joa was too weary to listen to Honglian's complaints. Glancing at Alice, who remained silent, he pondered. Regardless, that exorcism powder has indeed been of great assistance to us. It is only reasonable for them to charge a higher price. After all, we currently have the means. We should spend where necessary. Indeed, we must spend where needed. Shio, if you have the time, remember to buy a few more vials of AS for the money. Naturally, it will fall upon you to cover it. Purchasing is essential, and Shio had no grounds to refuse. However, merely thinking about money brought him distress. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Now, having shared the good news, it's time for the bad news. What is it? The person asking was Jaw, who had long wished to inquire whether they could no longer stay in the dormitory after merely 1 night of sleep. Alas, having spent several days in the hospital, if they were to extend their stay... Oh, you mean that matter. Speaking of which, the hospital staff has yet to request payment from us. Since we can no longer stay, aside from Jalaw, the others, no, I will also leave the hospital with you. Rest assured, I am uninjured. It is merely due to overexertion of magical energy that I find myself in this state. A few more days of rest should suffice. Jalaw's complexion appeared quite well, despite the fact that it was difficult to discern fully due to the mask he was wearing. Shio responded promptly, saying, in that case, I shall proceed to handle your discharge procedures, having not returned for several days. He hoped the dormitory remained intact. Wait a moment. Everyone, I have something to say. The newcomer was a young boy with purple hair, the same one whom Jalaw and the others had rescued in the woods a few days prior. Alice recalled that his name was Xiaolang, and his earlier silence stemmed from sensing someone was eavesdropping. That it was only when she noticed Xiaolang loitering outside the ward that she lowered her guard. Upon seeing him push open the door, Alice inquired, Ah, it's you, Xiaolang. What brings you here? To be continued. Chapter 18. Discharged Xiaolang had just arrived, hesitating briefly about whether to enter. After peeking through the door and hearing Jalawa and the others discussing their discharge, he decided to step inside. Over the past few days, Xiaolang had made time to visit the hospital, yet for reasons unknown, he had refrained from entering the ward to greet Shio and the others. Concerned about being discovered, he had often hidden on the rooftop across the street, quietly observing. Days had passed, and it seemed that due to the necessity of close combat for martial artists, Xiaolang bore several unhealed wounds. However, in contrast, he appeared to have grown stronger, likely a result of diligent training. Compared to Jalaw and the others, his appearance was rather shabby. He wielded only a pair of guild-issued boxing gloves, and a cloth resembling a bandage was tied around his forehead. His short t-shirt paired with wrinkled, coffee-colored three-quarter pants, and his slightly dirty cloth shoes suggested he had endured considerable hardship, possibly struggling to adapt to the life of an adventurer. Yet, his spirit remained undaunted, and his resolute face seemed to declare, "I am not weak." Upon his arrival, the warm-hearted Honglian hastened to greet him, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiaolang, it's only been a few days, yet look at you. I'm quite worried about you." Alice, still in a daze, was urged by Honglian, "What are you waiting for? Quickly show your skills." Unlike Jaw, who had overexerted his magical powers, Alice had nearly restored her strength after several days of recuperation. Although she now appeared somewhat listless, her distraction stemmed from noticing that not all of Xiaolong's injuries were the result of battles with monsters. Approaching him, she gently rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 scars on his arm. How outrageous! Who dared to strike a child with a whip? Xiaolang, tell big sister what happened. I will definitely help you seek justice. Seeing a reflection of his younger self in Xiaolong's eyes stirred different emotions within Jialo. Had that incident not occurred, he might have been like this boy, enduring bullying in silence. The memory of his purple hair faded, and observing Xiaolong's spirited short hair made Jialua smile involuntarily. This smile immediately drew Honglian's ire. "Hey, Jialua, how can you smile when Xiaolang has been bullied like this? Have you lost your mind?" After Alice healed Xiaolong's wounds once more, he expressed his gratitude, although he felt troubled about returning and explaining the situation to his teammates. "Thank you, big sisters, for your concern that I'm fine. These wounds are insignificant for a martial artist." He almost forgot why he came. "Naturally, I wanted to express my thanks. You saved me last time, and when I have money." Noticing his serious demeanor, Alice interjected, "No, if you are sincere, then hurry up and grow stronger. It's strange. Why are you always alone? You have injuries. Why don't your teammates help you heal? They wouldn't be the ones who—" "No, big sister, please don't make it difficult for me. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Even the most important matters can wait a bit longer." "Xiaolang, tell me about your team members. Rest assured, I have no interest in them. I'm merely curious because they are your companions." The question came from Jialo. Upon meeting his friendly gaze, Xiaolang hesitantly replied, "My team consists of only 4 members. Aside from me, the not-so-useful martial artist, the other 3 are a dual-wielding thief, a mage, and a priest. Don't worry, they treat me well." "Really? If your team has a priest, why do you still have wounds? Why are there only 4 of you? Did someone perish?" "Yes, one person died. He was an older brother, a very good warrior." "I see. You must have had a tough time. Have you ever considered recruiting new members?" Seeing Xiaolong's downcast demeanor, Jialua ceased his inquiries. "If things don't go well, feel free to seek us out in the future. I might have a way to help you grow stronger quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiaolong's spirits lifted. "Thank you. If I have time, I will come to find you. After all, our dormitory isn't very far away. I have matters to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer." Throughout Xiaolong's visit, Shar had remained silent, but now, watching him depart, he softly sighed. "Ah, what a heart-wrenching child." "Xiao, have you ever pondered why we emerged from that tower?" Everyone had contemplated such questions, but they hadn't paid much attention to them. Once Xiao had helped Zhou organize that durable black cloak, he pondered, "I have thought about it, but it doesn't matter, and no matter where we are, we must survive. Only by surviving can we hope to understand such matters. Jialua, are you certain you want to leave with us?" "Yes, if you all leave. What reason do I have to stay here? It's not as comfortable as the dormitory, plus it costs money. I have no reason to remain, but you, don't worry, just prepare a wheelchair for me. The cost for it will come from my—" "No, you became like this because of us. The wheelchair expenses should certainly be covered by me, the team leader. Hurry up and pack your things. I'll be right back." Approximately 10 minutes later, everyone departed from the hospital. Given the considerable distance to the dormitory, they took their time on the journey. Jialua, seated in the wheelchair, was pushed by Xiao, while Shar, responsible for carrying the bags, was engrossed in a book. As for the 2 women, having yet to explore Takara City thoroughly, they admired the scenery along the way. The group carried little luggage. Shar's armor and shield had already been taken to the weapon shop for repairs and were expected to be ready by the next afternoon, while his sword, severely corroded, had been sent for reforging. As for Alice's small armor, although it showed no damage, she had taken it for maintenance and could retrieve it any time to that moment. The sun was shining brightly, and Alice, dressed in a refreshing short shirt, strolled leisurely. Like her, Jalawa found it challenging to compare the general map of Takara City with a vivid experience of seeing it firsthand. How could such wondrous architecture exist in this world? The day they left the city to combat slimes, he hadn't closely observed the buildings lining the streets. Now, as he examined them, he realized he had never truly acknowledged this world, in Takara City. Even the most ordinary buildings possessed considerable depth. Those seemingly modest shops appeared small, but its spacious interiors capable of accommodating hundreds. Furthermore, what appeared to be two-story houses revealed clusters of children gathered inside through the windows, likely engaged in some form of training. While women were weaving and elderly men sat together playing chess, it turned out that Takara City was not solely populated by adventurers. There were many ordinary people as well. If given the opportunity another day, he would attempt to engage with them. Observing the passers-by on the street, Joel realized that this city was even more vibrant than he had imagined. Was it due to the presence of the Adventurers Guild? Unbeknownst to them, the group was nearing the dormitory as they passed by a bookstore. Shar returned the borrowed books, and the others took the opportunity to browse. Shio purchased 2 books of interest, while Shar acquired an illustrated publication. Everyone's spirits were high until, just as they reached the entrance of the dormitory courtyard, a jarring voice interrupted. "Oh, someone's here. Sorry, I don't care who you are. This place has been claimed by us." Get lost. To be continued. Chapter 19. The determination to grow stronger, those who emerged from the giant black tower and accepted the identity of adventurers were provided free dormitory accommodations by the guild. The dormitories were assigned based on small teams and were primarily located within a designated area planned by the guild. The facilities were relatively simple, yet for newcomers to Mafu, it was indeed a favorable provision, offering them a place to rest that, of course, if one preferred not to stay or sought better accommodations, they could seek alternatives. However, the locals faced a different situation. For them, the guild only offered job opportunities. Except for the exceptionally talented, anything they desired had to be earned through their abilities. During Jalawa's hospitalization, no one returned to the dormitory, allowing others to take advantage of their absence. There were 3 individuals, all of average appearance, yet their attire was quite fine. The middle-aged man at the forefront is clad in fine leather armor, and the gleaming boots adorning his feet appear to be quite luxurious. He wields 2 identical rapiers, unmistakably marking him as a thief swordsman. Beside him, a short and corpulent figure dons a floor-length gray robe and grips a staff of commendable quality, suggesting he is a priest. There is also a woman, adorned with heavy makeup, tall and draped in a crimson robe, wielding a staff that subtly emanates a red glow, indicating her identity as a fire mage. All 3 are novice adventurers. Originally drifters who found themselves in the city of Takara, but through a stroke of fortune, they became adventurers. Unfortunately, due to their lackluster abilities and inherent laziness, they have now devolved into ruffians. They had long coveted the dormitory of the Jalawa team. During such times, it is generally difficult for newcomers to return once they venture out. Thus, they shamelessly occupied the space. However, they did not anticipate that mere days after their arrival, the newcomers would return. Would they relinquish the dormitory? Absolutely not. Would they apologize? Even more unlikely. Thus unfolded the scene that Jalaw and his companions witnessed, the trio glaring malevolently at them from their seats. Should anyone dare to step into the courtyard, they would undoubtedly strike. The city of Takara has regulations in place. Conflicts are permissible, but physical confrontations are forbidden. Guards patrol the main streets at regular intervals, and should anyone engage in dueling, thievery, or even bully or mistreat ordinary citizens, they would face arrest, with the more serious offenders being thrown into prison. The newcomers' welfare dormitory is a key area for guard patrols, and the trio exploited this loophole. Having prepared thoroughly, although they had only recently arrived in this world, Jalawa and his companions were acutely aware that guards would appear periodically on the street outside the courtyard. They faced 2 options: retreat and await the guards' arrival, or confront and dispose of the 3 ruffians directly. Should they choose the latter, the situation would be grim. First, Jaw, confined to a wheelchair, could not be counted as a combatant. Zaire had lost his armor, shield, and weapon, rendering him incapable of utilizing his skills. Although Alisai could be considered a combatant, she had not yet fully recovered, making it difficult for her to exert her strength. Hong Lian was recovering well, but had not yet reached her optimal state. She could only engage in battle with Xiao while also needing to protect the others. How could they triumph over 3 fellow adventurers who had descended into thuggery? Unfazed by these concerns, Honglian fixed her emotionless gaze upon the red-lipped female mage and remarked, "It seems you have no intention of vacating this place, do you? Very well. I have not had much activity lately. Let me practice my skills on you." The ruffians were taken aback by the newcomers' willingness to fight, yet they paid little heed, confident in their status as genuine adventurers, albeit only novices. Unfortunately, as Honglian lunged with her short sword at the female mage, the middle-aged thief swordsman swiftly countered, easily deflecting her attack. With no armor to protect her upper body, just as she was about to be struck, a cleverly angled arrow resolved the impending crisis, seeing their leader narrowly escape the arrow's path. The female mage hastily began to chant a spell. However, before she could conjure a fireball, Alisai had already approached her. Weakened in form, the mage crumpled to the ground in pain after receiving a knee strike. The short and stout priest longed to intervene, yet Xiao, armed with a bow, kept a watchful gaze fixed upon him. Should he dare to act, the deadly arrow would undoubtedly be unleashed in a moment of distraction. The unarmed Zaire seized the staff from the priest's grasp. Witnessing 2 of their companions swiftly subdued, the middle-aged thief swordsman grew anxious, exclaiming, "Damn it, these newcomers are truly formidable. If I do not display my true capabilities soon, I may very well meet my end." He then shouted, "Hey, how despicable of you to gang up on us! Despicable. You forcibly occupied our dormitory in our absence. Who, then, is truly despicable?" The thief swordsman was indeed powerful. Despite battling for a considerable duration, Honglian could not overcome him and nearly sustained injury. Fortunately, the situation became clearer, and under the collective assault of all, excluding Zhao, the thief swordsman's skills were only successfully executed once before he ultimately succumbed to defeat. Once the ruffians were bound together, Zhao, seated in his wheelchair, finally spoke, "Xiao, it appears we have much work ahead of us. Merely dealing with this fellow has proven to be quite the challenge for you." Observing Honglian's disgruntled expression, Jialuo could surmise her impending complaint. "Jialuo, you stand there unscathed and criticize us. This man may appear weak, but his strength is not to be underestimated. Humph, have my hands not been so feeble? I would have easily bested him." With Honglian's expression of entitlement, Zhou refrained from further comment. As he was wheeled to a stone table, he began to survey the courtyard, still somewhat unfamiliar to him. Considering it their new abode, the ruffians had not caused any damage. A simple cleanup would suffice to restore it to its former state. When the patrolling guards finally arrived, Jelloa overheard an intriguing piece of information. "What? Again, you lot. Last time you were locked up for half a month. Have you learned nothing? Honestly, if you would only put in a bit more effort, you could become official adventurers. Why must you always? Ah, never mind. Let's take you back first. Newcomers, you did well. I will take them away." "Wait a moment." Amidst the curious gazes of the 5 guards, Junk calmly stated, "To become an official adventurer, one must purchase an official emblem from the guildmaster for 30 silver coins. Their capabilities are commendable. Earning 30 silver should not be overly challenging, but... Newcomer, do you genuinely not know this? Or are you feigning ignorance? Stop staring. They truly are unaware." The middle-aged guard with an indistinguishable face began to explain. "Kid, becoming an official adventurer, specifically a D-rank adventurer, is no simple feat besides purchasing the official emblem. You must also pass the assessment of your respective guild." To grasp the difficulty of this assessment, let me share a fact. In Takira, the number of novice adventurers hovers around 6,000, while D-rank adventurers are fewer than 500. As for those of higher ranks, they're even more scarce. Do you understand now? I have high hopes for you. As long as you work diligently and remain cautious, I believe you will one day become D-rank adventurers." Until the guard departed with the 3 ruffians, Joe remained in his wheelchair, pondering D-rank adventurers. So, there are C-rank, B-rank, and A-rank as well. It seems we must strive to grow stronger swiftly. Do you all have confidence? Everyone had been listening, though each harbored differing emotions. Honglian, leisurely munching on an orange, appeared unconcerned. Alisai, practicing with a wooden stick, bore a serious expression. Xiao stood contemplatively beside the wheelchair, eyes closed, while Zaire, seated at the stone table, hung his head, seemingly anxious. Some were fearful, while others were apprehensive. However, upon hearing Jalawa's words, their resolve to grow stronger burned more fiercely than ever before. To be continued. Chapter 20. Fire Mouse leather armor Jalawa had sustained no injuries, and after 2 days of rest, he was able to abandon the wheelchair. Now, he could wield magic once more, though he must refrain from overexertion, as the affliction of magic deficiency is not easily alleviated in a short span. During these 2 days, the others had not been idle. Through the skirmish with the thief swordsman ruffians, Shio had come to understand his numerous shortcomings. Particularly concerning was his lack of close-range defensive capabilities. For an archer, being inept in melee combat is acceptable, but a certain level of defensive skill is essential. If a monster or enemy were to close in, and teammates could not provide timely support, what then? Without external assistance, the only recourse is to enhance one's physical reflexes. For the past 2 days, Shio had been seeking out fights, even going so far as to request sparring sessions with Hong Lian, resulting in consistently bruised outcomes. Had it not been for Alisai's healing, he would have been unable to endure. As for why he did not practice archery, aside from the lack of adequate space, it was due to his abysmal skills. During the encounter with the ruffians, he had showcased decent archery, but that was primarily due to the proximity and his keen sense of timing. If the distance were to increase and no one provided him with opportunities, his accuracy would plummet drastically. This could be attributed to the substandard arrows he utilized, but improving his archery skills in the short term proved difficult. Hence, he focused on enhancing his physical reflexes. Meanwhile, Hong Lian had not engaged in much practice. Aside from mercilessly bullying Shio, she primarily indulged herself, purchasing numerous new garments and an array of exotic fruits. However, based on Jalawa's observations, it seemed that Hong Lian had been secretly training in the dormitory. As for the nature of her training, only Alisai would likely know that Zaire's training regimen was somewhat monotonous, consisting solely of running. Whenever Jalawa caught sight of him, he was drenched in sweat, yet a smile adorned his face, suggesting satisfaction with his training results. As for Alisai, her behavior was peculiar. She stood quietly in one spot, casting holy light upon herself. Due to the limitations of his understanding, Jalawa was unable to comprehend what she was truly engaged in. However, it was certain that she was enhancing her mastery over magic. Under Jalawa's fervent insistence, the day for their visit to the weapons shop arrived sooner than anticipated. Jalawa, now that we're here, why don't you purchase something? That hat seems quite suitable for you. Or perhaps, never mind. You all know that I don't even need a staff, so why would I want that hat? As for clothing, this cloak is splendid, and I can't bear to part with it, but I certainly need a pair of durable shoes. His gaze flitted back and forth among several pairs of leather boots, ultimately settling on a pair of black leather boots made from a rare type of rhinoceros hide, exceedingly wear-resistant, albeit quite expensive. The unremarkable pair cost a staggering 3 silver and 50 copper coins, equivalent to 2 months' worth of living expenses for Shar. As for Alice, she had no intention of purchasing a sword, explaining to everyone that she sought a reliable weapon for her return to the guild. Dressed in well-maintained armor, she observed the exchange between the shopkeeper and herself, seemingly keen on understanding the various types of metals used in weaponry. Meanwhile, Shar, a warrior, sought to avoid a repeat of previous circumstances and had specially spent 5 silver coins to have magical runes engraved on his armor by the shopkeeper. According to the shopkeeper's description, this was a type of enhancement spell that not only lightened the armor, but also increased its durability. With this enhancement, Shar would undoubtedly be able to protect his comrades more effectively. As for his shield, although still usable, it had been corroded by the slime's venom, prompting him to invest in a decent replacement. While he considered every aspect for the team, regrettably, he made no purchases for himself, opting instead to replenish his stock with 2 quivers each of inferior and superior arrows. That a quiver of 20 inferior arrows cost merely 10 copper coins, while a quiver of 20 superior arrows required 50 copper coins. Even an outsider could discern the stark difference between the two. Had Shar utilized superior arrows during his encounter with the slime, the outcome would have been decidedly different. Red Lotus had her eye on an exceptionally sharp black silver dagger, which the shopkeeper claimed could easily pierce the skin of ordinary magical creatures. However, its price was exorbitant, an astounding 8 silver coins. just as Red Lotus gritted her teeth to purchase the dagger. Jello interjected, "Red Lotus, your prowess is evident to us all, but regardless, you are an assassin. You are indeed the sharpest weapon in our team, yet also the one most susceptible to injury. Surely, you ought to acquire some protective clothing. And shoes as well." "Clothing? No, I think this is just fine. As for the shoes, there's no need to change those. Rest assured, as long as you remain unharmed, then no, if you do not change, how can we feel at ease?" "Red Lotus, think about it. If you were to sustain an injury, leaving a scar, then I'll take a look. I think that one looks quite nice. How much is it, shopkeeper?" Young lady, you possess excellent taste. This fire rat skin armor fits you perfectly. Crafted from the hide of the rare volcanic rat, it not only provides protection against first-tier fire magic, but also mitigates the damage from second-tier fire spells, while offering warmth as well. The durability is unparalleled. It is one of my finest creations. Given your enthusiasm earlier, I shall sell it to you at a bargain at merely 40 silver coins. That's far too expensive. Red Lotus yearned for it, not only because it fit well, but also because the armor was undeniably beautiful. Ultimately, it was Shu who provided the funds, causing the rewards from their slime hunt to dwindle considerably. Jalois was primarily interested in the specialized terminologies that the shopkeeper frequently uttered, such as first-tier magic. Contemplating his need to learn magic at the guild, he departed first. With steady footsteps, Shar, fully armored, approached a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance. This man was his mentor, and upon seeing him, he said nonchalantly, "By your appearance, it seems you've endured quite a bit, that if you wish to grow stronger, that is possible, but my training is exceedingly rigorous. Are you certain you'll give it a try?" "I wish to try. I kindly request your guidance, mentor." "Very well, follow me at the same time." Red Lotus also arrived before her mentor. Her mentor was a stunning beauty with orange hair. An alluring figure, wearing sword-shaped earrings, surrounded by a dozen guild members. As soon as Red Lotus arrived, everyone's gaze was drawn to her. "Oh, that armor is quite nice, and that dagger will do. You seem primed for action. Speak up. What do you wish to learn from me?" "Not in a hurry. I want to confirm something first. Mentor, I wish to spar with you." "Good eye. Very well. Let us begin at once." Alice's mentor was a handsome and suave gentleman, and upon her arrival, he remained silent, reviewing documents at his desk. "Regardless, surviving your return is the first test you've successfully passed. Congratulations. Your weapon was destroyed?" "I am somewhat busy. Please go to the warehouse and select a weapon." "Thank you." Shu had long since arrived at the guild, his mentor a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter, currently observing him shoot arrows in the training grounds. "Your aim is woefully inadequate. With skills like yours, you think you can learn the icy arrow? Spare me. Even if you wanted to learn, you wouldn't succeed. Icy arrows are not suited for you. When you can hit the bullseye 9 out of 10 times from 70 meters away. Then we can discuss this further." In contrast to the others, Jello was somewhat lackadaisical, arriving at the entrance of the Magic Guild only now. After inquiring with several passers-by, he finally confirmed the guild's location. This was not his fault. He had merely stumbled upon it previously. Compared to that day, the guild appeared rather lively. Standing outside, Jello glanced inside and noted that the dim hall contained at least 200 individuals. However, just as he was about to step through the door, someone shoved him aside. "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." TBC, Chapter 21. A boring duel. The newcomers were a pair of arrogant young men and women, clad in exquisite robes and wielding impressive staffs, clearly adept in magic. According to the badges they wore, they were also apprentice adventurers, much like Jello. Though merely apprentices, they had gained a measure of notoriety within the city. They were an unconventional duo, having completed no less than 100 task commissions, and each time they returned unscathed, making them the most promising candidates for promotion to D rank within the guild. Their strength was formidable. Consider this. They were merely 2 magicians, lacking the reliable guardianship of warriors or knights, and without the supportive aid of priests or clerics, yet they had flawlessly fulfilled their task requirements through sheer brute force. The male was named Buck, with gray hair and a commendable physique, specializing in fire magic. The female was Von Kara, with blue hair and a tall frame, skilled in ice magic. It was Buck who had knocked Jello down. Primarily due to urgency, showing little regard for who he was blocking. Estelle raised his head. Buck, having just entered the door, turned around disdainfully. Humph. Not even a staff. A rookie is a rookie. I bet you lost your staff ages ago. No, it probably got destroyed, perhaps at the hands of a magical creature. Truly, Buck, someone like him, will likely vanish within half a month. That we have urgent matters. Let us not waste time on him. Indeed. Apologies, rookie. I accidentally bumped into you. I hope you won't take offense. Though he claimed to apologize, there was no sincerity in his tone. Instead, he looked on with a sense of schadenfreude at Jalaw, his gaze lingering only briefly before moving on. Jalaw was not greatly affected. Perhaps he had long since grown accustomed to such treatment, for he felt no anger. Rising once more, he did not linger. The Magic Guild was a peculiar place. Jalaw had initially thought the hall would be crowded, yet he was surprised to find it unusually spacious. With so many people present, he felt somewhat out of sorts. Was he afraid of sudden migraine? No, he simply disliked being among crowds. Or perhaps he did not enjoy being in populated areas. Today, he simply wished to locate Old Ban as quickly as possible, but after searching for a considerable time, he still could not find him. The hall was quite notable, spacious enough to accommodate 3,000 individuals, entirely different from his last visit, where the original 4 entrances had vanished, leaving only a single grand entrance. From the outside, it appeared overly dim, yet within, the lighting was vibrant and colorful, with the previously monotonous layout adorned with lavish decorations. What could account for this spectacle? Surely, it was attributable to magic. Why were so many people gathered? A ball? A tea party? Jaw was not entirely certain. Glancing around, he deduced that the crowd consisted mostly of magicians. Could it be that the guild had some significant announcement to relay to everyone? No. After observing for a while, Jalawa began to discern what was amiss. Within Dakara City, there were 12 guilds, and the apprentice population numbered around 6,000. Yet the number of individuals in this hall approached 2,000. Was it that magicians were particularly sought after? That was not unreasonable, as their power was indispensable to any team. However, it still felt off. Were there perhaps members from other guilds gathered here, or even ordinary individuals who were not adventurers? Having failed to locate Old Ban, Jalawa felt quite vexed. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to return another day. However, just as he was contemplating departure, a figure obstructed his path. This individual, with a mane of silver hair, donned a fitted blue robe and protective goggles, grasping a short staff in his left hand. Appearing to be no more than 20 years of age, his handsome visage was currently cast in an expression of fierce disdain directed at Jalawa. As soon as he materialized, those around swiftly vacated the area. What is happening? Oh, it's AB. Why is he glaring at the newcomer? Could it be that the newcomer has provoked him? Jalaw, confirming he did not recognize the individual before him, remained silent for a moment before politely inquiring, "Do you require my assistance?" "Assistance? Of course. Young man, where did you procure that cloak you are wearing? Answer me promptly." "So, he is envious of my cloak. Could it be that this old gentleman truly gifted me something of great value? This cloak was bestowed upon me by my mentor upon my induction into the guild. Is there an issue with it?" "An issue? Indeed, there is. AB, known as Little AB, has ascended to a D-grade magician within merely a year of joining the guild, showcasing formidable prowess. However, due to his infrequent appearances, most are only acquainted with his name, not his person. Earlier, it was Buck who had knocked Jalawa down outside and recognized the newcomer's predicament. He quickly approached, exclaiming, "Oh, esteemed senior, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's you." "Nothing much. Simply wish to ascertain what sort of individual the esteemed guild leader has taken an interest in. Just this lad? Impossible. Senior, this fellow lacks even a staff. Surely you must be mistaken." AB earnestly hoped he was in error, yet he was all too familiar with the cloak Jiva wore. Previously, he had persistently beseeched the guild leader for it, but despite his pleas and various tactics, it had remained elusive. Upon returning from a mission, he was infuriated to discover the coveted item adorning another's shoulders. "I too hope I am mistaken. Hey lad, how about a duel with him? If you win, this single gold coin in my possession will be yours." "Almost forgot. You can borrow my staff?" What a blatant provocation! Coupled with the raucous encouragement of the onlookers, Jalua immediately became the center of attention. In light of this situation, Jalua would not retreat, but also refused to be led by the nose. I am willing to give it a try, but I shall not require anyone's staff. Correspondingly, I wish to add 2 rules. Dueling without a staff? Surely this newcomer cannot be foolish. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps he possesses some hidden strength. Hey, Buck, just entertain him for a bit. Senior, if I win, does that mean the gold coin is mine? Of course, but do not hold back. Buck had little interest in the gold coin. His desire was merely to impress Ibai. As he swiftly entered a battle-ready stance. Jalua felt a considerable weight of pressure. Should he be careless, injury would be inevitable. The rules I wish to add are simple and reasonable. First, we will only engage in 5 moves if I am still standing after your 5 moves. It will be deemed my victory. Oh, you are quite confident in yourself. Very well, I accept. What is the second rule? He intended to add another but thought better of it, as he was pressed for time. You may proceed with your attack. Unbeknownst to Jalua, a massive fireball hovered ominously above him. Just as he concluded his sentence, the fireball plummeted. Wow, to cast fireball without incantation? Truly impressive, Buck. That newcomer must surely perish. The guild hall's floor was not easily damaged. The fireball merely raised the ambient temperature without further consequence. Witnessing Jalua emerge unscathed from the flames, Buck was incredulous. Impossible. He was clearly struck by my fireball. How could he be unharmed? I see now. You possess some special magical artifact. That cloak you wear, perhaps? The surrounding crowd shared this sentiment, yet Abi remained unconvinced. Stop your foolish chatter. If you lose, it is not merely a matter of gold. Take this seriously. Earlier, in a bid to showcase his prowess, Buck had cast fireball without an incantation. Now, he recited the spell, summoning a massive crimson fireball that soon loomed over Jalua. I refuse to believe this time you will escape unharmed. Go forth, explosive fireball. The power was considerable. Yet regrettably, Jalua once again emerged calmly from the inferno. That was 2 moves. 3 remain. I am in a hurry, so please expedite your actions. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 22. A dismal day even after Jalua's departure. Many in the hall remained in a daze. What is happening in this world? How could such a formidable newcomer exist? Did Jalua truly employ some powerful magical artifact to negate the flames? No one dared make hasty conclusions. However, one thing was certain. He was no ordinary individual. Many speculated that he must possess some innate talent that resonated exceptionally well with fire magic. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would remain so composed. Only a select few in the hall discerned some clues. It appeared that Jaw had not employed any magic, but passively endured the onslaught of flames. In truth, this was not the case. The subtle magical fluctuations, though faint, were still perceived by the observant. Among them was a solitary female magician seated in a corner, her entire form shrouded, even her face concealed behind a pale mask. She had been observing the duel between Jalua and Buck from a distance. What an intriguing individual. If the opportunity arises, I must engage with him. Given the circumstances, Abi found himself at a loss for words. Buck had exerted considerable effort, yet failed to bring Jalua down. Even if he had grievances, he would not hold Buck accountable. After all, this was not his fault. It was entirely due to Jalua's enigmatic nature. Enough with the long faces. Seeing how hard you tried, I shall gift you these 2 bottles of intermediate exorcism powder I just acquired. I hope you utilize them wisely. Esteemed senior, I have yet to accomplish my task. How can I take them and be quiet? No need for all this fuss. Remember, he is my quarry. Do not get any ideas about him. Very well. Esteemed senior, my partner waits. I must take my leave. After this brief interlude, the hall did not see a decrease in patrons, but an increase instead. Once Buck departed, Abi lingered in place, deep in thought. That cloak probably possesses minimal fire resistance. Who exactly is that lad? How infuriating. Why hasn't that old man shown up yet? Regarding this farce, many believe Jalua had effortlessly withstood the flames, but was that truly the case? Shortly after leaving the guild, Jalua felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Had he not been recovering well over the past few days, he would likely have found himself hospital-bound once more for his lack of fear towards fire. It was neither due to the cloak nor a curse. From the outset, he had devised a strategy for coping. At the very moment the flames were about to strike, he enveloped himself in a thin layer of black flame barrier. Once the fire subsided, he dispelled the magic. It seemed quite simple, yet required immense precision and drained a significant portion of Jalawa's mental energy. He had not practiced magic extensively, but witnessing Buck's ability to cast Fireball without incantation made him acutely aware of the importance of practice. Each of Buck's 5 moves was formidable, especially the last 2. Had he not reinforced the black flame barrier, he surely would have sustained burns. Yet, it was precisely because he had bolstered the magic that others perceived something amiss. Regarding this matter, Jalawa remained oblivious, calmly collecting the gold coin before turning to leave. Currently, while lingering in a tea house, he sought not only respite but also to ponder several matters. The black flame technique and black flame barrier were indeed effective, yet they proved somewhat inadequate against Buck's relentless assault. He required more potent magic. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter Guild Leader Ban, and although he had experimented with the techniques detailed in books to enhance his magical power, he had failed to master them. He desperately needed someone to clarify these matters for him. Even facing an unqualified apprentice who had yet to attain D grade proved to be a challenge. He yearned to grow stronger. Jalawa was acutely aware of his uniqueness, and following the recent occurrences, he recognized that without some semblance of disguise, it would be difficult to navigate this city to avoid unnecessary complications. Once he had rested sufficiently, he resolved to visit the magic shop to procure a decorative staff. An ordinary one would certainly not suffice, should he grasp one only for it to disintegrate. He would likely find himself blacklisted from the establishment. Contemplating the short staff in Abe's possession, he decided to pursue that route, yet he could not genuinely acquire it, should he happen to hold it. He must not make direct contact. Possessing the 1 gold coin he received from Abe, he believed he should be able to find a suitable staff. In contrast to Jalawa, the situations of others were quite dire. With Xiar facing the worst predicament, he had scarcely entered the training ground for half an hour before being carried out. Honestly, I told you already, you are far too weak right now. There are limits to wanting to show off. Someone quickly take him to the infirmary. Honglian's situation was similar, though fortunately, she had not lost consciousness, merely suffering a one-sided thrashing from the beautiful instructor. The onlookers, witnessing her disheveled state, could not help but mock her for her hubris as the subject of this ridicule. Honglian indeed felt quite embarrassed, yet rather than anger, she was filled with delight. You are too slow. Your reactions have diminished considerably since the beginning. It seems this is your limit. When you first joined the guild, I mentioned that the most crucial principle for an assassin is to never turn your back to the enemy. Look at you now. Does this still hold true? The beautiful mentor wields no weapon, and every time the struggling Honglian attempts to rise and attack, she finds herself struck at the nape of her neck by the mentor. Surprisingly, this time she managed to evade the mentor's casual strike and even launched a counterattack. However, it is regrettable that no one who becomes a mentor is weak. Her counter was deftly sidestepped, and Honglian promptly fell, bringing this tedious farce to an end. The final blow was acceptable, yet her reaction time was still lacking. Had it possessed more force, perhaps that strike could have inflicted some damage upon me. Young lady, possessing spirit is admirable, but do not overestimate your capabilities. You are still far too weak. Any one of those around you could easily triumph over you. Nonetheless, do not lose heart. I have high hopes for you. Now, let me take you to receive some healing. In contrast to the others, Shio appeared somewhat despondent, repeatedly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Unfortunately, after practicing for over 2 hours, he struggled to hit 6 out of 10 at 50 meters, let alone achieving 9 out of 10 at 70. Ultimately, his training was cut short due to a muscle strain in his arm. Well then, that concludes today as practice. You should return and rest well. And remember to come back tomorrow. Understood, mentor. Thank you for your patience in guiding me. I promise. Save the pretty words until you have achieved something. Alice fared relatively better. Her mentor was merely instructing her in swordsmanship. However, even with the sword practice, she was not in much better shape. Her movements were too stiff, and there were numerous areas where she needed refinement. Want to grow stronger? Wish to learn from me? I will seriously consider it once you meet my established standards. I am rather busy. You may return to practice at your own pace, but do wash your face quickly. Thank you. It was a rather dismal day. All 5 individuals faced varying degrees of setbacks, yet none succumbed to despair. Just as Zaire woke from treatment, in a private residence of Tassila City, the elder man, whom Jelloah sought, was conversing with a man through a curtain. I have told you. He is the young man I have taken a liking to. Do not entertain any notions about him, or else do not blame me. Oh dear, regardless of the circumstances, I am the lord of Tassila City. I have the right. Do not put on airs in front of me. Your pitiful title of lord means nothing here. Very well. Since he is a member of the Magic Guild, I will comply with your request. But you must first cover the hospital expenses for those young ones. It is not much, just 25 gold coins. What? 25 gold coins? Do not try to pull that on me, you scoundrel. It is merely 25 gold coins. I am not short of money. Take it. Remember, he is my apprentice. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, I will not hold back. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 23. The Path of Magic after visiting the magic shop. Jelloah not only purchased a fine staff, but also seized the opportunity to inquire about meditation from the proprietor. After trying it out and noticing its effects, he promptly departed, meditating alone in his dormitory. Jelloah felt no boredom. Rather, he experienced a sense of joy. From that day forth, he officially embarked on the journey of magical cultivation. However, one matter troubled him. Why had no one returned even though it was already night? Were the other 4 diligently training in their respective guilds? Even with such fervor, there must be a limit, right? Could it be that something had happened to them? Should he go search for them? Gazing up at the eerie, crimson moon in the night sky, Jelloah pondered. Seeing that the others had not yet returned, he waited a bit longer, but when no one appeared, he had no choice but to refocus on his meditation. To wield magic, mana is indispensable. And magic is the manifestation and release of the mana within one's body that if one struggles to communicate with their inner mana, they would require external aids, such as a staff. For a mage, mana is akin to life force, and what can be termed the source of mana is the mana factor that exists in the atmosphere and all things in the world. And one can absorb it into their body, transforming the absorbed mana factor into their own mana. Meditation is the most efficient method for mana absorption. The more mana factors one absorbs, the stronger the magic they can cast. However, the answer is no. A mage's body is like a container. Each mage has their limits, which is known as the disparity in talent and aptitude. Skills are derivatives of magic, and thus adventurers exhibit this variance. For instance, despite their efforts, some may find it exceedingly difficult to advance to D rank throughout their lifetime. Jelloah did not learn these matters from books, but rather from the words of the magic shop owner. He could barely grasp them, yet the owner had also mentioned something enigmatic. To use magic, merely converting the mana within is insufficient. There's another essential component. What could that be? The owner did not elaborate, only advising him to ponder someone newly immersed in the world of magic. He found it impossible to comprehend, so he returned to his meditation. After a whole night of meditation, Jelloah distinctly sensed changes in his body. Is this the transformation brought about by the absorption of mana factors? Having spent an entire night awake, he felt not fatigue, but rather invigorated. His enthusiasm for magic grew ever stronger. He yearned to share this joy with someone. Yet the empty dormitory held only him. This morning arrived. Why had they still not returned? Although he was reluctant to engage with others, he did not wish for them to be out of sight. Over an hour later, someone finally arrived. Seeing Alice silently practicing her sword in the corner, Jelloah approached and inquired, "Is that your new weapon? It looks splendid." "Alice, you and the others did not come back last night. What exactly were you up to?" "Apologies, I was too engrossed in consulting my mentor and lost track of time." "Did the others not return either?" "I suppose their circumstances must be similar to mine." Noting that Alice continued to swing her sword, Jelloah refrained from speaking further. Instead, he fetched a chair from his room and settled down outside the dormitory door to meditate. That afternoon, the other 3 returned one after another. Yet their appearances were rather poor, especially Zaire, who, after washing his face, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Likely having endured a grueling training session, as for Shio, he returned with a pile of items, quickly organized them, took a shower, and then hurriedly departed. In contrast, after bathing, Hong Lian appeared revitalized. Her spirits high, she did not immerse herself in practice like the others, but instead clung to Jiao, eager to unveil his true visage. Jiao, too, wished to see his own appearance. However, the mask remained an obstacle. Unable to withstand Hong Lian's persistence, he retreated back into the dormitory. Little did he expect that Hong Lian would follow him to the boys' dormitory, continuing her pursuit. Out of sheer exasperation, he allowed her to pinch his face. 2 days later, in the morning, marking the 10th day since Jiao arrived in this world, amidst Hong Lian's clamor about her lack of pocket money, the team resolved to undertake another task. This time, everyone was well prepared, believing that as long as they exercised caution, there should be no issues. Since we are ready, then Ja, is that a flute hanging from your waist? Though it appeared to resemble a jade flute, it was not. Noticing the curiosity of others, Jiao explained, No, it is the staff I just purchased. According to the shopkeeper, it seems to be a fine bone staff, which should align well with my dark magic, so I bought it. Now I understand. Jiao, your magic is already quite formidable. With that staff, I believe you. No, I have only just begun my journey into magic a few days ago. I'm not as impressive as you all think. Enough of this. Let us move. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Due to the crowd in the hall, Jiao did not jostle among others at the task board, but instead stood quietly with Hong Lian. He had no intention of engaging with anyone. Yet unexpectedly, someone approached him. With few acquaintances, it was naturally Judy, the guild president. A newcomer. You all seem to have recovered well, and your strength appears to have increased. Are you planning to embark on a grand undertaking this time? Regarding Judy, whom he had only seen twice, Zheng did not harbor any aversion. Well, after resting for several days, if we do not take on some work soon, our funds will likely dwindle rapidly. President, do you have any good suggestions? Newcomer, you are quite candid. There are many ways to earn money. It all depends on your choices. However, regardless, battling monsters is indispensable that if you seek lucrative opportunities. Judy intended to elaborate, but at that moment, Xiao, looking disheveled, approached. Hey, newcomer, you all have arrived quite early. If you wish to accept suitable commissions, I have thought of a special one. Follow me. They entered a reception room where a male assistant was organizing documents. Upon seeing Judy and Jiao's group arrive, he promptly stood up and said, President, what brings you here? Do not be alarmed. Hand me the commission we received this morning. Certainly, Jiao was quite curious about the nature of the commission. Yet Judy, upon acquiring it, did not immediately reveal its contents. Instead, she beamed at everyone. Would you like to know what the commission entails? Naturally, they were eager to learn, as Jiao was not inclined to linger in the guild for too long. If the danger was minimal, they would certainly take it on. Don't rush before I divulge the details. I wish to mention something first. What is it? During this period, the adventurers who were in the same batch as you have been remarkably diligent. At least those who survive have completed 3 tasks, while you all... President, we call this caution prudence. The number of completed tasks pales in comparison to the value of being alive. We are well prepared now. And soon enough, you will see us in a new light. Let's not waste time. Please share the details of the commission. Very well, take a look for yourselves. If it does not pique your interest, feel free to select from the task board. After scrutinizing the document several times, Jiao remarked, the reward is quite generous, but unfortunately, the information is scant. It appears there won't be much danger. But since it is a commission, we cannot escape facing magical beasts. Xiao, are you certain you want to accept this? Before Xiao could respond, Hong Lian clapped her hands and declared, Of course we should accept. Jiao, what are you afraid of? If it's just magical beasts, what is there to fear? If they declined, the task board in the hall was currently crowded with people, and finding another commission would require at least a half-hour wait. Additionally, the reward was indeed substantial, and the team had numerous expenses to consider. Thus, Xiao nodded in agreement. Let's accept it. However, we must prepare thoroughly before we set off. Thank you, President. Be continued. Chapter 24. The Centipede Mountain Range. The Centipede Mountain Range, situated in the remote northeastern region of Takira City, lies at the border between the Kingdom of Interia and the Kingdom of Fears. However, due to the impassable Great Abyss that separates them, the two nations have little interaction. The Centipede Mountain Range rests on one side of this chasm. Yet the entire mountain range remains unaffected by the mysterious aura emanating from the abyss, instead nurturing a plethora of wondrous life forms, with rare magical plants flourishing abundantly. Of course, this was the initial state. Over the years, reckless plundering by adventurers has rendered most areas desolate. Were it not for the periodic growth of new magical plants, no one would consider venturing here, in such a remote location. It was impossible for Jalaw and his companions to rely solely on foot. Upon leaving the city, they rented a carriage. However, the moment the driver learned of their destination, he was most reluctant. Had it not been for Xiao offering 5 times the fare, the driver would never have considered taking on this job. That morning, Jalaw finally escaped the crowded carriage, though it was not quite an escape. He merely left the driver waiting for their return. The journey had been perilous, encountering several waves of magical beasts. Jalaw had attempted to engage them, but found himself unable to inflict even the slightest harm. In short, those magical beasts were beyond their current capabilities. Had it not been for the seemingly ordinary carriage's astonishing speed, the entire party, excluding Zheng, might have perished along the way, and oh wonder the driver was so reluctant. It was no surprise that before departing the guild, the president had repeatedly cautioned them to be vigilant. However, as they approached the vicinity of the Centipede Mountain range, they were no longer harassed by magical beasts, now that they had just arrived at the mountain's edge. The barren landscape revealed not a single magical herb, let alone a blade of grass. Witnessing this scene, Jalua felt troubled. Could there truly be the herbs mentioned in the commission? He was not alone in this concern. Others shared the same doubt. This commission not only tested the results of their training, but also concerned financial matters, particularly for Honglian, who was in dire need of pocket money. The round-trip fare had already cost them 8 silver. If they failed to find a sufficient quantity of the designated herbs, it would be a loss, and they might as well return and hunt slimes instead. Xiao, are you sure this is the Centipede Mountain Range? Xiao did not rush to respond. Instead, he retrieved the commission scroll from his backpack. As the scroll emitted a bright white light, he pointed towards the only mountain path ahead. There can be no mistake. We are indeed within the boundaries of the Centipede Mountain Range. However, this range is vast, and we cannot explore every area. If we split up, we may encounter dangers. Let us proceed along this path. If we do not find any clues before nightfall, we shall return here to rest. That we will explore other areas at dawn. Zyle, there are no magical beasts nearby, so try not to be too tense. Noticing Zyle, who was nervously holding a shield, Jalua felt exasperated. Zyle, I understand your desire to prove yourself, but at present there isn't even a shadow of a magical beast in sight. There is no need for such apprehension. When the time comes, you will have your chance to shine. Upon hearing Jalua's words, Zyle smiled and turned to the driver, who was feeding the horse. Jalua, if we are not present and something happens to the driver, what should we do? Perhaps we should leave someone behind to ensure that gentleman's safety. Jalua dismissed the idea. Don't fret too much. That gentleman may seem weak, but he is still an adventurer. Surely he is stronger than us novices. Let us focus on the pressing matters at hand. Do we have enough food and water? After traveling for 4 days, they had only dried provisions left, but they had ample water, each carrying a flask. However, the others had never seen Joa drink or eat, and considering his peculiar demeanor, they refrained from delving into such matters. Perhaps he simply wished to keep his true self hidden, eating discreetly when no one was around. Uncertain how long this commission would take, the team had packed somewhat heavily. As the most leisurely member, Jalo took on the responsibility of carrying a few items, mainly survival tools for the wilderness. The 5 of them, laden with supplies, traversed the mountain path at a considerably slower pace. Seizing this opportunity, Jalua carefully observed the scenery along the way. Compared to the others, he possessed a deeper understanding of this mountain range. According to the texts, a vast chasm, known as the Abyssal Great Chasm, lay beyond this mountain range. The entire chasm was shrouded in eerie black mist, making survival exceedingly difficult for any living being. Be it human, magical beast, or other creatures, those who dared to enter faced certain death, and it was classified as one of the 10 forbidden areas of the Mafial continent. The Centipede Mountain Range, situated on one side of the Great Abyss, would logically be somewhat affected by the chasm's influence. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Here, Not only did numerous extraordinary magical plants thrive, but it also became a cradle for many rare species, such as the nearly extinct five-colored deer and the high-horned demon goat. Regrettably, time had taken its toll, and this mountain range had suffered severe degradation. To restore it to its former glory would require at least a decade, during which it must not endure further destructive plundering. As for why new magical plants sprouted from the barren soil every 4 months. The reason remains a mystery. However, for these plants to survive and reach maturity is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even if they did, it would likely be in a location inaccessible to ordinary folks. As people gradually lost interest, only a handful of adventurers dared to come here in hopes of luck. The reason President Judy entrusted the commission to Jalawa's team was not only due to personal motives, but primarily because, even if the commission were posted on the task board, it was unlikely anyone would take it. This was a losing endeavor. The weak could not afford the fare, while the strong looked down upon a meager reward. Rather than waste much time, they preferred to hunt magical beasts for extra profit. Yet the commission itself was of great significance. The client was someone who posed a considerable challenge, even for the president. If his commission went unfulfilled for an extended period, the consequences would be dire. Thus, in a hurry, he passed it to Jalawa's team. Based on their previous performance, as long as they were diligent in their search, they should yield a considerable bounty. The president could simply await their return, expending no effort while resolving a troublesome matter. What a splendid arrangement! Jalawa was unaware of Judy's true intentions upon accepting the task. He joined his companions in action. Throughout these 4 days, he had spent most of his time in meditation. Though the results were not particularly encouraging, meditation required a tranquil environment, and for a newcomer like him, a peaceful setting would greatly aid the process. Half an hour later, as the mountain path seemed endless and the designated herds remained elusive, Honglian grew somewhat restless. This pace is too slow. We must set these things down for the time being. If we encounter magical beasts later, if you're tired, hand the items to me. I will carry them. Just as Jalawa took hold of a not overly heavy pack, Honglian suddenly darted forward. Not far away. Shio noticed this and quickly readied his bow. What's wrong? Honglian, is there a magical beast nearby? Gazing down at the shallow sword marks on the ground, Honglian appeared perplexed. Tisich, did I misinterpret something? Shio, don't be too tense. I merely wish to stretch my limbs. I stumbled upon something intriguing. The soil along this path is quite hard, and if utilized properly, it might yield. Swish. This time there was no mistake. Jalawa spotted a small figure darting from the steep rock face beside the mountain path. Just as he sought to discern what creature it was, it vanished from sight. In such circumstances, each individual unburdened themselves of their packs, remaining on high alert for quite some time, yet failing to detect any further traces of the creature. Perhaps the being merely passed by and had long since departed. However, just as Joa hoisted his pack once more, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, sending all 5 of them tumbling. Tio, be continued. Chapter 25. The mysterious little creature. It is not fair to blame Jalawa for his lack of reaction. The occurrence was simply too sudden. Even if he had grasped the situation, there would have been no time to respond. That fierce wind surged from behind, not only whisking them away, but also scattering their numerous packs. Strangely, those packs did not plummet to the ground in disarray like the individuals did. Instead, they floated gracefully in the air, as if cradled by an unseen force. The predicament of the 5 was less than favorable, though Jalawa fared somewhat better. Curiously, as the wind rushed past him, he felt an unusual energy surging within, and just as he sought to ascertain its nature, a small creature suddenly perched upon his shoulder. He intended to glimpse what it was, only to be swept away by the gale. Upon regaining his footing, he discovered several scratches adorning his cheek. If left untreated, they might leave scars. It should be fine, right? Shio, you stand in the center. The rest of you take charge of your respective directions. The wind was decidedly abnormal, and each person understood that something was surely lurking nearby, perhaps even a malevolent creature. If they wished to avoid experiencing the previous ordeal again, they had no choice but to muster their utmost efforts. Yet, they found it peculiar that the very creature which incited such vigilance appeared harmless, brazenly consuming their provisions. This blue, spherical creature, with its enchanting large eyes and a pair of adorable cat ears, was delightfully munching on a bag of chips, which Hong Lian had treasured as it sat atop her backpack. Happiness is often fleeting. The creature quickly devoured the chips. As it began nibbling on the dry jerky, its entire form suddenly inflated, glaring indignantly at Jialuo and the others, clearly displeased with the flavor. Discontent notwithstanding, after suppressing its irritation, the little creature began to bounce between their packs, seemingly in search of more appealing food to Hong Lian. This behavior was infuriating. That was the last bag of chips, now consumed by this unknown entity. And she was furious. Yet, since it lingered at an unreachable height, she cast a dark glare at Xiao and Jialuo. Xiao, shoot that little thing down with your arrows. Jialuo, if Xiao cannot manage it. You take over. Jialuo neither nodded nor shook his head. Observing Xiao's furrowed brows, he inquired, "What's wrong? Are you afraid you'll miss it? At this distance, you should be able to hit it." Right? The distance was approximately 50 meters, but the target was constantly shifting in the air, presenting a considerable challenge to one's eyesight. Xiao had not previously practiced such a feat, making it exceedingly difficult to strike true. Furthermore, after being toppled by the wind earlier, his right arm bore a slight strain, hindering his ability to draw the bow. Hong Lian was unaware of this predicament, but Alice certainly was, noticing that only the mischievous little creature remained in their vicinity. She stepped forward to tend to Xiao's injury. "Xiao, don't move around. Jialuo, you too. Wait until I've treated Xiao's wounds before I attend to you." And no matter how many times he witnessed the holy light spell, Jialuo always found joy in it. Should he ever have the opportunity to master such magic, it might alleviate the symptoms of his headaches. Even if that were not the case, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous support to the team in the future. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jialuo had never succeeded in mastering it. He could comprehend the flow of magical energy, yet he could not execute it. Perhaps it was due to the conflict between the magic within him and the light attribute. Perhaps. Noticing the scratches on his face had vanished, Jialuo raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstains. "Thanks. No need for thanks. This is simply my duty." Perhaps it was in her nature, but noticing that the little creature remained stubbornly aloft, Zaya remarked, "Everyone, listen to me. That little fellow bears us no ill will. It is likely just hungry, seeking food. Why not let it go after we reclaim our belongings?" The suggestion was reasonable, yet Hong Lian was far from pleased. "Zaya, whose side are you on? Reclaim our belongings? The food is almost gone, devoured by that thief. Even if we get it back, what is the point? Xiao, if your hand is healed, quickly shoot it down for me." The spherical creature was enjoying its feast, and upon noticing the commotion below, it curiously looked up. "Baloo! Baloo! Baloo!" Calling out repeatedly, it only uttered Baloo. All listened and did not perceive it as an ordinary creature. Based on its form, he was convinced it was the same one that had leapt onto his shoulder earlier, unaffected by the wind, and exhibiting a speed that even he found hard to discern. Clearly not as simple as it appeared. As for whether it was a malevolent creature, Jialuo was uncertain, but judging by its behavior, it was highly likely. Ultimately, Xiao released an arrow, but the little creature deftly evaded it. Showing no anger, rather finding the situation amusing, eagerly awaiting the next shot from Xiao. "Tiska, Xiao, you really are quite pathetic, aren't you?" "No, Jialuo, you must act quickly." Jialuo was not averse to taking action, yet Zaya interjected, "No. Although that little creature has consumed some of our food, we still have plenty left. It's difficult to procure food in this place. If you act, Jialuo, we will be left starving for the next few days." How infuriating. What should they do? Why does it keep staring at Xiao? Perhaps it is frightened? How could that be? Seeing that Xiao's arrow had missed again, Jialuo calmly stated, "Let us not concern ourselves with it. It is so small, it shouldn't be able to eat much. The task is paramount. If it is still here when we return before dark, we can deal with it then." It was a rather poor suggestion. If the patch were taken by the little creature or cast down the cliff, what then? Considering the team's welfare, Xiao resolved to employ his finest arrows. Unfortunately, even with improved aim, he still could not strike the little creature, which seemed to revel in the chase, showing no fear of the bow in his hands. They had yet to locate any medicinal herbs, and if they lingered in this place for too long, they might return empty-handed. Jialuo prioritized the mission. Confirming that Xiao was unable to catch the little creature, he raised his hand to unleash the black flame spell. But just as he was about to release the flame, the swirling mass of dark fire in his palm inexplicably extinguished. What was happening? The little creature remained frolicking above. It could not be the cause. Was there another entity nearby? No. Hey, Zhao, what's wrong with you? Is it possible that after not practicing magic for several days, you've become rusty? Jialuo was uncertain, so he attempted once more, yet the outcome remained the same. Something is amiss. This place is peculiar. Alice, give the holy light spell a try. Alice encountered a similar predicament. How strange. I just cast it moments ago. Why can't I do so now? Honglian, Zaire, you two give it a shot, aside from Xiao. The rest of them tried repeatedly, ultimately concluding in a state of panic. If they could not wield their magical abilities, how would they confront the challenges ahead? Xiao was unaware of the cause, but he understood the urgency of reclaiming their packs. Aside from the food issue, the backpack containing the mission scroll floated in the air. If the mission scroll were lost, how would they search for the magical herbs? With only a simple description on the scroll, how could they locate them? Even if they found them, how would they identify them? Thus, he shot arrows desperately, but regrettably, even after exhausting the 2 quivers at his waist. He still failed to hit the lively little creature. Noticing the troubled expressions on Jialuo and the others, the little creature felt triumphant. However, after waiting for a considerable time, without Xiao drawing his bow, it grew bored. Suddenly, it noticed an unusual red light emanating from the backpack beneath it. Out of curiosity, it crouched down and began to rummage through the pack with its small hands. Before long, it retrieved the flickering red light of the mission scroll. The scroll, bound with twine, glimmered in red. The little creature, having never encountered such an object, stared intently at it for quite some time, unable to discern its purpose. Just as it resolved to open the scroll, Honglian's scream startled it. Ah, the scroll is glowing red. That little fellow undoubtedly possesses what we seek. Xiao, you have 3 minutes. Startled, the little creature slipped and, clutching the scroll tightly, fell from the air. To be continued. P.S. The little creature is inspired by the Pokemon Jigglypuff. Chapter 26. Gathering materials. The evil sight grass, commonly known as exorcism grass, features oval or egg-shaped leaves with uneven serrated edges. At first glance, it appears no different from the weeds along the roadside, yet it is a magical plant, essential for crafting exorcism powder. It only thrives in areas rich in magical energy. Upon reaching maturity, the color of its leaves and stems deepens, and it bears 3 slightly flattened, pale purple fruits known as evil sight fruits, which are mildly sour but are rare treasures, possessing immense allure to malevolent creatures. Once harvested, it does not perish immediately, nor does its medicinal property dissipate easily. It becomes exceedingly resilient once uprooted, requiring special methods for processing. Jialuo beheld a recently matured evil sight grass, which seemed to have tumbled from the little creature's mouth at the very moment it fell. Only a solitary fruit remained, and it was evident that 2 had already been consumed. Jialuo was unaware of its origins, but he recognized it as the designated herb he had been seeking. Leaving him utterly speechless, without a meticulous examination, it would be challenging to discern its authenticity. Were it not for the scarcity of even weeds in this mountain range, he would have considered retreating immediately with his companions. Only this single herb had fallen, while the small creature had not touched the ground. It had just tumbled from the backpack when its body lifted weightlessly into the air, upon witnessing the coveted snack being snatched away by the red lotus. It was filled with fury. As its body swelled once more, it opened its mouth, but another gust of wind swept in, and the last remaining fruit of the herb was in its grasp in the blink of an eye. With its snack restored, it had no intention of acknowledging Jialuo and his group. However, just as it was about to leave, a torrent of black flames surged toward it. Jialuo, the first to notice that magic could be invoked again, sprang to his feet and directed the black flames at the small creature that, of course, he did not intend to kill it. He merely sought to extract information about the exorcism herb from its mouth, thus deliberately lessening the intensity of the flames. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the small creature. Just as the black flames were about to strike, they inexplicably vanished. Realizing that it was the creature's doing, Zhao understood that only through forceful means could he subdue it. Yet as he gathered his strength, the small creature suddenly floated before him, its adorable large eyes curiously observing the black flames in his palm. Unaware of the scroll's properties, Zhao swiftly raised his free left hand to seize it, hoping to prevent the entrusted scroll from being incinerated. That same moment, the Red Lotus skillfully approached Zhao's side. Her furious demeanor suggested a desire to dismember the small creature, yet her weapon had been blown away by the previous gust of wind, leaving her temporarily unarmed. That a casual glance revealed the pesky little creature right before Zhao, prompting her to rise quickly in attempt to capture the overly peculiar being. Regrettably, their ambush proved ineffective, resulting in a collision. Ouch. That hurt. Zhao, you're such a hindrance. How dare that little rascal toy with us? With magic once again rendered useless, Zhao felt a headache coming on. How could he possibly deal with that mischievous little creature? Blue. Watching the spherical creature merrily fluttering in the air, Char was vexed. Must we truly endure this little rascal's antics? With 5 individuals unable to employ magic or skills, they still had arrows at their disposal. But noticing the creature's bizarre flying speed, he refrained from shooting recklessly. Though their packs had fallen to the ground, the scroll remained in the creature's playful grasp. How could they reclaim the scroll? After much contemplation, Char decided to give it a try. Little creature, that item in your hand, it holds great importance for us. Could you possibly return it? The small creature seemed to comprehend human speech. Upon hearing Char's request, it halted. Blue. Observing the creature's animated expression, Char sensed an opportunity. Speak up. What do you desire? Whatever we possess, I shall provide it to you. The small creature appeared skeptical of Char's words, but pointed to a food bag abandoned at the edge of the mountain path. You wish for potato chips? Blue. Very well. As long as you hand it over to me, we shall fulfill our promise. However, we currently do not possess it. We need to return and purchase it for you. Alternatively, would you like to accompany us for a while? Hearing this, the Red Lotus was quite displeased. Char, you can't be serious. Red Lotus, do refrain from speaking. If there's a peaceful resolution available, why not attempt it? Zhao concurred with Xiu's sentiment. He had a feeling that should this little creature become serious, it would likely overpower them all. Observing its seemingly hesitant demeanor, he stepped forward. If you return the scroll to us and accompany us, I assure you that you'll not only have an endless supply of potato chips, but many other delightful treats await you. Greetings, I am Zhao. What is your name? The small creature bore no name. After listening to Zhao, it promptly tossed the scroll to the most pleasing Alice. Blue. I see now, from this day forth, you shall be named Blue. In such a desolate place, it is indeed difficult to find food. Once you accompany us back, I shall personally cook for you. Thus, the farce concluded. After tidying up their belongings, the group did not hasten to depart, but instead encircled Blue, inquiring with great enthusiasm, Blue, since you reside here, you must be quite familiar with this area. You happen to know where we might find such herbs. Blue reveled in the attention, but grew irate at the sight of Red Lotus's sour expression. Red Lotus, Blue is no longer an enemy. Please refrain from that attitude. I understand, but I simply do not like it. Humph, such an entity of unknown origins, if it were truly to remain with us, it would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. So, let us not speak of it any further. After a barrage of questions, Blue remained oblivious to their inquiries. Zhao deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, suggesting, it is nearly noon. We cannot waste more time here. Let us proceed. Alice, I leave Blue in your care. With Alice providing candy, Blue felt quite content, promptly forgetting its earlier displeasure and allowing Alice to hold it. Following the preceding events, the group became increasingly cautious. Having encountered such an incident at the very edge of the mountain range, who could predict what lay ahead? None wished to experience the sensation of magic suppression again. At the slightest hint of suspicious activity, the 5 would enter a state of readiness. This approach inevitably slowed their progress, and by the time they exited the tranquil mountain path, 2 hours had elapsed. The terrain remained stark and barren, yet the landscape was dotted with gentle hills, offering numerous routes to choose from. It must be said that the entrusted scroll possessed many wondrous functions. Had the commission's objective been to collect materials, simply placing the materials upon the scroll would ensconce them in a special space, awaiting return for remuneration. Jalal had just learned of this fact after securing the exorcism herb obtained from Blue. The scroll ceased to emit red light. Noticing the scroll attached to Shio's waist still glowing white, Jalal felt compelled to delve deeper. However, aside from him, the other four were not in prime condition, silently munching on their rations. Observing this scene, Jalal proposed, "You all eat first. I shall take a stroll, and upon my return, we can decide which path to take. Should I keep the scroll? No need. I am merely checking for any magical creatures in the vicinity. Do not worry. Even if I encounter one, I can retreat unscathed." "Very well, just be cautious." Though framed as a suggestion, Jalal merely sought a moment to relieve himself. However, as he hastened his steps toward a small hillock, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being observed by two small creatures. Tio, be continued. Chapter 27. Two Magical Mice. Having spent less than 3 hours together, Blue had already formed a pleasant rapport with the entire group, excluding Red Lotus. As Jalal departed, he pondered what to say, his mouth full of candy, yet found himself at a loss for words. Alice, unaware of his thoughts, noticed his unwavering gaze fixed on Jalal's retreating figure and cheerfully inquired, "Are you worried about him?" "Blue, do not fret. He shall be fine. Jalal may not speak much, but he is considerate of everyone. Allowing him to scout ahead may reduce the dangers that lie ahead. Blue, I have another piece of candy for you. Take it, but do not rush to eat it." Upon receiving the candy, Blue promptly unwrapped it and stuffed it into its mouth. Observing Red Lotus's gloomy demeanor, Blue felt a surge of pride. Unbeknownst to him, he soon dozed off in Alice's embrace. Jalal did not wander far. After navigating around several hills, he paused. "Ugh, I can barely hold it." While men were typically fine, earlier, Red Lotus and Alice had resolved their own needs by the roadside, which felt unusual. This sensation. There must be someone watching. As Jalal unzipped his pants, he found it inconvenient to halt, glancing around left and right. However, the surroundings remained eerily silent, the barren hillocks offering no concealment. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He could not confirm, yet he remained unaware that two small creatures were observing him from a short distance. The two small creatures were covered in snowy white, needle-like fur, resembling hedgehogs, though they were anything but. Even if they were indeed hedgehogs, they would not be so diminutive. Stripped of their fur, these two small creatures were only slightly larger than ordinary eggs. They were native rodent-like magical creatures of this mountain range, though their exact identity remained unknown. Their fixation on Jalal did not stem from a desire to harm him, but rather from an attraction to a certain power emanating from within him. Driven by curiosity, they approached for a closer look. However, Jalal was so thoroughly wrapped up in his cloak and mask that unless they viewed him directly, it would be difficult to discern what was unique about him. Consequently, the remarkably swift creatures peered left and right, yet failed to comprehend what was special about Jalal. Their inability to discover them a mere 5 meters away could not be attributed to Jalal. After all, their speed was astonishing, and they produced no sound whatsoever. Just as Jalal was zipping up, an unnatural breeze brushed past his face, and the furry beings darted by in an instant, prompting him to heighten his guard. Another small creature. It can't be as troublesome as Blue, can it? Oh no, if it possesses the ability to seal magic as well, that would be disastrous. I must leave quickly. Just as he contemplated turning away, the two magical mice revealed themselves simultaneously. This time it did not exhibit astonishing speed, merely standing quietly 5 meters in front of Jalal at a technique of duplication. No, it must be two magical creatures. "Greetings, I am Joe. Have you come to see me, for a purpose?" The two magical mice before him did not comprehend human speech. Upon hearing Jalal speak, they emitted curious chirps, seemingly deliberating on what he was saying. Jalal refrained from making any rash movements. A hasty attack might provoke the opposite effect. Considering that even Bulyalu could be persuaded by Xiao'er, he resolved to attempt communication with them. If he could glean information about the general situation of the mountains, or could discover the whereabouts of the demon-repelling grass, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Yet this was not his primary motivation. Ultimately, he was simply too kind-hearted, unwilling to harm any life without cause, especially such endearing little creatures. If they could coexist amicably, it would bring him greater peace of mind. Unfortunately, reality often defies one's wishes. Just as the two magical mice concluded their discussion, they lunged at him. Jelloa, lacking the swift reflexes of Hong Lian, was caught off guard. Despite his vigilance, he could not react in time. As he was knocked away, he felt something pierce into his body. Had he not firmly believed in the durability of his cloak, he might have thought it was. Suddenly, he recalled the events following his inadvertent annihilation of the giant slime. He was unaware of who had ambushed him at that time. He only saw what struck him before losing consciousness. The magical mice merely executed a regular attack, attempting to utilize their spiny fur to strike their target without employing magic, resulting in much less pain than what he had experienced previously. Yet it was still beyond Jelloa's tolerance. Today's training had been a setback. Not a single one of his 40 arrows had found its mark. Could it truly be, as his mentor suggested, that he was not cut out to be an archer? Once he joined the guild, there would be no opportunity to switch, regardless of how dire the situation. He resolved to press on. The blow did not shatter his will. Rather, it fortified his determination. Suddenly, while meditating to rest, Xiao heard a cry. Ah, that was Jelloa's voice. Judging by the sound, he must have encountered a magical creature. Upon hearing the cry, Xiao sprang to his feet, followed swiftly by the other three. It's Jelloa, you stay behind to look after Bulyalu and our belongings. Honglian, Alisai, come with me. Jelloa was not far away. And when the three arrived, he appeared somewhat disheveled, but had not sustained serious injuries. His hair was in disarray, and his forehead was dusted with grime. Jelloa, are you all right? Did you encounter some magical creature? Honglian's concern for Jelloa's safety was scant. Upon seeing him, her attention was already drawn to the nearby mountain mound. Others might not notice, but she was keenly aware. The magical creatures are nearby. Stop standing there foolishly. Just as Jelloa intended to issue a warning, upon hearing Honglian's words, he promptly fell silent. How had he ended up in such a pitiable state? He did not wish to speak of it, nor did he know how to articulate in any case. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too quickly for him to even have the chance to employ magic before being soundly beaten. Fortunately, he had sustained no significant injuries. Alisai cast a healing spell, and he was restored to health. Through his earlier experience, Jelloa deeply understood how challenging it was to compensate for the vulnerabilities of a mage. His body was too frail. No matter how powerful the magic one could wield, being approached closely was tantamount to a death sentence. Could a mage hope to fight alone? Quite a daunting prospect, unless one possessed formidable defensive measures. The Black Flame Barrier was indeed effective. Yet in such circumstances, Jelloa felt that even if he cast it, it might not suffice. Was he then to rely solely on his teammates? Alisai was oblivious to his thoughts and had no interest in them. After healing his wounds, she cautiously ascended the slope. One? No, there are two magical creatures. Honglian, you and I will each handle one. Xiao, Jelloa, wait for the right moment to strike. Without Honglian's reminder, Alisai would have had no way to pinpoint the general location of the targets. Seeing the outlines of the magical mice vaguely, she felt a wave of concern. This is not good. No wonder even Jelloa ended up like that. Honglian, Honglian, impatient by nature and still simmering from having been toyed with by Bulyalu, could not simply walk away now that the magical creatures were right before her. She angrily advanced, brandishing her short sword. Unfortunately, the speed of the magical mice was exceedingly swift, had she not been wearing leather armor. Her plight would have been even worse than Jelloa's. Under the rapid assault of the magical mice, she was unable to unleash her skills, and even if she could, the targets had already vanished elsewhere. Alisai found herself in a similar predicament. For some reason, her healing magic proved ineffective. How long would this passive situation persist? Jelloa did not remain idly at the base of the slope to defeat or ensnare those two troublesome magical creatures. He needed to employ powerful tactics, such as the explosive fireball that Baku wielded. Believing that his magical power had significantly increased, he was confident that the potency of the Black Flame technique had also improved. In the absence of a formidable spell, The only recourse he had was to amplify the intensity of the black flame. Just as Alisai had finished healing his wounds, he began his preparations. Seeing the black flame finally enveloping the entire mountain mound, he called out, "Shio, it will be up to you soon." T.O. be continued. Chapter 28. The struggle for the demon-repelling grass. Shio understood why Jaloa had made such a statement. Sealing off the entire mountain mound with magic had drastically drained his mana, and maintaining the spell was already a considerable feat. As for why he had done this, besides lacking certainty, it was also due to the presence of trustworthy companions. Although Shio may not appear reliable, he decided to give it a try. Based on Jaloa's observations, the two magical mice, apart from their swiftness, lacked any real aggression. It was merely a matter of restricting their movements. And defeating them would be a matter of time. That be why sealing off the entire mountain mound, they could gradually tighten the encirclement. With Honglian and Alisai close by, and Shio's arrows at the ready in the distance. If the surging black flame thoroughly blocked their escape route, and they failed to take down Honglian and Alisai in time, they would be forced to leap away from the danger zone. Given the solidity of the mountain's rocky terrain, it was unlikely they could tunnel their way to safety. To leap over the wall of flames, they would need to jump high enough. This scenario would provide Shio with an opportunity. However, as Joel regained his composure, he suddenly pondered the most critical question. Why must they battle with them? Could humans and magical creatures not coexist amicably? Bulyalu was a prime example. So why not engage them in conversation? The task required them to collect 10 demon-repelling grass. There was no stipulation to slay any magical creatures, so why were the four of them so focused on confrontation? What was the reason? Jaloa could not comprehend. Seeing the other three seeking an opportunity, he hastened to channel his magic. As the black flame spread across the outskirts of the mountain mound, the two magical mice were aware of Jaloa's intentions. However, they were indifferent. Even if the black flame truly approached, they were unconcerned about being burned to death. Why toy with Jaloa and the others? They did not know. If pressed to explain, it was simply because they were bored. Apart from the occasional visit from a friend, they spent most days aimlessly wandering. When they finally spotted humans, how could they let the opportunity slip by? Thus, the reactions of Jaloa and his companions became a source of amusement for the magical mice. As if they were engaged in a game. Since it was a game, it should not end too quickly. However, upon realizing that Honglian and Alisai's attacks were becoming increasingly precise, they finally took things seriously. In an instant, their seriousness sent both of them flying. Honglian, still in her high heels, despite the protection of her armor, suffered far more than Alisai, rolling several times down the slope before coming to a halt. Damn it. Can T even defeat these little magical creatures? It's so hot. Jalo, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to burn us alive too? How could that be? I open a gap behind you. Hurry and retreat. Let me handle this. As the magical mice accelerated, Honglian truly could not see clearly. Seeing Alisai barely rising before being besieged by the magical mice, she quickly got up, and with a flash of red light from her short sword, she darted to Alisai's side. A surprise attack is a signature skill of assassins, swiftly closing the distance for an effective strike, and it can also serve as an emergency escape method, if executed properly. An assassin proficient in this skill could deliver multiple effective strikes in a very short time. Although Honglian appeared to be gearing up to stab one of the magical mice with her short sword, her true intention was to pull Alisai out, and she jumped toward the opening Jaloa had just created at the same time. Not far from the wall of flames, Shio released 2 arrows in quick succession. One flew over Honglian's head, while the other passed by her side. One of the arrows struck its target, but caused no damage. It merely grazed the magical mouse's sharp, snowy fur and snapped. Fortunately, he bought enough time for Honglian. Just as they dashed out of the wall of flames, the black flame reignited behind them, fiercer than before. Phew. Finally done. Don't be careless. I can't guarantee that this fire will hold them. Sensing the unusual black flame, the 2 magical mice remained unfazed, pausing to deliberate on how to play. Should they force their way through the encirclement or leap away from the mountain mound? Both options seemed safe. Their confidence lay not only in their proud fur. They were magical creatures and understood the fundamentals of combat. If they lacked various advantages, how could they have survived in this seemingly tranquil mountain range until now? If they did not possess some skills, how could they justify their identity as magical creatures? Thus, when the black flame was less than 5 meters away from them, they activated a certain skill, Gigi. This is a skill related to sound waves. Under the overlapping of two sound waves, the firewall maintained by Jalal with immense concentration suddenly extinguished. Not only that, but the 4 individuals at the foot of the hill were also affected, as the ringing in their ears caused considerable distress. Alice was the first to react, only to find that the magic mice had vanished, judging by the commotion from short distance away. It was not difficult to ascertain their direction of departure. How formidable! Are the creatures in this mountain all so powerful? Honglin and Xiao, are you all right? The monsters have left. Should we? Of course we must pursue them. Let us go. The speaker was Xiao. Seeing his extremely serious demeanor, Jalal found it difficult to voice any objections. The 4 hastened their steps, and, in less than 10 minutes, discovered the traces of their quarry. 2 magic mice were perched below a cliff, seemingly attempting to scale it. But the cliff was too steep for even these magical creatures to conquer. Jalal was perplexed by their actions, while Xiao showed little interest in understanding the situation. As soon as he caught sight of the cliff, the scroll at Xiao's waist suddenly glimmered with a red light. Before the others could notice, he was already searching for traces of the demon-repelling grass. More than 20 meters high on the cliff's rocky face, a particularly vigorous demon-repelling grass thrived, having reached maturity with 5 dark purple, evil-seeing fruits. The magic mice had come here, attracted by these 5 fruits. But their average jumping ability rendered them unable to reach them. Even if they attempted to climb, their needle-like hairs struggled to penetrate the rock face. How could they obtain those 5 fruits? They had little time to deliberate, as Jalal and the others' arrival had startled the mice. Do you see that? There is a demon-repelling grass growing on that rocky wall, but alas, it's a bit high. Should I shoot it down? Upon hearing this, the 2 magic mice erupted with rage. The fruits would be theirs, but they first needed to eliminate the obstacles, upon realizing it was Jalal and his companions. They immediately launched an attack, just as Jalal confirmed the location of the demon-repelling grass following Xiao's gaze. He was struck hard. This time, the magic mice were not playing around. They slammed into Jalal's face before leaping to attack the one they despised most, Xiao. In the blink of an eye, all 4 were knocked down. Xiao fared the worst, his coat torn in several places, and his face was riddled with bloodied puncture wounds. If not treated promptly, his life would be in jeopardy. By the time Jalal regained his composure, Alice was already administering emergency aid to Xiao. Noticing the 2 magic mice still bounding about, he swiftly summoned a large-scale black flame barrier. Fortunately, the magic mice did not recklessly charge forward, granting the 4 a moment to catch their breath. Alice, is Xiao all right? He should be fine for now. Jalal, don't move around. I'll heal you right away while the time all for had their wounds treated. The outside had grown eerily quiet. Had the 2 magic mice indeed departed? Indeed. The creatures drawn here were not limited to them. A large black bear had also arrived, though it made no sound as it walked. Intimidated by the bear's gaze, the magic mice had no choice but to flee. When Jalal withdrew the black flame barrier, the great black bear had already climbed approximately 10 meters up the cliff. Observing the situation, Jalal realized that if he did not act quickly, the demon-repelling grass would soon be plucked. Witnessing this, Jalal unleashed his black flames, yet they caused no harm, merely disturbing the bear's good mood. You big, foolish bear, that demon-repelling grass is ours. T.O. be continued. Chapter 29. The terrifying black rock bear. The black rock bear, a rare creature of the rock type, sports a black rock slab atop its head and is known for its irritable temperament. Often dwelling in desolate mountains, an omnivorous being, it has a particular fondness for various gemstones. In its juvenile stage, it resembles an ordinary child, but upon reaching adulthood, it stands at least 3 meters tall. In its mature form, it appears quite cumbersome, yet it is capable of freely altering its weight without exceeding its natural limits. Despite its towering stature, it is exceptionally adept at ambush. When hunting, it stealthily approaches its target and delivers a fatal strike, making it a natural assassin. Its formidable strength is matched by its extraordinarily tough skin and fur, causing even D-grade adventurers to think twice before engaging it. For apprentices, It is undoubtedly a creature to be avoided. Jalawa learned all this from books. The black rock bear before him towered over 4 meters, and merely being under its gaze filled him with a sense of dread. Fear? Why do I feel this way? Jalawa was perplexed. Recognizing the creature's strength made him realize that the demon-repelling grass must be relinquished. Yet, why was it so interested in the grass? Earlier, Brew seemed to wait. He finally grasped a crucial point. Brew had no interest in the demon-repelling grass itself, only in the fruits, and yet this particular specimen had 5 fruits. Were these fruits particularly attractive to magical creatures? Seeing the black rock bear climbing again, Jalawa grew anxious. If it merely plucked the fruits, it would be manageable. But if it took the entire demon-repelling grass, all their efforts would be in vain. It seemed an arduous battle was inevitable. But how should he engage? Magic would likely be ineffective, and the others would fare similarly. If it got too close, the outcome could be disastrous. What to do? Jalawa was frantic, and Honglian was even more so. Realizing that the bear intended to seize the demon-repelling grass, she began devising a plan to snatch it away. But if Jalawa's black flames proved ineffective, what could she possibly do? Watching the bear's rear end twist, Honglian suddenly conceived an idea. Shio, aim for that big, foolish bear's backside and shoot with all your might. Are you sure that will work? Are you certain about this? Stop questioning me. Just do it. No sooner had she spoken than Honglian dashed toward the steep cliff. Although it posed a challenge, she was determined to try. Utilizing her sprint to leap with all her might, she landed firmly on the cliff face and then employed a surge to close the distance to the bear. If successful, she could jump onto the bear's back and make another attempt to seize the demon-repelling grass. However, the difficulty was immense, requiring precise timing. Shio, unaware of Honglian's intentions, assumed she merely sought to distract the bear and loosed an arrow that had been knocked on the string. The target was conspicuous, and Shio's shot struck true. While it caused no real pain, it reignited the bear's fury. This pause, however, afforded Honglian a significant advantage. She skillfully executed her surge, first springing twice on the bear's back, then leaping high above its head, her free left hand reaching out forcefully towards the demon-repelling grass. The black rock bear felt humiliated. It had spared Joel earlier due to its focus on the fruits. Though it endured Shio's arrow to its rear, it could not tolerate Honglian using it as a springboard. And even more infuriatingly, she dared to attempt to take what it valued. In that moment, as Honglian leaped off the bear's head, it lunged to grasp her, but it was a moment too late, and it lost its balance, tumbling down. Honglian, however, did not fare much better. She successfully grabbed the demon-repelling grass. But it was exceedingly secure, and despite her efforts, she could not pluck it. Had it not been for her short sword embedding itself in the rock face, she would have fallen. She could not hold on much longer. If she failed to harvest the demon-repelling grass in a short time, she would undoubtedly tumble down. Whether she would survive was uncertain, but injury was inevitable, and her companions could not fly. She had to save herself. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze finally landed on the 5 fruits within reach. The black rock bear, with its tough skin and substantial bulk, crashed to the ground without a scratch, its vigor only increasing. Just as it glared up at Honglian, who was on the verge of falling from the cliff, darkness suddenly enveloped its vision. That was Jalawa's black flame barrier, capable of shielding his companions and ensnaring the target. In a desperate bid to fully trap the black rock bear, Jalawa expended nearly all his remaining magical energy. Honglian, I can't hold the bear for long. Please hurry. Alice, go assist her. Yet, just as Alice prepared to move, an ear-splitting roar erupted, shattering the black flame barrier and fracturing the ground around them. Shio, unable to withstand the force, suffered a ruptured eardrum. Despite the pain, Alice rushed forward to treat him. The 3 were merely affected by the aftermath. But the true target of the black rock bear was Honglian. Under the influence of the roar, the resilient demon-repelling grass surprisingly detached from the rock face. The short sword had not penetrated the rock deeply, unable to support Honglian's entire weight, resulting in her and her sword plummeting from the cliff. In that fleeting moment of descent, an evil-seeing fruit fortuitously fell into her mouth. The black rock bear awaited below, and upon seeing that cursed human tumble down, it angrily swung a massive pea in her vulnerable state. Hong Lian was unable to react. Had it not been for her armor's protection, she would not have survived the blow. Being flung over 30 meters away was merely a fortunate injury. The short sword was not the only thing to fall. The demon-repelling grass landed less than 20 meters from the Black Rock Bear. The black-eyed bear paid no further heed to Jalaw and his companions, instead eagerly darting off to gather its prize. Yet, just as it was about to seize its target, a swift whoosh rang out as an arrow flew past, causing it to miss. Noticing that the four were intent on disrupting its endeavor, the black-eyed bear finally erupted in fury. The Spire Strike was its signature move. Once unleashed, spikes would erupt from the ground to strike the target. With a vigorous clap of its hands against the earth, spikes erupted around the four, inflicting further grievous injuries. Among them, Xiao and Hong Lian fared the worst, with Hong Lian's right leg and Xiao's left hand drawn back to shoot, pierced. Both lost their combat capabilities, while Alice busied herself tending to their wounds. The only one capable of battling was Jia, but his magical reserves were already scant. How could they extricate themselves from this dire predicament? Would they once again face a situation akin to the last? This time, their adversary was merely a bear, and all for a single exorcism herb. Was it truly worth the risk of life and death? Or perhaps, was it unwise? Wait! Jalo suddenly conceived a plan for escape. The exorcism herb lay just a short distance from the black-eyed bear. If he could snatch it away first, surely he could divert the bear's attention. Steeling himself, Jalawa began to stagger towards the herb. Alice, I'll draw the bear away. Please take care of Hong Lian and Xiao. No, don't say that. Hong Lian still needs your healing. Hurry, even in its furious state. The bear was perplexed. This human looked on the verge of collapsing. Yet why did he not fall? Just as this thought crossed its mind, a surge of scorching black flames lunged towards its face. Though unafraid, it instinctively raised a hand in defense. This moment of hesitation allowed Jalawa to mysteriously arrive at its side, deftly snatching the exorcism herb before sprinting away. What you desire is in my possession. Come chase me. At that very moment, concern for the others weighed heavily on Zaire, who remained behind. The roar of the black-eyed bear heightened his anxiety, yet he was utterly oblivious to the two magical mice glaring at him. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 30. Big White and Little White with the black-eyed bear present. The magical mice dared not covet the evil fruit any longer. After a hasty retreat, their unease lingered, prompting them to run a considerable distance. Just as they attempted to shift their focus, Zaire entered their line of sight. Observing Zaire pacing restlessly, they were filled with confusion, but a glance at the bag strewn about the ground only deepened their bewilderment. What exactly was this human doing? However, their curiosity quickly dissipated upon discovering their sole companion lying asleep within a coat. This was, of course, Brew, but they were unaware of the details and, given their relatively simple minds, concluded that Brew had been captured by Zaire. The reason for his deep slumber, they presumed, must be due to some form of sleep powder. Rescuing their friend should be a straightforward endeavor, but first, they decided to teach Zaire a lesson. How should they go about it? Lacking a clear strategy and patience, they charged at Zaire while he was lost in thought. With a series of thuds, Zaire was sent tumbling across the ground before he could react. Fortunately, his armor was quite sturdy. Had it not been imbued with certain magical runes, it would not have withstood the mice's relentless assaults. Perhaps accustomed to being on the receiving end of such beatings, Zaire remained remarkably unfazed by the situation. With the others absent, he knew he had to protect Brew. Yet, how could he do so? His sword was nearly slipping from his grip, and his shield had been knocked away. Was he destined to endure this punishment? To make the magical creatures forget Brew's existence? No, Zaire refused to be so pathetic. Clenching his fist, he roared and stood his ground against the mice's onslaught, swinging wildly. As expected, he failed to hit any targets, and his helmet nearly toppled off his head. However, compared to the training sessions orchestrated by his mentor, this predicament felt trivial. Gathering his focus, Zaire quickly devised a plan, a rather simplistic one since the magical creatures could not pierce his armor. As long as he could hold his ground, an opportunity for counterattack would inevitably arise once they grew weary. Though he contemplated this, he knew he could not remain passive, gradually inching towards his shield. He swiftly picked it up and prepared himself. The moment the creatures charged at him, he would unleash a shield bash. At that instant, the magical mice abruptly halted their advance. They were not fatigued, but had noticed the flow of magical energy around his left arm. A reckless attack could result in injury. Just then, Brew awoke. He opened his eyes to see the two magical mice before him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Brew? Brew! Zyre could not comprehend, but the mice understood perfectly. Upon seeing Brew awake, they hurried to his side. Squeak! Squeak! Brew, still dazed, glanced at the disheveled Zyre and vaguely pieced together what had transpired. Yet, where had the others gone? Brew. As Brew approached, Zyre found himself at a loss. Brew. Do you know them? Seeing Brew nod eagerly, Zyre still remained on guard. Having spent half a month in this world, he had yet to form a clear understanding of magical creatures. He only knew that humans and magical beings were enemies, with Brew being an exception. However, after conversing with Brew, the two magical mice surprisingly lowered their heads, a gesture that left Zyre astounded. Don't do that. I'm hardly injured. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Zyre finally lowered his shield. In truth, he was already exhausted. Even if he wished to assist Xiao and the others, he was unable to do so. Fortunately, Brew had awakened. Otherwise, a grave misunderstanding might have ensued. Brew has a name now. Do you have one? No? All right. In that case, I shall name you. You'll be Big White, and you'll be Little White. How does that sound? Squeak, squeak. Despite having made numerous preparations prior to their departure, the outcome had still turned out so chaotic, Alice felt utterly useless. After all, it was Jalaw who had come to her rescue. Had all her efforts over the past few days been in vain? No. While her basic sword skills had yet to be perfected, her mastery of the Holy Light technique had significantly improved. After several attempts to employ the Holy Light technique, Alice found herself hardly fatigued. And only now, while simultaneously healing Honglian and Xiao, did she feel a tinge of weariness. Honglian, do you feel any better? Xiao, your arm is still injured. You should refrain from moving too much, having fainted once. Honglian's complexion remained pale even after being awakened. Noticing Xiao lying nearby, she instinctively shifted her position. Ouch, that hurts. Alice, will the wound on my leg leave a scar? Well, it's hard to say, but I will do my utmost. Honglian, you were reckless just now. And so was Xiao. There will always be opportunities to earn money. There is no need to risk your life over a single exorcism herb. Honglian understood this principle. Yet earning money was also quite important. Glancing around, she inquired, where is Jialoa? Wouldn't he have gone off to distract that big clumsy bear alone? Would he? Exactly. He did what you did last time. The bear seems somewhat agitated. Jialoa is quite clever, and I believe he will return shortly. For now, we must focus on recovering and regrouping with him. In this dire crisis, Xiao bore an undeniable share of the responsibility. Determined not to allow Jialoa to confront the bear alone, he endured the pain and sat up. Confirming that his bow was intact, he spoke earnestly. Alice, I'm fine now. You focus on? Hearing his words, Alice frowned. No, your injury isn't healed. Even if it were, you cannot draw a bow with that hand for the time being. Rest assured, Jialoa will be fine. Just lie down quietly. All right. Huh. Only in your body, Jialoa had successfully drawn the black-eyed bear away, but had not managed to shake it off. Nearly being swatted to death multiple times while clutching the exorcism herb tightly, he had considered discarding it. But having gone through so much effort to obtain it, how could he let it slip away? Removing the fruit? That was out of the question. After exerting considerable effort, if he could not gain some reward, how disastrous would this endeavor be? As he ran, Jialoa had truly lost track of his surroundings. He only knew a bear was pursuing him, and he was doing his utmost to escape. However, he could no longer run. The bear's stamina seemed to be waning, but in mere moments, he was certain he would find himself in dire straits. Dire straits? He had thought about giving up the fight, but after spending these days with the others, he realized that even if death were imminent, he could not succumb so easily. There were still many things left undone. How could he allow himself to perish in such a desolate wilderness? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jialoa abruptly halted his flight. Rather than continuing to flee, it would be better to take a stand. After all, even if he wished to die, it would be difficult to achieve. You must be tired too, right? Why don't we settle this here? If I lose, the herb is yours. If by some stroke of luck I win, you will turn and leave, never to trouble us again. What do you say?" The black-eyed bear could not comprehend his words, but, noticing him suddenly stop, it too came to a halt, under its watchful gaze. Jello casually tossed the exorcism herb from his grasp, his palm beginning to gather black flames. Observing this stance, it was clear he intended to fight. The black-eyed bear yearned to snatch the exorcism herb immediately. Yet it was even more eager to teach Jello a lesson first. Was he about to unleash another ineffective wave of black flames? Though unaware of Jello's true intentions, the black-eyed bear could clearly sense his fighting spirit. How dare someone not fear it, even seeking to challenge it? Its previous rage was suddenly tempered with a hint of delight. Thus, a confrontation ensued between the lone individual and the beast, each awaiting the moment of readiness for a grand battle to unfold. TOB continued. Chapter 31. A preliminary exploration of Magic Jaw was not proficient in close combat, nor did he possess the agility of Honglian. What then could he rely upon to secure victory? A sense of uncertainty loomed over him. Even if the Hind Bear were stand idle, it would likely prove a formidable opponent. Currently, he could muster only 3 to 5 spells, yet his magic seemed futile. Did the Hind Bear possess no weaknesses? Its irritable temperament could indeed be exploited, but he understood that provoking it further would yield adverse results. Thus, apart from targeting its vulnerabilities, the terrain was his only ally. The wind was mild, and a hill lay not far away. Leveraging nature to enhance his magical prowess seemed improbable. How, then, could he achieve victory? Jello was never rash. He had already devised a strategy, drawing from the insights recorded by his predecessors in tomes. Though he had never put it to the test, and was uncertain if it would yield the desired effect, with no alternatives at hand, he recalled that, according to the ancient texts, when a mage faced the necessity of engaging in close quarters, there were generally 3 approaches to consider. In situations where the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, deceiving the opponent into believing one possesses greater strength and untapped abilities, thereby intimidating them with sheer presence, was the simplest and most effective method. The other 2 strategies were temporarily inapplicable to him. He had not even contemplated them, that in such circumstances, external assistance was required, such as the use of magical artifacts. However, he had none. In his subconscious, the bone staff hanging at his waist was merely ornamental and not to be utilized. The only viable option was to make the Hind Bear aware that the flames he conjured could inflict harm. Regardless of whether it would deter the beast, in light of this, Jello not only sought to intensify the flames, but also aimed for a transformative quality. Yet, apart from the day he joined the guild, when Old Ban had guided him in learning magic, he had primarily taught himself. The Black Flame Barrier was a spell of his own invention, but significantly amplifying the potency of the Black Flame technique posed a challenge. Would releasing a vast amount of magical energy at once invoke a more powerful spell? The answer was negative. If the magical circuit was poorly designed, not only would the spell fail, but there could also be life-threatening repercussions. For instance, as Jello gathered magical energy into the palm of his right hand, if the magical circuit in that hand became clogged or could not withstand the influx of power, the consequences could range from an inability to cast spells for a time, necessitating meditation for recovery, to complete loss of function in the hand. Of course, the incantation remained paramount. The Black Flame Barrier was merely an extension of the Black Flame technique and could not be classified as a new spell. To enhance the spell's potency, a novel incantation was essential. The incantation was composed of various command combinations, and without understanding the principles of these commands, successfully casting the spell would be arduous. Jello could manipulate the Black Flame with ease. Yet this matter was entirely beyond his grasp. He had no knowledge of how to generate commands or construct a new spell. He had not gleaned this from his studies, nor had anyone elucidated it for him. Now, in an effort to intimidate the Hind Bear, he continually experimented with modifying the operational mode of the Black Flame technique, relying solely on his scant understanding of magic. The Hind Bear was not idle either. In a show of respect, it unleashed its true abilities. First, it enveloped itself in a layer of rock, resembling a suit of armor. Simultaneously, it wielded 2 spears forged from earth and stone. It awaited Jalawa's offensive, poised to unleash its assault. Why wait for Jalawa to prepare? It did not comprehend. It simply knew this was the proper course of action. Otherwise, it would not be as entertaining with each of Jalawa's failed attempts. The erratic black flame finally assumed a new form. It resembled a forest wolf, terrifyingly fierce, composed entirely of black flames. The caster. He distinctly felt its ferocity, and even the hind bear, not far off, sensed it too. Yet, one thing perplexed him. According to his expectations, this should merely be magic, but why did it feel as though it were a living black wolf? At that moment, as the eerie black wolf manifested, the hind bear's mood soured. Why did it suddenly feel fear? It could not fathom this notion, and to dispel its trepidation, it resolved to immediately strike down Jalawa. However, as it took but a couple of steps forward, its legs grew inexplicably heavy, and the rocky armor that enveloped it began to shed, while the spears in its grasp crumbled to ash. The surrounding temperature remained normal, and the eerie black wolf merely stared at it, doing nothing. Why was this happening? In that instant, the hind bear contemplated death. It dawned on it that the inability to move its legs stemmed from its own fear. The giant rockfall was the hind bear's most potent spell. It summoned massive, hard boulders above its target and then brought them crashing down. Typically, it would not employ this spell, reserving it for life-and-death situations, and today was such a moment. Without hesitation, it unleashed the spell. However, just as the boulders were about to descend, the eerie black wolf raised its head and unleashed a formidable blast of black flames. In an instant, the boulders were consumed by the inferno. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of even its strongest tactic, the hind bear cared not for the evil fruit. It only wished to flee from Jalawa as swiftly as possible, to escape this perilous place. And thus, it turned and ran. Yet, having barely taken a few steps, Jalawa uttered words that left it incredulous. Do not rush away. Since the outcome is decided, we need not remain adversaries. Your relentless pursuit of me was for the fruit. Was it not? That plant bears 4 fruits. I can spare you one. So take it. Jalawa did not approach to collect the demon-repelling herb. Instead, he commanded the wolf to retrieve it. With a swipe of its claw, a plump evil fruit flew accurately towards the hind bear. The hind bear could not comprehend his words. It mistakenly believed Jalawa sought its life, and thus it attempted to kneel in supplication. However, as it turned, the evil fruit flew directly into its mouth. Instinctively, it swallowed, and an overwhelming sensation of comfort surged throughout its being. The hind bear could not grasp why Jalawa would share such a delectable fruit. Now that it had consumed it, there was no need to linger. Before departing, it offered Jalawa a slight smile and a deep bow, seemingly apologizing for its earlier rudeness. This gesture brought Jalawa great solace. Indeed, it was possible for humans and magical beings to coexist amicably. Having exceeded its physical limits, the hind bear had not yet fled far when he dispelled the magic. That was a close call. Had I not taken the gamble, I might have truly failed to intimidate that bear. Alas, the realm of magic is truly profound. The spell was merely a work in progress. To fully realize it, a long journey remained ahead. Ugh, I am so tired. I shall rest before continuing. After a lengthy wait with no sign of Jalawa's return, Shio grew anxious. Where could he have wandered off to? Now that his injuries had healed, they should... No. Alice interjected, analyzing the situation. Jalawa will not perish, but given his tendency to act impulsively, he is likely hiding somewhere to recuperate. Once he has sufficiently recovered, he will naturally seek us out, confirming that Honglian was no longer in danger. Alice continued, we should hasten to reunite with Zaire. If Jalawa arrives here and finds us absent, he will surely deduce where we have gone. Let us move quickly. Very well. Leaving Zaire behind does feel slightly remiss. Honglian, do you need my assistance to walk? Do I appear to be an invalid? After approximately half an hour, the trio finally encountered Zaire. However, as they approached, both Dabai and Xiaobai appeared simultaneously. Before they could comprehend the situation, Honglian's expression darkened, and he drew his short sword, launching an indiscriminate assault. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 32. The mysterious cave upon seeing Shio and the others arrive. Dabai and Xiaobai were bewildered. How had they escaped under the Haiyan bear's very nose? If memory served, each of them had been injured, and even they were no match for the Haiyan bear. How had Xiao and his companions evaded disaster? Out of curiosity, they positioned themselves in the middle of the path before Zaire could notice. But to their surprise, Honglian began to slash indiscriminately. Had they not reacted swiftly, they might have been harmed. Before Xiao and the others arrived, Dabai and Xiaobai had learned from Bru that a significant misunderstanding had occurred, believing their friends might have perished at the hands of the Haiyan bear. They felt a sense of guilt. Thus, in addition to their curiosity, they sought to ascertain whether Xiao and his companions were unharmed. This was why they allowed Honglian to rampage. Otherwise, they would have counterattacked long ago. As they surveyed the scene, Dabai noticed something amiss. Where was one of their number? The one who only knew how to set fires. Where had he gone? Hey, Honglian, what are you doing? They are not enemies. They are Bru's friends. Please cease your assault. Bru's friends? Then they must be enemies. Honglian, please stop. Do not do this. Alice stepped forward to intervene. She did not wish to see Honglian sustain further injuries, as they had first-hand experience of how troublesome Dabai and Xiaobai could be. Since it was a misunderstanding, the matter could be easily resolved. Honglian intended to shove Alice aside, but saw the two small creatures rush to Bru, voicing their grievances. Ji. Bru and Honglian exchanged glances, each disliking the other. Upon hearing that a friend was in distress, they both adopted a deadpan expression. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Honglian felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. She was convinced that if she did not hastily sheath her short sword, she would undoubtedly suffer a severe beating from Bru. Observing Xiao's exasperated expression, Honglian coldly huffed. Humph, don't think that just because you are Bru's friends, I will forgive you. You have made us endure countless hardships. If there are no other matters, then hurry up. Honglian, stop right there. Jia has not yet returned, and there may still be monsters lurking nearby. We cannot afford to be careless. Let us rest quickly while there is still light. When Jialua woke, darkness enveloped the surroundings, a profound silence pervading the air. Were it not for the two moons illuminating the night sky, he might have believed he was trapped in a dream. Sitting up slowly, he confirmed that his right hand was free of discomfort before he began to scrutinize his surroundings. It is so dark. How long have I been asleep? Xiao and the others have not come to find me. So they must be waiting for me. But which path should I take? Before him lay 5 paths, and due to the dimness of his vision, he promptly invoked the auxiliary magic taught by Old Ban. Magic Light. Magic Light, a fire-based illumination spell accessible to all light mages, was not particularly taxing on magical energy, typically illuminating for over half an hour. Within the transparent shield, there should have been crimson flames. But due to personal reasons, it manifested as a small orb of black fire. Nevertheless, the lighting effect remained unaffected. After examining the surroundings, Jialua finally determined which direction to take, just as he was about to rise. Eerie laughter echoed in his ears. Haha, how amusing. Someone dares to come here, especially at a time like this. Does this kid not fear death? Of course he does not fear death. Did you not see him scare off that foolish bear earlier? What does that have to do with his fear of death? TSK. This kid has delicate skin, and I bet he would be quite delectable. His 2 arms are mine. None of you should contest with me. Listening to the ensuing conversation, Jialua grasped the situation. With no one around, it could only be ghosts. If even that red skeleton could not consume them, how could these specters dare to? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jialua felt a jolt of anxiety. If he encountered such a situation, what of the others? If that were the case, they could be in danger. He had to find them quickly. However, as Jialua began to move, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, extinguishing the light he had summoned. Had it not been for the good quality of his cloak, he might have sustained serious injury from the fall. Once the surroundings returned to calm, Jialua regained his composure. The annoying voices had ceased, and seeing the complete darkness ahead, he raised his index finger, and the magic light reappeared. He found himself in a hall, a rather peculiar hall, with the floor and rock walls etched with numerous obscure patterns. From Jialua's understanding, the hexagram beneath his feet likely represented some form of magical array. Even after many years, these markings remained remarkably intact. Realizing this, Jilawa refrained from making any hasty movements. Noticing that the hall had 4 tightly shut stone doors at its cardinal points, he speculated that this might have been a meeting chamber, and the entire underground structure could be a secret dwelling of certain individuals. After observing for a while, Jilawa concluded that this was a closed space, but how had he ended up here? Had he been transported by some mechanism? The only apparent exits were those 4 stone doors. Should he attempt to push one open? No, it would be better to destroy it. With this thought in mind, Jilawa immediately cast the black flame technique, but alas, it failed to cause any damage. The black flames inexplicably vanished just before striking the stone door. Seeing this, Jilawa dared not act rashly again, yet he could not simply stand idly by. Is anyone there? There was no response. Was he to remain trapped indefinitely? This was unacceptable. If he did not escape promptly, the others would surely come looking for him. This mountain range was far too sinister. He could not allow them to take risks. After much contemplation, the only way to escape was to unleash negative energy to obliterate everything around him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cheerful laugh resounded. Ho ho! What an interesting young man. How did you come to our domain? In the blink of an eye, the environment shifted back to a hillock, with Jilawa still standing there, but the ground beneath him was intact. Even the traces of his earlier battle with the black rock bear had vanished. The absence of those eerie voices left him with a surreal sensation, as if he were caught between dreams and reality. Could it be that he was dreaming again? No. If it were merely a dream, how could he have lost some of his magical energy? There was something strange about this place. He should leave quickly. Wait, he almost forgot about the demon-repelling grass, though it was not his first time camping outdoors. The idea of sleeping in such a desolate wilderness stirred some anxiety within each person. What if they were attacked by monsters while asleep? Due to their prolonged wait for Jilawa's return, Hong Lian had set up a makeshift tent and fallen asleep. Alice, needing to watch over Brew, Dabai, and Xiao Bai, refrained from enjoying the cool night breeze outside. Xiao Air was still alone, having not completed his daily physical training. Only Xiao remained silent, his weary gaze fixed in one direction, fervently hoping for Jilawa's safe return, yet Jilawa was still nowhere to be found. How infuriating! If it weren't for the vastness of this mountain range, making it easy to get lost, they wouldn't have to wait in such anxiety. Jilawa, where are you? Oh, I could hear your voice from afar. Have you missed me so soon after only half a day? Upon hearing Jilawa's voice, Xiao Air abruptly halted his push-ups. Turning his head, he was enveloped in a tight embrace by Xiao, who exclaimed, I knew you would be fine. I'm sorry. I promise this will never happen again. Alice, come out quickly. Jilawa is back. No need for that. I'm uninjured. But if you continue to hold me like this, I might. Meeting up with the others was purely a stroke of luck. Had Jilawa not been accustomed to traversing the night, he might have spent even more time. Seeing Alice holding Dabai and Xiao Bai, he reacted similarly to Hong Lian. Jilawa, calm down. They're not enemies. You, Tio, be continued. Chapter 33. The squad's decision after Xiao recounted the events. Jilawa finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Brew, eager to sleep, was incensed upon hearing someone threaten his friends. With a furious expression, if Jilawa did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he might just unleash his wrath. Sigh, don't look at me like that. I was wrong. Is that enough? As an apology, these 3 fruits are yours. Just as Jilawa took out the demon-repelling grass from his pocket, he found his palm empty. Brew snatched the demon-repelling grass and, instead of consuming it immediately, sauntered over to Dabai and Xiao Bai. Brew. After some deliberation, Dabai and Xiao Bai each took a fruit. Thus, the 3 fruits were evenly divided among them. After consuming the snacks, Brew still remained miffed. Jilawa felt uncomfortable under his glare. Apart from Hong Lian, Brew was the last individual he wished to confront. It was not fear, but rather an overwhelming sense of inconvenience. Brew, please do not be angry. Since you have shared the fruits, will you hand over that grass to me? Brew had no intention of confronting Jilawa. Seeing Xiao approach with a smile, he casually tossed the demon-repelling grass and ambled back to the tent. Once Xiao had stored the demon-repelling grass in a scroll, he found time to inquire. Jilawa, how did you manage to escape from under that bear's nose? And why did it take you so long to get here? Did you get lost? This was a difficult question to answer. If he spoke the truth, Xiao would likely not believe him. After a moment of silence, Jalua replied, "That bear was quite foolish, but its agility was no less impressive. Had it not been for the mounds of earth surrounding us, I would have found it challenging to evade it. Perhaps it lost interest and left on its own, Xiao, while I was away. Did anything peculiar occur? For instance, did you hear any strange sounds? Excluding Hong Lian, the four of them were gathered together. There was no bonfire, but the eerie illumination from the magic light provided some warmth. Just as the atmosphere had finally calmed, Jalua disrupted it, prompting Alice to analyze. Indeed, after all, we are in the Centipede Mountain Range. We have only just arrived and already encountered monsters. It seems this place is far more treacherous than the intel suggested. There were many odd occurrences, yet they could not pinpoint any specifics. In any case, this entire mountain range was shrouded in mystery, especially at night. Do you see that? In that direction, following Alice's pointing finger. Jalua soon beheld an extraordinarily bizarre sight. In the sky, several kilometers away, it appeared as though that section was engulfed in black flames, but a closer look revealed it was merely black mist, too hazy to discern without closer inspection. What was happening in that area? For now, it was not their concern. Since it was so distant, there was no need to fret. They simply needed to acknowledge that this mountain range was indeed strange. With this understanding, all four of them wished to depart as soon as possible. This thought crossed his mind. Xiao Air grew anxious for the safety of the coachman. Sigh. I wonder how that uncle is doing. Is he truly all right all alone? What is there to worry about? Jalua replied nonchalantly. That uncle, since he dared to take on our task, clearly possesses the capability to handle various situations. Although we have not seen him in action, I can sense his strength. Instead of worrying about him, we should focus on what we should do next. Should we return just like this? Or, Jalua, not wishing to voice an opinion, merely sought to hear the thoughts of others. Noticing Alice's troubled expression, he inquired, Alice, what are your thoughts? Me. Well, acquiring a demon-repelling herb is quite the challenge. If we linger for a few more days or delve deeper into the mountains, the perils we may encounter. Surely, they will be far greater. It is best we return sooner rather than later. According to the details of the commission, a single demon-repelling herb is worth 3 silvers, while a mature one fetches 5 silvers. Currently, we possess 2 mature herbs, totaling 10 silvers. After deducting the travel cost of 8 silvers, this journey seems rather unworthy. If we return now, Honglian is sure to be displeased, since the commission does not specify a quantity requirement. Why don't we stay for another day? However, we must not behave as recklessly as we did today. Let us explore the vicinity. If we achieve no results, we shall have no choice but to return. Rather than squander our time here, we should opt for simpler tasks upon our return. Don't you agree? Jalua wholeheartedly endorsed Alice's suggestion, yet Xiao was more eager than anyone else. No, at dawn, we shall descend the mountain and return. This mountain is not a domain we are currently equipped to explore. Once we are sufficiently strong, we can attempt it again. Remember, we have but one life. While opportunities to earn are abundant, that I cannot permit you to take such risks. It is indeed wiser to return sooner. Who says this journey was in vain? The sights we encountered along the way are simply unattainable within the confines of Takira City, not to mention the myriad of peculiar creatures we have witnessed. Consider it an opportunity to broaden our horizons. Jalua found himself at a loss for words against Xiao's reasoning. His logic was undeniably sound, placing the safety of the group above all else. Yet he felt Xiao was being somewhat pessimistic. Sighing in resignation, he gestured for Xiao to share his thoughts. Me? I have no objections. We have all witnessed the strength of Blue, Bai, and Xiao Bai. Just dealing with them. We are ill-equipped. Returning tomorrow morning would not be a bad idea. However, since Bai and Xiao Bai do not intend to accompany us, we must bid them farewell before we depart. Upon hearing this, Jalua nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed, as Xiao suggested. We shall leave tomorrow morning. Alice, I entrust the task of persuading Honglian to you. Well, I cannot guarantee success. Fear not, for Honglian is not a reckless individual. For now, let us settle on this. You all go to sleep, and I shall keep watch. Zhou, are you truly all right? Do not worry about me. I merely wish to meditate in a different location. It is of no concern. Hurry along to bed. Aside from the first night and those days of unconsciousness, Jalawa had not slept a wink. Having recognized the benefits of meditation, he had even less reason to sleep and risk being plagued by nightmares. After a night of recuperation, he not only restored himself to peak condition, but also slightly enhanced his magical prowess. Though still far from being able to confront the Black Rock Bear directly, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for the path of sorcery was still long ahead. Oh, Jalawa, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me? Never mind. I shall wash up first. You continue to sit there. While she referred to it as washing up, the conditions were rather sparse, consisting only of a pot of water to wash her face. Brushing teeth was out of the question, but before setting out, each person had prepared some magical chewing gum, though Jalawa's portion remained untouched. After hastily splashing water on her face, Honglian rushed over to Jalawa, bombarding him with questions. Hey Jalawa, how did you return? Did you deal with that big clumsy bear? Wait, you did bring back that herb, right? And the fruit. Seeing Honglian's eager gaze, Jalawa replied softly, I apologize, I did bring back the demon-repelling herb. But the fruit has already been divided among those 3 little rascals. What? Are you interested in that fruit? Upon hearing this, Honglian's expression darkened. How infuriating. That fruit was quite delectable. And those 3... Wait, there were 4 fruits in total. How did they divide them? Jalawa found it tedious to explain, and Honglian was too irritated upon her further. Realizing those 3 little rascals only indulged in eating and drinking, she promptly unsheathed her short sword and headed towards Alice's tent. You 2 little white mice. Come out this instant. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 34. Ruthless refinement at the break of dawn. The commotion began, and Alice was far from pleased with the tone, signaling for Bai and Xiao Bai to remain. She strode out of the tent. Honglian, their names are Bai and Xiao Bai. Do not misname them again. Now, what is the meaning of this? Honglian, unwilling to engage with Alice, found her unwillingness to back down quite irritating. Noticing Alice was dressed impeccably, she sensed something was amiss. That fruit might be worth more than the demon-repelling herb. Feeding them. What a waste. I must make them. You might as well forget about it. They have finished it all, and what remains is no concern of yours. Furthermore, that demon-repelling herb was brought back by Jalawa. It has nothing to do with you. How does it not concern me? Were it not for my daring ascent of the cliff, how would that herb have come into our possession? Oh, you mean that. But at the time, you couldn't even pull it out. You were knocked down by the bear's roar. Weren't you? Honglian was quite enraged, and since the fruit was gone, there was no need to dwell on it. Humph, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. You seem to have already decided where to explore next. On this matter, Jalawa chose to remain silent. Seeing him like this, Alice turned coldly to Honglian. Is yesterday's incident not sufficient to remind you to be cautious? I apologize, but after breakfast, we shall descend the mountain. This mountain may appear tranquil, yet dangers abound. There is no need to risk our lives for mere money. Honglian understood that this was not a decision made solely by Alice. She also recognized the wisdom in her words. Returning obediently was indeed the wisest choice. Yet her anger simmered. She was furious that the others had not consulted her beforehand, furious that the 3 magical creatures that had toyed with her were still frolicking about. And most of all, she was angry at her own insignificance. If only she were strong enough. Would she need to endure this? Jalawa, observing Honglian's silence, understood her thoughts well. After pondering, he suggested, how about we explore this area first? If we have no results by noon, we shall descend and return. Honglian, do not be upset. Rather than waste time here, it would be better to return and select some simpler tasks. Such commissions should be valid for a long time. We can always attempt this again when we are stronger. Honglian did not protest much. She sheathed her short sword and returned to the tent. Fine. Let us proceed as you say. The weather today seems quite pleasant. I must apply some sunscreen. Jalawa, remember to call me when it's time to set off? Not long after Honglian left, Bai and Xiao Bai emerged from the tent, now circling around Jalawa, seemingly very interested in him. You aren't still upset about last night, are you? He was unaware of the little creature's intentions, but fortunately, Alice was nearby. Jalawa, do not misunderstand. They merely wish to greet you and check if your face bears any scars. Scars. Upon hearing this, Jalawa instinctively looked up, confirming that his face was unscathed, and he felt relieved. Thanks to you, or else I might have been disfigured. Speaking of which, Bai, Xiao Bai, you are truly remarkable. What exactly are you? Apologies, they do not know what they are. Their names were given by Xiao'er, so do not trouble them. Indeed, considering their impending separation, Jalwa waved at them. Little ones, you are indeed strong, but to wander freely in these mountains would be quite challenging. Since we are about to leave, and Blue will be accompanying us, for your safety, I have decided to leave you with something. Come over here. Though he had not developed any new magic yesterday, Jalwa had mastered a certain technique. Under Alice's astonished gaze, he cast a specific spell upon Bai and Xiao Bai. This was a form of granting, similar in principle to the magical runes engraved on Ciara's armor. Yet with its own distinctions, the series of black flames surged towards the little ones. At first, Alice believed he intended to incinerate them, and even the little creatures thought so. However, as the black flames touched their needle-like fur, they mysteriously vanished, seemingly entering the bodies of Bai and Xiao Bai. The little ones not only felt no discomfort, but rather experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, closing their eyes to savor this unforgettable experience. Yet, this proved taxing for Jalwa. In just 3 minutes, he expended over half of his magical energy. Realizing how demanding it was, he resolved not to utilize his magic lightly until he improved it. Well then, consider this a farewell gift. Remember, the magic I bestowed upon you can only protect you 3 times, and it will only activate in life and death crises, as long as you do not run off recklessly and remain cautious. You will likely never need to use it. Bai and Xiao Bai could not comprehend his words, but noticing Alice's continuous gestures, they humanely lowered their heads. Witnessing this scene, Jalwa smiled. No need to thank me. It was merely a small act of kindness in our brief acquaintance. Seeing you like this, are you planning to leave right away? Very well. I hope we have a chance to meet again in the future. With a heartfelt admonition, and after seeing off Daba, Xiao Bai, and Alice, Jaro finally found the leisure to inquire. Jaro, are you truly all right? Is that magic really as wondrous as you described? I'm fine. Just a half-hour's rest will suffice. As for the magic, it was merely a preliminary attempt earlier, and nothing went awry. Theoretically, it should work without issue. Even if it proves ineffective, it won't adversely affect them, so you need not worry. All right then. I'm feeling hungry. Would you care to join me for a meal? I'm not hungry at the moment. You eat first. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to embark. Brew also joined this exploratory venture, driven by his insatiable curiosity, closely trailing behind Shio. Remember, no matter what happens, do not act alone, especially you. Honglin and Brew. Alice, you must keep a watchful eye on Brew. Furthermore, regardless of whether we achieve any findings, we must return before noon. Is that clear? Wealth often necessitates venturing into peril, but one must not be overly reckless, just like Jaro's group, who, having commenced their exploration less than 2 hours prior, returned in a state of disarray. Except for Brew, the others bore injuries. Alice longed to heal the wounded, yet her own ability to walk was already at its limit. Understanding her dire condition, Jaro stepped forward to support her. Alice, do not exert yourself. Allow me to carry you. Thank you. Once I rest a bit, I will. No need. You have already done remarkably well. There is no necessity to overexert yourself. Our minor injuries are inconsequential. We can endure. Why were they in such a predicament? It was difficult to articulate at that moment. If one were to assign blame, Jaro bore an undeniable share of responsibility, as it was he who proposed this expedition. As for Brew's inaction, it was merely because he was not present at the time. To have encountered such turmoil over 3 demon-repelling herbs was indeed rather foolish. Objectively speaking, they were still too weak. The Centipede Mountain range was far more formidable than they had imagined. That they had survived thus far was no small feat, and to have successfully evaded the pursuit of magical beasts was sheer luck. Seeing that the Honglin on Zaire's back remained unconscious, Jaro suggested, "Let us all take a break. We shall descend the mountain in half an hour." Having arrived with high hopes, they departed in such a desolate state. Were it not for the lively presence of Brew, the atmosphere would have been nearly unbearable. After a brief respite, Shio hastily packed the belongings in the campsite and led everyone away. The descent was smooth, taking just over half an hour to exit the mountain path. Upon seeing the carriage, Jaro found the middle-aged driver feeding the horse hay. Oh, you managed to return alive. These young ones are quite impressive. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 35. The return journey. The middle-aged driver was a gentleman of unknown name, though people refer to him as Lamy, despite the kindly visage concealed beneath his felt hat. He was a skilled martial artist with formidable strength. Yet he was exceedingly low-key, having resided in Takira City for many years with few ever witnessing his prowess. Taking on a role of a driver only furthered his discretion. Any troublesome matters were deftly handled by his partner, a seemingly ordinary gray horse. However, this horse was not only swift and enduring, but also adept in battle, making it a challenge for ordinary magical beasts to contend with it. The reason they had not engaged in combat during their journey was due to Lamy's instructions. Their sole task was to escort Jaro and his party safely to the Centipede mountain range. In truth, Lamy had been reluctant to accept this job. Beyond the monetary aspect, he was primarily concerned for the guests' safety. What if they ventured forth and never returned? Would that not equate to indirectly causing their demise? However, through their days together, he had realized that Jaro and his companions were not reckless individuals. Since they wished to test their luck in the Centipede mountain range, what harm could it do? He believed that once they grasped the harsh realities of the world, they would naturally return to safety. As he had anticipated, Jaro and his party would likely return empty-handed, each bearing considerable injuries. The reality, while closely aligning with his expectations, bore notable differences, such as the enigmatic creature Brew. With his extensive knowledge, he could not fathom what Brew truly was, which was indeed perplexing. Moreover, although everyone appeared utterly fatigued, they did not seem to be dispirited. Even the still unconscious Honglian exhibited such resilience. Oh, you managed to return alive. These young ones are quite impressive. Concerning this driver, Jaro found himself at a loss for words. Upon their arrival, he had set up a table by the roadside to drink, seemingly unconcerned for their well-being. Even that gray horse appeared indifferent, treating them as if they were mere air, merely waiting to finish its task and bid farewell. Was this truly the same uncle from his recollections? Why did the horse mirror such behavior? Jaro was baffled, and as the group approached the carriage, Lamy spoke. Young fellows, hold off on lifting that young lady into the carriage just yet. I have a fine bottle of wine here. If she drinks it, she should feel better. Of course, if you wish to partake as well, feel free to come over, stimulated by the intoxicating aroma of the wine. Honglian stirred from her stupor. Is this wine? Indeed, young lady, do drink up. Honglian possessed a low tolerance for alcohol, and after merely a small sip, she succumbed to intoxication. Rest assured, she will be fine. What she needs most is rest. Let her sleep a bit longer. Would you care for some? Jaro was inclined to indulge, yet was unable to do so. Shio and Zaire refrained, fearing the wine's potency, but Alice, on the other hand, drank cup after cup. Not bad. This wine is quite delightful. Honglian barely managed to drink a little and is already inebriated. How disappointing. Oh, why is it that none of you are drinking? Observing Alice's unperturbed state, Jaro genuinely wished to join in. Uncle, since we've already had some wine, can we set off now? Set off? No hurry. Young brother, please pay attention to the time, all right? It's nearly noon, and I trust you haven't eaten yet. Why not finish your lunch before departing? Very well. Shio, I wish to stay in the carriage for a while. You all take your time chatting. This day extended for a full 2 days, during which Jaro leaned against the carriage canopy and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, impervious to the calls of others, and even Lamy's efforts to rouse him proved futile. Fortunately, his health was intact. He had merely entered a profound state of sleep. According to Lamy's assessment, his condition bore resemblance to a magical energy deficiency, yet there were distinctions that in any case, until the magical energy within him was fully active, awakening would be a challenge. Given this, Shio and the others were not overly concerned. As they understood precisely why Jaro found himself in such a state, it was entirely anticipated. Allow him to sleep a few more days, and he would likely recover swiftly, rather than fret over him. They preferred to contemplate their future course. Only Brew, carefree and oblivious, would leap onto Jaro's form to play, and no one could persuade him otherwise. As for the 2 days without sustenance, while their bodily functions remained normal, everyone instinctively overlooked it. With only Lamy, seated outside the carriage, taking note, Upon falling into slumber, Jaro was neither plagued by nightmares nor haunted by memories of his childhood. Instead, he repeatedly experienced the same dream. It could hardly be termed a dream. Rather, it was an infinite replay of singular scenes. It was a dimly lit cavern, with an extraordinarily intricate maze of passages that, once ventured deep, would prove exceedingly difficult to exit. The cavern appeared tranquil, yet concealed within were myriad dangers, including nearly undetectable lethal traps, as well as numerous capricious magical beasts. It could be aptly described as a den of monsters. The five could not be said to have stumbled into this cavern by mistake. They had simply found themselves within its confines when they became aware that, in an effort to remain undetected by the magical beasts, they exercised caution. Alas, they were still discovered, and after a fierce struggle, it became evident to all that the disparity in strength was insurmountable, prompting a frantic escape. The scene Jaro beheld was one of the group concealed in a hidden spot, resting. However, they had scarcely settled when the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Something big is approaching. It could very well be the dangerous species indicated in the intel. We are no match for it. We must hastily vacate this place, spoke Shio. Jaro was unaware of what was meant by dangerous species, but it seemed to refer to some particularly perilous magical beast. There were only two possible escape routes, while over 100 magical beasts scoured the area in search of them. Now, with the arrival of a formidable creature, it was improbable to fight and retreat simultaneously. Only by leaving someone behind to cover their escape could there be any hope of survival. Jaro, unafraid of death and unconcerned for his own demise, naturally declared, "We have already traversed the other paths. Only these two remain unexplored, and I believe one of them must lead to an exit. Hurry and choose one. Jaro, what about you? Of course, I shall remain behind. Fear not, I shall catch up shortly. That creature will arrive soon, so do not dawdle. Alice, remember to protect the others." Shortly after the four departed, and before the formidable creature could arrive, several squads of magical beasts came charging in. Alone against the magical beasts, Jaro should have felt no fear, yet he was gripped by an overwhelming dread. This was not a fear of death, but rather a paralyzing realization of his own weakness. Suffocated by the oppressive aura that seemed to steal his breath away, his limbs trembled involuntarily, and in such a condition, it was exceedingly challenging for him to conjure magic. Fortunately, those monstrous beings did not take action, merely waiting quietly on either side of the passage, seemingly anticipating the arrival of their leader. Jalua wished to escape immediately, but alas, the two paths behind him were blocked. To extricate oneself from such a predicament seemed exceedingly difficult. "Oh, only one person. Little imp, you cannot seriously believe that you can flee from my domain? A talking monster?" Just as he uttered a single word, Jeff was struck heavily by a falling stone. Had it not been for the quality of his cloak, his chest would have undoubtedly been pierced. In his haze of consciousness, he discerned a blurred figure. Was it a humanoid monster? You bear an aura strikingly similar to that of the chasm, a scent I find quite distasteful. It appears I cannot feast upon you. Boys, dispose of him." After drifting into slumber, these words echoed repeatedly within Jalua's mind. Yet he paid them no heed. His thoughts were consumed by another matter. Why was it that those who chose to sacrifice were all him? Immortality does not equate to a lack of fear of death. Immortality does not imply immunity to injury. Were those individuals truly worth such devotion? He could not fathom it. Even upon waking from his stupor, he remained perplexed. "My head is spinning. Where am I?" T.O.B. continued. Chapter 36. Where do origins lie? My head is spinning. Where am I? As he hazily regained consciousness, Jalua found himself enveloped in darkness. Believing he was still within that cave, his body continued to sway, suggesting he had fallen into the clutches of the monsters, who were now presumably carrying him. The thought made him anxious. Standing before him was a mysterious creature. Without hesitation, he unleashed black flames with his gaze. However, the adversary was far too formidable, not only swallowing the black flames, but also retaliating with 2 slaps. Brew, brew. The consecutive slaps were one of Brew's signature techniques. Due to his short and slender arms, the damage was minimal, yet it possessed a miraculous effect. awakening those in a state of confusion. Roused by the two slaps, Jaluo realized he had acted excessively. Apologies. Brew, where exactly are we? Could you refrain from standing on me? Brew offered no response, merely gazing at him with lifeless eyes. Under such scrutiny, Jaluo felt utterly uncomfortable, since he had been at fault earlier. He decided to endure it for now. Is it night? It's already evening. Why are we still on the road? Honglian lay atop the carriage, gazing at the night sky, hearing movement within the carriage. She called out, "Uncle, it's quite late. You should rest. Perhaps we should halt for the night." Upon hearing this, Lami tightened the reins. Xiao and Shar, seated outside, nearly toppled from the carriage due to the sudden stop, awakening the slumbering Alice in the process. Spotting Jaluo lying across from her, wide-eyed, Alice quickly sat up. "Jella, you're finally awake. Don't move. I'll go fetch Uncle." The carriage had halted in the woods, not far from a small stream. Not to mention monsters, even wild creatures were scarce, confirming that the surroundings posed no danger. Shar, who had not bathed in 2 days, took his change of clothes and headed for the water. The carriage was already cramped, and with various bags inside. Honglian chose not to crowd in, instead wandering outside in search of fresh fruit. Inside the carriage, Jiao received a warm greeting from Xiao. "Jella, you've been asleep for a full 2 days. Are you truly all right? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Jiao was uncertain. While he could say he was fine, he wondered why. After 2 days, the magical energy within him remained so scant, seemingly preserved in the state he had been before his slumber. Rest assured, this lad is fine. He simply hasn't moved in a while. Once he gets out and stretches his legs, he'll quickly recover. Lami's voice retained its magnetic quality. After a moment of reflection, Jelua inquired, "No need to worry. I'm well. Uncle, why are we traveling through the night?" "Ah, well, naturally, some are concerned for you and wish to hasten back to the city to seek aid." Lami replied, "Now that you're all right, let us rest here for the night. At dawn, we shall set off again. I'll take little Gray, the gray horse, for a stroll. You all take your time to chat." Not long after, deep into the night, Xiao did not linger inside the carriage for long. He found a clean spot, laid down a blanket, and closed his eyes. Zhou understood that at night, the carriage was designated as the women's sleeping quarters, leaving the men to find a patch of ground to sleep upon, so he had no intention of lying down again. "Brew, could you kindly let me be?" Brew continued to stand before his chest, perhaps finding it dull, and hopped over to Alice's small pillow. "I'll take a stroll outside. You all rest well." Upon exiting the carriage, Jelua faintly heard the sound of the stream. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he seated himself a little ways away from Xiao. "Uncle, how long until we return to Kaira City?" Lami was reclining against a tree, gazing up at the starry sky, seemingly devoid of sleepiness. Beside him, little Gray had just fallen into a deep and peaceful slumber. Hearing the question, he replied softly, "At least a day. Conservatively speaking, a day and a half." "Why? Are you eager to return?" Jelua yearned to return, as it had been half a month since he last saw the old man Ban. His mind was filled with many confusions, and he longed to seek him out immediately. Considering Lami's seemingly unfathomable strength, he turned to ask, "Uncle, since you are an adventurer, what impressions do you have of mages?" Lami fell silent, prompting Jelua to close his eyes, whether to hasten the recovery of his magical energy or to enhance his own power. Meditation was indispensable. Having not meditated for 2 days, he deemed it necessary to intensify his practice. Should he delay further, he might encounter situations his team could not handle. Perhaps sensing his resolve, the previously lost bone staff emitted an eerie black aura. Jelua remained oblivious, but Lami took notice. "This aura is quite ominous. I feel I've seen that staff somewhere before." "Who are you, lad?" In the dead of midnight at the northern gate of Takara City, a new recruit on night watch had just completed his shift when he was nearly frightened half to death by a figure seated by the gate. The individual was clad in a black cloak, wrapped tightly, obscuring their visage, revealing only a skeletal claw. The new recruit assumed this person was either deceased or a ghost, tightly clutching his collie beside him. "Hey, rookie, what are you doing? You're not seriously scared of that guy, are you?" "That guy. Senior, is he really dead?" "Humph, if you're dead, he wouldn't be here. He has been sitting there for 3 days and nights. His temperament is quite unpleasant, so it's best not to get too close. He has been sitting there for 3 days and nights? Senior, doesn't this affect the city's appearance? Why isn't he anyone? Shuh, if you don't want to die, just shut up. In any case, that guy is not someone we can provoke. Just pretend you didn't see him. The figure remained seated, not idle, but engaged in meditation. He was not without defenses. Should anyone dare approach within a meter of him, they would be met with a fiery warning. Having consumed a certain precious potion beforehand, he could withstand weeks without food or water. This individual was Buck, who had clashed with Jalua previously. Upon learning that Jalua's party had exited the city through the northern gate, he had awaited them there. Although Abby had explicitly warned him not to lay plans against Jalua, he found it impossible to swallow that indignation. The contest with Jalua in the guild had been a humiliation. How could a mere rookie dare to disdain him and even refuse to converse? He could not bear it. Initially, he had complied due to Abby's warning, but upon hearing that Jalua had been absent for 3 days, he could no longer remain calm. If Jalua were to perish at the hands of monsters or in some desolate wilderness, how could he seek revenge? Thus, he came to wait outside the northern gate. His partner, knowing his temperament, refrained from intervening. After all, with money not being an issue lately, it would be wise to take some time for clandestine training, preparing for his promotion to D-rank. As for why Buck carried a skeletal claw, it was all due to Jalua. Having never witnessed Jalua in action before, he assumed it was because Jalua lacked a staff. Upon investigating, he learned that Jalua was a dark mage, prompting him to spend extravagantly on a bone-claw short staff. He believed that when they met again, he would be able to engage in a fair fight. That was his thought. Even if Abby later came to question him, he felt she would have little to say. However, one premise remained. He must wait for Jalua's return. But if he could not wait, he would not feel regret. It was entirely normal for a rookie to perish on a mission. If Jalua truly died, then so be it. After all, he was merely a rookie, not worth excessive concern. Yet he still harbored a flicker of anticipation, leading to this scene. Haha, rookie, I've prepared a grand fireworks show just for you. Please don't let me down. Having not spoken for a long while, his hoarse voice sent chills down the spines of the 2 guards. The new recruit could not help but scream, "A ghost." TOB continued. Chapter 37. A duel that stifles dignity. As they exited the city, they paid little attention to the scenic views along the way, instead remaining on high alert. Now sitting outside, enjoying the gentle breeze, Jalua finds himself truly relishing the breathtaking beauty of nature. Unlike the grasslands he once beheld in his dreams, this expanse is teeming with life. On either side of the broad path lie lush, verdant meadows where herds of majestic horses seem to race with the wind, while a few elephants lazily lounge, seemingly savoring the splendid morning hours. Numerous docile herbivores inhabit this land, thriving and procreating, living their lives in this serene haven. If this tranquil paradise remains undisturbed, he believes these creatures will continue to thrive for generations to come. Witnessing such harmonious scenes, Jalua yearns to contribute in some way. Alas, he currently feels too feeble. With his means woefully inadequate, the aspiration to safeguard this paradise lies beyond his present capabilities. However, he vows that one day, when he has grown sufficiently strong, he shall return to orchestrate a plan. Noticing the cart's pace has slowed, Jalua inquires, "Uncle, do you happen to know the name of this grassland?" Perhaps parched, Lami sets down the reins to grasp a water flask. This is a grassland on the verge of being forgotten, known as the Golden Grassland. Over a decade ago, it was closely linked to Takira City, but due to the passage of years, it has diminished to its current scale. Boy, are you interested in this place? Diminished? What exactly has changed? Joe, puzzled, presses for clarification. Uncle, this grassland must have been vast once, right? What could have caused such a decline? Surely it can't be due to those animals grazing recklessly. How could that be? This place is indeed favored by the heavens. Every 3 days, new grass breaks through the soil, maturing rapidly enough to nourish the creatures here. As for the specific reasons, they're difficult to articulate. If I had to hazard a guess, it is that it is gradually weakening. Though it appears prosperous now, in just a few years, this land will likely vanish. And as for the creatures hearing this, Jalua gestures towards a distant group of horses, Most of those horses could serve as war steeds. They should not be forgotten. Why has no one sought to protect or control this land? Lami can't help but chuckle at Jalawa's navet. Boy, while those horses could indeed be utilized in battle, they remain wild creatures, incomparable to magical beasts. If ordinary folk were to ride them, it would enhance their combat prowess, but this place is at least a half-day's journey from Takira City, making it difficult for commoners to arrive. For adventurers, all the creatures here are merely food, yet none dare to hunt openly. After all, the majority are social animals, and even if they are not magical beasts, their combined strength should not be underestimated. After hearing Lami's remarks, Jalawa finds himself with a new question. Has this place ever been disturbed by magical beasts? Magical beasts, for some unknown reason, they find it exceedingly difficult to enter this grassland. And the little creature accompanying you, Baloo, should merely be an exception. What? Are you genuinely concerned for the safety of this land? Well, a bit worried, but having heard your words, I feel considerably reassured, Jalawa replies. Uncle, you mentioned earlier that this grassland is called the Golden Grassland. Why can't I see it? Winter has just passed. It takes time. At least wait until early autumn, and you shall behold the beauty you desire. Enough of this, young one. I must accelerate our pace. Hold on tight. Jalawa fell silent, and just then, a large hand encircled his neck. Jalawa, what were you discussing with the uncle? Nothing much. Siar, do you need me for something? Of course. You've been outside for so long. It's my turn to enjoy the breeze. Jalawa yearned to rise, but after sitting for so long, coupled with the cart's increasing jostling, he found it difficult. Just a moment. Uncle, please drive more slowly. All right. As Siar stepped out of the carriage, the interior immediately felt much more spacious. The four of them exchanged glances. Finding it rather dull, unable to meditate, Jalawa asked, Honglian, is your injury fully healed? In recent days, Honglian's sleep had been poor, and with most of their time spent on the road, her opportunities for activity had dwindled. Upon hearing Jalawa's words, she lazily waved her hand from the back. I've healed long ago. If it weren't for the discomfort of sitting in this carriage, I wouldn't be in this state. I've truly had enough. Shio, let us not take on long-distance jobs again. If we must, at least find a carriage that is spacious and comfortable. Jalawa felt troubled. Finding a suitable carriage while ensuring a safe round trip would undoubtedly be beyond their means. While renting a carriage for travel was a viable option, it still presented numerous inconveniences. After a moment's thought, Jalawa proposed, how about we buy a carriage when we return? There's no rush. We can prepare slowly. As for what kind of animal to harness, we certainly need to give it careful consideration. Noticing Honglian's interest, Jalawa continued. I'm a member of the Magic Guild, and I believe there are plenty of suitable carriages within the guild. Leave this matter to me. As for everything else, we can discuss it once I handle this. What do you think? Oh, Jalawa, it seemed you were faring quite well in your guild. Not really. I've only met my mentor once. Enough of that. It's still early. If you're hungry, why not eat something first? As they drew closer to Takira City, sightings of magical beasts became increasingly rare. The cart quickened its pace, soon nearing the city. When they finally caught sight of the northern city gate, it was already afternoon. The sun was bright, and a considerable number of people were queued outside the gate. Honglian, weary of remaining inside the carriage, jumped out as soon as the cart slowed. Observing her joyous sprint against the wind, Jalawa couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At last, we're back. If memory served him correctly, he recalled that 2 small towns and several villages surrounded Takira City, and those before him must belong to one of those towns. Suddenly sensing a malevolent gaze, Jalawa promptly suppressed his thoughts. Just as he was about to pinpoint the source, Buck appeared uninvited. Hey, newcomer, you're finally back. Humph, it's been a long wait. Do you know why I came looking for you? The crowd began to part, and as Buck removed his hood, revealing an expression brimming with potential aggression, Jalawa understood his intentions. However, he had no inclination to engage, especially in such a crowded place. Just then, Honglian called out from a distance. What is happening? Jalawa, do you know him? How could that be? Jalawa internally scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Not an acquaintance, just someone I've seen once. Apologies, but we must return to report that if you truly have business with me, we can discuss it at the guild when I'm free. After waiting several days, Buck was unwilling to let the opportunity slip. No way. With so many witnesses, wouldn't that be even better? Newcomer, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept? Now the center of attention. Jalawa felt increasingly displeased. Upon hearing this, his irritation grew. I've no desire to reiterate. I don't have time right now. Oh, newcomer, are you afraid of losing to me? Fear not. I have even prepared a staff for you. If you're a man, don't dawdle. Glancing back at the approaching car, Jalawa replied firmly. Are you sure you want to fight me? Absolutely. Fine, but I hope you won't regret it. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 38. Duel outside the city. It is quite noisy outside. What on earth is happening? I don't know. Why not go out and see for yourself? Baloo, don't move around. Regardless of how perilous the world may be, life must go on. After traversing the grasslands and passing through several woodlands, signs of civilization began to emerge. Throughout their journey, Jalawa and his companions observed numerous ordinary folk toiling in the fields and children playing joyfully. As if magical beasts had never existed. Slowing their pace, they all wished to disembark immediately. Seeing Hong Lian and Jalawa exit the carriage, Xiu felt restless. He too wanted to experience the rare lively scene, but hesitated to step out. This was not out of fear, but rather excessive caution. Noticing the commotion outside suddenly cease, he couldn't help but peek through the carriage curtain. Who is Jalawa arguing with? You all stay seated. I'll go check it out. Securing his quiver and picking up his longbow, Xiu nimbly leapt from the cart. Uncle, we have some matters to attend to. Please don't rush into the city. All right, it'll be difficult to enter the city for a while anyway. Boy, I advise you to stay out of this kind of trouble. Thank you for your advice, Uncle. Quickening his pace, Xiu soon located Hong Lian. Hong Lian, what is going on? Observing his apparent anxiety, Hong Lian shook her head gently. Relax, it's nothing serious. I actually believe Jalawa could defeat that guy. Hey, Jal, are you capable or not? If you are, then hurry up and start. Not only Hong Lian urged him. Witnessing the impending duel between adventurers, bystanders began to shout. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, hurry up and disperse. Mother, these two individuals appear quite fearsome. Are all adventurers like them? How is that possible? Stop speculating. Let us proceed into the city. As the party member, Jalawa felt rather displeased. Not only did he dislike excessive attention, but he was also troubled by the bone-claw-shaped staff in Buck's hand. It looked quite impressive and should fetch a considerable sum. Currently, the team required funds for various matters, and to refuse such an opportunity would be utterly foolish. However, if he were to accept it, direct contact must be avoided to prevent exposure. Given that Hong Lian and Shujin were not far off, it would be prudent to have them collected on his behalf. With this thought, the previously silent Joe finally spoke. I accept your challenge. However, before we commence, I would like to clarify a few points. Upon hearing this, Buck smiled slightly. Are you intending to propose rules that favor you? Apologies, but this time it will be a straightforward duel. Adhering to the regulations set for adventurers. Newcomer, do you still wish to employ cunning tricks? Save your breath. Yet, I am quite eager to hear what you have to say. Jala, disliking unnecessary chatter, stated plainly, since you intend to give me the staff, I shall accept it. Xiujian, please assist me in receiving it. Once I am finished with my tasks, you may return it to me. Glancing at the bone staff hanging from Jalawa's waist and noticing that Xiujian was acquainted with him, Buck readily handed over the staff. Very well. It was meant for you anyway. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Newcomer, do you have anything else to say? Certainly. Firstly, apart from the guild leader, I'm not fond of being referred to as a newcomer. My name is Jalawa, and I hope you will remember it. Very well. I apologize for my rudeness. Now, then, Jalawa, may we engage in combat? I have not finished speaking. After a moment of contemplation, Jalawa continued. Since it is a duel, there should naturally be some stakes. Newcomers are always thinking about making a profit. Speak your mind, as long as it is something I possess. I will gladly relinquish it if you manage to defeat me. Compared to their first meeting, Jalawa could now more acutely sense the depth of Buck's magical prowess. Overcoming him would indeed be quite difficult, yet certainly not impossible. Rather than toiling away in solitary practice, it would be far more beneficial to find someone to spar with, as it would effectively test the results of his training. With Buck having approached him, such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Since it is a sacred duel, How could money be the wager? Let us do this, within the limits of our abilities. The loser must unconditionally agree to 3 requests from the winner. I trust you shall not refuse? Oh, you are serious? Of course. Even before Buck declared his intent to duel with Jalawa, the dozen or so guards stationed at the city gate sensed something amiss. With the rookie who had been frightened half to death the previous night reacting most strongly. Senior, has that guy been putting on a show for days just to wait for that kid? Should we intervene? Given the current situation, even if the guards wished to intervene, it would likely be challenging to succeed. After a moment's thought, the seasoned captain of the guards pondered, they are engaging in a fair duel. We have no authority to interfere. Even if we wish to stop them, with our numbers, it would be impossible. There are too many common folk outside the city. You all should disperse the crowd first. I will be back shortly. As both combatants were magic users, they maintained a considerable distance to maximize their abilities. The onlookers, no matter how excited, wisely made space. Nevertheless, Joel remained uneasy, so just before the battle commenced, he suggested, while a duel is a duel, we must not cause any destruction. How about we relocate to a more secluded area to fight? Kid, you do talk a lot. Are you worried that I might damage the pavement? Fear not. I'm not some half-baked newcomer like you. Jalawa did not expect to persuade him. He merely sought to buy time. How could he ensure that his intentions remained concealed? The bone staff still hung at his waist, and his left hand, hanging limply, did not reach for it, instead using his cloak to obscure it, making it challenging for ordinary onlookers to discern his true intentions. Buck, having learned from previous experiences, refrained from making any rash moves. And thus they faced each other in tense silence. The more they remained in this standoff, the more reluctant the crowd became to speak. Suddenly, a massive fireball ascended without warning. This is a fireball spell I have specially prepared for you. Let us see how you handle it. Most ordinary people had never witnessed how adventurers fought. To them, this scene appeared miraculous, and they all assumed Jalaw was doomed. Unlike the previous encounter, Jalaw did not wish to remain passive. Since they were both magic users, it was only fitting to compete with their spells. And given that his opponent excelled in fire magic, there was even less reason to back down. Thus, as the fireball was about to strike, it was engulfed by what seemed to be a less formidable black flame. Unbelievable. How did that young man accomplish such a feat? Not only the spectators were baffled. Even Buck was perplexed as to how such a small cluster of black flames could overpower his magic. Black magic? Is it truly this formidable? Though somewhat surprised, he was not overly shocked. Is that your magic? Quite intriguing. It is now your turn to strike. Hurry and make your move. You want me to attack him? Jelon, unfamiliar with the rules of duel, preferred facing monsters over adventurers. After pondering for a moment, he realized he was still unaccustomed to such rigid dueling. If that is the case, I shall not show any mercy. You had better be mentally prepared. Oh, your gaze is looking quite promising now. Newcomer, let me witness the extent of your capabilities. As you wish, imagining his opponent as a monster, Jalaw felt no further resistance. Striking with the intent to incapacitate rather than kill was an utterly foolish notion. Before him, an eerie black lotus began to rotate, enveloping the surroundings in a faint black mist, while he himself vanished from sight. You will perish. Are you certain you wish to proceed? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 39. Between victory and defeat regarding this duel, Lamy had little faith in Jalaw, even if he could forcibly dispel his opponent's magic. The vast disparity in their strengths remained daunting. Yet, as the entire area became engulfed in black mist, he began to reconsider. It was challenging for outsiders to discern the events unfolding within, but he had a clear view. Jalaw was not disappearing into thin air. Rather, he was blending into the environment he had created. Charles, seated nearby and watching from a distance, grew anxious. Uncle, what has become of Jalaw? Is he in danger? Alice, sharing the carriage, remained composed. Even if Jalaw were to lose, it was of little consequence, as such duels did not result in death. If Jalaw could not defeat that man, their anxiety would be futile. In truth, she longed to step outside and observe, but Brew had been rather restless. If not kept in check, he would likely cause considerable chaos, so she chose to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Hong Yin among the spectators grew impatient. How tiresome. Is this how battles between magic users proceed? So slowly. Hey, Zhao, we still need to return for a lavish feast. Please wrap this up quickly. Her words vexed Xiujian, who retorted, Honglian, your urging is of no use. Since this is Jalua's battle, we have no need to interfere. By the way, when did he learn such magic? Outsiders only saw the surface. These were merely extensions of the black flame technique. Using the black flames to create mist and conceal his figure was indeed an impressive tactic. Yet it held no significance against Buck. However, Jalua's attacks were undeniably fierce. If Buck had not faced numerous similar predicaments before, he might have struggled to cope. To the onlookers, the black mist appeared silent. Yet the two were already engaged in a fierce contest. With Buck somewhat on the defensive, to counter the eerie black mist, he had not moved an inch from his position. Meanwhile, Jalua found himself in a predicament. Buck proved to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. According to his assumptions, magic users possessed relatively weak physiques, and once in close quarters, it would be game over. However, he had not considered that Buck would possess such countermeasures. What was that barrier? It appeared similar to a black flame barrier, yet it was not. Jalua was perplexed. He had initially thought to seize the opportunity to ambush Buck, only to be met with such a response. It could only be said that his understanding of magic users was still woefully inadequate, especially regarding combat styles. How dull. Newcomer, such trivial tricks do not faze me. I implore you to take this seriously. As the eerie black lotus ceased to release black mist, it gradually dissipated, yet the two remained in their original positions. Ultimately, he had shown mercy. He had thought that rendering his opponent unconscious would conclude the duel. With matters reaching this point, Jalua no longer hesitated. A small cluster of black flames suddenly appeared behind Buck. Simultaneously, two high-temperature fireballs materialized above Jalua's head. Zhao neither dodged nor avoided. The black flame barrier shielded him from most of the fire. However, Buck, acting out of caution, did not confront the black flames directly, easily evading them before launching a counterattack. Prepare to perish, explosive flame barrage. Faced with two formidable crimson fireballs, Jalua felt uncertain if he dodged. The pavement would undoubtedly be blasted to pieces, yet if he did not, he was likely to suffer injuries. He had no time to deliberate. 5 black flame barriers hovered like a protective shield above him. He understood that this would not suffice. Yet a sudden release of immense magical power drained his energy, leaving him unable to respond further. The battle shifted with such rapidity that the onlooking commoners were left utterly bewildered. Were adventurers truly as formidable as this? Was it not merely a duel? Then why did it appear to be a fight to the death? As barriers shattered one after another, Jalua, predictably, sustained injuries. Fortunately, the flames had subsided considerably, and with the protection of his black cloak, he emerged with only minor burns on his left hand, which were not grave. Hey, the young man is hurt. Is there no one to assist him? Feeling the searing pain radiating from his left hand, Jalua was torn between elation and discontent. If even a non-D rank adventurer like Buck could inflict harm upon him, how powerful were D rank adventurers? Oh, he had sustained merely this minor injury, and it was largely due to that cloak? Young man, you ought to be grateful for your fine cloak. Witnessing his injury, Honglian was greatly concerned. Jalua, what on earth happened? This is nothing like you. Please, show the courage you possess. Humph, what is there for that scoundrel to be proud of? He only joined the guild before us. This man is nothing. Just as she thought this, a fireball hurtled towards her face with such speed that she could hardly react. Yet, just as the fireball was about to strike her and Xiushi, it inexplicably vanished. Hey, we agreed it was a duel. How can you harm others? My apologies. A slip of the hand. I hope you don't mind. In truth, Buck merely intended to frighten Honglian, but he had not anticipated Jalua's intervention. How had he managed that? Throughout the battle, Buck had yet to witness Jalua chant a spell. Had he cultivated to the point of casting magic without incantation? No. Incantation-free casting was limited to singular spells. Jalua had executed several types of magic earlier, making that improbable. What could it possibly be? Did Senior Abi recognize not just this young man's cloak, but also his innate talent? Speaking of talent, he indeed had considerable merit, yet in Buck's eyes, it still fell short. He was referred to as an explosive fire mage, not merely for his proficiency in fire magic, but because his fire spells were excessively domineering. This was attributed to his possession of two remarkable talents, Flame Demon and Explosive Sphere, both classified as rare magical talents. Every fire spell he cast bore significantly greater power. Even the guild's mentors would not dare to recklessly confront him. The Flame Demon and Explosive Sphere were once exceedingly powerful fire-based magical beasts, now extinct. However, they left behind numerous seeds. Possessing either talent grants extraordinary affinity for fire magic, and if one possesses both, their future is undoubtedly bright. Were this in the royal capital, such talent would be meticulously nurtured. But alas, in the border city of Takara. Moreover, the training of a mage necessitates a gradual approach. Until he ascends to D rank, his strength remains limited. Yet once he does attain D rank, the Magic Guild will undoubtedly take notice of him. Not only him, but his partner is equally exceptional. The two had long been preparing for the challenge of D rank. Now realizing that Jalaw was quite a formidable opponent, Buck resolved to employ one of his recent training achievements. He raised his staff high, the fiery red gem embedded within it radiating a dazzling crimson light. Newcomer, the magic I am about to cast is rather extraordinary, so be cautious. Jalaw sensed impending danger. Yet his limbs were uncooperative. Had it not been for his ability to utilize magic, he might have called for a halt and conceded. Thank you for your warning. I'm fine. Do proceed with your attack. Though he said so, Jalaw harbored no confidence in withstanding it, especially upon witnessing that crimson flame, but if he were truly struck, he would undoubtedly be left disfigured. However, just as the incantation was halfway through, the city guard arrived. What on earth are you doing? Are you Buck? Cease this immediately. If you do not stop, do you believe I want to throw you in jail for 3 days? TCH, newcomer, let us call this duel off. You are still far too weak. When you ascend to D rank, we shall have a proper match. TO, be continued. Chapter 40. At last we meet, having witnessed the formidable prowess of adventurers. The common folk dared not linger, retreating in droves for fear of collateral damage. Some curious children were pulled away by adults, leaving only Xiushur and Honglian standing in place. The Buck's earlier attack on Honglian had already displeased Xiushur, and now, noticing Jalaw's precarious state, he could no longer idly watch. Nothing was more vital than life itself. Jalaw was irreplaceable, and he could not stand by as his friend faced death, stowing away his shabby staff. He deftly knocked an arrow. Honglian, mages possess poor close-range defense. I will create an opportunity for you. Be ready to strike. Honglian had long harbored disdain for Buck, having been rescued by Jalaw once again. She felt irritable. Regaining her composure, she promptly drew her short sword, awaiting the right moment. However, as the crimson flames surged ever higher, her expression turned grave. That inferno was beyond her capabilities. Rather than attempt to ambush the presently formidable Buck, it would be wiser to save Jalaw, who was much closer, if she seized the right moment. Rescuing him would not prove difficult. Unbeknownst to Xiushur, Honglian's thoughts were elsewhere. His sole focus was to interrupt Buck's incantation. Just then, the city guard arrived, their synchronized and hurried footsteps disrupting his concentration. What are you doing? Are you Buck? Cease this at once. If you do not stop, I will have you locked up for 3 days. Upon seeing the guards intervening, Xiushur exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that was truly terrifying. That guy is strong. If he had successfully cast that spell, we would all have been in trouble. The carefully prepared duel was interrupted, and Buck left in frustration. Due to Jalaw's injuries, the guards paid him special attention. Honestly, you newcomer really know how to cause chaos. If you wish to duel, you could easily do so at the arena in town. Why must you insist on doing it here? Newcomer, do not move. Under the guard's rudimentary treatment, Jala not only healed, but the 2 scars on his ankle faded away, leaving him somewhat dazed. Thank you, just now. Did you cast a holy light spell? How could that be? Please recognize the facts. We are priests, and our healing abilities far surpass those of a mediocre knight. Newcomer, here's a piece of advice. It's best not to provoke that fellow. I would like to, but each adventurer is a vital asset. How could one perish over such a trivial matter? Remember my words, newcomer. With 2 squads of guards present, Order outside the city swiftly returned to Jalawa's wounds had healed. Yet he remained sullen. Had the duel continued, he would certainly have been the loser. This was not merely a disparity in magical power, but also a gap in combat experience. Indeed, every adventurer was a formidable opponent. To survive in Takara, one must grow stronger to earn respect. Strengthening oneself requires not only diligent training, but also the acceptance of missions. Yet both of his previous missions have been fraught with peril. How much longer could he persist? If a member of the team were to perish, what then? Would the remaining members continue onward, or dissolve the team? Perhaps recruit new members? Jalua wished to avoid such scenarios. Ensuring the safety of everyone while growing stronger and preparing was still insufficient. In this world coexisting with magical beasts, unforeseen occurrences were inevitable. What his team lacked was the ability to handle crises. After careful consideration, he resolved to engage in future decision-making, particularly regarding the choices of quests. I'm fine. Stop looking at me like that. Get on the carriage. All right, then I'll just leave the staff with you for now. Regardless of being common folk or adventurers, anyone wishing to enter Takara must undergo scrutiny, particularly concerning personal belongings. As the carriage approached the city gate, it was halted by 3 guards. Stop sitting idly in there. Come out. Do not worry. It's just a routine inspection. Jalaw was the first to disembark. Having brought no luggage, he quickly passed the inspection, but Alice was another matter. Hey, little girl, what exactly do you have hidden in that backpack? What else could it be? Just some clean clothes. What? Uncle, do you need me to open it for you? That won't be necessary. The others are waiting, so hurry along. Until the carriage moved on, the guard who conducted the inspection remained somewhat puzzled. I feel as though I sensed the aura of a magical beast just now. Was it merely my imagination? Though Takara was merely a border town, it was indeed vast. Upon entering the city, an array of vibrant scenes unfolded before them, as if the tumult of the outside world had no relevance here. Jalaw, who spent most of his time holed up in the dormitory, had never truly explored. Now, witnessing numerous commoners setting up stalls along the street, he couldn't help but recall the days of his childhood accompanying his mother to the market. How wonderful it would be to return to those times. So fragrant. Is that from that snack stall? Uncle, stop the carriage. Just as they passed through the city gate, Brulu leapt from the backpack. Restricted tightly by Alice, he had intended to complain, but the enticing aroma wafting from outside captivated him. Seeing Hongyun also wanting to disembark to sample the fare, he felt ecstatic. Was there any reason to follow these people? Was it not simply for the food? Now, with such delicious offerings awaiting him, how could he possibly miss out? Yet, just as he prepared to follow Hongyun out, Alice grasped him. Bro, this is a human city. If people see you like this, it could spell trouble. You must disembark to dine. And I can accompany you, but you must first don this. It was a piece of azure cloth, tightly wrapped around the bundle. After exchanging a few glances with Alice, he chose not to linger on the matter further. For the sake of a meal, he was willing to endure anything, and thus Alice embraced him and helped him out of the carriage. Given the subpar meals of late, Charles also stepped down to indulge. Though to Jalal, it bore a different flavor altogether. The carriage was merely pausing temporarily, with the dormitory still quite distant. Realizing he could not delay his meeting with the class elder any longer, he promptly exited and declared, Shio, I shall pay a visit to the guild. You may stay here and have something to eat. All right. You mean the staff, right? Do I need such an item? Just keep it with you. We are in dire need of funds. Find a moment to sell it. Then I shall take my leave. Fear not. I should return to the dormitory before nightfall. Joe was familiar with the general layout of the area and was not concerned about locating the magic guild this time. After exchanging a few words with the amiable Rami, he turned towards a side street. However, as he departed, Rami's penetrating gaze made him uneasy. Did he perceive something amiss? Ja'al remained oblivious and untroubled. Even if his secret were to be discovered, it mattered little. The city of Takara boasted 3 major markets, situated near the western, southern, and northern gates, bustling with activity during the daytime, not only featuring merchants from afar selling their wares, but also adventurers making their living. At this moment, Jalawa found himself in the second side street of the northern market. Even in this side alley, there were numerous pedestrians, making it quite challenging to exit this lively area swiftly. Jalawa enjoyed the vibrancy of the crowd, but preferred to observe from a distance. wishing merely to watch in silence. Spotting a narrow alleyway beside the street, he assured himself that his direction had not strayed too far and slipped into it. Phew, there are indeed many people here. The alley was relatively empty, yet the houses on either side were crowded with individuals. Judging by their attire, they appear to be adventurers gathered for a meal. Oh, a newcomer. I finally get to see you. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized behind Jaluo. It was a feminine voice, and upon confirming he did not recognize her, Jaluo continued forward, unfazed, which displeased the newcomer. Hey, newcomer, where are you headed? Wherever I go is of no concern to you, right? If you have nothing to discuss, I am indeed looking for you. Of course, I have something to discuss. Just stop for a moment. To be continued. Chapter 41. The mysterious woman, from the tone of her voice, Jaluo deduced that the newcomer was likely of a similar age to himself. When he turned to face her, his confusion only deepened. He was certain he did not know her. The only thing he could ascertain was that she, like him, was quite peculiar, cloaked in a black and white ensemble with a high hood. Thoroughly wrapped up and wearing a white mask, she appeared exceedingly suspicious. From the cascading bangs framing her forehead, he surmised that she must be a beautiful blonde. Noticing the exquisite staff in her grasp, Jaluo inquired, "Do we know each other?" "No, we do not. You are an adventurer, and like me, a spellcaster. You aren't seeking my guidance on magic, are you?" "Apologies, but you have mistaken me. I am merely a novice, on my way to consult my mentor at the guild. If you have no... You are partially correct, but I am not here to ask for your magical advice. This place is not suitable for conversation. Can we find somewhere else to discuss?" She had been trailing him ever since the carriage entered the city. Initially intending to wait patiently, she became anxious when she saw Jaluo act alone. Following him discreetly, she was compelled to hasten her pace when he entered the alley. She had hoped to find the right person, but Jaluo seemed oblivious to her presence, which left her somewhat disheartened. After some deliberation, she decided to approach him nonetheless. However, Jaluo's strong sense of caution and his evident disinterest in her made her quite displeased. Were it not for the necessity of ensuring the matter was handled smoothly, she would not have lowered herself to such an extent. "I am afraid I find this place quite convenient for conversation. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I am listening." "That day, I happened to be at the guild during your duel with Buck. I watched it, and it was quite spectacular. To wield such impressive techniques indicates your significant talent. But is that all? Just some trivial tricks? Hardly remarkable techniques. In my eyes, you are the true expert. To approach me so stealthily, yet harbor no ill intent. What is it that you truly desire?" Glancing around, the masked woman whispered, "Do not overthink this. My purpose in seeking you is solely for one matter. I have a private commission that I would like you to assist me with, if only... Oh, I nearly forgot. Greetings, I am Rothschild Misha. I know your name is Jal. And the reason I have come to find you is naturally because you are a dark magician to AS for the details. If it is a commission, why not have the guild handle it? Surely, there are more capable dark magicians than myself." After a moment of silence, Misha shook her head slightly. "No, to my knowledge, aside from you, there's not a single dark magician in Takira City." "Oh, that is indeed an intriguing piece of information. So, it must be that only a dark magician can assist you?" "Of course. Unfortunately, you are still too weak at present." "Oh, then why do you seek me? Do you not wish to hear what the compensation entails? A personal commission. Is it something I can handle alone? If no one else is involved, earning some small coin would not be unwelcome." After some contemplation, Joe mused, "I would be interested to hear, but as you have stated, I'm still quite weak. I must apologize for not being able to assist you. When I become stronger, I shall consider it. 30 gold coins, plus 1,000 sini. If you desire anything else, feel free to ask. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I shall comply." "Are you serious?" "Of course. 30 gold coins? That should suffice for a small party for several years. But what exactly is sini? This woman possesses such wealth. Why seek me out? What is sini? Is it a form of currency?" "Indeed, it is the universal currency in the magical realm. In short, it is even more precious than gold coins." "Ah, I see. I can consider it, but on the condition that we shall speak of it once I grow stronger. That is only reasonable. You appear to have pressing matters. I shall not further intrude. When you advance to D rank, I will disclose the commission details to you. Here is a card for communication. Please keep it safe. The front bears Misha's miniature portrait, while the back features dark purple stripes resembling a card. Yet upon Jiloa's touch, he understood it was extraordinary. This was indeed a card, but one that manifested Misha's magical essence. In simpler terms, she had inscribed her magic onto the card, akin to a bestowal technique, but this card only possessed communication functionality. How do I use it? Rest assured, it will only relay messages from me. When the time comes, you will know that I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. I hope you can advance to D rank swiftly. Jaw remained silent, observing as Misha vanished mysteriously before continuing on his way. Rest assured, I do not need your reminders. I wish to do so as well, but alas, I am still a novice, with much to improve upon. Before Jalawa's conversation with Misha, Shio and the others had resumed their journey, having just departed the northern market. The path had become much smoother, and the carriage was moving swiftly, sure to reach the dormitory soon. Asked the captain. Shio was in a quandary. The staff had just been appraised by Rami, and the magic shop would purchase it for at least 60 silver coins. Such a valuable staff. Should they really sell it for money? Remembering Jalawa's nonchalant demeanor before leaving, he understood that Jalawa was utterly unconcerned, yet there was something he found difficult to accept. The team had ventured out, expending tremendous effort to acquire 5 demon-repelling herbs, an endeavor fraught with peril, and their yield paled in comparison to Jalawa's unexpected gain. Though it was also perilous, it was relatively minor. After all, it was merely a duel. If Jalawa performed well, he might even win. Shio was acutely aware of how hard-earned money was. He felt grateful, believing that once they had processed this bounty, their team's strength would see a significant boost. Contemplating the fact that he had yet to learn a single skill, he felt a surge of anxiety. Applying the demon-repelling powder was a waste of time. Ultimately, it was the adventurer skills that were needed to combat magical creatures. If only he had skills, perhaps he would not need to rely on the powder and could contribute. As captain, he felt a deep sense of guilt. If he still had not learned a skill by the next mission, he resolved to step down as captain. If Jalawa was not fit to be a leader, then let Alice take the role. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the dormitory grounds. Oh, have we arrived so soon? Ugh, I feel terrible. I've been making do for days without a proper wash. I must hurry to take a bath. Thank you, sir, for your care these past few days. Hong Yin was the first to disembark. After Shio and Charles unloaded their belongings, he exchanged farewells with Rami. Sir, should we venture out again in the future, we will surely seek you out. I wonder if I shall await guests outside the carriage house. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to find me. Young man, do not be too disheartened. I have high hopes for you and wish you will not disappoint. Young lady, take care of that adorable little creature. Be sure not to. After all had disembarked, Rami did not rush to depart, but instead sat quietly. Indeed, young people ought to be this way. Only through experience can one truly grow. Yet, that masked lad, he is exceedingly dangerous, far more so than the ice dragon we have encountered before. If left unchecked, he will inevitably pose a threat to the entire world. Do you not wish to intervene? The one speaking is not Rami, but rather the gray horse responsible for pulling the cart. Upon hearing this, Rami shook his head slightly. How can I intervene? My abilities are limited. I cannot manage such matters, for now. I am merely a carter, and you, little gray, are just a cart horse. There is no need for you to worry about such things. Come, let us go drink. After exchanging a few words in nearly an hour's time, Jalawa finally arrived at the entrance of the Magic Guild, where the elder band, whom he had long wished to meet, seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Sitting quietly at a small table while watching him from outside, their eyes met, and they both smiled simultaneously. Grandfather, it has been a long time. To be continued. Chapter 42. Elder Band's Guidance. It truly has been a long time. After more than half a month, Jalawa finally saw Elder Band. Feeling quite sentimental that a lot has transpired during this time, most of it unfortunate, and he had been yearning to confide in someone, yet found no one suitable. While Zaire and the others could listen, Jalawa did not wish to involve them too early. Thus, Elder Band became the ideal choice, the only one with whom Jalawa could express his inner turmoil openly. Beyond merely confiding, he sought answers to his myriad questions, not just regarding magical cultivation, but also many aspects of common knowledge that, if these questions remained unresolved for too long, understanding the nature of this world would become exceedingly difficult. Young man, it seems you have endured quite a hardship during this time. Do you now comprehend the cruelty of this world? From the moment Jalawa's team undertook their first mission, Elder Ban had been subtly observing, though he often sought to avoid Jalawa. The last time Jalawa visited the guild, Ban was intentionally absent, as for the reason, aside from trivial matters, he primarily wished to see how much Jalawa could learn on his own. Although personal guidance would undoubtedly accelerate Jalawa's growth, the path of magic cannot rely solely on instruction. Upon learning that Jalawa's team had ventured to the Centipede Mountains, he understood it was time for him to make an appearance. Thus, he had spent these days within the guild. Compared to his last visit, the Magic Guild appeared somewhat desolate, with fewer than 10 people in the hall. Jalawa hesitated to enter, primarily because 2 apprentices were consulting with Elder Ban regarding magical matters. "Young man, why do you linger outside? Come in." "Ah, Guild Master, this individual, like you, he is an apprentice, but he has only been here for less than a month, yet his strength surpasses yours. Do you not have questions?" "Feel free to ask him." Guild Master, are you certain you are not jesting?" Before even stepping through the door, Jalawa found himself the center of attention, fortunately, with fewer people this time. "Grandfather, please refrain from praising me. I'm not as remarkable as you suggest. You have come to seek me. Naturally, it is to, why bother with such formalities? Quickly cast the fireball spell for everyone to see, and let me observe how much you have progressed." Upon hearing this, Jalawa immediately unleashed his magic. As the black flames manifested, gasps of astonishment erupted. How swift! Was there no need for incantation? "I recall, you were the newcomer rumored to wield dark magic." Rumored? Jalawa was perplexed. Under his control, the black flame surged, and the black flame barrier quickly materialized before them. "Oh, is this the defensive magic you have been refining? Quite impressive. Once you grow stronger, it may become your greatest asset." Jalawa was uninterested in such flattery. He was acutely aware of the many weaknesses of this magic, that, in addition to the issue of magical energy supply, it consumed considerable mental effort. If concentration waned, the barrier would shatter before the enemy even approached, swiftly dispelling the magic. Jalawa sincerely stated, "These are merely trifles. Let us not jest. Grandfather, I have many uncertainties, and I implore you to enlighten me about the command form." Before Elder Ban could respond, one apprentice, eyes wide with confusion, gazed at him. "You do not know. Then how were you able to conjure such extraordinary flames earlier? For a magician, the command form is fundamental knowledge, as casting any spell requires it. Yet Jalawa could wield magic without understanding the concept of commands. How puzzling. Was he perhaps attempting to create new magic? Jalawa had gleaned a simple introduction to commands through books. He too aspired to forge new spells, yet he found himself utterly bewildered. If he could grasp this, setting aside new magic for the moment, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength considerably. For instance, the black flame barrier is sustainable. Understanding the principles of the command form might fortify its integrity and possibly reduce magical expenditure. At this stage, this was the most effective method for strengthening oneself. Thus, he arrived. Elder Ban had long perceived Jalawa's fervent thirst for knowledge, took a puff from his pipe, and leisurely remarked, "The command form is a wondrous concept. It consists of 108 commands, divided into 72 fixed forms and 36 variable forms that I shall not elaborate on each one. Suffice it to say, you may perceive it as encompassing thoughts, ideas, emotions, directives, and so forth that in simple terms, magical energy possesses self-awareness. The magical energy residing within us resembles an infant, growing alongside our development, through the wand. We communicate with it, yet may not always comprehend our intentions. At times it may even become irate or refuse to engage at such moments. What should one do? That is when the command form comes into play. We serve as caregivers, soothing it, entertaining it, and fostering a bond, until it no longer resists you at that point. We can communicate without the aid of a wand. Of course, some negligent caregivers may resort to striking or scolding it. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Jelloa felt an epiphany. Grandfather, your explanation is truly fascinating. So, the command form is the key to harmonizing the magical energy within us? Indeed, it is regrettable that I shall not instruct you on how to utilize the command form. For that is a child you must nurture. How to coax, it is up to you. Oh, remained silent, realizing that he had always been capable of communicating with the magical energy within him, yet had been unaware of its existence. How absurd! Yet, why would it willingly cooperate with him? The periodic headaches he experienced, were they signs of pent-up magical energy? No, that negative energy was not magical. It was incomprehensible. It appeared he needed to visit the magic house once more. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather, but what is the first level? There will be time for that later. Come with me. Before long, Jelloa arrived at a spacious and brightly lit room. Aside from the dark green gem floating in the center of the hall, the place was otherwise empty. Oh, you see that? That is a magical power measuring device, distinct from the one you encountered last time. It is quite durable. The IT has but one function. When struck by magic, your magical energy will be converted into numerical values. Young man, step forward and give it a try. Do not worry about damaging this place. The house can withstand the commotion. Use your strongest magic. It is of no concern. The strength of magical energy can be quantified. That is indeed an intriguing concept. Jelloa was eager to test it. However, before proceeding, he inquired, Grandfather, how much magical energy does a newcomer like me typically possess? Well, let me think. Anyone emerging from that black tower initially possesses between 5 to 20 units of magical energy. To enhance one's magical power requires a substantial investment of time and effort. Do not presume that mastering magic is a simple endeavor. I see. Jelloa could not determine which spell to use. Since this was a test, he decided to mobilize all the magical energy within him. With a determined gaze, he unleashed a torrent of black flames upon the gem, which, regrettably, proved indestructible. The gem swiftly absorbed the black flames, and a series of numbers floated upward. Remarkable! In less than a month, your magical energy has risen to 386, exceeding my expectations by a considerable margin. Jelloa was bewildered, pausing for a moment before asking, Grandfather, is this strong or weak? Neither strong nor weak. It is simply that the speed of your magical growth is astonishing that a typical newcomer would require at least 6 months of arduous training to achieve such a figure, truly due to that talent of yours. Oh, what is the minimum requirement of magical energy needed to advance to D-rank adventurer? It is difficult to say, as each guild has its own standards. However, for the Magic Guild, the minimum requirement is 800. Yet meeting the magical energy threshold alone is insufficient. In addition to necessary tests, one must also master at least one first-level spell. I understand now. Thank you, Grandfather, for bringing me here. After hearing your words, I feel somewhat motivated, but regarding the first level, once you meet the magical energy requirement, I shall personally teach you first-level spells. Should you achieve D-rank within 6 months, I will grant you a grand gift, so make sure to work hard. To be continued. Chapter 43. The enigmatic magic house, having clarified the goals for his next stage of training, Jelloa ceased to disturb Elder Ban. Initially, he intended to repay the old man Ban for the staff he had once damaged. However, Ban resolutely refused to accept any money, claiming he was not in need of it. Instead of giving him money, he suggested it would be better to acquire something useful for himself. After bidding farewell to Ban, he departed from the guild. As for the grand gift that the old man had repeatedly emphasized before his departure, he held little interest. Regardless of what it might be, it was something bestowed by others, lacking the satisfaction that comes from earning something through one's own hands. Nevertheless, he harbored a slight expectation, for Ban had indeed treated him quite well. Whatever the gift may be, he was unlikely to casually discard it. Upon leaving the guild, Jelloa made his way toward a remote district. His destination was, of course, the Magic House, where he sought not only to purchase books on command-based explanations, but also to consult the proprietor there. Speaking of the proprietor, one must first mention the Magic House itself, a truly extraordinary establishment with a total of 8 storefronts in the city of Takira, although referred to as 8 storefronts. This designation is somewhat misleading, as they merely serve as entrances to the Magic House, Regardless of which storefront one enters, they will ultimately arrive at the same location, provided they possess the ability to enter. Only those imbued with magical power, such as adventurers, can gain entry. Should an ordinary person wish to witness it, they would require both a recommendation and the magic house's permission. The entrance Jaw approached was the least adorned of the storefronts. Without the somewhat recognizable sign hanging above, one might easily mistake it for an abandoned building. The sign was composed of two symbols, a reddish-brown book atop which rested a black magic hat. Though its colors had faded due to years of neglect, coupled with its poor decoration, it was easily overlooked. Yet this was indeed one of the entrances to the magic house. Jalawa had not walked for long before arriving at this entrance. Compared to his previous visit, he now clearly sensed the magic house's exceptional nature. The sign must have been imbued with a specific form of magic, rendering it nearly indestructible. Upon entering, one would be under constant surveillance. Contemplating the various items displayed within the magic house, Jalawa felt no unease, as these were merely precautionary measures. Should someone attempt to steal merchandise or forget to pay for something, it would be exceedingly difficult to exit the magic house. Engaging in theft within its confines was virtually impossible. If anyone maliciously damaged goods, the sign would trigger an alarm, temporarily sealing all 8 entrances. According to Jalawa's understanding, the magic house seemed to be guarded by formidable sentinels. As long as one conducted transactions properly, nothing untoward would occur. However, anyone harboring ill intentions would face consequences far more severe than mere blacklisting. Previously, he had stumbled through the entrance without fully grasping the situation, only to find himself in the public hall. This time, he was eager to uncover the mystery. Did each entrance feature a teleportation array? The grand doors were tightly shut, yet they would swing open at the slightest touch. Jalawa cautiously stepped inside, only to find himself bewildered once more, arriving in the bustling public hall. Welcome back, guest number 95527. What may I assist you with today? Are you here to purchase something, or do you have items to sell? The voice that greeted him belonged not to a human, but to a robotic attendant, devoid of any combat prowess. This was not the only one present in the hall. More would appear when visitors arrived. As for the peculiar address, it would only change once his cumulative transaction amount exceeded 5 gold coins. Jalawa felt no anger. There was no need to be upset with a robot that I wish to purchase a book on command-based explanations. Surely you have such a tome? Of course. Please follow me to the library. The spacious public hall boasted 16 doors, each leading to a different pavilion, in addition to the 12 specialized pavilions categorized by the guild. There were also a library, an information hall, an alchemy lab, and a currency exchange. The library not only offered a variety of precious books, but also sold newspapers and magazines, while the information hall primarily provided details regarding magical creatures to assist adventurers in their preparations. There were also rumors from the outside world, albeit at a high cost, making it inaccessible to most ordinary adventurers. As for the alchemy lab, it was a mysterious place, and Jalawa suspected that the robotic attendants were among its creations. The currency exchange, as its name suggests, was where anyone wishing to sell items would go, with their worth assessed by professionals. Additionally, the currency exchange provided special services, such as bounty notices, typically concerning formidable magical creatures that the Adventurers Guild struggled to handle, or criminals wanted in the outside world, or even powerful figures from rival factions that, in short, the targets of these bounties were quite formidable, and there were strict requirements to accept such tasks. Furthermore, the currency exchange also offered consignment services and periodically held limited-time sales on various sought-after items. In simple terms, the magic house was anything but ordinary, perhaps even more enigmatic than the magical guild itself. Following the robotic attendant through the first door on the left, Jalawa entered the library. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately struck by the sight before him. Rows upon rows of neatly arranged bookshelves were filled to the brim with volumes, and he was unable to see the farthest depths of the library. The collection must be in the hundreds of thousands. Although the seemingly enclosed space was well-lit and devoid of excessive decoration, it exuded a simple elegance, brimming with books and enveloped in an eerie silence, resembling a sanctuary for scholars at that moment. Jalawa stood in the foyer, with restrooms for both genders nearby and a reading room with a tightly shut door ahead. Not far from the reading tables, A group of individuals appear to be engaged in a heated discussion. Yet Jalal could not hear a single sound, which was truly perplexing. So many books, how on earth am I to find what I need? Fear not, esteemed guest. What you seek is located in Area H. Please follow me. Trailing closely behind a robotic attendant, Jalal couldn't help but inquire. There are clearly many people here, yet why can't I hear them? All areas of the library are imbued with silence magic. So you cannot hear their conversations. This is entirely natural. Ah, I see. However, just as the robotic attendant led Jalal to Area D, it abruptly halted. Why have you stopped? Esteemed guest number 95527, our proprietor will personally attend to you. My mission ends here. Surprised by the sudden disappearance of the robotic attendant, Jalal marveled. Is this magic? Or, what an interesting young man. We meet again. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and had he not been in the magic house, Jalal might have thought someone was plotting against him. The newcomer was a middle-aged gentleman with golden hair and eyes, a full beard, and wearing golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of warmth and approachability. It is you, the proprietor, but what is it about me that warrants your personal attention? Young man, do not underestimate yourself. You're the only black mage in Takira City. Please have a bit more confidence. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Morgan Edward, the current proprietor of the Magic House and the head of the Alchemy Lab. Young man, you are here to purchase literature on the fundamentals of magic. I have several recommendations for you. Follow me. Recalling how shamelessly he had sought advice from this very man before, Jalal felt a twinge of embarrassment. But at that time, he had truly had no other option. Now, faced with such enthusiasm from Edward, Jalal felt somewhat out of his depth. What if he was unable to speak up later? Would he have to resort to self-study? He had yet to fully grasp the written language. How could he learn? Wait, uncle, is it really that rare to be a black mage? Rare it certainly is, and the reason remains unclear. However, once they mature, their power becomes formidable. Why? Are you afraid? Jalal was not afraid. He was merely somewhat troubled, as he sensed numerous hostile gazes directed at him while closely following Edward. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 44. Master of Alchemy, it is no wonder so many people were drawn to Jalal. Edward was exceptionally renowned. His fame extended beyond the borders of the interior kingdom, with countless admirers throughout the entire Mafur continent. Ordinary people, he was nothing less than a celestial messenger. Nearly everyone possessed his portrait or featured him in newspaper columns. Yet for reasons unknown, the magical community held him in great disdain. Regardless, why would such a celebrity take the initiative to speak with Jalal? How wonderful it would be to receive such treatment. Whatever their motives, they were all deeply curious about Jalal's identity. Numerous individuals whispered among themselves, seemingly intent on uncovering the truth behind Jalal's background. Indeed, several elegantly dressed men intercepted them, one of whom shouted at Jalal, though unfortunately he could not hear their words. Uncle, what are they saying? Do you want to know? No, I just believe they are not from Takira City. Indeed, they are not. I almost forgot to mention that the Magic House extends beyond Takira City. It exists throughout the interior kingdom. From the moment you enter the public hall, you have left Takira City. Oh, how so? Jalal's curiosity was piqued. Where had the teleportation array taken him? What was the exact location of the Magic House? This place existed in the interstice of time, connected to the outside world, yet inaccessible. Opening the passageway was no simple task. In summary, the 8 entrances within the city, along with other entrances within the kingdom, all lead to the public hall. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you. The individuals in front of us are nobles from the capital. If you find them bothersome, I can. No, I suddenly wish to hear what they are saying. Good sir, since you are the proprietor here, you must be able to lift the silence enchantment, correct? Certainly, with a snap of his fingers, Edward summoned a voice. Hey, who exactly are you? It was a rotund man, slicked back with pomade, wearing a smug smile. Out of respect for Edward's presence, he managed to maintain a degree of politeness. As for the guard who had just berated Jero, he fell silent upon receiving a warning from his master. Who am I, you ask? Jero was not fond of notoriety. Having walked only a short distance, he believed many would be eager to inquire about him. He did not hesitate long. Just call me Jero. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Good sir, We shall take our leave. Some wish to witness the spectacle, but were warned off, forced to observe from a distance. Others, however, deciphered the information from Jaro's lips. Jaro, who on earth is this person? Feeling ignored by Jaro, the rotund man was tempted to express his ire, but in Edward's presence, he could only force a smile. I apologize. My companion was rude earlier. I hope you won't take offense. Jaro, is it? If you ever find yourself in the capital, I shall make amends. With that, he departed with his entourage. The capital, if Tequila City, is already so grand, what must the capital be like? Jaro was uncertain, but he found himself developing a favorable impression of the rotund man as he watched him leave. Just then, a figure brushed past him. Kid, if you come to the capital, I will personally take your life. That if you value your existence, you'd best stay away. Who would want to go to the capital? Tequila City had enough for him to explore for quite some time. The capital was far, and the journey would consume considerable time. He'd rather remain in his dormitory meditating. After reflecting on this, Jaro pondered the key question. How did that person convey their voice to me? The individual moved swiftly. He could barely discern that they had slanted eyes, silver hair, and a tall stature. They did not seem to be affiliated with the rotund man. Could it be that due to the proprietor's special treatment, they caused so much trouble? With this thought, he resolved to finish his book shopping and not trouble the proprietor any further. Kid, that fellow is not to be trifled with. You must be cautious. Yes, I will be careful. Good sir, you seem quite popular. What exactly do you do? Surely, you are not merely the proprietor of a magic shop. Kid, didn't I mention earlier, I also hold the title of director of the Alchemy Institute. My capability in this role is, of course, due to my being an alchemist. An alchemist? It seems there is no such guild. That Jaro's curiosity was understandable, as it was truly a novel concept. Edward took a puff from his cigarette and replied slowly, Alchemists have only emerged in the last decade or so. We are still in the early stages. Integrating into a traditional guild presents certain challenges. As for what alchemy entails, it could take days to explain fully. In essence, it shares some operational similarities with magic, yet is fundamentally different. It demands a greater level of rigor and precision, requiring substantial time investment. Ordinary individuals, provided they are diligent, can become alchemists even without magical power. It is akin to this. He halted, using his fingertip to trace a circle. Under Jaro's astonished gaze, a liquid silver metal gradually transformed into a robotic figure, which, as if imbued with consciousness, began to dance joyfully around Edward to celebrate its own existence. Incredible! How is this accomplished? Kid, you are a mage. Have you not noticed any discrepancies? After a moment of contemplation, Jaro ventured. Magic is the manifestation of one's internal magic power, without a supply of magic. Material objects cannot be sustained. Yet you casually conjured such a vivid little fellow. This must be due to alchemy, right? You are quite correct. Without a continuous supply of magic, any material object conjured through magic ultimately fades into nothingness. Hence, magical tools are based on this principle. Unfortunately, you have not grasped the crux. Alchemy does not require magic. It does not necessitate any understanding of commands. It involves 3 simple steps: comprehension, decomposition, and reconstruction. However, achieving this requires extraordinary talent. It is not magic. To put it simply, alchemy is a technique rooted purely in the material realm that, if an ordinary person masters it, they can contribute significantly to humanity. I see. Not magic, but surpassing magic. I am enlightened. However, good sir, why does this robotic figure feel somewhat peculiar? Peculiar? In what way am I peculiar? Esteemed guest number 95527. I have just been born. Please refrain from such remarks. Well, that is a rather lengthy story. We have arrived. With a wave of his hand, Edward sent the quirky puppet scurrying away. Jaro was intrigued. How was it so different from the one before, seeing that there were no others around? He hesitated. Should he seek his counsel? Wait. Edward is an alchemist. How could he possess such knowledge of magic? Could it be that he is both a mage and an alchemist? Good sir, do you practice magic? I have some understanding. Compared to Master Ban, I am merely a novice, since your mentor is him. I trust he can clarify many of your confusions. However, given his nature, he would likely encourage you to self-study. You have come to purchase books? You aren't hoping to seek my assistance again, are you? No. This time I genuinely only wish to buy a book. Recently, I have encountered some difficulties in my training, and I want to try to find a breakthrough through commands. I see. In that case, this comprehensive guide to commands is perfect for you. Take it to avoid an overly awkward atmosphere as soon as Jero grasped the book. He contemplated leaving. Good sir, thank you. How much is this? Why are you looking at me like that? In Edward's eyes, Jero was quite the oddity. Calmly taking a puff of his cigarette, he countered, Kid, Master Ban publicly declares you to be his disciple. Are you not aware of this? Huh. Oh. Being the disciple of the old man. What is wrong with that? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 45. A twisted fate. Edward's regard for Jero stemmed not solely from his mastery of dark magic, but also from his status as Master Ban's disciple. Observing Jero's reaction, he quickly grasped the situation. Being a disciple of the old master is undoubtedly advantageous, but comes with considerable pressure, not just from those hot-headed youngsters, but also, pausing, Edward continued, I see. You are one who emerged from that black tower. I believe you are quite unfamiliar with this world. Having grown to such an extent, it must have been quite challenging for you, no? Good sir, I believe I have heard this from the old man. What is the name of that black tower? How come it's not marked on the map? I know you have questions, but unfortunately, I find it difficult to explain regarding that black tower, both technically and theoretically. It remains an enigma. Well, black towers are not exclusive to Tequila City. Nearly 1,000 have been documented worldwide, which is quite astonishing, isn't it? Who constructed the Black Tower? I do not know. In summary, one day over 500 years ago, the Black Towers appeared across the globe without warning. From my conjecture, they should not be products of this world. Yet regardless, they have benefited humanity. Not only do they provide fresh blood for the Adventurers Guild, but they also alleviate tensions between humans and other races. Noticing Jero's curiosity, Edward mused. As for the name, it is indeed difficult to ascertain. In a magical realm, it is uniformly referred to as the Black Tower, while the general populace dubs it the Tower of Miracles. Tower of Miracles? Where is it located? Its locations are quite concealed. Are you very eager to know? I am indeed curious. His inquiry stemmed from the fact that he, along with his peers, were oblivious to its existence. He vaguely recalled the soldiers leading everyone to a building, where they all queued to enter, but by the time they realized what was happening, they found themselves in an empty courtyard not far from the guild. Based on Jero's speculation, that suspicious building likely housed a teleportation array he was eager to discover. After all, it was that tower that brought him to the Marvel continent, coupled with the strange dreams he had during his unconsciousness. He felt it necessary to venture there. Recognizing Edward's vast knowledge, he made a mental note of him that if he encountered any difficulties in the future, he might be able to assist, given how patiently he answered his questions. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Unaware of Jero's thoughts, Edward took a drag from his cigarette and said earnestly, It is a secret of Tequila City. It is best if you refrain from inquiring too much. What I can tell you is that every 2 months, the Black Tower sends forth a group of individuals, a batch of peculiar individuals with budding adventurer potential. Jero was perceptive. He did not press further. Contemplating that a month would soon pass, he felt somewhat dazed. In a month's time, new arrivals will report for duty. Alas, this world is harsh. For each new batch, survival is no easy feat. They arrive here inexplicably. Are they fortunate or cursed? Are they to depart so soon? Wait, I was just distracted by your interjection and almost forgot to discuss the matter at hand. Moving closer to the reading table, Edward gestured for Jaw to take a seat and slowly remarked, Young man, I have summoned you for 2 matters. Firstly, Mr. Ban is a member of the Magical Council, which is the most powerful governing body in a magical realm, responsible for overseeing all guilds and associations within human territories. Noticing Jelua's attentive demeanor, Edward continued, Logically, becoming Mr. Ban's apprentice should be a cause for celebration. However, your identity as a dark mage complicates matters. So, do you mean to say that the magical community harbors a bias against dark mages? Jaw inquired. Indeed, there exists some prejudice, though it has not yet reached the level of hatred. After all, to unravel mid-tier or higher dark magic, The holy practitioners alone are insufficient. Should you venture beyond the borders, you are likely to face opposition from various factions. I advise you to refrain from utilizing dark magic in public. Even if you must, ensure that it remains undetectable. The most troublesome aspect is the Inquisition officers. They care not for your lineage as an apprentice to the first opportunity. They will exert every effort to apprehend you and drag you before the court for interrogation. Inquisition officers. Are they also an organization? Yes, they wield considerable power and possess a profound hatred for dark mages. Most of them are ordinary individuals, yet their strength is not to be underestimated. I believe they have already set their sights on you. While remaining within the borders of Takura City may afford you some safety, once you step outside, you could be pursued at any moment. Be prepared. Until you have sufficient strength, do not venture beyond the borders heedlessly. Remember my words. What's so terrible about being a dark mage? Why the disdain? Jelua pondered. Ultimately, he decided it was unnecessary to dwell on such matters. He could comfortably remain in Takura City for an extended period. With no immediate need to leave, if the situation did arise, he could simply prepare beforehand. Even if captured, it would be of little consequence. After all, he would not face death. In dire situations, he could even exploit his headaches to escape. With that thought, Jelua ceased his worries. Uncle, what about the second matter? This also revolves around your identity as a dark mage. This world is not solely inhabited by humans and magical creatures. There exist many formidable races. While dark magic is undervalued among humans, it is highly coveted by other races, particularly the demon and fallen angel factions. Should they discover your existence, they would undoubtedly seek to claim you. Rest assured, you are not in immediate danger, but it is merely a matter of time. Those beings are notoriously difficult to deal with. Once they set their sights on you, you must remain vigilant. Pushing up his glasses, Edward said seriously, "Young man, I share this information not to burden you with unnecessary worry, but to offer you a piece of advice. I know you prefer to keep a low profile and dislike crowded public spaces. But that is insufficient. I hope you can maintain an even lower profile moving forward. The more inconspicuous you are, the better. Since Mr. Ban has recognized your potential, I trust your abilities far surpass those of ordinary adventurers. You should know what to do. What should I do? Disguise myself before venturing out. Like that eccentric woman who calls herself Misha, donning a mask?" Joe mused. After consideration, he concluded that wearing a mask could indeed avert numerous troubles. Yet he preferred not to resort to such measures. As a mage, he ought to employ magical means to solve his problems, should he learn or develop new spells. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle. I will remain cautious." "You are right. I do not seek the spotlight and simply wish to exist quietly here. However, suddenly learning that so many are keeping tabs on me is rather unsettling, by the way." "Uncle, how much is this book?" 35 copper pieces. Don't give it to me. When you return to the main hall, someone will surely collect from you. Now that we have concluded our discussion, I must take my leave." "Young man, strive diligently. Strive. I certainly shall," Jelua affirmed. However, upon opening the book in his hands, his expression darkened. "What are these symbols?" Each page contains dozens of unfamiliar words. It seems he must first familiarize himself with the characters before formally studying the command spells. This encounter proved fruitful. Not only did he gain insight into the potential enemies he would face, but he also gleaned at least some of the information mentioned in the book. How many races exist in this world? Why are the demon and fallen angel factions interested in dark mages? Is dark magic truly a taboo subject? Unbeknownst to him, he believed that since dark magic was classified as one of the elemental magics, it should have already gained public acceptance. After all, magic is simply magic. How it is wielded depends on the wielder. If used correctly, dark magic might even possess the potential to resurrect the dead. Much like light magic, esteemed guest number 95527, we meet again. The comprehensive guide to command spells costs 35 copper pieces, So it's you. Here is 35 copper. Please keep it. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 46. The difficult path of dark arts on that day. Jelua's team hurriedly arrived at a secluded stream, contemplating the mysterious waters that led to an unknown destination. Jelua sensed something peculiar about this place. Their presence here was guided by a scroll. And the strangeness of this stream lay in the abundance of exorcism herbs flourishing within its waters. According to the intelligence reports, exorcism herbs were supposed to be quite rare. Even the dullest among them would understand that such a situation should not arise from merely following a scroll. There must be at least 1,000 exorcism herbs here. Moreover, those bearing fruits, there must be at least 100. If they could harvest all the exorcism herb from this location, it would amount to an unfathomable fortune. Despite his doubts, Jaw could not help but smile, and the others shared in his amusement. The stream was shallow, merely slick at the banks. With caution and a bit of time, the team could eliminate their monetary woes. "Ha! I see a fortune ahead. We truly came to the right place. Hey, what are you all dawdling about? Hurry up and get to work." The scroll emitted a flickering red light, confirming their findings. And the group held no doubts, except for Brew, who wore a look of indifference. Brew! While the others were puzzled, Alice understood Brew's unspoken message. "Wait, this stream seems strange. We should observe it a bit longer." Jalawa had no objections. Considering the difficulty of harvesting the exorcism herbs, he quickly calmed down. Noticing Brew staring intently at a particular point in the water, he soon realized the issue. "Everyone, look closely. There are creatures in the water, possibly magical beasts." Just as he spoke, the scene before Jalawa's eyes shifted dramatically. Where were the thousands of exorcism herbs? There were only 3 in the water, and none were mature. As for the creatures he mentioned, the stream's clarity revealed them clearly to everyone that it was a small red fish, seemingly ordinary. Yet Jaw was convinced it was anything, but perhaps the earlier illusion was its doing. With this revelation, the illusion vanished from the sight of the 4. What? Only 3 exorcism herbs? Was it you, wretched fish, who led me to such false hope? Humph, I will definitely roast you for dinner. Shio, quickly shoot it. Shio hesitated. That red fish was likely innocent. Why must it be killed? Sensing Shio's reluctance, Jalawa stepped forward to unleash a spell of dark flames. Regrettably, as the flames neared the water's surface, they extinguished abruptly. Jalawa realized that the stream's water was unusual, seemingly capable of nullifying magic. He attempted several more times, but the outcome remained the same. "This water is problematic. Do not enter recklessly. Even if you do not remove your shoes." "Shio, what are you still hesitating for?" Shio finally acted. With the target being less than 20 meters away, his aim should not falter. Unfortunately, he failed to strike the red fish. The little red fish was alarmingly swift, evading capture with ease. Shio fired more than 10 arrows. But none found their mark that, if left unaddressed, they would suffer its fierce attacks upon entering the water. What should they do? Jalawa pondered. Must they truly abandon those 3 exorcism herbs? At that moment, Honglian proposed. "How dare this wretched fish obstruct our path to riches? Brew, can you not fly? Go and pluck those 3 herbs for us. As for that fish, let it swim as it pleases." This was indeed the safest and most effective suggestion, and Jalawa wholeheartedly agreed. However, Brew seemed less than enthusiastic. Understanding Brew's capabilities, no one dared to press him further. After a moment of contemplation, Honglian smiled. "Brew, please lend us your assistance. Once we have secured the funds, you shall enjoy even more treats." Brew remained unmoved, and Jalawa felt a surge of urgency. Must they truly give up? How about this? If you can draw that fish away, ensuring it does not disturb us, I will leave the snacks from the carriage for you. Upon hearing Honglian's words, Brew sprang into action. With a self-satisfied expression, it began to ascend, exhaling air. With a splash, the water was divided, the little red fish upstream, and the exorcism herbs downstream. To guard the herbs, it would have to leap. Yet Brew kept a keen eye on the fish, uncertain of its strength, and the little red fish did not act recklessly as Brew pushed the fish further away. Jalawa urged, "Stop hesitating. Get to work." Jalawa did not partake in the gathering. While responsible for keeping watch, he remained attentive to the seemingly ordinary stream of water. The exorcism herb, true to its name, proved resistant to extraction. Ultimately, Honglian and Shio resorted to using daggers to dig through the mud, expending considerable effort before achieving success. However, just as the 3rd exorcism herb was uprooted, an explosion of white light erupted from the entire stream, blinding all present. When their vision returned, the five found themselves in a secluded cave. What on earth happened? Why are we in a cave again? Just as Jalal pondered this, a rusted dagger flew towards him from behind. He sensed it, yet his body failed to react in time. Had it not been for the decent quality of his cloak, he might have truly succumbed to this sudden ambush. Alas, he could not evade it. As the dagger approached, a wolf-toothed club, thicker than his neck, struck him violently. Ouch! My back hurts. Being struck by the club is truly unpleasant. But wait, where am I? Jello, wake up quickly. If you don't, I might really leave you behind. Only upon confirming that he was in his dormitory did Daw begin to regain consciousness. Unharmed, why does my back still ache? Could it be due to the discomfort of a hard bed? It turns out to be Shio. Apologies, I overslept again. Seeing your demeanor, do you wish to go out? Of course, I made arrangements with my mentor to practice archery at the training ground for the next couple of days. Now that you're awake, I must take my leave. Upon witnessing Shio hastily depart, Jello finally understood the situation. 5 days had swiftly passed, and during this time, he had not engaged in meditation, but rather focused on the comprehensive manual of commands. Strangely enough, he had managed to learn all the characters in the Universal Dictionary in just half a day. This feat astonished not only others, but him as well. Consequently, people frequently sought him out for advice. Learning to read was smooth, yet upon opening the manual of commands, he found himself perplexed. How could he actualize the symbols representing commands? For instance, the command symbols closely associated with fire magic were composed of 3 small flames. Signifying ignite, it required not only the mobilization of magic within, but also the ignition of the internal flame. Yet the question remained, what did that internal flame truly signify? Emotion. Simultaneously, he grappled with another confusion. According to the book, every adventurer possesses a container for storing magic power, albeit in varying locations for each individual, which would ultimately stabilize after training. For example, knights predominantly store their magic in their hearts, while mages, upon mastering their craft, store it in their brains. However, during these days of studying the manual, he discovered that the magic power within him felt peculiar, with the container's position changing daily. Could it be due to his inherent weakness? Putting that question aside, casting magic essentially relied on one's hands. And to successfully channel magic, sometimes a single command was insufficient, necessitating 2 or even multiple commands to complete. Unfortunately, he remained stuck at the internal flame. Out of the 108 commands, nearly half referenced the heart. What was my heart, truly? In pursuit of understanding, he had spent these days dozing off while reading, occasionally waking up in discomfort due to improper sleeping positions. Now, with his mind clear, he finally grasped the underlying issue. He vaguely recalled that on the day he joined the guild, the old man Ban had solemnly informed him that to embark on the path of magic, 2 matters required attention. One must hold a reverence for nature and adhere to the principles established within one's heart. Principles? Currently, he lacked any such principles. How should they be defined? Jalawal felt troubled. Yet he had identified the crux of the issue. By simply attempting to contemplate, he believed he would undoubtedly find the answer. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 47. Striving for excellence principles? Restraining oneself? Or do they only come into play under specific circumstances? Wait, isn't this an oath and a constraint? So, it is establishing rules for oneself, which may vary based on actual circumstances, ultimately serves to strengthen oneself, indeed a highly effective approach. However, should one violate the rules they set, they would likely find it challenging to successfully cast magic, and that would be a mild consequence. This matter is of great importance and must be approached with caution. A slight misstep could lead one into a perilous abyss. No wonder the old man Ban spoke so gravely. He regretted not paying more attention at the time. Having unraveled the situation, Joe ceased to be distressed after being cooped up in the dormitory for several days. It was time to get some fresh air. Magic users don't require much in terms of physical strength, but becoming stronger can only be beneficial. After all, magical creatures are not to be trifled with, and one may inevitably encounter unavoidable situations. Reflecting on the numerous life-threatening ambushes he had faced, all thwarted by the Black Cloak, he felt a sense of urgency, reaction. Ultimately, his responses had been too slow. Even if he sensed danger, if his body did not react in time, it was of no use. enhancing his physical reaction ability? Should he seek a beating from Hong Lian like Xiao? Perhaps not. Such matters are unlikely to yield improvement in the short term. Better to take it slow. If he were to face another unavoidable, life-threatening ambush, he must prepare in advance, for instance, by utilizing a black flame barrier to shield his back entirely. But what if that failed? Then he would have to rely on external forces, such as powerful equipment. This is a weakness, a fatal flaw. Unless he devised a solid plan, could he truly leave the responsibility to the Black Cloak? Absolutely not. Jialuo held great affection for this cloak. The thought of it being damaged one day was something he dreaded. Clearly, this matter was pressing. It must be resolved before the next mission. Just as he stepped outside the dormitory, Jialuo was warmly greeted by Bru. Were it not for the excellent quality of the cloak, he might have struggled against the air pressure. Bru. Jialuo, while it's true that not many pay attention to us here, your antics are rather ostentatious, don't you think? During these 5 days, Bru had been living quite luxuriously. Aside from eating and sleeping, he engaged in endless play. Had it not been for the ample funds left in the Team's coffers, satisfying his appetite would have posed a challenge. However, given his gluttonous pace, the team would likely face a financial crisis within a month. Currently, only Alice could keep him in check to prevent any trouble. Alice temporarily housed him in her room. Tico outsiders. Bru appeared merely as a rare pet, posing no threat whatsoever. In the courtyard, Alice was engrossed in sword practice, leaving no time to attend to him. So he flitted about restlessly. Were it not for his spherical appearance, the dormitory matron on the first floor would have surely taken notice of him. Bru floated lightly over and landed on Jialuo's shoulder. Observing his vacant, fish-like eyes, Jialuo understood his intent. Do you wish for me to accompany you around the courtyard, or do you wish to venture outside? Naturally, he wanted to explore, but alas, Alice was right downstairs. Not wanting to cause any trouble, he gestured for Bru to come downstairs. All right, let us head down. Bru, that day you lured away that little red fish. What happened afterwards? At the mention of this, Bru immediately brightened, looking quite proud. I knew that fish would be no match for you. But did it die in the end? Bru quickly suppressed his delight, casting a disdainful look at Jiao. Let us not discuss that. Are you still comfortable residing in the girls' dormitory? Having long dwelled in the wilderness, suddenly arriving in a bustling human city must be quite an adjustment. However, with an abundance of delicious food, particularly snacks, Bru soon forgot about such concerns. Living with Alice proved to be quite pleasant, but if one were to nitpick, upon his arrival, Hong Lian immediately moved to the next room. It seemed she was deliberately keeping her distance, much to Bru's discontent. Fortunately, both sides had never seen eye to eye, and now that they were in Takara City with endless snacks to savor, he temporarily set aside that grievance. Bru. Jialuo could not comprehend. But judging by Bru's emotions, he likely found his living conditions satisfactory. Aside from Alice, the other three had already ventured out, presumably to the guild for further training, not wanting to interrupt Alice, who was diligently swinging her sword. Jialuo leisurely settled at a stone table basking in the sun. It wasn't so much sunbathing as it was an attempt to observe the clear sky, if memory served correctly, when he first arrived. The sky darkened without warning. Since then, such an occurrence had not repeated itself. What could be the reason? Jialuo, you've arrived just in time. My mentor taught me a new spell, but the incantation. Are you unsure how to pronounce the incantation? Didn't your mentor demonstrate it? Never mind. Come here, let me have a look. For knights, guardianship is particularly significant, with the holy light spell as a reliance. Alice excelled in this regard. Yet, the one thing she longed to achieve remained elusive. She yearned to emulate Hong Lian's valor in battle, and she wished to wield magic like Jialuo to obliterate magical creatures. Unfortunately, the holy light spell bore a significant flaw. Aside from being reliant on weaponry, it could not extend beyond a meter from the caster, thus preventing her from casting the black flame technique as effortlessly as Jiao. With one path blocked, she focused on honing her swordsmanship. She believed that by mastering her skills, she could contribute significantly to the team. A commendable ambition, yet in Jialuo's view, entirely unnecessary. With both Hong Lian and himself present, he was confident they could handle many situations. If they could not, retreat would be the only option, and in such cases, Alice's mastery of the holy light spell would prove invaluable. Are you certain this is the correct incantation? Of course. What sort of magic is this? It is a form of auxiliary magic. Oh, allow me to recite it one by one. So listen closely. In 2 days, the morning will mark a significant occasion for Jalaw, as the team is set to head to the guild to select their tasks. Why not train diligently for a while longer? There are numerous reasons. Aside from the necessity to earn a sufficient amount of money, each member feels it is time to give it a try. After 2 days of focused meditation, Jalawa distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in his magical prowess. However, this sensation was difficult to articulate. In order to confirm this, he supported Holian's suggestion during last night's discussion. Ciara has been almost invisible these past few days, likely engrossed in his studies. Upon encountering him, who appeared noticeably more robust, Jalawa firmly believed that he would undoubtedly perform at the level expected of a warrior this time. Holian's whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. Even Alice found it challenging to grasp. Observing her composed demeanor, one could assume she was prepared. No, why has she swapped out those high heels? Will that truly enable her to perform adequately? Among the five, only Xiao seemed quite anxious. He had never supported this venture, and coupled with his lack of learned skills, he was concerned about making another blunder. Despite his nervousness, preparations still had to be made. In addition to replenishing arrows, he had also packed 4 vials of exorcism powder in his backpack. Judging by his demeanor, he likely aspired to make a significant impact, albeit with a sense of uncertainty lingering in his heart. Alice, is Brune not planning to join us? He just finished eating and wishes to sleep. Besides, we are heading to the guild. How could we possibly bring him along? Rest assured, he assured me he would remain in the room. Leaving him behind is the best course of action. If we rely too heavily on him, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to grow stronger. Jalawa wholeheartedly agreed with Alice's sentiment. All right, then let us depart. Grandma, we are off to take on a job. Please look after the dormitory for us. Go on, young ones, and remember to exercise caution in all matters. To be continued. Chapter 48. The least popular task, knowing that the guild posts requests at 8 o'clock each morning. The group did not rush their departure, deliberately delaying their departure time until 8:30. With this in mind, the 5 leisurely strolled through the streets, purchasing whatever caught their fancy. Jalawa had little desire for money. Every time he saw Holian's conflicted expression, he found it quite amusing that in his eyes, Holian invested far too much into unnecessary expenditures, resulting in her indecision whenever she encountered a needed item. Should she spend money to buy it, or should she borrow some from Alice? Holian, being perceptive, noticed his gaze and quickly retorted, "What are you laughing at? I merely forgot to bring money." Jalawa, why is it that you never seem to bring anything with you? You truly are peculiar. Why have I never seen you eat? Holian, enough. If you wish to buy those leg guards, I shall pay for them, Mr. 65 copper. Isn't that a bit pricey? Could you possibly lower the price? That was merely an ordinary piece of protective gear. Jaw could not ascertain its effectiveness, but it would certainly provide warmth. After a brief wait, Xiao ultimately purchased it for 38 copper. Holian did not express gratitude towards Xiao, as he held on to considerable funds. What was it to her if he contributed a small amount? She was in no rush to equip it, stowing it away in her backpack as the group continued their leisurely stroll. By the time they reached the guild, it was already 9:30, and there were few individuals lingering before the task board, granting them ample time to select their assignments. Out of caution, Jalaw approached the task board as well. Oh? Jalaw, I thought you disliked mingling in crowds? Why? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to see what tasks are available. Although these tasks have been picked over by others, there were still plenty remaining. This time, he decided against choosing any quests that required traveling far. If all else failed, they could simply hunt slimes. Wait, why are there no requests for slime extermination? Surely they haven't all been taken, from what Jalawa understood. The guild typically posted 10 requests for each type of task daily, yet today there were none to be seen. Did adventurers prefer to hunt the weaker foes? A nearby counter attendant explained. Adventurer, I believe you may be mistaken. Since last week, the guild has ceased posting slime extermination tasks and will not do so for the next 3 months. Jalawa was not surprised by this. After all, they had eliminated quite a few slimes, and it would take them a considerable amount of time to recuperate. Noticing that Judy was absent from a guild, Jalua curiously inquired, "Why isn't the guild master here?" "The guild master? She is quite the busy individual. It is already a feat for her to find time to come to the guild. Is there something you need from her?" "Not particularly. I was merely wondering if something had happened." The blonde counter-attendant, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a pleasant demeanor to match her attractive appearance, replied with a smile, "I'm aware of you. Although you have only completed 2 tasks thus far, your performance has been commendable. With your current strength, I believe none of the tasks will pose a challenge for you, so there is no need to be overly cautious." In truth, nothing significant had occurred. Over 3 months ago, monsters residing near the outskirts of Takira City had suddenly become more active. To eliminate this threat, the guild master had deployed numerous individuals. Once this matter was resolved, I am certain you will see her again. "So, have you made your selections?" "Select? How does one select?" "All the tasks requiring travel have been disregarded, and those near Takara City will involve battling monsters." Jalua was not afraid of fighting monsters, but he was unfamiliar with these particular creatures. Until he had gathered accurate information, it would be wise to proceed with caution. Jalua found the counter-attendant's words intriguing. It was not just about the border monsters. She seemed to possess considerable knowledge, such as how she was aware of their capabilities. Could she be an adventurer as well? Spotting a stack of requests posted in the top left corner of the task board, Jalua pointed and asked, "What is that?" "Shio, could you please take a look?" Due to the height of the postings, Jalua struggled to discern the details of the request. Exterminate giant rats. The task location is within a secluded alleyway sewer of Takira City. Giant rats are monsters. Are there such creatures in the city? Why has no one gone to exterminate them? Upon hearing Shio's words, Jalua was quite curious. To think monsters resided within the city. If they were to take on this task, they would not even need to leave the city. Yet, the sewers seemed rather filthy, didn't they? Are you all certain you wish to undertake this task? Well, since it is posted on the task board, why shouldn't we accept it? That is not the point. If you truly intend to exterminate the giant rats, you must prepare adequately, particularly by acquiring items such as masks and veils. Jalua felt this task was quite suitable. Yet Hong Lian was decidedly unwilling. "I refuse to go. If anyone is going, it should be you. That is a sewer. Just think of how filthy it is, exterminating giant rats. Who would undertake such dirty work? Do not forget, we are adventurers. We cannot." The more Hong Lian spoke, the more agitated she became, leaving the counter-attendant at a loss for words. Noticing her intense reaction, Alice interjected, "Hong Lian, you must have overlooked something. This task does not require blind searching like the exorcism grass. You merely need to kill the giant rats, and for each one, you will receive 20 copper with no limit on quantity. Does this not perfectly suit your talents? Filthy or not, we can prepare accordingly. We are not currently short on money, but there are plenty of places we will need to spend it. So just endure it. The worst that will happen is that we return and take a bath." Earlier, Hong Lian had been conflicted over spending 65 copper. Yet now that she realized a financial opportunity was at hand, she hesitated no longer, although she still pretended to look quite aggrieved. After a brief conversation with the counter-attendant, Jalua learned that the task to exterminate giant rats had gone unclaimed for over 6 months. The reproductive rate of giant rats seemed to be even more formidable than that of slimes. Having gone half a year without extermination, their numbers were likely to have grown to an alarming level. Moreover, giant rats were not as sluggish as slimes. Facing a horde of frantically scurrying monsters left him feeling uncertain. Additionally, one matter concerned him greatly. People were aware of the existence of such creatures within the city, but seemed unperturbed. Could it be that giant rats only inhabit dark environments like sewers? For numerous reasons, Joel advised against recklessly venturing forth. Not only did they need to prepare essential tools, but they also had to gather intelligence, such as maps of the sewer layout. Without adequate preparation, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. "Shio, I will handle the sewer map. Alice, you take Homie in to select some quality veils, and remember to purchase a bottle of odor neutralizer." Pausing for a moment, Jalua continued, "As for you, Shio, we will likely face numerous monsters this time, and the arrows you currently possess will not suffice. It would be best to prepare additional high-quality arrows. Shio, have you still not learned a single skill by now? Well, Never mind, if there are no further questions, we shall convene at the designated entrance in 2 hours. Jelawat paid no heed to the curious gazes of others. The feeling of issuing orders was pleasant, yet he was not fond of it. Were it not for the desire to ensure everyone could perform to their fullest, he would not have bothered. So, it is settled. I must visit the magic shop. See you all shortly. Not long after Jelawat departed, Hong Lian began to complain, Tisish, what a show-off. Is it merely a matter of wielding some magic? That is certainly not what Alice wishes to hear. Enough of that. Hong Lian, we must hasten, quickly, unpack some belongings for Xiar. Until everyone else had departed, Xiu remained frozen in place. What is wrong with Jialua today? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 49. Henry and White, there exists a rather peculiar phenomenon within the city of Takaira. Aside from the bustling vicinity surrounding the St. Maria Branch Church at the city center, the western, southern, and northern districts thrive. Yet the eastern district is hauntingly quiet, devoid of commerce and visitors alike, compared to other areas in the city. The east appears desolate, with most structures in a state of disrepair and many makeshift huts unaccounted for in any formal planning. The entire region exudes an air of abandonment, as if it were a forgotten corner of the world. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals linger here, predominantly out of necessity, including a significant proportion of refugees, and one wishes to remain in this wretched place. They yearn to escape at the earliest opportunity. Yet, the harshness of reality has stripped them of their homes, and had it not been for the periodic distribution of food, their survival would have been tenuous at best. The task at hand was located in a remote area of the Eastern District, prompting Jalal to visit the magic shop before proceeding. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the Eastern District, he encountered numerous illegal constructions. Many streets marked on the map have been obstructed by ramshackle buildings. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Jalal would scarcely have believed such marginalized areas existed within the city. He vaguely recalled that when he set out to vanquish slimes. The road leading to the eastern city gate was quite lively. How could it have transformed into this? For half a month, he had longed to interact with the ordinary citizens of the city, but his preoccupation with training had caused him to forget. Now, seeing the apathetic expressions of those around him, he found himself perplexed. What had become of them? What on earth were those people doing? At the corner ahead, several men surrounded a boy. From a distance, Jalal could not discern the specifics, but could glean the situation from their conversation. The boy, with golden hair and blue eyes, donned a loose-fitting white short-sleeved shirt paired with deep blue overalls. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, he radiated a spirited aura. The men encircling him were ruffians who, out of sheer boredom, took to bullying him. Under normal circumstances, the boy might have endured their taunts, but today was different. Get lost. I'm in a hurry and have no desire to argue with you, while I still hold my temper. Before he could finish, a particularly nasty thug kicked him away. You little brat, do you not understand the rules? Here, I am king that I advise you to hand over the food you collected a few days ago, and you might avoid a beating. Boss, aren't you being a bit too generous? This little brat is likely hiding the food in that wall crevice. We can simply take it ourselves. Even as he was kicked aside, the boy clutched his hands protectively around something in his arms, as if it were of utmost importance. Damn it! I told you yesterday that I've already eaten all the food. Why do you refuse to believe me? You little brat, you're truly terrible at making excuses. What are you hiding in your arms? Hand it over. The boy had nothing in his hands, merely a small creature concealed beneath his clothing. Perhaps it was suffering from confinement. The creature emitted faint, pitiful squeaks. The boy yearned to rise, but the kick had left him struggling to regain his footing. Seeing the 5 thugs smirking maliciously, he felt a surge of anger. After all I've endured to survive. Am I truly destined to perish here? Jalal could no longer stand by idly. As the boy was about to be seized, he called out, What do you think you are doing? Bullying a child. What kind of feat is that? If you have the guts, come and bully me instead. The city of Takaira not only enforced laws governing adventurers, but also had regulations to protect ordinary citizens. To brazenly bully a child like this would surely invite arrest by the guards elsewhere. The thugs had previously acted with impunity, likely aware that the guards would not patrol this area. Jalawa's peculiar attire had already drawn attention. Now, as he intervened in their affairs, onlookers were curious about his identity and purpose for being here. Look at those shoes he's wearing. They must be worth quite a bit. and that bone hanging from his waist. He's definitely an adventurer. We can't take him on. Let's get out of here. The lead thug, though skeptical, recognized that adventurers were seen as individuals of elevated status in the eyes of common folk. Why would one venture into such a place? Humph, little brat, consider yourself fortunate this time. Boys, let us scram. Seeing that the thugs had wisely retreated, Joa did not pursue them further. He approached the boy and gently assisted him to his feet, saying, "Young lad, they have left. Why do you still keep your eyes closed?" Ultimately, he was merely a boy, and with his inadequate nutrition, he appeared exceedingly frail. Observing his condition, Jalawa placed a small candy in the boy's mouth. This candy, known as bouncing candy, was encased in simple purple wrapping and served as a magical consumable that expedited magical recovery, and Jalawa had purchased a bag when visiting the magic shop. Though costly, 20 pieces for 80 copper, he had regretted the purchase the moment he left the shop, as he had no use for it himself, and it was of little benefit to adventurers not skilled in magic. Thus, it would likely go to waste in his possession. Giving the candy to the boy was simply because he had no other food. However, as the boy nearly swallowed it whole, Jalawa cautioned, "Be careful not to choke." With other matters to attend to, Jalawa noticed the boy recovering and did not wish to linger any longer. Just as he intended to depart, the boy stopped him. "Big brother, my dear friend is sick, but I don't know where to go." "Oh no. White, please hang in there. Big brother, I beg you to save it. I would do anything." The creature in question was a small white mouse. Its fur still sparse and only slightly larger than a thumb, struggling to open its eyes, appearing as though it had only recently been born. The weak little mouse was cradled in the boy's hands, its tiny pink head continuously probing into Jalawa's pocket, seemingly drawn by something inside. Jalawa was neither a veterinarian nor skilled in healing magic, and when he saw the boy about to kneel, he stopped him. "No, just now, after eating that candy, did you feel anything?" "Feel? It was very sweet, big brother." Now, Jalawa was no longer a novice. Upon seeing the white mouse, he recognized it as a magical creature. He crushed the bouncing candy and slowly fed it to the little white mouse, named White. Seeing White improve slightly, the boy beamed. "Thank you, big brother. Do you have any more? Take them all. Just remember to crush the candy and feed it to the little one slowly. By the way, what is your name?" "Big brother." "No, great benefactor. My name is Henry. I am 7 years old. Thank you for saving White. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. There's no need for such formalities. Do you live nearby? Where are your parents?" "Well, my parents passed away 3 years ago, killed by magical creatures." "Great benefactor, what brings you here?" Is he truly all alone, responsible for caring for the frail little mouse? After a moment of silence, Jalawa took out a novice's wooden badge. "You are currently incapable of looking after the little one. Perhaps you should stay in my lodgings. I have matters to attend to, but this badge will grant you access. Take it, but enough with the buts. Once you arrive, remember to inform the elderly woman at the first floor. She will take care of you." Jalawa had already delayed too long. As Henry, overwhelmed with emotion, departed, he quickened his pace. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the meeting point. "You are exceedingly slow." Ciara returned to the dormitory and arrived before you. "What on earth is going on?" Tob continued, Chapter 50. A first foray into the sewers. The meeting point was adjacent to a dilapidated garbage dump, piled high with refuse and reeking of decay. Even before reaching the site, Jalawa was assaulted by the pungent odor of mold. Scattered debris was strewn about, and the crumbling low walls had long since collapsed, while the remains of buildings, long in disrepair, echoed with the sounds of cats and dogs barking, as if to warn that this was their territory. "Keep your distance." Gazing at such a forsaken sight, he felt a sense of disorientation. Is this truly what the city of Takaira has become? A single path lay ahead, and as Jalawa progressed, he soon encountered others. They were gathered at a relatively clean pavilion, where the others had donned masks. As Jalawa approached, Honglian began to voice her complaints. "Jello, look at this. Is this truly the splendid location you chose? Is this fit for human habitation?" "Humph, were it not for the money, I wouldn't bother to come." Alice was not inclined to entertain her grievances. "Enough. Jalawa, this is yours. We have all finished lunch. Surely you have eaten as well?" Jalawa was at a loss for words. During his stay at the dormitory, he had indeed collected meals regularly, but no one had witnessed him actually consume anything. Realizing this matter could not be postponed much longer, he resolved to address it properly with the others once this task concluded, accepting the thin mask and casually spraying some odor-neutralizing spray. Jillawar remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness. At the entrance. Is that the place? Show, this is the map. Everyone, take a good look. That is a flat map, and the underground passageways are intricate and convoluted. Without prior knowledge, one could easily lose their way." After a considerable time of scrutiny, Shio could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Jilla, is this map reliable?" "It should be reliable," Jillawar responded. "However, it has been a long time since anyone has visited this area. So I believe some places may have been damaged by the giant rats. That it's best to be mentally prepared." "All right, let us hasten our departure," Shio urged. Jilla understood what Shio was about to say. Glancing at the dimly lit passageway, he waved his hand, conjuring a magical light. Each time Alice beheld the black flames encased within the transparent barrier, her emotions became tumultuous. Logically, she should have mastered the holy light spell. Such supportive magic should have been a breeze, yet she could not grasp it no matter how hard she tried. "Jaloa, why did you arrive so late?" "I didn't arrive too late. It's just past noon," he replied, observing the overcast sky. "It was quite difficult to find this place, and I spent some time. Just admit you got lost. Why concoct excuses?" Red Lotus interjected. "Since we're all prepared, let us move quickly." Not wishing to take the lead, Red Lotus allowed Zaire to go first. Noticing her disdainful expression, Jalawa chose not to argue and proceeded quietly. The entrance was narrow, allowing only two people to walk side by side. They cautiously stepped inside, only to find that it was not as dark and filthy as they had imagined, nor was there any danger. Only a profound silence enveloped them, perhaps due to being long abandoned and forgotten. Combined with its relatively enclosed nature, the stagnant water had long since dried up, making this a veritable underground labyrinth. None of them were in the mood for exploration. They all understood that the eerie silence was but an illusion. However, with the passage's complexity, how were they to navigate? The task scroll was indeed a good guide, yet the scroll hanging from Shio's waist showed no response. Whether to proceed left or right caused them considerable indecision. Sensing a faint, strange odor in the air, Jalawa pointed towards the slightly brighter right side. "Let us proceed this way. If we find nothing, we can always return. Zaire, are you sure you want to lead the way?" After practicing diligently for some time, Zaire was eager to showcase his prowess. Of course. "I'm wearing armor. If I don't go first, should I expect you all to protect me?" Though he spoke with bravado, Zaire felt a twinge of nervousness. After cautiously walking a short distance and confirming there was no danger, he began to calm down. Though, bringing up the rear, couldn't help but feel that Zaire had chosen the wrong guild. Suddenly, a strange noise set everyone's nerves on edge. Just as Jaw caught a glimpse of the task scroll still glowing with white light, Zaire began wildly slashing at a corner. Unfortunately, it was merely the wind stirring the decaying leaves on the ground. A false alarm. However, this incident yielded two discoveries. First, the walls of the underground passage were exceptionally sturdy. Even Zaire's rapid thrusting had no effect on the stacked stones, which remained unscathed, almost causing his sword to slip from his grip. Secondly, there were other entrances to this underground passage, and not far around the corner was a narrow opening through which a breeze flowed. Likely the reason for it. Haha, don't be so tense. Don't frighten yourself into illness. According to the intel, the giant rats should be asleep during the day. We just need to catch them off guard. But, Shujala, don't speak. Everyone refrain from making noise, especially you. Red Lotus, Jalua felt quite vexed. According to the information, adult giant rats were at least 3 meters tall, stout in build, and should not be difficult to locate. Could it be that they were all hiding deep within? Sleeping soundly, there was indeed that possibility. Yet, nothing is absolute. The intel was merely a reference, and it was clear that something crucial had been overlooked. What could it be? Red Lotus had a high sense of alertness. Even before entering the underground passage, she had pondered this question, but after scrutinizing every detail, she could discern nothing amiss. After much contemplation, she realized that some things could not simply be observed with the naked eye. Slowing her pace and listening intently, she finally detected something amiss. "Shoo, we are being watched. There are at least 2 giant rats nearby. Stay alert." Despite her warning, Jalawa still could not identify the problem. However, since Red Lotus had said so, it must be the truth. Conservatively estimating 2 giant rats, that indeed posed a bit of trouble. To avoid drawing attention, Jalawa and the others continued to move forward slowly. Yet his hands, concealed beneath his cloak, were primed and ready. He awaited the confirmation of their positions to strike at the opportune moment. Red Lotus only sensed potential enemies surrounding them and could not pinpoint their exact locations. However, Shio had a vague feeling. As an archer, he needed not only to excel in archery, but also to learn to listen to his surroundings, capturing any suspicious sounds, especially the flow of air. Gazing at the fork in the path 100 meters ahead, Shio was acutely aware that a sizable creature lurked nearby. Strangely, the task scroll showed no response. Could it be a magical creature other than the giant rats? Regardless, this situation required careful handling. Noticing Shio as constant furrowing of his brows, Jalawa quickly deduced, "Is it over there?" Just as he locked on the location, he unleashed 2 spheres of black flames that he had been concocting for a long time. The magical power was undoubtedly sufficient, yet caused no damage and yielded no sound, as if no magical creature was lying in wait there. Or perhaps he had missed entirely. After a puff of blue smoke, Jalawa observed the fork again, finding nothing unusual nearby. Could it be that Shio was mistaken? "Jalawa, what are you dawdling for?" "Huh? Oh, I'm coming right away." Where should I aim?" "Aim for its eyes." Jalawa thought the same. Yet he pondered, what good would it do to aim if he couldn't hit? The continuous onslaught of black flames he unleashed was effortlessly dispelled. The colossal rat before him was not inferior to the Black Rock Bear. And the question arose, how to engage it? With that troublesome tail in the way, Honglian found it impossible to close the distance, and the others were equally hindered as for Shio, even if he employed exquisite arrows. And even if the giant rat did not use its tail for defense, it posed no threat. Meanwhile, Jalawa's own magic proved ineffective. Faced with such a situation, everyone instinctively retreated. Unfortunately, they had forgotten their surroundings. And barely had they taken a few steps back when their escape route was blocked by 2 newly emerged giant rats. Fortunately, it was still daytime, and only these 3 giant rats had come to greet them. Each possessed considerable strength, and perhaps there was a chance if they could take them down one by one. Yet, in the current predicament, escaping had become a daunting challenge. How vexing. Defeating a single one was already quite difficult, and now 3 had appeared. This was truly, alas, earning this 20 copper was proving excessively arduous. Jalawa had no mind for such trivialities. According to intelligence reports, the eyes and nose of the giant rats were their weak points. But with that nimble tail in play, striking them seemed nearly impossible, unless their movements could be restrained. Wait, the 2 behind should be weaker than the foremost one. Let us break through from there. Jalawa could release magic without the aid of his hands, but it would significantly accelerate the depletion of his mana, requiring intense mental focus. Now, in order to escape, his gaze was fixed resolutely on the most troublesome giant rat. 3 spheres of black flame materialized without warning, but alas, they just barely missed their mark, though it was sufficient to create some distance. The underground passage was spacious enough, yet with 2 giant rats standing side by side, it was difficult for them to fully utilize their abilities, as many of their techniques relied on their tails. Honglian, well aware of how troublesome the giant rats could be, refrained from rushing to the forefront, allowing Zaire to charge ahead while she waited for an opportunity. Given that Jalawa had been ambushed several times, Alice did not allow him to linger behind. She infused her longsword with a considerable amount of mana, remaining vigilant at the rear. Her holy light spell proved effective, as the sword emitted a dazzling white light. The 2 giant rats that had intended to strike were suddenly overwhelmed with discomfort. They abandoned thoughts of exterminating the intruders and retreated hastily. However, the passageway was singular and far from the intersection, so even if the giant rats withdrew, the crisis had not been averted. Once the power of the holy light spell waned, it was certain they would soon find themselves encircled again. Just then, the giant rat that had nearly been struck by Jalawa's attack regained its composure and locked onto them. Its body radiated a fierce red glow, before it gathered momentum and unleashed a barrage of needle-like fur. The explosive arrow, a rare skill among giant rats, was not merely a projection of their fur, but rather a manifestation of their innate magical power. Its might was formidable. Even a mere graze would be beyond the endurance of ordinary adventurers. Everyone felt a chilling dread creeping up their spines, fully aware that the most formidable giant rat was upon them. If they did not dodge in time, they would suffer severe injuries, or worse, annihilation in such a perilous moment. Jello could not afford to hesitate. He wagered all his mana, summoning a singular black flame barrier that proved remarkably steadfast, successfully shielding those behind him. Yet this effort drained a substantial portion of his mental energy, and having only taken a few steps, he found himself unable to proceed further as his mana rapidly diminished. His complexion turned exceedingly pale. Should his mana be completely exhausted, the barrier could no longer be sustained. They had to escape swiftly. Move faster. Alice, do not let the holy light spell falter. Jaw was lifted by Xiao. Witnessing Zaire charge forward with all his might, he shouted, "Zaire, don't overextend yourself. Be cautious of their tails." In the past, Zaire would have heeded such advice, but this time felt different. He believed he must carve a path for the team. He was not reckless, but rather somewhat emboldened. Just as Hong Lian had acquired a new skill, so had he. However, during previous practice, he had lacked a target to practice against, and he was uncertain of its efficacy. Now, with no other options, he resolved to give it a try, charging ahead recklessly. "Fear not. Allow me to showcase my new skill." As Zaire abruptly halted, he raised his longsword high, his entire being enveloped in a green light. He did not shout the name of his skill, but merely let out a roar. The two giant rats nearing the intersection suddenly halted, as if under some spell, fixating intently on Zaire, disregarding even Hong Lian's thrusts. "How infuriating! To dare ignore me! Take this!" Hong Lian felt frustrated. The giant rat was akin to a porcupine, making it difficult to strike effectively. Thus, she refrained from a hasty attack, instead utilizing her thrust to flash beside Zaire and forcibly take him away. Unfortunately, the two giant rats seemed enchanted, intent on eliminating Zaire. Just as Hong Lian was about to dart past, they launched a simultaneous assault. TOB continued. Chapter 52. A temporary retreat in Jalawa's eyes. Zaire was merely causing more trouble. The two giant rats had not intended to do much, but with his interference, they were thrown into disarray. Why not use a shield bash to drive one away? If not for the need to maintain the black flame barrier, he would have gladly intervened. Alice had come to understand that the giant rats primarily utilized their tails for attacks. Thanks to Jalawa, the formidable giant rat at the rear would not be advancing for the time being, prompting her to expend all remaining mana. The situation was sudden, and given the distance, this was her only recourse. The longsword in her hand radiated an exceptionally bright white light, causing discomfort even to Xiao and Jalaw, halting the movements of the two giant rats and nearly shattering the barrier Jalaw had painstakingly maintained. Was it truly that light magic and dark magic were so incompatible? The giant rats had regained their senses, but their tails had not been promptly retracted. Were it not for Hong Lian, Zaire, clad in armor, would have surely sustained significant injury. Zaire had initially insisted on deploying his skill, but was interrupted by Hong Lian. Now his body had become rigid, and he could not even steady his weapon to respond. Moreover, as the skill was still being cast, Hong Lian could not defend herself. Watching the tail approaching from her side, she felt a surge of panic. Could it truly end like this? Just then, an arrow flew through the air. Though it did not directly strike a vital point, it caused considerable distraction. The giant rat, momentarily blinded by the threat of the arrow, shifted its gaze angrily toward Xiao, who was drawing another bow. Cast aside by Xiao, Jelua felt exasperated. Were it not for the absence of sewage in the passage, he would surely have been left filthy that he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the situation had been dire moments prior. However, this disruption rendered him incapable of maintaining his magic, and the barrier behind him suddenly shattered. As the elite giant rat charged forth aggressively, simultaneously, while Hong Lian narrowly avoided disaster, had it not been for her leg guards, her calf would have undoubtedly been pierced. Though those guards were crafted by an ordinary person and were relatively inexpensive, they still provided some measure of protection. Even though the tail had retracted most of its force, a block was still a block. "Alice, quickly carry Xiao, Xiao urged urgently, nearly roaring. Alice was equally anxious, but due to her excessive mana usage, she found her hands lacking strength. The elite giant rat would soon be upon them, and Xiao did not wish to become a burden. He could only smile helplessly. "Don't worry about me. Just go." "No way." She sheathed her long sword, gritted her teeth, and hoisted Xiao, sprinting forward with all her might. This was the first time Xiao had been carried by a woman like this, and due to the pressing circumstances, he had no time for reflection. Seeing the two blocking giant rats rushing towards them, he longed to do something. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exerted what little magical energy he could muster, and a rather unstable illumination orb materialized. This was not light magic, but in a certain sense, it was even more effective than light magic, as even the elite giant rat, 100 meters away, felt discomfort. This delay granted everyone an opportunity to escape. The three giant rats collided, while Jelloa followed the mapped route to withdraw. As he distantly heard the furious roars, Jelloa felt somewhat dazed. The giant rats were formidable, particularly that one with ranged attack capabilities. Merely facing three had left the team in such disarray. Was it truly time to abandon the mission? There was no shame in abandoning the mission. Furthermore, the giant rats posed no immediate threat. Perhaps when they grew stronger, they could return to eliminate them. After a frantic escape of over half an hour, the team finally emerged from the sewer. The exit was not the original one, but the location was still quite remote and desolate. Just after escaping, the five collapsed onto the ground to rest. Hong Lian felt frustrated. She had anticipated a light and enjoyable task, yet it had turned into this. How infuriating, Zhao. This was all your fault. Had you not suggested this wretched mission, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. Jalua did not wish to retort. He bore undeniable responsibility for proposing the mission. At this point, what was the use of discussing it? After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Do not panic. We have emerged alive, have we not? This mission has faltered solely due to our insufficient intelligence. However, the next phase should proceed much more smoothly. Currently, it seemed that defeating the giant rats was a formidable task, but it was not without feasible methods to eliminate them. At this juncture, Zaire interjected. "You mean, to hunt them while they sleep during the day? That seems improbable. Should we approach, they would undoubtedly become alert. Even if we got close, penetrating their tough fur would be quite the challenge. You're suggesting." "That is correct. Using smoke or fire attacks would only attract hordes of giant rats, which is the least advisable approach, and the giant rats possess commendable close-quarters combat abilities, making them exceedingly troublesome. In these times, the most feasible strategy is to stealthily approach and deliver a decisive blow. With the insight granted by the Crimson Lotus, it should not be difficult to lock onto the target." After a brief moment of regrouping, Zhou suggested, "As twilight approaches, perhaps we should return for now and devise a plan before our next venture." "Indeed, let us depart." "Jello, allow me to—" "No need for that. I am uninjured and capable of walking. I merely feel a bit dizzy after navigating through the labyrinthine passages. Xiar, are you all right?" "I am fine. My apologies, though. I feel I have not contributed much this time." "Do not speak that way. While it may seem safe outside, one can never be certain that a giant rat won't emerge. Let us hasten our departure before darkness falls." Each member appeared somewhat disheveled, but after a quick tidying, their appearances were restored, removing their thin veils. The group departed with a sense of reluctance. Throughout the journey, Jalua pondered extensively. Should they acquire intelligence on the giant rats from the magic house, their next operation might proceed smoothly. However, he was reluctant to pursue that path. Relying too heavily on external information could hinder the team's growth. Only through continuous trials and failures would they truly rise. Moreover, the camaraderie within the team had yet to solidify, as each member was engrossed in their rigorous training. With little communication or discussion, practice was even scarcer, and the team required further cohesion. This setback had revealed numerous issues, and without timely adjustments, should an unexpected situation arise again, chaos would surely ensue. Upon returning to the dormitory, night had fallen. Fortunately, prior to entering the sewer, each member had sprayed a deodorizing agent, sparing them from unwelcome attention during their return. Although there was no foul odor, Fatigue weighed heavily on all, including Zhao. As soon as they reached the dormitory courtyard, each one desired to take a shower first. Ah, young lads, how is it that you have returned so soon? Well, we are weary, so we came back. However, we will venture out again tomorrow. Granny, did a blond boy come by earlier? Oh, that young lad is quite considerate. I rather like him. After tending to the little one white, he busied himself with cleaning. He now resides next door to you. Upon your return, you should be able to see him. Young man, you're doing well. Keep it up. Jella, who is this lad you mentioned? We will discuss it after our showers, just as they reached the staircase of the dormitory. Jalois heard a series of snores. Upon arriving on the third floor, he gently pushed open the slightly ajar door, revealing Henry, who lay fast asleep beneath a thin blanket, while White also slumbered beside him. They both appeared thoroughly exhausted, likely having not enjoyed such peaceful rest in quite some time. Jalois had no intention of disturbing them, quietly closing the door behind him as he made his way to the bathroom. TOB continued. Chapter 53. Reflections in the quiet night. For Xiao'er, bathing was a delightful experience. Yet for Jalois, it felt like torment. Why was it that while all other garments could be removed, the mask remained stubbornly in place? The deep blue mask was exceedingly thin and elastic, obscuring not only his chin, but also enveloping his neck. Regrettably, aside from concealing his visage and rendering his true identity indiscernible, it offered no apparent function. Upon further contemplation, there was one peculiar aspect. The mask never accumulated dust or stains, not even his own blood, which vanished within half an hour, if it were truly a magical artifact. Possessing only such a function seemed rather implausible. He felt something was amiss, yet he could not articulate why this phenomenon perplexed him. Jalois, why do you always wear your mask while bathing? Why not take it off and wash? Turning to Xiao'er, who was scrubbing himself while humming a tune, Jalois found himself unable to comprehend the melody. According to Xiao'er, it was a well-known song from his homeland, yet he could not recall the title, nor the lyrics. Only the tune lingered in his memory. He was not alone in this. Others shared similar experiences. Initially, each had expressed curiosity, but after some time, they ceased to dwell on it. However, Jalois was particularly concerned. He surmised that anyone who emerged from the enigmatic Black Tower, once their strength reached a certain level, would likely recover their memories with relative ease. Yet, achieving that was no simple task. My mask is not only waterproof, dust-proof, and odor-resistant, but also resistant to stains. Why would I need to wash it? Oh, then why did you wear the veil when you went into the sewer today? Well, I merely followed suit since you all wore yours. Is there something you wish to say? As Jalois stood under the shower, inhaling the fragrant aroma enveloping his body, his weariness diminished significantly. For the first time, he found bathing to be surprisingly enjoyable. Given the opportunity, he would genuinely like to indulge in a fragrant bubble bath. Noticing that Xiao was nearing the end of his wash, he coldly remarked, Xiao, you have put in considerable effort today. Had it not been for your arrows, I doubt we would have successfully escaped the sewer. Do not be too hard on yourself. This is not our first failure. While this was indeed true, the words felt somewhat harsh, leaving Xiao'er feeling somewhat disheartened. It is true that we have failed before, yet I still find myself unable to contribute. In the end, it always falls to you. It is rather disappointing. My apologies, Jalois. I take full responsibility for my impulsive decisions today. That I assure you, there will not be a next time, and I hope. Do not speak like that. Hurry and finish your wash. This was hardly something to blame Xiao'er for. Each member had their own shortcomings. Just as Jalois found himself helpless against the elite giant rat, his precautions proved utterly ineffective, were it not for expending all his magical energy. The team would have struggled to escape. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength, and Jalois had yet to adjust his mindset. Cultivating magical prowess was not as simple as he had imagined. While talent was one thing, the key lay in the passage of time. He was still too weak. Jalois was the last to finish bathing. Donning a fresh and crisp outfit, he stood before the mirror for a considerable time. Pondering, was it the mask that seemed out of place, or the attire itself? Upon exiting the bathroom, he found the others seated around a stone table. It is getting late. Why aren't you all heading to bed? Nothing much, just a few matters we wish to discuss with you. Please come down. Discuss. Indeed, it is time for a proper conversation. Confirming that Henry remained soundly asleep, Jelloa quietly descended the stairs. Brew, why do you keep staring at me? Jelloa rarely donned casual attire, and given that he had been cooped up in the dormitory for the past few days, his appearance was somewhat lackluster. However, after his bath, he appeared much more refreshed. Brew's gaze was due to the stark contrast of his present self. Nothing much, he is just upset that we have not earned him any pocket money. Do not mind it. Upon hearing Alice's words, Jelloa found himself at a loss for a response. Sitting beside Ciara, he gazed at the starry sky. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? Surely you are not suggesting we abandon our mission. It is certainly not out of the question. Perhaps a different task would yield better results. Red Lotus's comment stemmed from a sense of frustration, aside from her inability to perform at her usual level. The others were somewhat flustered. If they continued to press on, it would likely drain their spirits. Such a thankless task was no wonder no one wished to undertake it, even if they did. Without sufficient strength, it would merely be a march towards death. Jelloa wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Yet Alice held a differing view. Abandoning the mission is indeed a viable option. But if we encounter similar situations again, what then? The president mentioned on the first day that battling magical creatures is an eternal topic, while giant rats are indeed troublesome. If we are willing to invest the effort, they can be defeated. Shio, do you not agree? Shio saw the situation clearly. In the absence of an overall increase in strength, the only hope lay in enhancing the team's synergy. Thus, he stated, indeed, we cannot shy away simply because giant rats are difficult to handle. If we had calmed ourselves today and paid closer attention, we surely would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. The primary purpose of gathering everyone was to gain a better understanding of each other, particularly regarding the skills they possessed. Red Lotus, please begin by sharing the skills you have mastered, along with their characteristics. Red Lotus appeared puzzled. Skills are not merely a matter of money, nor can they be learned at will. Of course, there is the exception of Jelloa, that peculiar individual. Pausing for a moment, Red Lotus candidly explained, currently, aside from backstab and charge, I can only perform the diagonal cross / temporarily. Were it not for my decent talent, I might have struggled to master it. Backstab requires close proximity to execute, and as for those foul rats, I need not elaborate. You are all aware of charge. It was what saved Ciara at that moment. As for the diagonal cross / it necessitates wielding a sword with both hands. Otherwise, its power is insufficient. With an attack range not exceeding 20 meters at present, I can manage a maximum of about 7 meters, which is adequate. Yet, alas, those wretched rats. Seeing Red Lotus's expression of dismay, Brew felt rather pleased. Were it not for the overpowering stench of the sewer, he would have relished the opportunity to confront a giant rat. Do not be disheartened. In truth, you have performed admirably. Without you, we would have been unable to evade the blockades set by the giant rats. Now, allow me to share my own skills. After roughly half an hour, each member finally grasped the abilities possessed by their companions. As for their shortcomings, each was acutely aware to rectify the situation. It seems unlikely that a resolution can be achieved in a short span of time. Once Jelloa comprehended the intricacies of Ciara's skills, a sense of concern washed over him. Ciara, you have yet to master that skill. Please refrain from using it recklessly. Yes, I shall be cautious. Ciara replied, By the way, who is that child living next door? What prompted you to take him in? His name is Henry. I encountered him in the Eastern District. He lost his parents at a tender age, and I found him quite endearing, so I allowed him to stay here with us. After all, we have plenty of vacant rooms. He is still asleep now. We shall greet him in the morning. Oh, I never imagined you possessed such a compassionate heart. Let him stay. As for the meals, I will enlist the help of that old lady. It's getting late. We should all retire for the night. One by one, the others departed, leaving only Jelloa seated there. Gazing at the distant twin moons, his emotions were quite complex. He had so much he wished to articulate, yet the words eluded him. Should we rest for just one day before continuing? What is Sue thinking? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 54. A return to the sewers as the others succumbed to slumber. Joel remained wide awake. Perhaps it was the strong winds that deterred him from lingering at the stone table. At that moment, Henry, who had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time, awoke. Still in a daze, he murmured, Where am I? This cannot be a dream, nor is it the house where I lived with my father and mother for many years. Then Big brother, big brother, you finally... Joel interjected, concerned about disturbing Sue and Xiao'er next door, particularly not want to wake White.its late. Let us discuss this in the morning. This little one is quite attached to you. Remember to return to your room promptly after using the restroom. I must retire now. You shall manage for the night. If you feel hungry, I have a pastry here for you. After a moment's contemplation, to ensure Henry adjusted well to his new surroundings, Joel resolved to keep him company for the night. Though he termed it companionship, it was more akin to finding a vacant bed for meditation. Henry, understanding the situation, hurriedly consumed a bit of the pastry before lying down. After a brief slumber, Joel, who thought he would struggle to fall asleep again, surprisingly found himself dozing off, having been engrossed in watching Henry as he sat cross-legged. With dawn breaking, Joel ceased his meditation. Wishing to observe the individuals sweeping the streets outside, he expected to see massed adults bustling about. Yet to his astonishment, not a soul was in sight, save for 3 cylindrical robots ambling about. Convinced these were products of alchemy, his curiosity regarding the art of alchemy deepened. Although it did not directly manifest combat prowess, its value was undeniable, since the paths of magical cultivation and alchemy did not conflict. He contemplated dedicating some time to research in the future. Little one, you're awake? The candy I gave you yesterday. It must have tasted delightful. No? Henry was still groggy, while White had spent the entire night absorbing the energy from the bouncy candy. White appeared to be recovering remarkably well, displaying ample vitality and even a slight increase in fur. If provided with sufficient energy, it was believed he would soon outgrow his juvenile phase. Joe, upon witnessing White's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Since you enjoy that candy so much, I shall buy some for you when I have the chance. Until then, rest well. I shall step out for a bit and see you shortly. As Jello exited the room, he encountered Xiao'er, who had also risen early and was ready to go for a run. I sent a tad too early. Not at all. If we delay any longer, the streets will be bustling with people. All right, Jello, after I complete my 3-kilometer run, we shall converse. After bidding farewell to Xiao'er, Jello settled at his desk, noticing the light finally illuminating the old lady's room. Good morning, dear lady. I see you are living alone. Do you not have any acquaintances? The old lady, though advanced in years, did not appear aged at all. Young man, why are you up so early today? Surely, you must be yearning for my cooking? I apologize, but I have not procured any ingredients yet. You may need to wait a while. In a rush, dear lady, that I know there's a market nearby. Would you like me to? Oh, never mind that. You youngsters never think of saving money. Let me handle it. Do not worry. I'm in good health. Very well, but do take care. As long as someone was in the dormitory, the old lady would cook regularly. Though a meal fee was still required to save time. After the conclusion of their second task, Sue had given her 10 silver coins, which should last quite a while. That in truth, she was the first ordinary person Jelloa had interacted with. He felt conflicted, for the old lady always added extra delicacies to his meals, yet he could not partake and did not wish to waste her kindness. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to leave the food for Xiao'er. Noticing that Honglian was active in the courtyard while Alice had yet to appear, Jelloa inquired, Honglian, why hasn't Alice come down yet? Who knows? You know how she can be quite sluggish. What is the matter? Do you have something to say to her? Or perhaps, are you interested in her? Jelloa had no inclination to jest with her as he pondered Sue's departure. He must have gone to seek counsel from a mentor at the guild. He contemplated whether to seek out Old Ban. Honglian, what kind of person is your mentor? My mentor. She is quite formidable. However, I believe that one day I shall surpass her. Witnessing Honglian's increasingly fierce assaults on the wooden dummy, Jelloa was at a loss for words. Could it be that her relationship with her mentor was rather fraught? Setting aside idle thoughts, Jelloa began contemplating strategies to deal with the giant rat. In truth, smoke should prove effective. If he could contain the smoke within a certain range, it would undoubtedly trouble the giant rat. However, as the giant rat was a magical creature, ordinary smoke would likely be ineffective. The smoke produced by his black flame might only serve to confuse the opponent. Did this mean he had to rely on external aids? The magic shop did sell consumable items beneficial for combat, yet the prices were exorbitant. When he last purchased bouncy candy, he noted that the lowest price was 3 silver coins, far beyond what a newcomer could afford. Nonetheless, acquiring some might not be a bad idea. To be used as a last resort, it should yield considerable results in critical moments. However, Zhao was reluctant to pursue this route. After much contemplation, he reached but one conclusion: to grow stronger, setting aside combat experience for the moment. The current disparity between himself and the giant rat was insurmountable. How could he possibly triumph? Was there truly no other solution? With no alternative, the only path forward was the best path. Determining a personal code could indeed enhance his strength. Yet it would also impose restrictions on himself. Careful consideration was necessary regarding what sacrifices to make. This was a matter of great importance. And after deep reflection, Jelloa was still at a loss. What should he do? After a day of recuperation, everyone felt quite revitalized. This time, they did not dawdle. After finishing breakfast and bidding Henry farewell, the 5 departed the courtyard. Henry, while we are away, it would be best if you stayed indoors. The weather is pleasant today. Perhaps you could keep the old lady company. If anything arises, we shall discuss it upon our return. All right, big brother. Travel safely. With their destination in mind, they reached the original entrance in just an hour. Donning thin veils and spraying odor-repellent spray, Jalua suggested, "This time, I shall lead the way. Should anything occur, Honglian, remember to employ your special skills. To combat the pesky giant rat, Honglian had prepared no fewer than 30 cheap throwing darts. Confident that with proper timing, it would be easy to injure the giant rat. Leave this to me. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside, aware that an ambush could occur at any moment." The 5 proceeded cautiously. Upon re-entering the sewers, the situation mirrored their previous experience. However, due to the early hour, the entire sewer was unusually quiet. Jalua understood that most giant rats were likely asleep at this hour. Noticing several breaches in the walls, he surmised that their visit 2 days prior had heightened the rats' wariness, prompting them to retreat elsewhere. Do not let your guard down. Sue, can you discern any issues? Sue's perceptiveness did not rival Honglian's, and he was momentarily unable to identify any problems. Before long, Jalua made a discovery. Remnants of corn kernels were present in several of the holes that I found it peculiar that each hole contained corn kernels. Where could they have sourced their food? Could they have burrowed a tunnel to the outside to pilfer from the cornfields? Who knows? Since they are already on high alert, we must exercise even greater caution. I shall take the lead. Xiao'er had adjusted his mindset, and Jalua had no reason to oppose. However, just as Xiao'er passed by him, a giant rat unexpectedly lunged at them. To be continued. Chapter 55. After the grueling battle, the giant rat that initiated the surprise attack was exceptionally skilled at concealment. Standing merely half a person tall, it was a master of stealth. As soon as Jalua and the others entered the sewers, it began its silent observation. Yet, with all 5 on high alert, it found it challenging to strike. Just as it believed it could afford to wait a moment longer, Xiao'er proposed stepping forward. Xiao'er, clad in cumbersome armor, undoubtedly bore vulnerabilities, yet his protective gear and helmet posed a significant challenge for a lethal strike. Thus, he set his sights on the seemingly weakest target, Xiao. This colossal rat served as a sentinel, vigilantly patrolling the cliffs during daylight hours. Upon spotting the group of humans described above, it could hardly let them escape. Suddenly, a diminutive giant rat dangled precariously from the cliff's edge, catching Jalua off guard. However, Honglian reacted swiftly, although the target moved with such speed that even she found it hard to track as the intended victim. Xiao was momentarily stunned, but Alice pushed him aside just in time. Bang! Though magic was not employed, Alice exerted all her strength, yet it was insufficient to withstand the dwarf giant rat's claw strike. Had it not been for the decent quality of her long sword, it might have been severed by those sharp talons. Don't just stand there. Move quickly. Joe was the first to regain his wits. Unfortunately, the dwarf giant rat was exceptionally formidable, its speed astonishingly swift, rendering the black flame technique utterly ineffective. Even a broad-range spell would be easily evaded or forcibly countered. Meanwhile, Honglian struggled to find an opportunity to strike. While only Alice and Xiao's attacks seemed to bear fruit. With just the knocking of an arrow, Xiao instilled a significant sense of threat in the dwarf giant rat, the effect stemming from the demon-repelling powder smeared on the arrowhead. In such a confined space, the speed displayed reminded everyone of the likes of Bai and Xiao to conquer this foe. They had to block any potential escape routes. Otherwise, they risked being worn down. With this thought in mind, Jiao and Honglian exchanged glances before parting ways. However, a concern lingered. There was indeed only one in sight, and with 5 of them, they believed a solution would emerge. Yet, if more were to appear, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Xiao, you're too swift. Your presence won't help much. Stay alert. Huh? Oh, I'm coming. Jiao felt despondent. He had anticipated such a scenario, yet he never imagined the dwarf giant rat could be swifter than the elite one. Although the potency of her magic had improved, what use was it if they couldn't hit their mark? For now, Alice was tasked with containment, but she couldn't hold out for long. Her proud holy light technique was proving ineffective. Without Xiao's assistance, she would have been gravely injured by now. If a single rat posed such difficulty, was this truly a task suitable for novices? Surely, the Adventurers Guild must have made a mistake. Fortunately, the dwarf giant rat had a notably short tail, and its primary means of attack involved its sharp claws or the spiky fur that it employed to ram into Alice, if they could seize the right moment or expose its weakness. Victory should be attainable. Jiao surmised that it couldn't sustain high-frequency combat for long. Once its stamina waned significantly, Xiao's arrow would assuredly deliver a fatal blow. His responsibility was to manage both fronts, guard against new enemies while preventing the dwarf giant rat's escape. But if it truly wished to flee, what could he do? Damn it, this lively little rat. I will stew you one day. No, who would eat such a foul creature? As soon as Honglian uttered those words, the dwarf giant rat abruptly halted. It seemed to comprehend human speech, and perhaps this statement was the last straw, for it turned and charged at Honglian. Faced with the oncoming assault, Honglian felt no fear. Rather, she was exhilarated. After observing its movements, she had gleaned some understanding of its attack patterns. Without that characteristic agile tail, she felt emboldened to take a risk. Just what I wanted. Foul rat. Allow me to show you my prowess. Diagonal cross slash. The dwarf giant rat, indeed enraged, retained its wits as the formidable crimson strike approached. It instinctively leapt aside. In that instant, Jiao and Xiao launched their offensive simultaneously, aside from its eyes and nose. A vulnerable spot lacking fur was its rear, though this weakness was not often exposed due to its usual standing posture. Furthermore, the protective effect of the fur on its chest and belly was significantly inferior to other areas. Previously, the dwarf giant rat had always charged sideways, clearly aware of the dangers posed by Alice's holy light. This leap, however, granted the party an opportunity to counterattack. Xiao, not far away, noticed its back was turned and released the arrow that had been knocked for some time. Compared to Jiao's black flame technique, the arrow smeared with demon-repelling powder posed a greater threat, especially aimed at its rear. Upon sensing the movement behind it, the dwarf giant rat quickly twisted in midair. It evaded the deadly shot, but could not escape Jiao's black flame spell, which struck its chest with pinpoint accuracy. Had it not been for the protective fur on its torso, it might have been incinerated rather than merely suffering discomfort. At that moment, Honglian resumed her assault, accurately hurling a dart into a vital area, its rear, causing the dwarf giant rat to emit a pitiful wail. Under the combined efforts of the 5, the dwarf giant rat finally began to falter. Logically, it could have leveraged its extraordinary agility to escape, yet it did not, seemingly determined to confront Jiao and his companions to the bitter end. However, by now, it bore numerous wounds, its left eye blinded by Honglian's dart. Blood still oozing if it did not retreat soon. It would surely perish. Jiao was utterly perplexed as to why it fought so fiercely. With plenty of its kind in the sewers, why did it not call for reinforcements? Why had no other giant rats come to its aid? Were the rest truly all fast asleep? Let us all put in some effort. I refuse to believe we can't take down this filthy rat. Strangely, every time Honglian mentioned the foul rat, the dwarf giant rat's agitation intensified. At this point, Jiao had ceased to attack, feeling as though he had crossed some line. Was it truly acceptable to bully this creature? Seizing upon the rat's moment of distraction, Xiao unleashed a powerful strike. Shield bash. With several of its wounds still bleeding, the rat was forcefully slammed against the wall, ultimately succumbing to its injuries. Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhao, what are you talking about? It's a monster, and we... Isn't Brew just a monster? Zhao, disinterested in further argument, noticed the green glow emanating from the scroll at Xiao's waist, leaving him speechless. We've only killed one giant rat, and that fulfills the mission requirements. This seems rather too demanding, don't you think? Alice, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit sore in the arm. A moment's rest will suffice. Gazing down at the corpse of the dwarf giant rat, Zhao remarked, Xiao, your shield bash was impressive. Once you master it, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Xiao lacked the energy to respond, having expended all his strength in that last blow. Now, he simply leaned against the wall to rest. Indifferent to the fact that they were in a sewer, it was apparent that aside from Zhao, the other four had given their all. Zhao longed to sit down and rest, but he could not. He needed to remain vigilant. Just as he feared before they could catch their breath, a new threat approached. Not good, judging by the situation. At least 10 giant rats are coming. We must retreat, given how arduous it had been to dispatch a single giant rat. Zhao did not hesitate to grab Xiao, his pack, and quickly conjured a black flame barrier. Considering the giant rat's aversion to bright light, he summoned over a dozen magical lights near the barrier. Unfortunately, all his efforts proved futile, for no sooner had the 5 of them fled a short distance than a fierce wind arose, extinguishing the lights and sending them sprawling far away. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 56. The battle against the giant rat elite. This sudden turn of events inevitably reminded everyone of their initial encounter with Brew, when they were blown away by its chaotic movements, rendering them utterly helpless. Now, in the sewers, one would assume the situation should be more manageable. However, when Zhao finally rose to look back, he was horrified by the dire circumstances. 2 rows of giant rats stood before them, and an elite giant rat leered menacingly. Zhao had a vivid memory of its bristling golden fur. Damn it, not again. I can't believe it possesses such a bizarre ability. It didn't use it earlier because it wasn't furious enough? Hong Lian was in a precarious state, having slammed against the wall and feeling utterly drained. Had Alice not come to her aid, she would have struggled to recover. Xiao, despite his armor, was not much better off. His helmet had fallen off, hair disheveled. He lay on the ground, coughing incessantly. Truly a pitiful sight. Only Xiao appeared relatively fortunate, but his arrows had scattered everywhere, and gathering them would take precious time. Is everyone all right? Hong Lian, are you sure you can move? With that elite giant rat present, Zhao did not wish to confront it head-on. Against such a foe, no tactics would likely be effective. It was better to fight and retreat, assuming they could escape. Their previous lucky escape had been sheer fortune. This time, amidst the chaos, he had failed to observe properly. Now, he noticed that aside from the elite, the rest appeared drowsy, almost as if they had just awoken from slumber. This presented a golden opportunity if they swiftly eliminated the lesser foes and then used magic to harass the elite. Even if the harassment failed, they had previously withstood its relentless attacks and could likely do so again. With this plan in mind, Zhao sprang into action. However, Hong Lian was quicker to act than she, deftly throwing all the throwing darts, resulting in 3 large rats being struck. Zhao was also a person skilled at seizing opportunities. This time, he did not employ the Black Flame technique, but rather the Great Black Flame technique, which was essentially a more potent version of the former. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, for how could the elite giant rat stand idly by and watch its kin perish? It leapt lightly, its entire body hurtling toward Zhao like a cannonball. Its agile tail whipped about, effortlessly dispelling the mass of black flames. You shall not pass. Activating a barrier, Zhao was not as flustered as before. After managing to block the attack, he still possessed some capacity for action. Stop dawdling. If you wish to avoid death, run swiftly. According to Zhao plan, a strategy of fighting while retreating should suffice. However, he had miscalculated the strength of the elite giant rat. The rock walls of the sewer were exceedingly sturdy, rendering most ordinary magic ineffective. How did the giant rat manage to dig a hole? All thanks to its proud tail. Jelloa's barrier, reinforced countless times, was forcefully breached by the elite's tail. Had he not created a bit of distance, he would truly have been overconfident. Jello, what are you doing? How would I know? The exit isn't far. Run faster. This mission is simply a farce. If the elite giant rat is this troublesome, should the rumored giant rat general appear, they would surely face annihilation. At this moment, there was no consideration of the mission. Their sole focus was on escape. As long as they could leave the sewer, everything else could be negotiated. Yet, regrettably, the elite rat was relentless, catching up in less than half a minute and blocking their path completely. What a predicament. What should be done? Don't panic. The other giant rats haven't caught up yet. We still have a chance. A chance? Jelloa's heart sank at those words. Was escape truly their only option? They had escaped while fighting slimes. And more than once during the Centipede Mountains. Now, in this sewer, it was once again a matter of fleeing. How utterly pathetic. Is this how adventurers are supposed to behave? No, facing such a dire situation. One must forget their identity as adventurers. Yet this time, escape seemed impossible. Would he have to rely on the negative energy within him once more? No, I refuse to believe that I cannot handle you this time. Fall back. Fall back. Jello, are you certain? Yes, time is of the essence. You all retreat quickly while I hold off this beast. The elite giant rat remembered Jello, as it was he who had caused it some distress. Now, seeing Jello wish to confront it alone, it did not mock him, but rather became more cautious to owe it. Jello was the most dangerous. The others could flee, but he must not be allowed to escape. It did not believe that his companions could successfully flee, for its subordinates would soon arrive. Thinking that Jello would only resort to his despicable black flames, it made no rash attacks but quietly observed, as if intent on seeing through him. Under its gaze, Jello felt uncomfortable. Why had it stopped after the earlier fierce interception? Though he was unsure of the situation, it was at least advantageous, providing his companions time to escape and giving him a splendid opportunity to gather strength. I know your tail is formidable, and your body is significantly stronger than other giant rats, but this time, the magic I wield is quite different. If you can withstand it, I assure you, we shall no longer disturb you. The elite giant rat understood Jello's words, and it was displeased if merely apologizing would resolve disturbances to its dreams. Why then would the world be rife with turmoil? With a swift motion, it lashed out, and before Jello could react, he was sent flying by its tail. Had it not been for the decent quality of his cloak, he would have surely sustained severe injuries. Though Jello did not react in time, he did not do nothing to make the moment of impact. He unleashed the magic he had been preparing for a long time. It appeared no different from the black flame technique, yet there was a significant distinction. Firstly, the small orb of black flame faintly radiated a red glow, inspired by Buck's magical characteristics. Jello understood that relying solely on firepower would make it difficult to contend with the giant rat. If his attack were easily dispelled, it would be utterly futile. Thus, he devised a plan that if the black flame technique could be enhanced with some remarkable effects, its potency would surely increase. Although he could not fully replicate Buck's terrifying explosive effects, it proved to be quite effective. As the elite giant rat prepared to swing its tail, it was caught off guard when the black flames suddenly erupted, engulfing it in a blaze that it was injured. While its fur could withstand considerable external damage, it could not resist Jello's technique. Its nose was swollen, and blood oozed from multiple wounds that it appeared as disheveled as Jello, though it had only sustained minor injuries. However, the searing pain was quite uncomfortable. With no better options, it let out a furious howl, and its wounds miraculously healed. Simultaneously, a now rejuvenated Jello stood up swiftly, seeing that it still had the strength to fight. He dared not provoke it further. Wasting no time, he took off running. Oddly, the elite giant rat did not pursue him. Jello glanced back and saw it still standing there, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that the magic truly had an effect? Surely its leg must be injured, rendering it immobile. As he ran, he lost track of time, but eventually caught up with his companions. Unfortunately, the situation was not as he had anticipated. They had not escaped danger, but instead found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, with the pivotal Alice severely injured and unconscious. How could two giant rats result in such a predicament? In order to protect Alice, The other three were preoccupied. Jelloa intended to check on Alice's condition, but upon remembering that the elite giant rat could arrive at any moment, he joined the fray. TOB continued, Chapter 57. The escape from the sewers. Since it was a sewer, there was always the possibility of encountering giant rats. Though the elite had been temporarily stalled by Jelloa, Shio and the others did not dare to let their guard down. Unfortunately, they were still careless, allowing two giant rats to approach them silently. These two giant rats were surprisingly calm. They understood that Alice was formidable and simultaneously launched a surprise attack. As a result, Alice was caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow. Had it not been for her armor, her injuries would have been far worse than mere unconsciousness. After that, the situation became straightforward. The giant rats were troublesome, and even though Shio and his companions understood their combat style, they could only manage a feeble defense, leaving them no time to assess Alice's injuries. It was only when Jelloa arrived that Honglian saw a glimmer of hope. In her eyes, Jelloa had no chance of defeating the elite rat, yet managing to escape from under its nose was quite a feat. Jelloa, I will check on Alice. You take care of this foul rat. Honglian truly could not contend with a spiny creature like the giant rat. Jelloa, fully aware of her predicament, thought that Alice's injuries could not be delayed further, so he prepared to unleash the Great Black Flame technique. The result exceeded everyone's expectations. The flames mercilessly consumed the two giant rats, leaving not even a trace behind amidst the swirling black smoke. That's impressive. Jelloa, with such powerful magic, why didn't you use it sooner? One could not blame Honglian for her astonishment. She felt incredibly frustrated that despite her considerable efforts, she could not kill the giant rats, while Jelloa managed to obliterate them with a single strike. How could she continue? Though she recognized the strength, the gap between them was staggering. Honglian had always held a sense of superiority. Seeing this scene made her quite unsettled. Yet Jelloa was also puzzled. Wait, that previous giant rat easily dispelled this magic. Could it be that ordinary giant rats are incapable of? These matters could wait. Honglian, lend me a hand. I need to bandage Alice's wounds, seeing that Shio and the others were exhausted. Jelloa ceased speaking and stood guard around them. The effectiveness of the Great Black Flame technique did not surprise him, for it was not simply a matter of increasing magical energy supply to achieve success. The Black Flame technique required no incantation, but to ensure that the Great Black Flame technique's power was sufficiently formidable, Jelloa quietly chanted the spell for nearly 15 seconds before unleashing it. If the power remained minimal, that would indeed be a problem. He was astonished by the disparity between ordinary monsters and elites. The giant slime they encountered by the small lake was likely of elite caliber. And if even an elite was so formidable, what would they face against higher-tiered foes? They would surely be doomed. Shio, how are Alice's injuries? The wounds have stopped bleeding, and she is not in immediate danger. But to heal completely, she must regain consciousness. That poses a bit of a challenge, but since Alice is stable, allow me to carry her. This task would typically fall to Honglian, as it was somewhat inappropriate for Jelloa to carry a female. He took great care in his actions, thinking it unlikely they would escape the sewer unscathed, and retrieved a length of rope from Shio's backpack. Shio, help me tie this. All right, seeing a fork in the path ahead. Jelloa inquired, can you determine our exact location? I don't know. All the passages here look the same. How can we tell them apart? We can't possibly be trapped here, can we? Jelloa, your memory has always been sharp. Why is it failing you this time? Earlier, he had been able to catch up only by following the noise, paying little attention to his surroundings. Now, gazing at the dimly lit fork in the path, Jelloa understood that it was certainly not a good choice. Yet now that they were lost, which way should they proceed? The passage is imbued with a relatively ample light, suggesting its proximity to the ground. We might as well venture down this route. Let us not dawdle any longer. We must hasten our steps. The corridor pointed out by Jelloa seemed rather distant, yet the others, lacking a sense of direction, having witnessed Jelloa's formidable prowess, found their anchor and quickened their pace. However, at that moment, the previously tranquil sewer erupted with a deafening roar, and the ground began to tremble violently, prompting Jelloa to reminisce about his harrowing encounter in the mysterious cave. This is not good. The elite creature must have arrived. Even if it is not that one, it is undoubtedly of elite caliber. Run, quickly. Xiao, you are carrying too much. Discard what is unnecessary. Xiao understood the gravity of the situation, and after hastily shedding his superfluous clothing, he swiftly caught up with Jiao. Not long after they departed, the sewer became a hive of activity. The very corridor they had lingered in was now overrun by giant rats, including the elite that had been severely injured by Jelua's explosive attack. Unfortunately, it had arrived too late, its face dark with fury, as if it were on the verge of losing control, undoubtedly filled with hatred toward Jiao. After a brief exchange, the giant rats dispersed, naturally to search for the intruders. Yet at this moment, Jelua and his companions had successfully concealed themselves. It would take considerable effort for the rats to locate them. Jelua was acutely aware of the giant rat's keen sense of smell, highly sensitive to odors to avoid being tracked. He had paused midway now, including Alice. All 5 of them were covered in filth. Oh, how foul it is! Jelua, why did you make us smear that disgusting substance? Jelua himself was reluctant to admit it. Shoo, keep your voice down. Honglian, we already sprayed ourselves with deodorant. Why fuss over such trivial matters? At worst, we shall take a proper bath once we escape this place. Is that not sufficient? Then what was that you smeared on my face? Reluctantly, Jelua replied, seeing the seriousness on Honglian's face. It is nothing much. Merely the excrement of the giant rats? Ah. Anticipating her reaction, Jelua promptly covered her mouth. No more noise. Everyone, rest quietly. Even if they had temporarily evaded danger, the situation remained dire. Alice was still unconscious, and the others were not in the best state. Once night fell, matters would worsen, as nighttime was when the giant rats were most active. They had to escape before darkness descended. Joel racked his brain, but could not devise a viable plan. At this point, he was not only fatigued, but also running low on magical energy. What to do? The one most anxious was not Jiao, but Xiao, that he felt he had failed in his duties as a leader, still without a single skill to his name, making his leadership quite frustrating. Should he relinquish the position to Jiao? Having barely rested, a new wave of giant rats approached. Had it not been for Honglian's keen senses, they might have indeed been discovered. Where were they hiding? In truth, they were not concealed in a particularly discreet location, but merely in the hole the giant rats used as a den. Although it was somewhat cramped, they had masked their scent. As long as they remained still, they should be able to evade detection. Once the giant rats had moved on, Joel dared to take a deep breath. After confirming the area was safe, he suggested, "We were too hasty earlier and didn't pay much attention to, in hindsight, that must be the exit if we proceed straight down the left corridor. The exit should be just around the bend. Let us hurry, enough talk. Let us move." Honglian truly did not wish to linger in the sewer any longer. She leaped out first, and upon confirming that there were no giant rats nearby, she took the lead. Jiao, being a mage, found his stamina lacking to protect both himself and Alice. Xiao took responsibility for the rear. However, they had not anticipated that this was merely a trap, as soon as Honglian spotted the light of the exit. The giant rats appeared in droves, completely blocking their escape. How infuriating! How could this happen? Why have these filthy rodents all become so formidable? Jelua, is your spell ready? Jelua, too, wished to prepare, but time was of the essence. Seeing a multitude of giant rats charging toward them, he hastily summoned a barrier. Honglian, Zaire, gather close to me. To be continued. Chapter 58. The desperate struggle before the exit. Jelua was in a state of panic. He knew well the robustness of the giant rats, and the barrier had already endured countless blows. Faced with such a multitude, could the 2 barriers protecting them truly hold? Even if they miraculously did. What then? Ultimately, unless all the giant rats were vanquished, the situation would remain unchanged. In truth, he had an optimal plan. By leveraging the obscured line of sight, he could withdraw the barrier at a critical moment, causing the giant rats to collide with one another. But how to evade? Honglian possessed commendable agility, which was fortunate, but what about the others? There were no holes excavated by the giant rats nearby for cover. They could only charge forward headlong. Jelua had no choice but to place his faith in the barrier's might. If they could repel the giant rats, perhaps a breakthrough would present itself. As he had anticipated, the barrier was sturdier than before. Yet that was all. In the face of the giant rats' brutal assaults, The barrier nearly shattered several times. Had it not been for the continuous supply of magical energy, it would have been impossible to withstand this onslaught. In comparison to the rear, there were fewer giant rats ahead. As long as they cleared the obstacles before them, reaching the exit would not be difficult. Unfortunately, Jalwa could not afford to be distracted. Maintaining the two barriers was already a considerable challenge. The Great Black Flame technique had not been practiced much. Without chanting, it bore no distinction from ordinary black flame magic, and using it would only waste magical energy. Presently, he could manage to cast magic only 3 to 5 more times. He could not afford to act recklessly. Jalwa, keep pushing forward. If the barrier breaks, I will step in. Zaire, that is indeed a splendid idea. Zaire possesses a shield strike capable of repelling even elites. These lesser foes will undoubtedly be sent flying, that if timed correctly, a breakthrough should be attainable. Good, Xiao. Remember to follow closely. This was Jalwa's first time using the barrier offensively. Lacking experience, he could only quicken his pace, compelling the giant rats to retreat on their own. However, he underestimated the giant rats. While they were initially unable to breach the barrier, they were not deterred by the black flames. Since they could not break through, they simply ceased their reckless charges and instead utilized their large bodies as obstacles. The giant rats ahead adopted this tactic, while those behind continued their relentless assault, causing the barrier to develop numerous cracks, testing Jalwa's resolve to its limits. Should he push the giant rats ahead aside first? Or should he focus on the relentless assault from behind? Whichever scenario played out, the stalemate would be broken. Jalwa, can you manage? Should I carry Alice instead? Jalwa, feeling severely drained, responded immediately to Honglian's suggestion. Very well. Do it quickly. The moment he set Alice down, Jalwa felt a significant relief. Zaire, I cannot hold on much longer. Those behind, I leave them to you. Feeling a bit more at ease, Jalwa summoned his strength. There were 12 giant rats blocking the way in front, and previously he had struggled to push them with a barrier, but now, with his limbs unbound, he resolved to give it a try. Unfortunately, his magical energy was still insufficient. Just as they were about to reach the exit, the barrier at the back shattered first. Curse those wretched beasts. Take this strike. Zaire had long been prepared. At the very moment, the barrier broke. The shield strike he had been charging erupted. One giant rat, caught off guard, was struck heavily, sending 3 of its fellows tumbling before it fell to the ground. Incapacitated, with Zaire's decisive action, the giant rats were thrown into disarray. How could these intruders be so formidable? They were nearing the corner, yet Jalwa found himself unable to push them forward. The giant rats were all jostling together, leaving him in a quandary. If only he could focus on casting the Great Black Flame technique, these issues would be trivial. Attempting to recite the incantation once more, he found it still a struggle. The magic was too foreign to him, making it difficult to wield effectively. What to do? Retreat? No, retreat is not an option. Zaire, how much longer until your spell is ready? I could have used it ages ago. Why? Hurry up to the front. I will withdraw the magic, and you can use your shield to knock them all away. All right. Just as the barrier behind him was reinforced, Jalwa's face turned pale. This is dire. If this continues, after only a few steps, Jalwa nearly fainted from the excessive magical drain. Unaware of this condition, Zaire pressed forward fearlessly as the barrier before them disappeared. Thanks to the proximity of the giant rats, the shield strike was exceptionally effective, sending them reeling back, with the 2 closest meeting their demise. In stark contrast to Zaire's proactive approach, Honglian lacked enthusiasm. She valued her life and merely wished to escape the sewer as quickly as possible. Seeing that the exit was less than 100 meters away, she hesitated no longer, and despite carrying Alice, her agility remained remarkable. Just as they were on the verge of escape, a piercing scream from Jalwa echoed through the air. He had been violently slammed against the wall by a giant rat. Even with the protection of his cloak, the impact was excruciating, and it was conservatively estimated that at least 3 ribs had been fractured, that he was merely a mage, not a martial artist. His body was frail, and such a grievous injury would render him incapacitated for the foreseeable future. Jalwa, are you all right? Damn it, die, you wretched beast. As Honglian hesitated over whether to turn back, Xiao suddenly erupted with energy. Though he lacked skills and was nearly out of arrows, The aura he exuded intimidated the giant rats. He instinctively drew his bow, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the nearest giant rats had their skulls pierced. Strangely, he held no arrows, yet the several giant rats simultaneously met their demise. Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Lian was momentarily stunned. How could this seemingly useless captain suddenly become so formidable? With such a powerful ability, why had he kept it a secret? Surely, he must be aiming to surprise us. Xiao, you've done well, but there are still a few giant rats left. Hurry up. Ah? Oh. All right. Xiao, caught off guard by the turn of events, nonetheless felt invigorated. If the giant rats were not entirely eliminated, rescuing Jalua would prove challenging. Thus, he drew his bow and shot as he had been trained. Each arrow struck true. This could no longer be attributed to mere luck. Hong Lian, witnessing this, was not particularly surprised, despite Xiao's shortcomings. He was indeed quite diligent. Jalua, please awaken. Jalua was conscious, but the earlier collision had left his head spinning and caused a ringing in his ears. Only upon hearing Xia's fervent calls did he realize. Don't move. If you do, it'll truly be over. He referred to his right hand, which had dislocated. If Xiao continued to manipulate it recklessly, he would surely lose it. I'm sorry, Jalua. Xiao, you must come and take a look. In the past, with Alice present, injuries, whether severe or minor, were not a concern, but now her absence left only Xiao with some medical knowledge. Under Xiao's urgent care, Zhou, enduring the pain, finally had his right hand reset. But recovery would be a long time coming. It was at this moment that two not quite dead giant rats suddenly launched an attack. Hong Lian, already exhausted, sensed their approach, but her body refused to obey. Was it due to the weight of Alice on her back? No, she was simply too fatigued. The two giant rats charged at her simultaneously, not because she was weary, but because she was too close to the exit. After all, the giant rats had received a death order. Even in death, they could not allow intruders to escape. In this critical moment, Xiao performed a remarkable act, smashing his shield down. The two giant rats, already in poor condition, let out a few pained cries before falling silent. Hong Lian seized the opportunity to evade, but the exit was firmly blocked by the corpses of the giant rats. Ugh! These foul creatures. Even in death, they refused to let us leave? Jalua, you must set them ablaze. Jalua wished to do so, but his magic had been overly depleted, despite repeated attempts to cast the black flame technique. He was unable to succeed. As for his physical condition, it was even worse. Were it not for Xiao supporting him, he would have been unable to stand. Jalua, do not push yourself, since this path is blocked. We must find another exit. Xiao, for heaven's sake, do not let go of that shield. All right, let us proceed. To be continued. Chapter 59. A desperate gamble. Jalua's injuries were far from optimistic. While he endured the pain, the moment he attempted to walk, his sprained left foot betrayed him. He had become a burden, yet Xiao had no intention of abandoning him. Jalua, do not move. Hong Lian must carry Alice, and Xiao needs to wield the shield. Currently, only my limbs are still somewhat agile, so hurry. Xiao had half squatted down, leaving Jalua with little choice. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Strictly speaking, this operation had been a failure. The exit was within sight. Yet the corpses of the giant rats hindered everyone. Searching for an alternative exit was truly an act of desperation. Previously, each member still had some strength to fight, but now, everyone bore wounds, while Alice and Jalua were not to be mentioned for the moment. Xiao struggled to draw his bow, and Xiao, having misused a shield earlier, had lightly strained the muscles in his left arm. The shield had been switched to his right hand, making it difficult for him to perform effectively. Hong Lian appeared uninjured, yet she too was wounded. Carrying Alice had drained her stamina, and she had nearly collapsed several times. Now, her left ankle was lightly sprained. Were it not for her ability to endure the pain, she would have long since ceased to move forward. Each of them was out of sorts, and the longer the delay, the more unfavorable it became. After evading several waves of giant rats, they ultimately found themselves surrounded. What to do? Were they truly destined to perish in this foul-smelling place? Hong Lian certainly did not wish for that. Even if she were to die, she would prefer to do so with dignity. Dying here meant her corpse would undoubtedly be devoured by the giant rats. Just the thought was terrifying. How infuriating. Had she known, she would have opted for a better weapon. Otherwise, how could she fail to slay these loathsome rats? Cursed be that merchant who deceived her. This wretched dagger could not even pierce the body of a giant rat. She resolved to return it for a refund. Among the five, Hong Lian was in the best condition. But even she could only execute a single. Faced with nearly 100 giant rats surrounding them, her firepower was insufficient. Jelua was feeling somewhat better, yet he could not afford to use magic recklessly. After attempting to cast the Grand Black Flame technique, he barely managed to chant half the incantation before darkness closed in on him. Had it not been for his still-functioning willpower, he would have already fainted. If Xia abandoned his shield, he would lose his advantage. At present, he was the only one able to withstand the giant rats, so he sheathed his sword and raised the shield with both hands. However, if the giant rats surged forward, it would be challenging to hold them back. This was the greatest crisis the team had faced thus far. Should they fail to endure, Hong Lian had already envisioned the terrifying fate of being reduced to nothing but bones. Xiao, Jialua has rested long enough. You must set him down. These filthy rats are troublesome, but surely they pose no issue for you. Xiao felt a surge of panic. He had been perplexed earlier by Hong Lian's insistence that he had master skill. Yet, he had not. That fleeting experience of something extraordinary. Could it be the result of skill? It must be, for there was no other explanation for how so many giant rats had fallen. Regrettably, he simply did not possess the ability. Currently, only 4 arrows coated with exorcism powder remained in his quiver. How could he resolve the impending crisis? In the past, whenever trouble arose, everyone instinctively turned to Jelua or Alice. But now, having lost their primary reliance, Xiao felt anxious. Would he die? That was uncertain, but he certainly did not wish for anyone else to perish. Having not released negative energy for over half a month, he realized that he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. However, how could he lure the giant rats away? Fear not. In truth, we still have a chance. Huh? A chance? Jelua, you must be out of your mind. Fine, then tell me, how do we escape? Given our current state, where can we possibly flee? There is no need for you to escape. I will handle the diversion. Divert. You can barely keep your footing. How will you lead them away? If anyone should take on this task, it should be me. Had it not been for overreaching, perhaps this situation would not have arisen that I in this moment. Jelua longed for Blue to be at his side. Regardless of the circumstances, Blue had been a comrade. Borrowing the strength of a companion could hardly be deemed reliance on external forces. If he managed to survive and return, Jelua resolved never to forget to bring Blue along in the future. Yet Blue was not easily appeased. Even Alice could not coax him into obedience. I said I would handle the diversion. I did not say I would leave. After making such a long detour, I believe you have all forgotten the route. Instead of aimlessly searching for an exit, why not create one ourselves? Oh, Jelua, are you certain you haven't lost your mind? That rock wall is incredibly solid. Even if the giant rats ram into it, they won't be able to. Not necessarily. Enough with the idle chatter. In a moment, you all watch for the right opportunity and for the rest. I shall not elaborate. Such a scenario was not unprecedented. Xiao understood what Jelua aimed to do. But could it truly be accomplished? Very well, Jelua. If you have a plan, then execute it swiftly. What else could I possibly do? After much hesitation, Jelua finally steeled his resolve. Suddenly, a thick black mist enveloped the surroundings. The giant rats, upon witnessing this, were not frightened. After all, they were accustomed to darkness. For an intruder to think they could escape in such a manner was utterly foolish. Regrettably, they underestimated Jelua's capabilities. Though he could not summon the Grand Black Flame technique, he could still manage the fog of deception. All along, Jelua had been under a misconception. The greatest weakness of the giant rats was not their usual vulnerabilities, but rather their sense of smell. Even though the sewers were saturated with their scent, they could lock onto any intruder's presence. Jelua's earlier cleverness had been futile. The giant rats had already detected them, but feigned ignorance. Realizing this, he decided to turn the tables. The fog of deception alone could not shield the others from retreating, so he added something to the mix. The exorcism powder Xiao had applied to the arrowheads. Though the quantity was limited, its effectiveness was undeniable. That created a death fog zone, and the giant rats scrambled to escape. Most managed to flee, but a dozen or so were caught off guard, their eyes vacant as they collapsed. Achieving this was quite commendable, yet what Jalwa desired was far more than this. At times, sheer brute force would not suffice. Why had the elite giant rat so vehemently disrupted his grand black flame technique earlier? It was not to flaunt its strength. Its prowess was evident. There was no need for such theatrics. It simply sought to minimize casualties among its subordinates, who were unable to cope at the time. Understanding this, Jalwa quickly comprehended. The elite rat did not wish for excessive losses among its kin, yet after so many of its kind had been slain, how could it refrain from appearing? Indeed, everything Jalwa had done was a ploy to draw it in. Whether he could breach the rock wall depended entirely on how furious it was. As for the outcome, he had no certainty, but he resolved to take the gamble. And lo, the giant rat elite, distinguished by a tuft of golden fur atop its head, had indeed arrived. Due to the distance, Jalwa could not discern its expression, but it was likely filled with rage, considering that the adversary may not yet be thoroughly enraged. Jalwa limped towards the carcass of the giant rat. I know these dark mists are ineffective against you. I stand here, ready for your execution or dismemberment, so do hurry. Oh, it seems I have forgotten. This place is littered with the corpses of your kin. Are you hesitant? They are beyond the grasp of life. As soon as he uttered these words, the elite giant rat erupted in fury. While it did have its reservations, commands took precedence at this juncture. The only recourse was to eliminate the intruder to atone for its misjudgment. Signaling the lesser rats to retreat, it swiftly approached Jalwa, and simultaneously, the dark mists dissipated abruptly. Before Jalwa could comprehend the situation, the giant rat's corpse beneath him was forcefully slammed against the wall behind him. Unlike the others who struggled to remember the layout, he had a vivid recollection. Behind that wall lay the underground storage of a nearby farm. As he had anticipated, the elite's strength was formidable enough to breach the wall, creating an opening wide enough for 3 individuals to pass through. From a distance, Shio witnessed this spectacle. Momentarily dazed, he truly accomplished it. Unfortunately, Jalwa did not follow the giant rat's body through the opening, but was instead held fast by the elite rat. Ouch. That hurts. However, alas, you cannot kill me. Shio, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and flee. Tio, be continued. Chapter 60. The Bone Staff Esmite. Shouting at the top of his lungs, even straining his voice, Jalwa was genuinely anxious. All his efforts were for what? Was it not to buy them some precious time? The elite giant rat had a keen intellect. He was certain it would soon come to its senses. Once that moment arrived, the prospect of a successful escape would become exceedingly slim. Even if they were fortunate enough to evade capture, given its temperament, it might very well pursue them through the sewers, leading to an even graver situation. Based on the intelligence at hand, there was no definitive assurance that the giant rat would refrain from emerging from the sewers, should chaos ensue due to his actions. The consequences would be dire. With Jalwa's shout, Honglian was the first to react, but at such a critical moment, she found herself unable to move, and so did Shio and Shar. The exit was less than 20 meters away, seemingly close. Yet for them at that moment, it felt exceedingly distant. Shar longed to discard his shield, yet his mind was in turmoil. Shio was utterly spent, and Honglian, having twisted her ankle, struggled to carry Alisai. Perhaps crawling would suffice. But that would be too humiliating, not to mention that time was of the essence. What to do? The elite giant rat exerted a slight force, prompting Jalwa to cry out in pain once more. Yet he refused to yield. I knew you'd be furious, but whether you are angry or not is of little consequence to us. Blame your own foolishness. Upon being violently thrown against the wall, Jalwa found himself too weak to even utter a word. Struggling to lift his head, he noticed the lesser giant rats closing in from a distance, and he chuckled wryly. It appears I cannot save anything. The sensation of being devoured by the giant rats must be unbearable. Honglian should? What nonsense! I refuse to perish in such a place. Humph. They are merely filthy rodents. Allow me to show you the prowess of this lady. Meet your demise. The diagonal cross / she executed was powerful, but regrettably, it failed to inflict any damage. The elite giant rat merely cast a cold glance at her, and a short sword she held was shattered. That was the sword bestowed upon her by her mentor. She wielded it with great skill and affection, yet she never anticipated it would meet its end here. To forge a new one would likely take considerable time. How infuriating. I refuse to believe I cannot slay this foul rat. Discarding the sword hilt, she swiftly seized the long sword abandoned by Shar, and in a fit of rage, hurled it at the elite rat. While it didn't cause significant harm, it did create a bit of trouble for the elite. In Shar's hands, the long sword had failed to showcase its true potential, but with Honglian's throw, the sword, forged from special metal, emitted a brilliant white light. The elite giant rat squinted its eyes, and though it managed to dodge in time, a small strip of flesh was scraped from its chest. With Honglian's actions, Jalawa's plan was abruptly thwarted. He longed to voice something, but found himself at a loss. Was he to simply watch? Honglian felt somewhat relieved, but what to do next? She was troubled as well. Upon seeing the elite giant rat sustain an injury, she felt a sense of pride. Unfortunately, she could no longer bear Alisai, and, after swaying for a moment, collapsed to the side. Each of them was battered and bruised. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the outcome was grim. Yet at that moment, Shar erupted into action. Unlike Honglian, who acted impulsively, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation. The shield was his sole means of defense, and must not be relinquished lightly. Yet he resolutely cast it aside. The shield was not aimed at any target, but with a clang, it was accurately thrown into the breach. Discarding all their belongings, Lizzie quickly lifted Honglian and Alisai, then gestured for Xiao to climb onto his back, and he began to move with heavy steps. "Can I trust you?" Jalo longed to respond. "Rest assured, even if you perish, I shall remain." His words were ambiguous, yet Shar understood. "All right, then let me accomplish that task for you." "That task? Which task?" Watching Shar lead the others through the breach, Jalawa felt bewildered, but he quickly comprehended. A roar erupted, and a soft green light illuminated the passageway on both sides. The surrounding giant rats, including the elite, became inexplicably agitated, their gazes fixated on the breach, with several rushing towards it, yet for reasons unknown. They halted before the opening. What exactly is he planning? Jalawa had a rough idea. Perhaps Shar's skill would be beneficial, but would have little effect on the elite. Indeed, the elite rat regained its composure and turned its attention to the immobile Jalawa, showing no interest in Shar and the others. "Do you truly despise me so? Then why did you not kill me just now?" Once more ensnared by the elite giant rat, he found himself devoid of options. The headache was unrelated to his will, for he could not harness this power. What then could be done? Should he plead for mercy? Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Though Jalawa was firmly grasped by the claws, logically he should have been incapable of wielding magic, yet he was enveloped in black flames. The elite giant rat, caught off guard, felt the flames spreading up its short arm towards its neck. Though it managed to respond effectively, it was still singed and charred. Even a portion of its proud golden mane was scorched. Such an act alone could not inflict substantial harm, but what transpired next exceeded all expectations. The black flames shielded Jalawa, yet that was merely the beginning. The flames continued to spill forth for a time, eventually coalescing into a black skull above his head. So it is you, the wretched beast, that has harmed my master." The black skull could speak? Jaw heard nothing and was oblivious to this development. The elite giant rat, well aware of his capabilities, quickly deduced that this was not his power. And thus it soon realized what was at play. It was the jade bone staff that Jaw had never directly handled, which had remained dormant until now. In his moment of peril, it had come to life. The instant the elite rat locked onto the staff, it launched its attack, an exceedingly fierce black flame sweeping through both sides of the passage. The giant rats drawn to the breach by Shar were mercilessly engulfed by the inferno, leaving not a trace of their existence. Although the elite giant rat possessed considerable strength, it too sustained severe injuries, patches of fur missing and multiple wounds, particularly the deep gash across its chest. It had never endured such a grievous injury, and, realizing the extreme danger posed by Jaw, its murderous intent surged. Yet, before it could regain its composure, Jaw had vanished into the passage, and even the breach had been sealed. With matters having reached this point, its rage was futile. After a furious roar, it slowly dragged its battered body away. Upon Jalawa's unconsciousness, he was unaware of how much time had passed. Perhaps an hour, perhaps several years. Ouch, it hurts. I can't move my body. What has happened to me? Ja, you have finally awakened. Please open your eyes. The surroundings were dim, and as he beheld the unfamiliar scene, Ja groggily inquired, Shio, where are we? Where? To be honest, I do not know either. In any case, it is good that you are all right. The room appeared quite disordered, with numerous discarded farming tools piled in the corner. As for food, the rich aroma suggested its presence. All sealed within wooden barrels. After surveying the area, he found only one door, but it was securely locked. Given their current state, none were in a position to open it. Alisai remained unconscious, while Shar and Honglian were still asleep. Aside from Jalal, only Shio, leaning against the wall, was awake. From the looks of it, they would have to linger in this dim chamber for a while. I remember now. This must be an underground storage facility of a private farm. I never anticipated we would emerge alive, but what happened to that breach? Given our current state, how could we have sealed it? Jalo, are you sure it wasn't you who did it? You mean I? Sorry, I have no recollection. Regardless, the giant rats will no longer pose a threat, which is excellent. Shio, how many giant rats did we slay this time? Do you still have the energy to concern yourself with that? T.O. be continued. Chapter 61. The Cowherd Girl. Asyang, I apologize, but I couldn't discern this matter from the scroll. We shall have to return to the guild to ascertain the details. Conservatively estimating, we must have slain around 30 giant rats, and at 20 copper coins each, that amounts to 6 silver coins. However, the situation is dire. Hong Lian's sword is broken, Xia Er's sword is lost. And Alice has yet to awaken after all this time. That it seems she may need to be hospitalized for several days. This trip cannot be deemed entirely fruitless. Struggling to reposition himself against the wall, Jaluo remarked, though we find ourselves in a rather precarious predicament, it is not without its rewards. Shio, I trust you have already noticed that in this world there are no weak monsters, yet many within the Adventurers Guild maintain a misguided mindset, constantly yearning to vanquish formidable foes, unaware that even a slime can spell disaster for them. After a brief pause, Jalawa continued, thus far, we have only completed 3 missions, each fraught with difficulties, and I believe future endeavors will be even more arduous. If we do not adjust our attitudes promptly, it may prove challenging for us to survive in the guild. Hong Lian, in particular, must recalibrate her mindset. While the desire to demonstrate one's abilities is commendable, recklessness is not a virtue. When she awakens, please have a candid conversation with her. At this juncture, Shio, who had been resting with his eyes closed, interjected, Jalo, I believe it is you who most needs to adjust your mindset. Me? Why would you say that? You are far too self-absorbed, especially when confronted with unavoidable dangers, as we experienced earlier. You often attempt to bear burdens alone, neglecting the feelings of those around you. True enough. But Jalawa felt something was amiss. That was simply unavoidable. If I had not acted in that manner, we would not have. I understand that well, but why must you exert yourself so fiercely? Jalawa, in the future, could you please discuss your plans with us in advance? Disinterested in further argument, Jalawa nodded gently and shifted the topic. Shio, regarding Xia Er's skill, it should not possess such power. How did he manage that? I am unsure. Perhaps his mentor imparted some extraordinary skill to him. Unfortunately, he overexerted himself, losing consciousness before fully unleashing his ability. Indeed, it was perilous. We must ensure he refrains from using it again. Shio, already weary, decided not to feign alertness any longer. After speaking, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Listening to the familiar sounds of snoring, Jalawa found himself surprisingly unbothered by the noise for the first time. Observing Hong Lian's exhausted form, he realized she had truly overtaxed herself today. Combating giant rats was not her forte, yet she had displayed remarkable strength at a critical moment, suggesting she had long been pent up with frustration. Jalawa felt a pang of guilt. Accustomed to bantering with Hong Lian, he found himself somewhat flustered in this situation. It seemed he would need to be more accommodating towards her in the future. If it were a trivial matter, he would simply acquiesce to her wishes. Just as he contemplated this, footsteps echoed from above. The footsteps seemed to belong to a single person. "Uncle, really now, this is a place I often clean. How could there be rats here?" "Never mind, I shall check it over." The newcomer was a girl with vibrant orange hair, clad in denim overalls. She had an appealing countenance and a striking figure, exuding an air of competence. Just as she was about to lift a long and used wooden plank, she heard a noise emanating from the warehouse. "Huh. Does it feel like there might actually be a rat? Should I go down to take a look? Or should I call Uncle?" Even if the plank were lifted, the underground warehouse remained dim. Jalawa had no interest in her musings, having finally waited for someone to arrive. He seized the opportunity. "Miss, we are not rats. Please do not." Before he could finish, the girl shrieked, "Oh, what a large rat!" Indeed, a giant rat's corpse lay in the warehouse, likely concealed amidst the debris, which Jalawa had failed to notice, but the girl saw it quite clearly. How did such a large rat manage to infiltrate the warehouse? Yes, there was indeed a large rat, but it has already been dispatched by us. So do not be alarmed. "Oh, I see. Thank you. You're not the only ones down here." Huh. Why does she actually believe me? However, upon reflection, it was true that they had slain the giant rat, though the girl seemed to have misunderstood something. Well, it's a long story. In any case, we are adventurers dispatched to exterminate the giant rat. However, this particular rat proved quite troublesome, and we exerted considerable effort to defeat it. Unfortunately, we are all injured and temporarily incapacitated. "Miss." No, I am not a miss. You can call me Ah Xiang." Ah Xiang hurried downstairs, prompting Jalawa to feel relieved. "Please do not worry about me for now. I kindly ask that you carry them up first. They are quite severely injured. Wait here a moment. I shall return shortly." Approximately 10 minutes later, Ah Xiang returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with sharp features. "Young man, are you truly an adventurer?" "Of course. I apologize, sir, for intruding upon your peace. Since you are adventurers, I assume that corpse is indeed a monster." "Yes, it is a monster." "What of it?" "Nothing much, Ah Xiang. You should stay upstairs. Someone must be up there to assist. I will ensure they are brought up one by one. You remember to help them." "Understood. But, Uncle, do not overexert yourself." Without further ado, the middle-aged man ensured all 5 of them were removed from the warehouse, along with their belongings. That as for the giant rat's corpse, he merely sprinkled a small vial of powder, and the body was swiftly disposed of. What kind of powder is that? Have we possessed it? We should not have found ourselves in such a predicament, right? Sir, what exactly is that powder? Of course, it is a marvelous substance for dealing with monsters. Ah Xiang, your uncle has many tasks to attend to. You will be responsible for looking after them. Young man, once your injuries are healed, do remember to leave promptly." "Oh, thank you." The 5 of them were settled into a spacious room, listening to the distant sounds of cattle and gazing out at the soft, golden hues of the sunset. Jalawa found himself lost in thought. He had longed for such a tranquil existence, yet he was acutely aware that it remained but a distant dream. My uncle is just like that. I hope you do not hold it against him. By the way, what is your name? Me? I am Jaluo, as for the others. He briefly recounted their backgrounds, only to discover that Ah Xiang was quite familiar with adventurers. Did she frequently interact with them? Ah Xiang, as you can see, we are all injured and will likely be staying with you for a few days. Noticing that Jalawa seemed inclined to offer payment, Ah Xiang waved her hand. Do not be so formal. My uncle has mentioned that being an adventurer is a perilous profession, and the money earned is all a matter of life and death. How could I possibly accept it? All right then. Thank you. It seems you are preoccupied with something. May I ask what? Well, there is much to attend to. My uncle struggles to manage everything on his own, so I must lend him a hand. You know, I do not wish to trouble you further. Please attend to your own matters. Very well. See you shortly. I almost forgot. You must be hungry by now. I will prepare some snacks for you. Jalaw intended to decline, but upon thinking of the others, he refrained from further protest. Before leaving, the middle-aged man had roughly tended to the injuries of the 5, and now Jalaw could be considered among the severely injured. His cloak had been removed, and his limbs were tightly bound with bandages as he leaned against the window. Watching Ah Xiang busying herself outside the cattle pen, he resolved that once he recovered, he would do something for her, though he pondered what he could possibly offer. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 62. The Crow's counsel in a warm and cozy dwelling, Joa had unknowingly drifted off to sleep once more. only to awaken to the darkness of night. Remarkably refreshed after what seemed like a mere nap, he was astonished to find not only had his injuries healed, but his body felt unusually invigorated. Does this imply that the magical energy within me, which is akin to life force, has not only been restored, but has also been enhanced? Yet, I was not meditating beforehand. What could this possibly mean? Glancing down at the bone staff hanging from his waist, Jello contemplated discarding it, though for reasons unbeknownst to him, he refrained. Noticing Ah Xiang tending to Alice's face, Zhou inquired, Ah Xiang, during my slumber, did no one else awaken? Ah Xiang, diligently focused on her task, replied only after completing her ministrations. Someone did wake, the one clad in armor, but he fell unconscious again shortly after. Oh, not worry. Though, they're all fine. I see. And what time is it now? How long have I been asleep? It is nearly 7 in the evening. Why? Are you hungry? I had prepared something for you earlier, but, oh dear. Almost forgot. You are unable to eat on your own. Do you need me to? That won't be necessary. Where is your uncle? Uncle. He went out due to your situation. He said he would fetch a special doctor for you. However, the Eastern District is rather remote, particularly the farms. He is likely to return quite late. I see. He may appear unapproachable, but in reality, he is quite a decent person. Thank you. Is it just you and your uncle taking care of this farm? Well, we're mostly occupied with those tasks every day, but it's not exhausting at all. Unlike you adventurers, who seem to get injured at the drop of a hat. Joe chuckled, acknowledging that the life of an adventurer is indeed perilous. Whereas ordinary townsfolk only endure minor fatigue, without risking their lives as a jest. After taking a moment to appraise Ah Xiang's neat attire and glancing out the window, Jialua inquired, your Uncle-'s farm is quite expansive. It must have cost a fair amount of money, right? This is the Eastern District, where land is remarkably inexpensive. Despite the farm size, it didn't require a substantial investment. What is this? Are you interested in? I'll pass. This kind of life isn't suited for me. Ah Xiang, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave them in your care, just as Jialua attempted to free his hands. Ah Xiang stopped him. No, you're still injured. My uncle said it would take at least 5 days for you to recover. Is your injury truly healed? Unwrapping the bandage and cleaning the bloodstains, Jialua donned a resilient cloak and nodded. Yes, after a good night's sleep, I'm fine now. Perhaps this is the innate talent of adventurers. All right, Ah Xiang, I shall return tomorrow morning. Please remember to take good care of them. Oh, please be careful on your journey. Wait, do you remember the way? I think I remember well enough. No need for you to escort me. In truth, Jialua hardly recalled the path, only having a rough idea of the direction. Fortunately, the farm was not too far from the city center, and after over an hour, he arrived at the dormitory courtyard. The sky had darkened, yet Henry and White remained foolishly at the desk, awaiting their return. Why was that? It was a complicated situation. In short, Henry wished to wait, and thus he waited until nightfall. Hey, big brother, you finally made it? Why are you alone? Observing Henry's listless demeanor, Jialua replied, the others can't return for now, but they're all fine. Seeing you like this, you surely haven't had dinner. Surely your grandmother wouldn't let you go hungry? Why did you bring White down as well? He is still too fragile for the wind. Don't be fooled by White's youth. He is actually quite resilient. This little bit of wind won't make him ill. Right, White? Squeak. White, who had been dozing in Henry's palm, immediately perked up upon Jialua's arrival. All right, now that I'm back, you shouldn't just sit there. Come, I'll take you to get something to eat. Before setting out, Jialua had informed his grandmother that it would be quite difficult to return before dark. Yet to his surprise, she had prepared dinner for 5. How couldn't he eat? And as soon as he opened the stove, Henry's stomach growled loudly. The food is still warm. Hurry and eat. If you can't finish it alone, let White help you to go take a quick bath. See you soon? Big brother, why aren't you eating? Well, I'd already eaten on my way here. So don't worry about me. The kitchen was small, and seeing the neatly stacked firewood dwindle, Joe didn't rush to leave. It's best not to let grandmother do too much of this work. There's only this firewood in the yard, and cutting down trees in the city is prohibited, unless one dares to venture outside the city to gather it. Such common necessities as firewood are only sold in the southern market. Considering that the southern market often sells items that are rare, even in magical shops, Jalua decided to take a trip there when he had the chance. Of course, satisfying his curiosity was secondary. Acquiring firewood was the priority. Yet, when he thought of money, he was troubled. He seldom used it. But even for him, spare change barely amounted to 20 silver. It seemed like a lot, yet it was actually quite little. Thinking that there would be plenty of opportunities to earn money, he resolved to handle these trivial matters all at once. Entering the bathroom, Jaw didn't linger before the mirror as he usually did. He quickly washed up, donned a white shirt, and exited the bathroom. However, just as he was about to step out of the room, a hoarse voice rang out. "Don't move. Surely, there aren't any ruffians eyeing this courtyard again. Or could it be someone truly intends to assassinate him?" Recalling the warning given by Edward, the owner of the magical shop, could it be the Inquisition has come for him? Or perhaps members of the council? Might it be an outsider? Boy, are you curious to know who I am? I'll tell you, it's not impossible. I am called Dark Crow, and Mr. Ban has a few words to convey to you. By the look on your face, do you think Tequila City is very safe? The figure had been behind Jello, but with a slight flicker, now stood beside Jello's bed. This person was clad in dark purple garb, with two long swords hanging at their waist, appearing even more suspicious than Jello, as their body was wrapped tightly, revealing only their eyes and nose. Gazing at the black cloak placed at the bedside, Dark Crow shook his head. "This is a precious item given to you by Mr. Ban, yet you've treated it this way. You truly show no appreciation. Wait, the cloak isn't damaged, is it? Don't ask me about that. You'll find out when you visit the tailor shop another day. Enough of idle chit-chat. Heed this well. Until you possess sufficient strength, be exceedingly cautious in all your endeavors. I trust you are aware of your current situation. You are in great danger. Monsters are but one aspect. The more critical threat lies with humans. Many are eager to possess you, while others wish for your demise. If you remain as lax as before, I guarantee you'll meet a grim fate within 3 days of leaving the city. Do not think this is mere alarmism. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Let me test you. Do you have any idea how long I've been following you? So soon, and someone wishes for my demise? In the past, Jelloa would have been indifferent. Yet now, it is quite different. This self-proclaimed Dark Crow managed to arrive silently. If he truly harbored murderous intent, Jello wouldn't have had a chance to resist. I just left the farm, and you are already tailing me. Wrong, I've been monitoring you since 3 days ago. Unfortunately, your alertness is far too low. That young girl, Hong Yin, possesses some skill, but she is overly arrogant. It was Mr. Ban who sent you to monitor, no? It was to guard. He knew you would struggle against the giant rats, so he dispatched me to protect you in secret. I just hadn't anticipated that you, lad, would actually possess a bit of talent. Here is a piece of advice. You are far too weak at present. You must hasten. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Before Dark Crow could finish his last sentence, he vanished without a trace. Yet his voice continued to echo in Jaloa's ears. T.O. be continued. Chapter 63. The Bard Alarili. Here is a piece of advice. You are far too weak at present. You must hasten. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. These words seemed to possess a magical quality, incessantly ringing in Jaloa's mind, that he understood he indeed needed to hurry, not to mention being coveted by others. He had failed miserably in this endeavor. Uncertain of how he ultimately escaped danger, Jaloa mistakenly believed it was Dark Crow who had saved him. Perhaps that hole was repaired by Dark Crow. Alas, he truly couldn't calm his mind to cultivate, or rather time did not permit him to do so. Trivial matters. How does one define this? Joe was at a loss, standing outside for a considerable time, still unable to regain his composure. Were it not for Bru's arrival, he might have found it difficult to awaken. Bru. From the moment Jaloa arrived, Bru had kept a watchful eye, yet Alice had repeatedly instructed him not to leave the room. Leading to his hesitation, what just happened? Bru, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Bru maintained his typical cold demeanor, making Jaloa feel uncomfortable under his gaze. Are you wondering why I am the only one who returned? Well, it's a long story. In short, the others are injured, but they're not in life-threatening situations. They're just temporarily placed in a safe location, and at dawn, I will take you to see them. How does that sound? Brew felt a mix of joy and concern. He didn't care about the other's injuries, but Alice had always been kind to him, and logically, with her proficiency in holy light spells, she shouldn't be in such a state unless she was gravely injured, which made him worry. The joyful part was that he could finally venture out. Having been cooped up in a room all day had made him feel sick. Jello, unaware of his true thoughts, noticed him keeping his head down and said, "Don't worry, they're all fine. Tomorrow we'll go over just to help gather some belongings, of course. We'll also pick up some of your favorite snacks along the way." Snacks? Brew instantly forgot his worries. Brew. Unfortunately, just at that moment, a stuffed Henry arrived. "Big brother. Who are you talking to?" "HM, is that a ghost?" Brew floated before Jello, and due to the dim light, this scene appeared as a supernatural event to Henry. "Stop shouting. Yes, not a ghost. His name is Brew. You two will likely see each other often from now on, so no more shrieking." To be honest, Jallow was genuinely unsure how to accommodate Henry. Letting him and White stay here posed no issue, but he couldn't allow him to remain idle either. Otherwise, should he keep him close to grandmother? Indeed, it is quite feasible if everyone is to venture out. Entrusting him to the care of the old lady would be rather commendable. However, such a decision does seem rather irresponsible. Blue. This marks the first encounter between Blue and White, their large eyes locked in a mutual gaze. And the two little ones truly seem to hit it off. Alas, White is still quite young and can only chirp without being able to do much else. Nevertheless, Blue comprehended the situation and, with his little legs, nudged Jallaw's face. You mean? I understand now. Do not worry. Once we retrieve Shio and the others, I shall buy you plenty of treats. Isn't that so? Blue, this is utterly uncommunicative. Jalla disinclined to continue guessing. Noticed that White appeared slightly larger and inquired curiously. Little White, just now. Did you have enough to eat? Perhaps sensing Jallaw's familiarity, White eagerly nodded. Chirp. So it is. You must be quite tired waiting today. Right, it is getting late. Hurry off to bed. All right, big brother, may I accompany you for a stroll tomorrow? Sure, but tomorrow's outing will not be for leisure. Oh, then good night, big brother. Although Jalwa had provided Henry with shelter, he fully understood that this did not resolve the underlying issues. He suggested going for a stroll, likely in search of work. At such a tender age, should one truly toil for a living? Absolutely not. Once Shio and the others returned to the dormitory, Jaw resolved to carefully plan a future for Henry. With Alice absent, Blue stayed with Jaw. Heeding the advice of the Dark Raven, Jaw settled down to meditate, only opening his eyes when the old lady called him for breakfast. Young man, how is it that you, a grown individual, require me to summon you for meals before you will descend? Apologies, dear grandmother. I have yet to brush my teeth or wash my face, but I shall be down shortly. Jawa did not delay for long, primarily due to the long-standing issues with food and Blue. He explained the situation to the old lady at length, managing to placate her. Now able to frolic freely in the dormitory courtyard, Blue was exceedingly delighted. The thought of soon embarking on an outing made him even happier. Though he despised being clothed, Blue, no complaints. If you do not comply, I find it hard to feel at ease. The journey did not consume much time, as they arrived at the farm in just over half an hour. Accompanying them were Henry and White, who, having never properly explored Akira City, were curious about everything they encountered. Several times, they nearly lagged behind Joe. Initially, it was presumed he sought work, but that was not the case. Upon reflection, they were merely children. Setting aside White, Henry had always been troubled by life's hardships, leaving him little time or inclination to wander the streets. However, as they approached the farm, Henry grew increasingly anxious. A fact unnoticed by Joe, but keenly observed by Blue. Blue's mood soured. He had initially allowed Jalaw to carry him, but eventually coldly perched on Jalaw's shoulder. Why such a change? It was solely because Jalaw had failed to procure anything for him to eat along the way, only offering a few lollipops, and he was decidedly displeased. At last, they arrived. Henry, are you all right? After such a lengthy trek, Henry's feet were already sore. I am fine. Are those big sisters and brothers here? Well, let's go in and take a look. Ashiang, are you there? After several calls yielded no response, Jalwa stepped forward to push open the gate. The farm was expansive, with numerous buildings and a plethora of livestock. Being private property, it naturally had some protective measures in place. Had it not been for the owner's instructions, the drowsy shepherd dogs would have pounced upon them. Jialua recalled the location of the building and did not stray far. However, as he approached, he overheard some troubling news. Xiang is not here. Only a peculiar person has joined the farm's uncle. Sir, do you lack the means to treat this young lady's ailment? I have not encountered a patient like her in years. Though I know how to address the issue, it ultimately depends on the young lady herself. However, I shall make every effort to try. The individual, clad in green garments with a standing collar, wore a triangular hat that obscured his eyes. Adorned with a pure white mask and holding an antiquated pipa, his age and features remained indiscernible, appearing even more suspicious than Zhao. Was this man truly the doctor summoned by the farm's uncle? Young man, you have brought someone else along? Very well, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is called a layer, a bard. When someone in the Eastern District falls ill, regardless of the severity, they generally seek him out. Just as Zhao was about to respond, he noticed Blue floating up. Under the mysterious doctor's care, the other three were not in grave danger, but Alice still showed no signs of improvement, observing her pale complexion. Blue grew anxious. Alice, who could clearly wield holy light magic, should not be in such a dire state. Prompting him to turn his gaze towards Zhao without hesitation, he was promptly reprimanded. Jialua felt quite innocent. Blue, calm down. Alice's injuries. I did not cause them, so please stop. Doctor, since you know how to treat her, please save Alice. Alair remained silent, but upon hearing this, he gently plucked the strings of his pipa. Young man, I'm not a doctor. I am merely a music enthusiast. Observing your concern for them. Very well. Let us commence. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 64. The Heart of Stone, a music enthusiast? Using music to heal the sick? This seems utterly absurd. Before Alair could demonstrate his abilities, Jialua harbored serious doubts about music's efficacy in healing. The duty of saving lives should fall to clerics, priests, and knights. What business does a musician have in this matter? Wait a moment, a bard? There is no such guild in Takira City, nor had Jialua ever heard of such a profession. Might this peculiar individual simply be a music enthusiast? No, the farm's uncle would not joke around. It stands to reason that the individual possesses some remarkable skills. Indeed, as Alair began to play the pipa, gentle waves of green energy emanated from it. Sensing this inexplicable yet soothing sensation, Jialua ceased to doubt his capabilities. Jialua was convinced that it was a magical wave, albeit mixed with elements he did not comprehend. It seemed that the individual was likely an adventurer, though of a rather unconventional type. The gentle waves proved effective, and everyone's complexion improved significantly. Just then, Zaire awakened, feeling an abundance of energy. Zaire, do not move recklessly. Honglian, you are awake too. As Honglian regained consciousness, her stomach growled ferociously from hunger. That moment, she paid no heed to conversation, sitting up with closed eyes to grab a piece of cheese placed nearby. Delicious, this flavor is exquisite. Jala, where did you procure this cheese? Wait, where exactly are we? Blue, how did you end up here? Seeing Honglian devouring the cheese voraciously, Blue could not contain himself, snatching a piece for himself. Just as he finished his bite, Alair interjected. Shoo, quiet down if you wish for this young lady to awaken. You had best keep your voices L-O-W to T-O. Avoid disturbing Alair. The farm's uncle ushered everyone outside, leaving Jialua and the others to observe from the doorway. Uncle, his healing method is truly remarkable. Is he from here? Here? No. He hails from the capital and has been in Takara City for quite some time. Today, as for other matters, that is beyond my purview to inquire. Young man, my time is precious. Do not presume I will assist you for 3.3 silver coins. Here are 5 silver coins. Please accept them. Uncle, there should be no hesitation regarding necessary expenses. Jialua held a favorable impression of the farm's uncle, who did not seem greedy, likely wishing to distance himself from the situation, suggesting he might harbor some biases against adventurers. Humph, you are somewhat reasonable. Of course. Uncle, why isn't Xiang here? Ah, she left early to deliver goods. She will not return until at least noon. Why? Young man, you aren't harboring feelings for my niece, are you? I warn you. Uncle, you certainly have a sense of humor. I seek her out not only to express my gratitude, but primarily for another matter. Uncle, this is Henry. At such a tender age, he is not getting enough nutrition that I would like you to deliver milk to us daily. If this is a business arrangement, I will take it on. But the fees will be quite high. You need not worry about that. We are adventurers, and there are numerous ways to earn money, so it's settled. In short, deliver 6 portions of milk and cheese to us daily. Here is the address. Please keep it safe. Jelua was unsure of the exact price, but assumed it would not be exorbitant. After some discussion, they ultimately agreed on 12 silver coins per month. Jelua prepaid for 1 month's worth, believing that the quantity of 6 portions would suffice for Henry and White for an entire day. Before long, the music inside ceased. All right, the young lady is no longer in grave danger. As for when she will awaken, that depends on her own strength. Was this ultimately a matter of concern or not? Shio, you are awake too, sir. What is Alice's specific condition? Shio, who had just awakened, looked rather pallid as he lay dazed on the bed. Uncle, how long until Alice awakens? Under the inquisitive gazes of those present, Alalay elucidated. The external injuries of this young girl are not particularly severe. The crux of the matter lies in the considerable emotional trauma she has endured, which has led her to retreat into a shell of self-isolation. I attempted to communicate with her earlier, only to discover that her heart is shrouded in layers of protection by some mysterious force, likely linked to her innate talent. How can it be that her external wounds are not grave? Jelua expressed his bewilderment, and Alalay then inquired, since you are all part of team, does anyone know what her talent is? Regarding this matter, Jelua had a vague recollection. Honglian, I believe you possess some knowledge about this. You do not inquire of me. I only know she is a talent. But she has not disclosed what it is. After a brief pause, Honglian scoffed. Humph, just a little setback, and she ends up like this? How utterly disappointing. Alice, this is not at all like you, if you were. Such harsh words were unbearable for Shio. Enough? Thank you for your assistance, sir. As for the payment, there's no need for that. I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussion at your leisure. Once the words left his mouth, Alaliai's form became increasingly ethereal, ultimately vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. How extraordinary! How did he manage that? I do not know. Perhaps his agility is simply too remarkable. And what we witnessed was merely an afterimage. H.M. Henry, why are you still outside? Preoccupied with Alice's condition, Joe nearly forgot about Henry. Big brother, you all continue your conversation. I shall wait outside. Very well, uncle. I still have many matters to attend to. Should the young girl awaken, you must leave promptly. Jelua was at a loss as to what might have offended the farm's elder, pondering the fact that the individual had not even divulged his name. Thus he chose not to dwell on it further. Just as Alalay departed, Blue alighted beside Alice's pillow. After observing her for a while, he seemed to know how to rouse Alice from her slumber. Blue, what are you doing? Blue's tiny hand incessantly rubbed Alice's face, prompting Jelua to recall the sensation of being struck by him. Could this truly awaken Alice? Surprisingly, it proved effective, after a relentless series of slaps. Alice finally stirred. Ouch, my head is spinning. Where am I? Humph. I thought you would transform into Sleeping Beauty, yet you awakened so swiftly. How utterly disappointing. Alice was bewildered, especially upon recognizing Blue so close at hand. Blue, since you are here, does that mean I have returned to the dormitory? Have those giant rats been driven away by us? Hey, please, try to be coherent. Alice, tell us, what exactly is your talent? My talent. The Heart of Stone. Why do you ask? The Heart of Stone? Shiojawa, are you not well versed in such matters? Have you never heard of it? I seldom inquire about such things. Regardless, Alice, it is a relief that you have awakened through the recounting of events by the group. Alice finally grasped the situation, particularly when Shio relayed Alaliai's statement regarding the significant impact she had suffered. Despite her seemingly strong exterior, she was in truth quite fragile within, especially when surrounded by exceptional companions like Jelua and Honglin, which inevitably gave rise to some negative emotions. However, she also found a silver lining, as her mentor had previously mentioned the uniqueness of the Heart of Stone, and with its awakening today, she would soon shine brightly. She chose not to disclose this matter to the others, and Jelua hastily gathered her belongings before leading everyone away. Yet, Just before departing the farm, they encountered a peculiar individual, clad in antiquated armor. The man wielded a small, old-fashioned round shield with a single hand. His helmet obscured his true visage. From a distance, Jalawa overheard a conversation between him and the farm elder, indicating their familiarity. "Here, this is your share for the month?" "Oh, so much. It seems being an adventurer is quite lucrative. Indeed, there's been a great deal of work lately." "And her, she has gone to deliver goods." "What? Are you concerned for her?" To be continued. Chapter 65. A deadly threat. Apologies. Henry, Big Brother overlooked you earlier, but if you see anything you desire, do not hesitate to speak up. "No, I'm already immensely grateful for your willingness to take in me and White. How could I impose further expenses upon you?" "Huh. Someone is approaching. Who is he?" "I feel as though I've seen him somewhere." On the path outside the farm, a mysterious man clad in light armor approached slowly. Angela and the others encountered him just as he reached the gate. "Do you know the elder here?" Noticing the man's silence, Joe refrained from pressing further. As they moved away, he heard the stranger conversing with the farm elder. "Here, this is your share for the month?" "Oh, so much. It seems being an adventurer is quite lucrative." "Yes, there's been a great deal of work lately." "And her, she has gone to deliver goods." "What? Are you concerned for her?" "No, I shall take a bath. You continue with your tasks. He is an adventurer." As Jalawa walked past him, he stole a few glances, yet he discerned nothing particularly remarkable. Could it be that ordinary people can also become adventurers? "Jalawa, could you walk a bit faster?" "Oh, I am on my way." Strangely enough, it seemed that having all heard Aleliai's melodies, everyone felt invigorated, including Henry and White, since there was no urgency to their journey. They meandered along, taking over 2 hours to return to the dormitory, during which they spent nearly 10 silver, depleting Jalawa's funds entirely. "Youngsters, you have returned. Regardless, it is good to have you back. Please take a seat. Grandma will brew some tea for you." "There's no need for that, Grandma." "Henry, please check if Grandma requires any assistance." "Certainly." Throughout the journey, Joel contemplated much. He had many thoughts to express, so he first sent Henry away before signaling the others to sit at the stone table. Our survival this time was solely due to luck. In the time ahead, each of us must exert ourselves. Honglian, I do not care whether you have money to spend in the future. In any case, unless you possess absolute certainty, it is best to refrain from taking on jobs. I trust you are all aware that we are not yet strong enough. Whenever we encounter unexpected situations, we tend to falter, which is quite perilous. We must swiftly... Hey, Zhao, I understand what you were saying. But Xiao is the captain, okay? Do not think that just because you have gained some prominence this time, you will dictate everything. Jalawa, weary of arguing with Honglian, noted the silence of the others and turned to leave. In any case, think it over. I have matters to attend to. So you all remain here in the courtyard. Taking the remaining coins with him, Jalawa exited the courtyard. This outing was not intended for the magic shop, nor the magic guild, but rather for the southern market. However, the guild was not far from the southern market, and should time permit after exploring the market, a visit would not be amiss compared to the northern market. The southern market was far more prosperous, bustling even late into the night. It was also more organized, having established 2 dedicated lanes to ease the flow of people, one of which was reserved for carriages. If a carriage strayed from the designated path, the consequences would be dire. It was said that numerous merchants from afar frequently gathered here, ranging from adventurers and nobles to wealthy merchants and ordinary citizens, all coming to procure various goods, making it the largest economic marketplace for the citizens of Takira. Yet as Jalawa approached the southern market, he was already confronted with a throng of people, filling the streets and causing him some discontent. Were it not for the need to purchase firewood, he would have had no desire to come at all. While firewood was not the only means to start a fire, he had considered using magic to resolve such issues. However, he was still too weak. While he could assist Grandma in starting a fire within the courtyard, should he be absent, he would be unable to do so. Perhaps he should buy a magical tool to ignite a fire? Such items certainly existed. Jalawa had kept an eye on them, but they were prohibitively expensive, with the cheapest costing 2 gold coins, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Shortly after noon, Jalawa finally arrived at the southern market. Why are there so many people? Young man, You seem unfamiliar here. I take it this is your first visit to the southern market. May I ask, what are you looking to purchase? I'm quite familiar with the southern market and can offer you some guidance. Though, you simply wish to make some money. Observing the shifty-eyed, middle-aged man before him, Jillow paid little mind, as the man was merely an ordinary individual trying to earn a bit of pocket change, which was hardly objectionable. I understand the rules. You are merely seeking profit, but you must satisfy me first. Of course. Pray, what would you like to purchase? Dry firewood. I need only dry firewood. The more, the better. And the cheaper, the better. Of course, the quality must be assured. Do you know where I might find what I need? Dry firewood? Young man, judging by your attire, you must be an adventurer. Why would you need something so commonplace? That is not for you to question. Very well, let me think. I do have a few suppliers I can recommend for dry firewood, but their shops are a bit far from here. I wonder. No matter, just lead the way. By the way, how did you discern that I am an adventurer? Is that so difficult to tell? Ordinary individuals cannot afford to don garments made from such exquisite fabric as that worn by the young man, while the affluent seldom require firewood, leading one to surmise that he must be an adventurer. After all, adventurers frequently venture outdoors, do they not? Is that so? Indeed. Then, please lead the way. Very well, kind sir, follow me. Even with the direction in mind, progress remained sluggish due to the throngs of people. After some time, they finally escaped the bustling district. The path ahead appeared more navigable. Yet as they continued, Jalawa felt an unsettling disquiet, though he could not pinpoint the source. Are you certain there has been no mistake? How could I dare deceive you? When you are an adventurer, the trade in firewood is a modest enterprise. How could one afford to lease a shop in such a prosperous area? Just look, those carts being pushed, are they not laden with firewood? Indeed, they are. A glance around reveals many engaged in purchasing. Ah, indeed. And the price of the firewood is not exorbitant, if you intend to buy in bulk. I imagine discounts may apply. As for specifics, once you negotiate with those suppliers, you shall comprehend. Ah, we have arrived. Before them stood a factory with its doors wide open, neatly stacked firewood to the left, while the right side bore a chaotic assortment of unfinished products. Numerous individuals were busy within the factory. Upon noticing Jalawa's arrival, the accountant seated at a small table greeted him warmly. Young sir, may I inquire what price range of firewood you seek? Oh, is there a distinction in the quality of firewood? Of course, since it is your first visit, allow me to enlighten you. Do come inside. However, just as Jalawa stepped in, the great doors suddenly slammed shut, plunging the once brightly lit factory into darkness. Realizing the situation, Jalawa understood he had fallen into a trap set by his guide. A robbery? Or perhaps something more sinister? Wait. Knowing he is an adventurer, why proceed in this manner? Surely, there must be more to this. Events unfolded too rapidly for Jalawa to contemplate, let alone devise a countermeasure. Even before his arrival, over 100 skilled individuals had lain in ambush, the majority being archers, all concealed behind obstacles with impeccable stealth. Yes, soon as the door closed, the archers hidden in the beams unleashed a volley of arrows, while the accountant, having drawn a dagger from his sleeve, lunged for a lethal strike. Most astonishing was the middle-aged man who had escorted him. Outside, he appeared to merge with the earth, hands clasped, as if preparing to unleash some formidable skill. Faced with such peril, Jalawa found himself at a loss. Yet he was fortunate to possess a protective cloak and the ability to adapt to the darkness. But as he saw the poisoned dagger draw perilously close to his neck, panic gripped him. Was he truly to meet his end? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 66. Fallen into enemy hand upon being informed that many wished for his demise, Jalawa began contemplating countermeasures. Alas, he lacked the strength and knowledge of the potential foe's capabilities and tactics, leaving him to rely on his current resources. As a magician, he understood all too well the grave consequences that would follow a successful ambush. To preemptively safeguard himself, Jalawa devised a series of arrangements, the most clandestine of which was an emergency measure. This method was beyond his control, only manifesting under specific circumstances. That it was a technique he had yet to fully grasp. Cast upon his dark cloak, this technique, known as absolute defense, was intended to activate solely in the most desperate moments, capable of shielding him from any external harm. He had laid this enchantment upon returning from the Centipede Mountains, though it had yet to be triggered. While traversing the sewers, he encountered numerous dangers, yet the technique remained dormant. Only later did Jalua realize it would only activate in the direst of circumstances. It was independent of his will and relied solely on the technique's self-assessment. Since the technique was still in development, he suspected it harbored many flaws. For instance, if external harm exceeded his capacity to endure, the technique would surely falter. The concept of absolute defense, painstakingly conceived, resulted in such ineffectiveness that it left him feeling quite disheartened. He had thought he would never witness that radiant glow in his lifetime. Yet here it was, appearing in such a place. Ultimately, the dagger was swift, but just as it was about to pierce Jalua's neck, a dense black light enveloped him, an invisible force deflecting the dagger and sending the impersonating accountant sprawling. The arrows aimed at him were all shattered, and the factory, which had just been plunged into darkness, quickly regained its brightness. My hand. What has happened to my eyes? Affected by the black light, all within the factory, save for Jaw, collapsed in incapacitated silence. With the black light still lingering, Jaw could not discern the scene, but he surmised that those who had fallen were likely devoid of combat capability. However, he had forgotten the middle-aged man still outside. Upon hearing the cries from within, he sensed something amiss. Quicksand technique. Before Jalua's feet, the ground transformed into sand, grains constantly erupting to ensnare him. Yet even if the black light faded, he would not perish so easily. Raising his left hand, he unleashed a fierce black flame that consumed the sand. I harbor no grudge against you. Why orchestrate such a scheme to slay me? Oh, you easily dispelled my quicksand technique. You are indeed the rumored young black magician, but have you not realized, from the very beginning, you fell into our trap? From the very beginning, Jalua was certain he felt no discomfort in his body. What could this mean? Just as he pondered this, darkness enveloped him once more. Though he could not see his surroundings, he was convinced those who had previously fallen were now standing upright. Why, then, did they not advance? Were they afraid of my black magic? The reality was vastly different from Jalua's assumptions. Aside from the assassin impersonating the accountant, the rest had vanished. Yet one more had appeared. Jalua felt conflicted. The adversary had known his identity from the outset, suggesting they were either from the Inquisition or the heretic judgment. The IT seemed that Dark Crow was not mistaken. Safety within the city was not guaranteed. In truth, he should have understood this, but had been unwilling to accept. After the initial chaos of the ambush, Jaw remained surprisingly calm. After all, his opponents were merely ordinary individuals. Although the man outside possessed skills, they lacked sufficient power. Now, with the black flame barrier shielding him, he believed he could easily navigate the current predicament. However, he did not anticipate the barrier would inexplicably dissipate. Oh, this magic. Quite intriguing, but its operational mode is overly simplistic. Breaking it is not particularly challenging. Boy, answer me a few questions. As Jalua regained his composure, the dagger pressed against his neck. I shall answer, but first you must reveal your identities. Apologies, we are well aware of the dangers posed by black magicians. Should we reveal our names, it would surely lead to a dire fate. Take a guess. Who might I be? The Heretic Inquisitor? Oh, you guessed rather accurately. Nevertheless, this matter is hardly a secret. Indeed, we are the Heretic Inquisitors, and our intention is to take you back. Earlier, had I not been formidable enough, would I have perished at your hands? Well, that is difficult to determine. Boy, do not divert the topic. Answer me. Where did you learn your black magic? Having exchanged these words, Jalua finally adjusted to the dim light. He had intended to resist, yet found his internal magic power inexplicably sealed, as though bound by some unseen force, reminiscent of his first encounter with Brew. Under duress, he felt no real panic. Confirming that the assassin lying motionless had ceased to breathe, he pondered. Why had those individuals vanished? Wait a moment. Upon turning his head, he found himself staring in disbelief. He had imagined the one who subdued him to be a powerful figure or a renowned assassin skilled in stealth, yet he had underestimated his opponent's means. What he beheld was not another person, but himself. Although the voice was somewhat off, slightly hoarse, the figure had perfectly replicated his appearance. You take on my visage and appear before me. What exactly is your intention? Do you seek to demonstrate the exceptional nature of your abilities? Humph. Do you think I am idly wasting time? Since you are so curious, allow me to showcase a trick for you to behold. As he spoke, the adversary altered his voice to match Jialuo's. In the subsequent act, left Zhou utterly perplexed. The figure performed the black flame technique before him. Are you surprised? Unexpected, perhaps. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. You can even replicate my magic. I suppose I am of little use to you. What if you were to release me? Not a chance. To infiltrate this city, we expended considerable effort. How could we release you so easily? Tell me, where did you learn your black magic? Are you unwell? I am an adventurer. Prior to becoming an adventurer, I had no inkling that I possessed black magic, so tell me, where could I have learned it? The Magic Guild? No, that cannot be. You are lying, believe it or not. So, how do you intend to deal with me? How to deal with you? Naturally, Zhou would not simply surrender. His calm demeanor was merely a guise as he awaited an opportunity. The foe had concealed themselves well, but had made a grave error by casting the black flame technique before him. Utterly foolish. Jialuo immediately discerned that his dark flame technique was excessively rigid and utterly incongruous, ultimately revealing itself to be a mere counterfeit. The commotion he had just caused was considerable, and it was likely that the guards had already taken notice. Once he stepped outside, he believed he could escape. After all, the other party seemed overly cautious, suggesting they were not keen on creating a ruckus. Although he could not employ magic, he possessed hands and feet. And with only a few steps to the exit, why not give it a try? He reasoned that he wouldn't die from it. At worst, he might sustain some injuries. Jialuo's physical prowess was rather lacking. Yet during this period, he had been constantly evading magical beasts, inadvertently honing a commendable ability to flee. However, he overlooked the most crucial issue. The middle-aged man who had led him here was still stationed outside the door. Although he had forced the door open, he could not evade that astonishingly powerful palm strike. At that very moment, the impostor within had already reacted, swiftly grazing Jialuo's right hand. The dark cloak bestowed upon him by the old man Ban was now marred by a dagger's cut. The wound was not deep, but it was excruciating, compounded by the forceful blow to his chest that sent him flying far away, leaving him dazed. That individual was incredibly strong. Who on earth was he? To be continued. Chapter 67. Peril lurking. Humph. Still hoping to escape? Do you truly believe you can flee? Many bystanders on the street had witnessed the scene, though numerous individuals had already fled in a panic, leaving Jialuo in a state of dismay. Had he misjudged the situation? Did these people truly not fear trouble? Having endured a heavy blow from the middle-aged man, Jialuo was in dire straits. Successfully extricating himself would not be an easy feat. Fortunately, he could channel his magical energy, and the impostor had yet to emerge from the door, which offered him a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to rise as the middle-aged man advanced menacingly, prompting Jialuo to question. This is Takira City. Do you truly think you can act in this manner? Humph. Do you think we are afraid? As long as you perish, everything else can be negotiated. Even if the higher-ups hold us accountable, it won't matter much. Speak. How do you wish to die? How to die? Before arriving in this world, Jialuo had experimented with countless methods of dying, yet he had never succeeded. Now, threatened by an ordinary person wielding only basic skills, he found the situation utterly absurd. Were it not for his severe injuries, he would not be in such anguish, just a commoner, daring to be so arrogant. Seeing your eagerness for my demise, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can truly kill me, I might even thank you. Your words. Those who practice dark magic are all madmen. Since you wish to die, then I shall. Danger, move aside. Zhou, who had rarely utilized his magical abilities, possessed the capacity to decisively eliminate the detestable middle-aged man. His hesitation until now stemmed not only from the impostor's watchful eye, but also from his genuine reluctance to take a life. Yet just moments ago, he finally comprehended why the impostor had refrained from stepping out. It wasn't a matter of desire, but rather an inability. Should he emerge, he would undoubtedly revert to his original form or be discovered in any case. Regardless of the circumstances, convinced that the other party would not act so readily again, He had no reason not to take a risk, unleashing a fierce torrent of black flames directly at the middle-aged man's face. The impostor had shouted too late, but he intervened just in time. However, due to his delay, Jalaw had already vanished from sight. His assumption had been correct. As he saved the middle-aged man, the impostor had reverted to his original form in the shadows. A cloaked figure chuckled. This young man. Quite intriguing. Oh well, if he's fled, let him go. Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention. That young man likely has escaped far. Let us not pursue him. Even if we catch up, what would be the use? My mirror magic has many limitations, and this is merely my avatar. It cannot directly confront the guards of the city. Let us withdraw. However, there will be ample opportunities in the future. This mission was never meant to eliminate that young man. It was merely to confirm a few matters. Now that the task is complete, let us return to report. Very well. Not long after the mysterious figure and his companion departed, dozens of guards, exuding a menacing aura, arrived, but alas, they were too late. Inside the factory lay but a single corpse. Humph! Those fools dared to extend their hands into our territory. They're simply courting death. Examine everything closely. Spare no detail. As for that corpse, promptly take it to the coroner's office. Captain, this body seems to be poisoned. Then quickly find a priest. As the nominal master, Old Ban could not help but be concerned about Jalaw's predicament. Not long after Jalal was attacked, he received word of the incident and, consumed by rage, was now berating Anya. Young man, my disciple has been assaulted in the city. What manner of business are you conducting? Do you truly believe I dare not act against you? Anya felt quite innocent, but did not wish to argue. Master Ban, please refrain from further anger. I was at fault for assuming that young man could handle various dangers. I had kindly warned him, but he still did not take it seriously, which left me. Seeing Old Ban tightly grip his staff, Anya dared not continue. Trying to shirk responsibility? It won't be so easy. However, this matter, we shall discuss it later. Where is he? I don't know. Young man, are you certain you are not jesting? Did you not boast that your tracking skills were unparalleled? Well, this time is different. That young man seems to have been overly cautious. His presence lingers in every corner of the city, making it quite difficult to ascertain where he is hiding. Please, Master Ban, do not mock me. Oh, it appears my disciple possesses quite a talent. Even you cannot locate him at this moment, that he must be quite safe for now. In that case, it is time to settle accounts with those folks. Young man, convey a message for me. Contrary to Anya's thoughts, Jalawal was not concealed in some hidden location. Rather, he had been walking along the street for quite some time. Unable to delay due to his injuries, he quickened his pace upon spotting a tea house he had visited a few times in the distance. Yet, even upon entering the establishment and settling into a corner, he remained uneasy, his dark gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Following this ordeal, Jalawal harbored a significant prejudice against ordinary people. From now on, any dealings with them must be approached with utmost caution. Even a seemingly harmless child could potentially pose a lethal threat. Why did he hold such thoughts? Not only because of the ambush he suffered in the factory, but also due to the subsequent attempts on his life, all orchestrated by ordinary individuals. He was perplexed, pondering where he had gone wrong. He had done nothing to warrant such a dire fate. Was it the people's perceptions that were flawed? Or was it this world that was at fault? Throughout his journey, Jalal remained on high alert, feeling that anyone could potentially harm him. Just as a kind-eyed middle-aged proprietor approached, he instantly fell into a battle-ready stance. Good sir, you have been seated for quite a while. Would you not care for a drink? Oh, you are injured? What a coincidence. I happen to have a renowned priest in my establishment. No need, this minor injury is of no consequence. Proprietor, please bring me 2 pots of oolong tea. Certainly. Young sir, please wait a moment. After repeatedly confirming the proprietor's lack of ill intent, Joe finally began to relax slightly. It was at this moment that 2 men seated nearby began discussing. Have you heard? Yesterday, 2 newcomers advanced in the Magic Guild. It seems to be that ice and fire duo, with the guild leader and vice leader personally officiating their ceremony. Truly enviable. You mentioned that. I have heard about it too. Their strength was already formidable. Advancing. Is it not quite normal? The ice and fire duo? Upon hearing this, Jello immediately recalled Buck. It had only been a few days, and that arrogant fellow had already ascended to D rank. It made sense. He was indeed quite strong. Wait a duo. Jello had no clear impression of Buck as partner, only knowing she was a blue-haired woman, and as his partner, she must also possess considerable strength. D rank? It appeared imperative to expedite his own advancement. Regardless of the reason, he must become a D rank as soon as possible to break this precarious situation. Uncle, this tea is delightful. I shall return another day. Here is the payment for the tea. Please accept it. With his wounds still unhealed, Jello did not wait for his magical energy to fully recover before departing the tea house. Glancing around, he spotted a private clinic run by a priest 100 meters away and hurriedly quickened his pace. Uncle, how much for my injury? 66 copper. No credit? That seems rather exorbitant, does it not? Very well. Should there be any scarring, I shall not pay. Rest assured, your injury is not particularly serious. The key is you have been poisoned. It is fortunate you have survived this long, and you are lucky to have encountered me. Why are you still standing there? Quickly lie down. T.O. be continued, Chapter 68. Granny Chanchan, 66 copper. No credit. The charge is uniformly 66 copper. No exceptions. Regardless of the severity of the injury or illness, as long as it is not incurable, we can treat you. This clinic bears a peculiar name. The 66 shop? It sounds as though it might be a convenience store or a general goods shop, yet it is a clinic, the door always tightly shut. Unless one knocks, it is impossible to know if it is open for business. In any case, this is a rather dubious clinic. Jello hesitated for quite some time before finally knocking on the door. Upon opening it, he found that not only was the storefront suspicious, but the bespectacled shopkeeper appeared even more so. The middle-aged man with green hair was indeed clad in a white robe, wearing a mask and rubber gloves, giving off the impression of a professional. Yet, Jello couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, it struck him. A sign declaring priest hung outside, yet he was not wielding a staff. Could he truly perform detoxification and healing without it? If so, he must be a formidable individual. One ought to be cautious. Why are you still standing there? Lay down quickly. Expecting harm, Jello was taken aback when nothing occurred. He had barely reclined when his wounds healed completely, an astonishingly swift recovery. He hadn't even discerned how the man had executed his methods. It was utterly baffling. Who on earth is this person? Your injuries are healed. Why linger? Since you paid, be on your way and don't disturb my business. In such a desolate state. Do you still have business to conduct? Never mind. Now that I'm healed, there's no need to tarry here. Can you tell me what poison I was afflicted with? You wish to know? 66 copper. Perhaps not. Though the wounds were healed, the cloak had been torn. Upon exiting the clinic, Jello paid no mind to collecting firewood and immediately sought a tailor. Excuse me, madam. My sleeve has been torn. Could you possibly? Young man, you must be an adventurer, right? I'm sorry, but my shop only sells ordinary goods. You might want to check elsewhere. After spending over half an hour, Jello finally found the right tailor. There were many tailor shops in Takira City, but only one catered to adventurers. It was an old establishment reputed for its quality, frequented by many prominent figures in the city. The location was not far from the church, suggesting high rent, yet within the spacious shop, only 2 individuals were attending to customers. When Jello arrived, only one person was busy. She was a girl with light pink hair, a fringe obscuring her left eye, wearing sleeves, and appearing quite capable as she sat at a small table stitching leather garments. Her furrowed brow indicated she was grappling with some difficulty. Is that you? I remember you. You were among the newcomers like me, right? Are you working part-time here, or? My apologies, I'm Jello. What is your name? Admittedly, I had no recollection. Recognizing her as a fellow newcomer was the extent of it. A month had passed, and those who survived must have been leading arduous lives. Undertaking missions outside the city is undoubtedly perilous. Remaining in the city to work is not a bad choice. However, the reality was somewhat different than he had imagined. You are. Oh, I remember you. Just call me Bubu. What brings you here? What brings me here? Certainly, I need assistance. My cloak's sleeve is torn. Could you mend it for me? Prior to this, Bubu had remained engrossed in the pieces of beast hide on the table, but upon hearing his request, she finally looked up. You're a mage? Yes, what of it? No wonder. Such a fine cloak, and yet you've treated it this way. It seems you have no regard for its care. I presume you've never maintained it. Have you? Maintain it. It's not armor. Why would it need maintenance? Jello was bewildered by this. Can you help me mend it? After a moment of silence, Bubu replied candidly. I'm sorry. If it were ordinary fabric, I could assist you. But this cloak, it appears to have quite the backstory, and I cannot ascertain what materials it's made of thus. That means... Bubu, is there a customer arriving? Yes, master, a new customer has come. The newcomer was a kindly old woman, with orange hair, short stature, a hunched back, and clad in an orange-red apron. Although advanced in years, her spirits were remarkably high. She slowly emerged from the back corridor, and upon spotting Jello, her squinting eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, young man, are you here to have clothes mended? Yes, grandmother, can you help me? It's not a difficult task, but it will take some time. Also, about the payment. I understand this cloak is quite precious, and to repair it properly will require a considerable sum. Yet I don't have that much at the moment. Could you possibly extend credit? I will repay you once I have the means. Upon hearing this, Bubu couldn't help but snort. If you know it's precious, why didn't you take better care of it? Bubu, mind your words in front of the customer. My apologies, dear customer. That was my rudeness. It's all right, grandmother. Could you please take off the cloak first? Oh, certainly. Before entering the shop, Jalawal had learned that the owner was named Qian, reputed to be an exceptionally skilled tailor. The reality was consistent with what he had gathered, but he hadn't anticipated that she would be one of the strongest among the strong. As soon as Jalawal removed the cloak, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an immensely heavy force that rendered him immobile, while the cloak drifted effortlessly into the old woman's hands. There are numerous areas needing mending, and it's not merely that tear. Young man, since you've come here, I assume you're aware of the rules, correct? I understand. Would you like me to draft a contract? That won't be necessary. You simply need to remember. You owe me a favor. As for when to repay it, I'll inform you when the time comes, but as for the payment, it cannot be deferred. Then how much do you require? 5 gold and 800 sini. 5 gold. Grandmother, I don't have that many gold coins, nor do I possess the sini you mentioned. Can't you make an exception? Well, it's not entirely impossible. Qian began to explain. Tell me, what is the nature of the enchantment affixed to this cloak? It is made from the soft hide of an Azura behemoth's jaw. And while it doesn't conflict with dark magic, the compatibility is somewhat low. If you frequently cast spells, it will impose a significant burden on it. Fortunately, you sought me out in time. If you follow my instructions, I believe this hazard will be alleviated. All right, let me tell you. Though the enchantment is complex, with Qian's expertise, she quickly grasped it. After that, it had little to do with Jello. Rendered immobile, he could only watch in silence. To fully restore the cloak, certain preparations were necessary, and it would take some time before work could commence. Seeing the old woman hurriedly ascend to the second floor and not return for a long while, Jello grew anxious. Grandmother, could you assist me in dispelling the enchantment? Stop calling. You're not under any enchantment. In just over 10 minutes, you'll be able to move again. Until then, you might as well stand still. Is this yet another peculiar rule of the shop? Jalawal felt uneasy, disliking the sensation. Very well. Bubu, are you truly Qian's apprentice? When did this happen? On the very night I arrived, I did. My master said that I possess a talent for tailoring and the way of life for adventurers. Simply doesn't suit me, so I've been learning to be a tailor here. Alas, my hands are too clumsy. To this day, I haven't produced a single decent piece of clothing, which truly tarnishes my master's reputation. Can it be so? Wait, your master is named Qian, and you are called Bubu. Is Bubu your real name? No, it's a name my master gave me. What is the problem? T.O.B. continued. Chapter 69. Our agreement, what problem could there be? A name is merely a label. Noticing Bubu engrossed in the pieces of beast hide, Jalawal remarked, You seem to be facing some dilemma. Your master is right here. Why not ask her? These are challenges my master assigned to me. How could I approach her for help? You're a mage. So could you examine these pieces of beast hide and discern their peculiarities? Ask me. With nothing else to do, Jalawal scrutinized them for a while before shaking his head. I'm afraid I can't discern anything. I had a feeling as much considering you. However, I can sense that the dark red piece of hide is quite extraordinary. It must belong to some magical beast, right? Indeed, otherwise why would I bother asking you? Observing Bubu's indifferent demeanor, Jalawa decided against saying anything further. Unable to move. He wasn't under an enchantment, so what could be the cause? Was there some strange device in this shop? It didn't seem so. Ahem, young man, thank you for your patience. The cloak is now just 3 processes away from completion. You? So soon, didn't she just say? It would take a long time? Oh, what processes remain? Your blood. Not much, just a drop. Young man, will you do it yourself? Or shall I? I nearly forgot. You cannot move. With a wave of her hand, the old woman finally released him from his awkward position. Grandmother, you truly possess remarkable skills. Jalaw was accustomed to injury. A drop of blood was nothing. Yet Qian had deceived him. Seeing her tuck away the vial containing his blood, he was perplexed. Grandmother, what do you mean by this? Don't ask too many questions. Bubu, Haven you always want to see how Master crafts high-level armor. Wait a moment. Please pay close attention. If anything is unclear, feel free to voice your questions. And the Master will gladly provide answers. All right, Master. But wait, Master, what is it that you hold in your hand? That is a bundle of silken thread shimmering with a silvery glow. Grandmother Qian recounted. This is the panlong silk, which can only be harvested by a mature panlong. It is a rare magical material. It has become quite scarce in the market, and using it to mend this cloak is just perfect. Boo, observe closely. It's too fast. How can I see it clearly? Even Jalawa cannot discern it, let alone Boo. However, she watches with great seriousness, and during the process, the grandmother pauses several times, patiently explaining to her. Jalawa listens intently nearby. And upon hearing their conversation, he realizes how wonderfully intriguing this world is. Ashura, tyrant, Panlong. In this grandmother's eyes, anything can be a material. The reason she sought his blood earlier was that it was considered a rare substance. Young man, the cloak has been mended for you. You must cherish it from now on. Do you understand? I understand, grandmother. May I leave now? Of course, you may leave. However, while this cloak is splendid, it is not particularly suitable for you. The material most compatible with dark magic is the feathers of the Emperor Crow, especially the tail feathers. For now, you may make do with this if you happen to find Emperor Crow feathers in the future. Do come find me. I truly appreciate it. But I cannot take advantage of you. How about this, Boo? In the future, no matter what materials I acquire that I cannot use, I will give them to you as practice. How does that sound? Just you. Forget it. If you're truly willing to give them to me, I would sincerely thank you. All right, it's settled then. I have matters to attend to, so you both carry on. Grandmother, thank you. Aside from the perfectly stitched patch, Jello noticed no other changes in the cloak, yet he understood that it had been rejuvenated, perhaps even better than when it was first acquired, for Grandmother Qian's skills were truly remarkable. Regardless, the matter was perfectly resolved, and Jalawa felt a deep sense of joy within. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, he exited the tailor's shop. With urgent matters concluded, Jalawa lingered on the street for a while. Unable to decide what to do next, should he venture to the southern market to buy firewood? That would be far too dangerous. Who knows how many people in this city wish to do him harm? In his view, ordinary people are more perilous than adventurers, belonging to an extremely hazardous group, especially the Inquisition. If he were to encounter any personnel from the Inquisition in the future, he would undoubtedly teach them a painful lesson to prevent those fellows from entangling him. Unfortunately, he was too weak to dare tread into the southern market easily, which was quite unlike him. The southern market was off limits for now. Should he go to the guild instead? What purpose would that serve? Perhaps a visit to the magic shop would be in order? Or should he buy some jars and bottles from the potion shop? Lost in thought as he walked a distance, Jalawa finally figured out what to do with the little money he had. What could he buy? Instead of wasting time, it would be better to meditate quietly. As for the firewood, he could have someone else buy it or directly contact a merchant for cash on delivery. However, just as he was about to leave the bustling area, 2 figures appeared simultaneously. You? Looking for me? About something? The visitors were none other than the ice and fire duo, though their moods were rather foul. Kid, you made it quite difficult for me to find you. I heard you were attacked in the city, so I came to check on you, so you know about it too. It's nothing much. Just some ordinary people. If it weren't for my reluctance to kill, it wouldn't have happened at all. Well then, you've seen enough. Could you kindly let us pass? This statement displeased phone Carla. Buck, this newcomer knows nothing of the rules. Why are you still being polite with him? It seems that unless he drives them away, he might be entangled for a while. Yet they had both been promoted to rank, especially Buck, whose strength had likely increased significantly. What should he do? Thank you for your concern. I am well. If there is nothing else. How could there be nothing else? Newcomer, our last duel has yet to reach a conclusion, and Carla and I have both been promoted to D rank. To fight you now would be rather unfair. How about this? When you reach D rank, we will have a proper match. What do you say? Why are you so fixated on victory and defeat? All right, I agree to your terms. Good, then it's settled. Carla, let us depart. Another duel. If they have that much time, it would be better spent meditating. After sending Buck away, Jalawa quickened his pace. It didn't take long for him to return to the dormitory courtyard. Before this, he had also asked someone to contact a firewood supplier, and due to the larger quantity, it was expected to arrive by evening as he had not returned for a long while. Henry was quite worried. Just as he arrived, Henry excitedly hugged him. Big brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? Did something happen? Not only was Henry worried, but the others were too, especially Hong Lian. Don't get me wrong, I just felt bored and wanted to get some fresh air outside, that I wasn't waiting for you, so don't get any ideas. Is that so? Then why do you look so anxious? How could I? Jello, which of your eyes saw that? Apologies, I must have misjudged. Seeing that Henry still wouldn't let go, Jello gently patted his back and said, Don't worry, I just went shopping. How could anything happen? Now, please hurry and let go of my hand. Big brother, promise me you won't leave me behind. From now on, no matter where you go, you must take me in white with you, all right? I can't even protect myself. How could I take you in white along? No way. It's dangerous outside the city. I can't take you with me. You're still young. We'll talk about this when you become stronger. However, I promise you, big brother, that I will always let you know wherever I go from now on. Become stronger? All right, big brother, can you teach me how to become strong? That's a bit complicated, but since you have the determination, big brother will naturally help you. Now, there's so many people watching. Please hurry and let go of my hand. Then it's settled. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 70. My attitude after finally sending Henry away. He was then pestered by Blue, leaving Jalal quite troubled. Alice, what does he mean? You mean Blue. It's nothing much, just that you wandered outside for so long and bought nothing, and he's quite upset. Either take him for a stroll or hurry and buy some treats. In any case, it's up to you. Confirming that Jalal was fine, Alice began practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Hearing her speak this way, Jalawa felt even more troubled. Well, since I was thinking of visiting the magic shop, taking you along, could work? Shio, I'm short on money. Could you lend me some? Shio dared not be negligent. A large portion of the team's earnings came from Jalawa. Moreover, Blue had been getting increasingly mischievous, and if he wasn't appeased, the consequences could be dire, perhaps resulting in sleepless nights. He hurried back to the dormitory and handed Jalaw a heavy pouch of coins. Is it really necessary to give so much? Don't worry, there's more where that came from. Buy whatever you need. Hong Lian, who was leisurely reading a comic, heard this and became quite displeased. Hey Shio, what does this mean? Every time I ask you for money, you refuse, but when Jalawa asks, you give him so much. Is this favoritism? I don't care, I'm short on cash lately. You must give me some. Shio felt awkward. Stop complaining. Ugh, I really can't deal with you. The task of eradicating the giant rats hasn't been settled yet. When we go to the guild tomorrow to settle it, I will give you some pocket money. That should be sufficient, right? Hong Lian believed she hadn't contributed much to this task, so receiving any payment felt like a bonus. Humph, this is more like it. Jialu, remember to save your money. Oh, then I'm heading out. After chatting with the grandmother, Joa took Blue out. However, he had hardly walked far when a soldier arrived. Is everyone here? Why would the soldiers come looking for them? In Shio's impression, soldiers were both powerful and just, yet there were only about 3,000 in the vast city of Takaira. Maintaining daily order was quite challenging. Their time was precious, so if they came knocking, it must surely be something significant to communicate. Apologies, one of our members just stepped out not long ago and won't be back for a while. Sirs, is there something you wish to inform us? Or is it about Henry? Henry? This little brat? Apologies, we have no such leisure. You must be the captain, right? Of course. All right, there is indeed something we need to inform you. Listen carefully. Perhaps due to the soldier's vigilant work, Joa faced no attacks during this outing. Instead, he passed through without incident. However, upon seeing him, people reacted as if they had seen a ghost, hastily retreating when he attempted to buy food for Blue. The stall owners and shopkeepers even refused to accept his money, which was utterly bewildering. Could it be that the townsfolk already knew he was a dark mage? Joa remains in ignorance, yet it is reasonable to surmise that Brew's unmasked presence plays a significant role in this matter. After all, Brew is indeed a remarkable entity, and it stands to reason that people have come to perceive him as a creature of the abyss, thus leading to this reaction. Is there a clear prohibition against carrying magical beings within the city? I doubt it. While the reasons remain unclear, the absence of disturbances has certainly saved a considerable amount of money, which is rather fortunate. Brew, our destination is the Magic House, a place filled with wonders and numerous rules. You must not act recklessly. Once we arrive, you must heed my words, or else I shall not take you with me. Think carefully about this. The origins of Brew are shrouded in mystery, even after our time together. Jalois has yet to decipher what he truly is. Earlier, after a frenzied consumption of snacks, Brew did not rush to eat, but instead stored them in a peculiar space, retrieving them whenever he desired. At this moment, he contentedly gnaws on a lollipop. Lounging on Jalois' shoulder, he readily agrees to Jalois' words, declaring, "Very well, it shall be as you say." In truth, the Magic House offers a plethora of delectable treats, and when we arrive, I shall procure some for you. Brew's joy is palpable. It was Jalois who initially promised him such delights, and now, after just a brief outing, he has acquired so many tasty morsels. He firmly believes that as long as he remains close to Jalois, delectable food will continuously flow his way. However, while Brew revels in delight, Jalois finds no joy in the matter. Today has been fraught with turmoil. First, a trap was laid for him, followed by several groups launching attacks, and shockingly, someone brazenly committed violence in broad daylight. It seems the law and order in this city are deteriorating. His agreement to take Brew out stems not only from their bond, but also from safety considerations. Given that others have seemingly taken a keen interest in his demise, it is likely they have conducted some investigation into him, with the dormitory complex being a prime focus, until he can ascertain the safety of his surroundings. He dares not linger for too long. Setting aside the others, both Shio and the landlady are ordinary folk. He cannot allow them to be entangled in his troubles. Additionally, Zheng, who does not wish to remain passive, rather than idly awaiting an ambush, he prefers to take the initiative. With Brew by his side, even should he act as bait, he assumes he will be safe. Unfortunately, the journey has been exceedingly peculiar. Ordinary individuals seem reluctant to engage with him, making it challenging for him to discern who poses a threat. Is this truly the only option available? He is unwilling to become embroiled in conflict. However, after experiencing this ordeal, he has changed his mind. With others pushing him to the brink, how can he pretend as if nothing has transpired? No one possesses the inherent right to dictate the fates of others. One day, when he becomes sufficiently powerful, he shall confront the authorities of this world. With his thought in mind, he does not tarry on the road for long. Brew, that is the door, upon entering. You must not wander off. Brew is exceedingly curious. Is that door truly as magical as it seems? Very well, let us proceed. In truth, he has long desired to visit the Magic House, but circumstances have delayed him until now. His purpose in coming is not only to procure food for White, but primarily to acquire some defensive items. Why not peruse the weaponry shop? Simply because the Magic House offers a more comprehensive selection. Surely filled with treasures, after standing in the public hall for a considerable time, Jalois finally resolves where to go next. Greetings, esteemed guest number 95527. What might you wish to purchase this time? It is hard to say. I merely wish to browse. What intriguing items do you have? Please follow me to the Gold Exchange. Very well. Compared to the library, the Gold Exchange is notably lively. Each day, many visitors come, and the array of goods for sale is overwhelming. It can be described as a vast marketplace exclusively for adventurers. Whatever one desires, one is likely to find here. That if one wishes to consign items for sale, it merely requires signing a contract. The gold exchange boasts ample space, divided into several zones, with a limited-time promotional area closest to the entrance, where financially strapped adventurers often scour for bargains. The atmosphere is undeniably bustling, yet as soon as Jalua arrives, the noise abruptly ceases. Why is everyone staring at me? Observing the hushed conversations around him, Jalua feels perplexed. Ordinary folk are one thing, but why do even the adventurers react similarly upon encountering him? Esteemed guest number 95527, you may be unaware, but you have become quite the celebrity in Takira City. Oh, a celebrity? When did that happen? Never mind, let us attend to business first. Brew, do you not adore sweets? Come, I shall take you to find some. Brew's keen nose senses the myriad aromas of food wafting throughout the gold exchange, yet he cannot decide which to choose. If possible, he would wish to pack every edible item to take along. Upon hearing this, he becomes so elated that he momentarily forgets Jaw's earlier admonitions, darting toward the counter selling bouncy candy. However, his sudden flight not only astonishes those nearby, but nearly triggers the alarm. Brew, do not fly so quickly. Be careful not to bump your head. Tio, be continued. Chapter 71. The summons with Brew's antics causing a ruckus, Jalua finds it difficult to maintain his composure. Even after exiting the magic house, he wears a grim expression. Yet Brew is elated, having explored the gold exchange and acquired a plethora of inexpensive treats, enough to sustain him for at least half a year. Previously, he had envisioned being surrounded by delectable food, and now his dreams have finally come true. Brew is overjoyed. Indeed, his earlier decision was not in vain. As long as he remains by Jalua's side, food shall undoubtedly be plentiful. Were it not for Alice's kindness, he would genuinely consider moving into the boys' dormitory to be closer to Jalua. Brew, as long as you are happy, since we have nearly exhausted our funds. Let us return swiftly. With the scant amount of money in his possession, how could he afford to buy Brew so many treats? 9 gold, 32 silver, and 58 copper. That is the debt he has accrued. Even if his status is unique, if he fails to repay within 3 months, the consequences will be dire. Alas, had it not been for the desire to cheer Brew up, he would never have signed such an unequal agreement. Money. It indeed comes quickly through diligent task acceptance, yet it demands a significant investment of time. Is there truly no alternative means of earning? Perhaps he should persuade Alice to open a private clinic? Jalua is troubled. His training has already caused him enough anguish, and now he bears this burden of debt. He yearns to grow stronger. Once he attains strength, money will cease to be a concern. Once he grows strong enough, even if someone dares to covet him, they will not have the audacity to act impulsively. As he approaches the dormitory complex, Jalua suppresses his emotions. With Brew's assistance, he dedicates some time to ascertain that there are no anomalies near the dormitory. While it is true that no abnormalities exist at present, one cannot guarantee that no enemies will appear in the future. To take precautions, he specifically rented a small signal flag from the magic house, concealing it in a discreet location. Should any suspicious individuals linger near the complex for too long, he shall receive a warning. Having arranged everything, he finally leads Brew into the dormitory. However, upon their return, Brew suddenly changes demeanor, as if he no longer recognizes Jalua, and lightly floats back to his room. Witnessing this behavior, Jalua feels exasperated. This little creature is indeed difficult to please. Next time, he must refrain from indiscriminately purchasing items for him. Why does everyone look so glum? I am on the verge of exhausting my funds, but surely that is no reason to regard me thus. Before Jalua's arrival, Shio and the others had been seated at the stone table in silence for quite some time. Why are they so solemn? He heard Shio slowly speak. You have returned. Do not be too concerned. If the money runs out, it runs out. We can always earn more later. Jalua, I have something to discuss with you. Come here. Could it be that something significant has occurred? Jalua's intuition proves correct. As soon as he draws near, Zaire reveals. Not long after you departed, the guards came looking for us. There's a border summons. Any apprentice adventurer who has completed tasks has received a notification, a summons. What exactly does that entail? See for yourself. It is a summons flyer. To ensure that newcomers comprehend, a specific magic has been applied to it, containing little information aside from one crucial detail. The magical creatures in the border regions have recently become increasingly active, and if not eradicated, they will pose a considerable threat. The guild is taking this matter seriously. Despite deploying significant manpower, they have yet to eliminate the danger. Some powerful magical creatures will naturally not permit newcomers to venture forth. This summons targets the goblins, with the mission location being near the border between Takira City and Cow City. To encourage newcomers to participate, the rewards are quite generous, even for slaying a lowly goblin. One would earn 35 copper. The summons is not mandatory, but should one choose to go, upon arrival, each participant will receive a silver coin as encouragement, though it may not seem like much. It is considerable for newcomers. Provided one performs well, they can expect to earn quite a sum. Joe, who has been troubled about finding ways to earn money, finds this summons to be timely. However, upon considering his insufficient strength, a wave of apprehension washes over him. Money is enticing, but one must also have a life to spend it. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on training. After calming himself, Jelloa inquires the flyer. Does not specify the departure time, nor does it mention how long we will be gone. What do you? Hong Lian provides an answer. We shall depart in 5 days. For further details, we must visit the guild. Indeed, the prospect of money is tempting. Yet, I have no desire to venture far. None of us wish to ride in a carriage again, but given that this is a summons, the guild will likely have arrangements. Jelloa hardly cares about this matter. 5 days is simply too rushed. In just 5 days, how could he possibly grow stronger? Wait a moment. Becoming stronger is merely a vague concept. It does not solely pertain to the enhancement of magical power. As for combat experience with monsters, he believes he has already reached the required standard. He only needs to focus on responding to unexpected incidents, and he thinks there should be no issues. Unfortunately, he has consistently overlooked the importance of practice. While he is indeed proficient in the techniques of Black Flame and Black Flame Barrier, his grasp of other spells has become somewhat rusty. Upon this realization, Jelloa formulates his next ambitious goal. The opportunity to earn a fortune lies right before him. How could he let it slip away? I believe it would be fine to go. After all, there are still 5 days left. During this time, he should strive to adjust himself to his optimal state. He is confident that slaying a goblin would not be difficult. Xiao, am I right? Xiao appears flustered. Zhao, are you certain you are not joking? Why the fuss? Let's not forget, we are not the only team that if things become dire, we can always collaborate with other adventurers, no matter how troublesome the goblins may be. There must be a way to deal with them. If all else fails, just prepare more demon-repelling powder. At the mention of demon-repelling powder, Xiao becomes quite embarrassed. I only have 2 bottles left. Acquiring more would likely be quite difficult. Oh well, since we are resting anyway, it wouldn't hurt to join in the excitement. Alice, who had been silent, listened to Xiao's words and became quite agitated. Xiao, why are you indulging in Jelloa's whims? Me? Indulging? How so? Fine, since Alice disapproves, I shall reconsider. After all, there are still a few days left, so there is no rush. I have other matters to attend to. You all take your time to chat. Alice's perspective is pivotal. If she does not wish to go, then that settles the matter, merely resulting in the loss of a lucrative opportunity at this moment. Jelloa has an urgent matter to address, and he swiftly approaches Henry. Henry, do you wish to become an adventurer? Henry has been feeling quite gloomy these past couple of days, and White, still young and oblivious to the world, has been influenced by Henry's mood. Aside from meal times, both have remained in a prolonged state of melancholy. Do you wish to become an adventurer? The question comes rather abruptly, yet Henry responds candidly, yes. I dream about it constantly. If I could become an adventurer, I believe I could lend a little hand. Big brother, can I really become an adventurer? That is not for you to worry about. Just come with me for a moment, and bring White along. All right. Jelloa hands Henry 5 bags of popping candy, and White, nestled in Henry's pocket, is absolutely delighted. Where are we going? Jelloa, lacking in social connections, is naturally heading to the Magic Guild. It does not take long for them to arrive at the guild's entrance. Noticing Henry's anxious demeanor, Joe solemnly advises, "Do not be afraid. Once we enter, remember to stay close to me and refrain from speaking out of turn. Do you understand? Big brother, can I really become an adventurer like you? I do not know. We must wait for confirmation to find out. Now, let us go inside." Upon their arrival, the guild hall has neither too few nor too many people. Jalawa leads Henry in without encountering any obstacles. Yet he arrives at an opportune time, as Elderban is unexpectedly absent. Why is that old man not here? To be continued. Chapter 72. Challenging the impossible as soon as Jalawa arrives. A mentor takes notice of him. The individual has short hair, stands tall, and wears a fitted robe adorned with a star pattern on the chest, indicating that he is a powerful star chart magician. With striking blue hair and gold-rimmed glasses, he squints slightly, appearing relatively young, and seemingly possesses a good temperament. However, for reasons unknown, few in the guild engage with him. Joel recalls having seen him once before, and, as the man approaches leisurely, he struggles for a moment to remember his name. "You are Teacher Aliuo? I am looking for Elderban. Do you know where he might be?" "Oh, kid, you remember me? Impressive. You have only been in the guild for a month, and your magical power has already reached this level. Truly worthy of Elderban's attention. Apologies, I do not know where Elderban has gone, but he did specifically instruct me before leaving that should you come to the guild, we will do our utmost to assist you with any needs." Noticing Henry's excessive nervousness, Aliuo smiles warmly. "I presume you came here for this young man? You know about that?" Jalaw is at a loss for words. Aliuo appears quite friendly, yet there is something unsettling about his smile. He feels that if he is not careful, it could lead to trouble. Why does he think this way? He is unsure, but if he had to articulate it, it would be that he is overly cautious. Aside from Elderban, he trusts no one in the guild. There is no telling if there are undercover agents from other organizations within the guild. And Aliuo before him might just be one of them. The vice guild master was correct. His name is Henry, and his parents have passed away. I've taken him in, and I cannot neglect him. I wish to see if he possesses the potential to become a magician. So, I see, you wish to use the magic assessment device? Very well. Follow me. They enter a small room, which contains only a square table with a black orb atop it. The magic assessment device. Identical to the one Jalawa saw upon his initial arrival at the guild. Young man, do not be too anxious. While I cannot ascertain your potential at a glance, remember that a person's destiny ultimately resides in their own hands. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you swiftly find your own path. The more Aliuo says this, the more nervous Henry becomes. However, including Jalaw, none of them notice his gaze fixated on the creature nestled in Henry's pocket, seemingly intrigued by it. "Big brother, I just need to place my hands on that stone, right?" "Yes, do not worry. Even if you cannot become an adventurer, it is all right. I've already devised a plan for you. Relax." In truth, Jalawa had briefly introduced Henry to the process during their journey, yet due to his overwhelming anxiety, Henry kept forgetting. However, even if he remembered, it would not matter much, as no matter how he tried. The black orb remained unresponsive. "Big brother, is it done yet?" Done. The result did not surprise Jal. Henry does not possess the potential to become a magician. This is a chasm that ordinary people cannot cross. Often referred to as the doctrine of predetermined fate. From the moment of birth, one's destiny is sealed. Jalaw does not subscribe to such notions, yet he finds himself at a loss for how to console Henry. Seeing the frown etched on Jalaw's face, Henry immediately lowers his head in disappointment. "Young man, do not lose heart. Perhaps the Magic Guild simply is not suited for you. I suggest you consider visiting the Fighters Guild." Jalawa does not believe Aliuo's words. Henry lacks any magical power, and no matter which guild he goes to, he would not be wanted. "Well, I already mentioned to you that even if you cannot become an adventurer, I will find a way to help you." "Oh, kid, are you implying?" "Indeed, I intend to use my methods to make him an adventurer. Henry, I have great faith in you. It all depends on your desire. Big brother, I believe in you. Whatever you wish to pursue in the future, I am willing. Let us discuss these matters when we return. Vice Guild Master, I apologize for the intrusion." "Wait a moment, kid. Vice Guild Master, is there something you wish to convey from Elderban?" Aliuo smiles gently. "No, I merely wish to remind you that since you have taken in this young man, it would be wise to obtain an identification for him. Oh, I completely overlooked that. Where should I go to arrange it? Wait, why have I not? Adventurers only need a badge, while ordinary people must register at the Lord's office. Additionally, it is best to report the creature in this young man's pocket, as it is a magical beast. Furthermore, I have heard that you also possess a spherical pet. It would be prudent to— Oh, you certainly seem well informed. You truly are the Vice Guild Master. The Lord's office? It seems I must pay a visit. Thank you for the reminder. Vice Guild Master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Even after exiting the guild, Henry remains in a daze. Big brother. Is White truly a magical beast? Yes, White is a magical beast. However, I cannot discern what kind he is. Why? Are you afraid? No, I am quite happy. White is actually a magical beast. Once he grows up, I believe he will be quite formidable. White, are you happy? White, not understanding the meaning of magical beast, merely nods repeatedly as he sees Henry's joy. Jaw observes this with a heavy heart. Magical beasts are quite challenging to nurture. Brew is a living testament to that. Currently, White is still young and does not require much food, but as he grows, that may become a troublesome issue. Ultimately, it all boils down to finances. Jelloa can offer temporary assistance, but he cannot provide constant support. It ultimately depends on Henry himself. Unfortunately, Henry lacks the potential to become an adventurer, and Jelloa is uncertain how to guide him. What should he do? Seek counsel from others. For an ordinary person to become an adventurer seems like a pipe dream. An impossible feat. Henry has faith in Jelloa, yet Jelloa feels utterly lost, compelled to explore various options. If all else fails, he may have to arrange for a safe and easy occupation for Henry. The gates of the Lord's office are quite grand. Jelloa has passed by them numerous times, but has never entered. Now, having arrived, he feels somewhat anxious. Even the grand entrance is guarded by numerous stern-faced individuals, each seemingly harboring a grudge against the world. Fortunately, the proceedings were smooth, and having accomplished their task, they departed with Henry.My lord. I have heard that the city lord is inside, attending to matters. Why have I not caught a glimpse of him? The city lord is exceedingly busy. He cannot be seen at your whim. If you have no pressing business, be on your way. I was merely inquiring. There is no need to be so irritable. The early bird must work harder. Since Henry lacks any foundation, he must compensate with abundant time, yet he cannot be aimlessly guided. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jelloa devised a comprehensive plan for him. Henry, regardless of whether you become a mage or not, your physical condition remains paramount. Your body is frail, and while nutrition is one aspect, the lack of exercise is crucial. Before you embark on your magical journey, you must strengthen your physique. Here is a regimen I have prepared. Can you read? No, I only know how to write my name. Big brother, well then, that is fortuitous. As I excel in this area, we shall start with literacy, but daily training is indispensable. You must be mentally prepared. Aside from receiving firewood, Jelloa did not leave the dormitory that day, dedicating himself entirely to teaching Henry to read. The others, noticing his earnest demeanor, refrained from interrupting until Henry fell asleep, at which point he focused on meditation. Early the next morning, Ashiang delivered fresh milk and cheese. Excuse me, elderly lady, is this 779 Nyoke Avenue? Indeed, it is, young lady. The house number is displayed on the iron gate. Did you not see it? Ah, I truly did not. My apologies, elderly lady. She will be bringing us food every morning. Please remember to accept it on my behalf. Let me assist you. Your movements seem unsteady, oh. Young ones, it's nothing to worry about, elderly lady. You misunderstand. T.O. be continued. Chapter 73. Each preparing themselves, the early delivery of food was not due to poor business. Rather, Ashiang began her deliveries before dawn. She was busy alone, necessitating a mode of transport that a small truck, pulled by a purple cow adorned with a scarf around its neck, carried minimal cargo. A few more stops, and she would be finished for the day. Jelloa had noticed her arrival long before, thanks to that signal flag. Why are you here so early when everyone else is still asleep? Not too early. It's just the right time. By the time you awaken and freshen up, breakfast will be ready. I'm only considering the guests. Well, wait for me. I'll take care of the goods, no need. I can manage. The load was light. and not a drop of milk was spilled, thanks to the smooth roads and the admirable performance of the small truck. 6 portions. Indeed. Xiang, thank you. Oh, what is the matter? You're not unwell, are you? I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Sigh. Waking at 4 every morning, delivering by 5, then returning to tend to the cows and sheep, and milking in the afternoon, and at night, is this your daily routine? Of course. Is it not the way of ordinary people? How exhausting. But Xiang, you seem fatigued yet harbor no complaints. The purple cow pulling your cart shows no signs of weariness. It appears quite content, as if accustomed to this lifestyle. Such a vast farm, and it's just you and your uncle looking after it. Have you considered hiring help? Hiring? I've thought about it, but alas, reality does not permit. The farm does not earn much each month, and hiring others would likely jeopardize its sustainability. Thank you for your concern. In truth, my uncle and I do not find it overly taxing, as we have numerous little helpers, like Raina and Stephen. The small dog station near the gate? I see. That still sounds quite tiring. With your daily routine, do you not have any aspirations? Indeed, whenever I find a moment, I retreat to my studio to paint. Though regrettably, my skills are quite lacking. Haha, forgive my lack of talent. Well, I must be off. Yu had no desire to continue the conversation, but suddenly remembered something. Wait. Xiang, before we left yesterday, we saw a peculiar armored figure enter the farm. He appeared to be you mean him? He is my uncle. What of it? Your uncle. Is he an adventurer? Yes, but he is even busier than I. He only returns 3 times a month, which is quite frequent. Do you know how strong he is? Not really, but I've heard he is quite formidable. But enough of this. I must deliver to my next customer. We shall speak another day. Is he truly an adventurer? Although this has been confirmed, Zhao remained somewhat skeptical. Yet he did not dwell on it, as the likelihood of encountering him again was uncertain. Oh, Zhao, is this what you prepared for us? Of course, everyone has a share. Even the elderly lady. However, there are only 6 portions. How shall we divide them? Did you give away your share? Hey, why are you running? Am I truly that frightening? To facilitate his meditation, Zhao had moved out of his room, opting for solitary quarters. Much time had passed, and he could not spare any for casual conversation with Hongyan. During this time, aside for bathroom breaks, he remained sequestered within his room to AS for Henry. Zhao instructed him to study independently. Until he mastered the written characters, he would not teach him anything else. Though necessary physical training must continue to it, was during Zhao's focused meditation that the other 4 ventured out, each heading to their respective guilds, with Xia being the first to arrive. Having completed his daily requisite 3-kilometer run early, Xia donned his armor and set out. He had long desired to visit the guild, yet his mental state was lacking. Hey, I've barely arrived. Why are you already here? Wait, where are your weapons? Your helmet and armor appear to be misshapen. Well, it was the giant rat that did this. I lost my weapon, and I nearly couldn't reclaim my helmet. If it weren't for the armor's sturdiness, I might have perished. Instructor, you were right. I am far too weak now, and attempting to use those skills only burdens others. I wonder, can a warrior still be considered a warrior without weapons? We shall discuss this later. Hurry to the armory and select something. Honglian, having damaged her short sword, visited the weapon shop before heading to the guild. Fortunately, the mission had concluded, yielding a substantial profit of over 30 silver coins, from which Xiao generously provided her with 15 silver coins, presumably enough to purchase a decent short sword. She acquired a reasonably suitable short sword, though its efficacy remained untested in battle. However, judging by the fiery crimson patterns on the blade, it likely rivaled her previous weapon. Rushing to the guild, she found the hall to be eerily quiet. I senti it usually bustling with activity. Ah, you've come, young lady. Your eye is keen. This sword suits you perfectly. I hope you will treat it well. The beautiful instructor appeared unexpectedly and silently took the sword. Were it not for her overwhelming strength, Honglian would have protested. Titish, you're an instructor. What is there to flaunt before me? Speak, what has caused the guild to take on such an atmosphere? What? You do not like it? Not that. I will come here solely for you. Everything else is of little consequence. That is true. However, it is regrettable that I do not intend to teach you anything today. Unless would you like to practice with me? No, I do not wish to be beaten to a pulp by you. Just provide me with a sufficiently spacious area. Very well, follow me. In contrast to the others, Alisai found little purpose in attending the guild. Whether she went or not made no difference. After all, until she mastered the foundational sword techniques, the instructor would not teach her anything, though she could self-study. Since she was at the guild, she could not leave empty-handed, so she borrowed several tomes on basic knightly magic, and despite her diligence, she could barely understand the text. Thus she quietly perused the books. Xiao, meanwhile, did not practice archery at the guild, instead opting to run continuously in the expansive grounds, while his instructor lounged on the grass, soaking up the sun. Not enough. Do you know why the Archers Guild is so desolate? Is it because archery and skills are difficult to master? That is one aspect, but archery requires versatility that to excel in this is no simple task, and to find your own niche is even more challenging. In any case, since you have decided to lead a team there, this training must be completed within these few days. Otherwise, you might as well not go. Last night, while Jalka diligently taught Henry to read, Xiao and the others had reached their decision. Jalka only learned this morning, realizing they were heading to a battlefield. Thus he focused on meditation for the next few days. Today was the day of departure. After breakfast, the five of them prepared to set forth on this journey. Brew was among them, perched contentedly on Jalawa's shoulder, blissfully gnawing on a lollipop. The others exuded confidence. Yet Jalawa remained in a somber demeanor. Sensing that the impending danger was no less than in the past, he could only hope for a safe return. Henry, White, I, along with the others, shall be away for a while. Until my return, remember to adhere to the training regimen I devised. Do not slack off. Grandmother, please ensure he stays on track. Fear not. I have great fondness for this young lad. You all carry on. Master, I shall strive diligently. You need not worry. In truth, no specific plan had been laid out for Henry. Aside from literacy and basic knowledge, the rest consisted solely of physical training. To take on a disciple under such circumstances felt somewhat inappropriate. I have told you repeatedly, do not call me master. Why do you insist on this? No, you are indeed my master. In this lifetime, I shall recognize no other. Master, do remember to return swiftly. To be continued. Chapter 74. An uncommon leader, whether reckless or prudent. Preparation for battle had long been underway. Exorcism powder was in high demand, and due to the summons, Xiao had been unable to procure even a single bottle during these past days, leaving only 2 small vials. As for equipment, Shar had acquired a heavy silver-gray shield, claimed to be rented from the guild. Jalua attempted to lift it, but found it challenging even with both hands, whereas Shar wielded it effortlessly, indicating that his training had yielded significant results in recent days. As for Xiao, he had acquired a specially designed quiver, fastened to his belt. Regrettably, it could only hold quivers and arrows if it could accommodate other items as well. This journey would surely be much easier. Honglian had worn out her shoes during training and had specifically purchased a pair of durable, striking red leather boots. Meanwhile, Alice had acquired a helmet that fit her perfectly, albeit its design clashed with her style. Being a pragmatist, she paid no heed to Honglian's teasing over such trifles. While everyone else had replaced or upgraded their gear, Jalawa had not. In truth, he longed to enhance his equipment, but dared not spend frivolously, burdened as he was by significant debts. The team's available funds were dwindling, with less than 4 silver coins remaining. How could he afford to squander them? Moreover, with Brew accompanying them, who was currently enjoying a snack, attending to his needs posed quite the challenge. Fortunately, Jalua had little desire for material possessions. Investing his money in Brew was not a concern. This journey was a result of the guild's summons, a collective endeavor requiring no personal transportation, as designated vehicles would provide transportation to the meeting point at a nearby square. Upon their arrival, they found the square already teeming with people due to the overwhelming response to the summons. Wow, so many people, Xiao exclaimed. With this many, how will we fit on the vehicle? Should we contact Uncle Lamy? Perhaps not. We have a designated vehicle, which not only saves on travel expenses, but allows us to share information with others. How splendid. As if we had the luxury of spending money on travel. Xiao, did I just hear someone calling us? It must be nothing. Hey, big brother, big sisters, I'm over here. After searching for a while, Jello finally spotted the source. And to his surprise, it was Little Wolf. Naturally, aside from Little Wolf, who else would recognize them? Compared to their last encounter, Little Wolf appeared more upright and robust, his legs significantly stronger. His attire was quite conventional, and he still wielded only his knuckle duster, albeit a brand new pair that seemed of good quality, AS for armor. He sported a slightly oversized leather cuirass, and his worn cloth shoes had been replaced with a rather shabby pair of black boots, likely as durable as Jalawa's leather ones. Regardless, his appearance had improved markedly since their last meeting, suggesting that he had earned some money during this time. He still wore that ever-bright smile. Yet Jalawa sensed something amiss. "Oh, Little Wolf, you've grown quite a bit. Hee, seeing you like this, I assume you've been working hard. Let the big sister have a good look? Huh, why are you alone? Where are your teammates? Surely you haven't been abandoned." "Honglian, stop your wild conjectures. How could such a charming lad as I be abandoned? I'm here all by myself." As for the others, they're focused on intense training in the dormitory, as we're at a critical juncture. I wouldn't dare disturb them, so, don't let my solitary presence fool you. I'm quite strong. If you don't believe me, the big sister believes you. However, being alone is rather perilous. Once we reach our destination, why not join forces with us? Really? I truly can? Of course. Having an extra person is never a bad thing. Jalawa held reservations regarding Little Wolf's declarations. While he spoke with apparent confidence, Jalawa felt there were unspoken truths lurking beneath the surface. Regardless, an extra person indeed seemed beneficial. As for martial artists, upon learning that Henry was temporarily unable to train, Jalawa had taken a particular interest in this profession that IT was rumored to be a rare vocation. Second only to archers, yet it attracted numerous passionate young men due to its focus on close-quarters combat. To enhance their magical prowess, martial artists needed to engage in constant physical training, honing their bodies through various means, gradually accumulating magical energy within their limbs. Little Wolf's legs had indeed grown robust, suggesting his legwork was commendable. Alas, as a martial artist, he occupied a perilous profession with a high mortality rate. Having survived thus far, he must have faced dangers not dissimilar to those encountered by Jalawa and his companions. "Shio, I heard. The Fire Gods team is remarkably formidable, having completed over 20 missions, yet they haven't arrived. Could they be preoccupied with another task?" It was Jalawa who inquired, as he kept an eye on the standout newcomers whenever he had the chance. "I don't know, but judging by their usual conduct, they must be out on a mission and couldn't make it. I never expected you to care about such matters. Indeed, they shine so brightly that it's hard not to take notice." Noticing Shio's silent contemplation, Jalawa remarked, "Shio, I know what you're thinking. It's merely a matter of skills not yet mastered. There's no need to dwell on it. As long as your arrows strike true, you can still slay monsters." Jalawa's words, while meant to comfort, only deepened Shio's discomfort. "The prerequisite is that I can hit. Alas, let's not dwell on this. We are to depart shortly, and we mustn't. Wait, what is that sound?" An unfamiliar whistle pierced the air, accompanied by the rumbling of wheels that drowned out the surrounding noise. On the street leading to the square, more than a dozen large fuel trucks slowly approached, eventually halting at the square's edge. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, a peculiar figure was the first to disembark. This individual was none other than the strange man Jalawa had encountered at the farm, the same person referred to as Uncle by Asyam. What brought him here? Jalawa was not the only one with this question. Others were equally bewildered. The subsequent passengers all donned matching dark green uniforms, while he alone wore an unidentifiable old-style armor, wielding a small round shield marked with numerous scratches. Could such a shield withstand a monster's assault? His weapon appeared rather ordinary. One would expect such a person to meet a grim fate outside the city, yet those behind him treated him with utmost respect. "An official. I have no time for idle chatter. I shall state two things. First, I am your leader. Until we reach the mission site, you are to heed my directives. In truth, there is little to direct you. Simply remember this. No disturbances. Secondly, do not treat your life lightly. Goblins are not as easily dealt with as you might think. Rather than courting death, it is wiser to remain within the city, for that way you may live a bit longer." At this juncture, a voice piped up in protest. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing us to die? Humph, you just claim to dislike idle talk, yet here you are droning on, the peculiar man. Disinterested in explanation, merely replied nonchalantly. Every human meets death. If there are those who do not wish to hear my words, I shall cease speaking. The logistics convoy will depart in 20 minutes. If you are not afraid of death, feel free to board. Having finished, he returned to the passenger seat without revealing his name. Truly a character befitting a leader. What are we waiting for? There should be few empty seats left. Hurry aboard. Though the crowd in the square was sizable, it did not exceed 600 in total. The logistics vehicles were filled with ample supplies and carried specific personnel. While space remained, there were hardly any unoccupied seats. Prompted by Holian's reminder, everyone sprang into action to Jala's astonishment. The first aboard was Little Wolf, who swiftly leaped into the vehicle. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 75. His story initially, Jala expected the ride to be a torment. Yet he found the logistics vehicle surprisingly smooth, which greatly relieved him. The number of passengers mattered little. As long as he had a spot to sit, it sufficed. Unfortunately, meditating on the vehicle proved ineffective. And after a brief attempt, he settled for quietly reviewing his commands. He has come to understand the essence of commands. Yet he is still only capable of executing a mere 5 exceedingly simple directives. To truly master the entirety of the skill would require considerable time and effort. Thus, a day passed in tranquility, but unable to endure the odor of sweat emanating from Jala, Abreu finally expressed his disdain and sulked back into Alice's embrace. Jala felt quite innocent. There was indeed a bathroom on the vehicle, but it was designated for women only. He had merely been seated, and logically he ought not to have perspired so profusely. Alas, the air within the vehicle was stagnant, compelling him to shift closer to the nearest ventilation point for relief. Consequently, in the following 2 days, he found himself standing against the wall. Hey you, why are you still standing there? Don't block my path. Move aside. Jala had lost count of how many times he had been pushed aside, but it must have been numerous. My apologies. The vehicle has stopped. It stopped ages ago, by the looks of you. It seems you are unaccustomed to this type of transport. Why not hurry and get out for a stroll? During these 3 days, they had been moving intermittently, and as dusk approached, the convoy would halt. At that moment, just past noon, having been inactive for so long, Jala longed to disembark, but his limbs felt clumsy. Just as he leaned his head out of the vehicle, someone shoved him, nearly causing him to tumble face first onto the ground. Had it not been for a burly man who caught him, he might have been injured. Hey, what on earth is your problem? The burly man was not addressing Jala, but rather the young noble who had pushed him. What? I pushed him. So what? Humph. I thought it was something significant. The nobleman did not dare to continue, as the logistics personnel of the regular army happened to pass by. My apologies, it was my fault. Jalawa paid little heed to the incident. What intrigued him was the burly man's considerable strength. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a martial artist. If he were to be grappled by someone close, even if he wished to employ magic, he would likely find it impossible to escape. I must devise a strategy. Kid, remember not to be dazed next time. Thank you. Jalawa was the last to disembark, and from a distance, he noticed others gathered around a fire, perplexed. The weather was not particularly cold. Why were they warming themselves? Upon approaching, he realized they were barbecuing, especially when he saw Brew's eager expression. Brew, last night, I made sure to take a bath, so you shouldn't find me distasteful anymore, right? Brew was fixated on the 3 skewers of nearly finished grilled meat, completely ignoring him. The one in charge of the grilling was Shio, who promptly called out upon seeing Jalawa. Come over here. I almost forgot. You seem to have no interest in food. How about you serve Brew instead? Brew was delighted, but Jalawa was internally reluctant. Serving Brew well was quite a challenge. All right. Understanding the perilous nature of this summons, it was evident that not only Jalawa and his companions were accompanied by magical beasts, but many others as well, making Brew's playful antics less surprising. When Jalawa realized this, he contemplated seeking a powerful magical creature to assist in battle, but such finds were rare. Apart from Brew, the magical beasts carried by other adventurers were quite common and offered little aid in combat. Brew possessed a unique ability to nullify magical power, which was a splendid trump card, yet he was not inclined to follow orders. Whether he would assist depended entirely on his mood. Now that they had left Takara City, Jalois was constantly on guard against potential threats to his life, especially from the heretical inquisitor who had previously ambushed him. Faced with the strong among humankind, he felt quite insecure that Tio bolster his confidence. He often sought conversations with Brew that if someone truly intended to kill him, he believed Brew would not remain indifferent. Unfortunately, despite providing Brew with ample food and drink, he could easily turn hostile without a hint of compassion. Were it not for the barbecue easing their relations, he would have been a loss. Brew, you've eaten so much, you must be full by now. Why not take a nap? Brew was quite content. Apart from sleeping, he had mostly been eating these past few days. Finding Jalois' service satisfactory, he continued to allow Jalois to hold him. Shio, I heard we still have another day's journey before we reach that stronghold. What do you think of it? Apologies, those individuals did not divulge any information to us, stating that we would naturally know once we arrived. Rather than concern himself with this matter, I am more interested in that team leader. You all must be quite curious about him, right? Naturally, but unfortunately, the leader primarily remains in the co-pilot's seat and rarely exits the vehicle. Apart from the regular army, no one can engage him in conversation. Compared to this, Jalois was far more concerned about the fuel issue. The logistics convoy utilized a fuel known as fire magic stone, one of the commonly used magical gems in the magical realm. According to the texts, fire magic stones could not only serve as fuel, but also be utilized in combat, with their individual power rivaling that of a fireball spell. Regrettably, due to strict security measures, he had been unable to witness them firsthand, which only heightened his curiosity that I do know a bit. Although no one knows his name, many refer to him as the Goblin Slayer. It is said that he only accepts contracts for exterminating goblins. Over the years, he has frequently taken on such contracts, and the number of goblins slain by his sword is incalculable. It is likely that he harbors an intense hatred for goblins, since the guild has invited him to be the team leader. They naturally trust his abilities. With such an expert leading us, our journey should proceed more smoothly. However, from what I've gathered, goblins are quite troublesome, and newcomers may not be qualified, yet we still came, suggesting that the guild is likely short-handed. Jalois had heard a little about this, but despite Shio's lengthy explanation, he still did not grasp what Shio was trying to convey. At that moment, his confusion was voiced by Honglian. Killing a rat in the sewers, giant rat, only earns 20 copper, whereas slaying a goblin yields 35 copper. Thus, goblins must be far more challenging. We truly are not qualified. Is there an issue with that? Shio spoke slowly. I just mentioned that the guild is short-handed. So, what exactly has delayed them? Regarding this matter, no matter how I inquire, I cannot obtain any information. It seems the guild is deliberately concealing something. Based on my speculation, a significant event may occur soon. Once we return, let us refrain from wandering aimlessly. It would be best to stay put in the dormitory compound if something truly major were to happen. So, you are worried about that. In truth, it is nothing serious. Just that magical creatures have been a bit more active lately, and everyone is busy with extermination. Such swift speed. Jalois had only just realized this when the Goblin Slayer passed by him. He had seemingly appeared from nowhere, clad in armor. He moved without a sound. Could he be like Honglian, an assassin? Or perhaps, the armor was enchanted with a weight reduction spell. When Jalois first encountered him, he had not been particularly quiet while walking. Could it be that he had been injured then, and now? Recovered. His strength must be impressive. How could he have been hurt? Was it in battle against powerful magical creatures? No, according to the rumors, he was solely interested in goblins. Could it be, are goblins truly that fearsome? Even a strong individual like him could be wounded. It seems they must proceed with even greater caution. I understand now. Thank you for informing us of this matter. Leader, I have heard. You are quite adept at slaying goblins. Could you teach us how to kill them? As the Goblin Slayer was about to walk away, hearing Jalois' words, he replied coolly, Cannot. None of you can. You will all die. T.O. be continued. Chapter 76. Arrival at the Stronghold indeed. As long as one is human, death is inevitable, without exception. Yet Jalois could not ascertain whether he still qualified as human. Perhaps the Goblin Slayer's statement was accurate, but not applicable to him. Such individuals are simply insane. We will die. I believe the one destined to perish is him. clad in such worn armor, he likely cannot afford better equipment. Enough, Xiao. The convoy is about to depart. We should hurry and board the vehicle. Jelua did not wholly agree with Honglian's words. There must be a reason for someone to dress that way, such as that armor holding significant meaning for him. Or perhaps wearing it made confronting goblins easier? Shoo, Brew is asleep. Keep your voices down. Cautiously carrying Brew onto the vehicle, Jelua then settled quietly in a spot. Not having previously noticed, he now observed that Brew looked quite adorable while sleeping. With his curly hair swaying with each breath, it was truly amusing. What's your deal? This is clearly my seat. Brew was sleeping soundly, and should he be awoken, the consequences would be dire. Considering this, Jelua immediately shot a cold glare at the young nobleman. Throughout these days, the people in the convoy had come to know Jelua's reputation. As long as they were not fools, they did not wish to provoke him. The nobleman fell silent, not out of fear of Jelua, but rather out of dread of incurring the wrath of dark magic. Before long, the nobleman wisely exited the vehicle, with no one to disturb him. Jelua began to meditate diligently, so as not to be caught unprepared when facing goblins. Thus, a day passed in tranquility, and this meditation proved fruitful. Jelua felt his magical power had significantly increased, regardless of whether it was due to his innate talent. He was elated. If this progress continued, within 2 months, his magical power would reach the minimum standard for promotion to D rank. As for his debts, there was no immediate rush, as time was still ample. And once he achieved D rank, a lucrative avenue would open up for him through Misa's personal commissions. As long as this matter is resolved, the debt will cease to be a concern, and one might even acquire a substantial sum. In summary, regardless of the circumstances, swiftly ascending to D rank is the only viable path. Oh, has the convoy's speed diminished significantly? Are we nearing our destination? No. An explosive sound erupted, causing all vehicles to come to a halt. Fortunately, Jelua was seated in a corner and remained unscathed. Listening to the commotion outside, has the convoy finally encountered the interference of monsters? Not quite. During Jelua's focused meditation, the logistical convoy faced 3 incursions by monsters, all of which were easily quelled by the regular army. However, this time is markedly different, for a formidable beast has arrived. This creature stands towering at 5 meters, its body covered in russet fur. Boasting 4 muscular arms, it is the 4-armed ape demon, the sovereign of the nearby forest, classified as a high-risk species. Even C-rank adventurers are no match for it. While the regular army possesses considerable strength, they have no guarantees. Should they engage, the outcome remains uncertain, yet casualties would be inevitable. How can one perish before even reaching their destination? Thus, many have sought reinforcements. That reinforcement can only be the Goblin Slayer. Yet he is reluctant. According to our agreement, I have no obligation to confront any monsters other than goblins. However, if you lack the capability to resolve this, I shall endeavor to assist. Before proceeding, Oh ho ho! The 4-armed ape demon merely thumped its chest in intimidation, causing numerous adventurers within the convoy to cower, including Jelua and others, with several fainting on the spot. Why such a reaction? It is due to its proficiency in sonic attacks. Joe, possessing decent willpower, still felt dizzy, a condition worse than when facing the White and Little White. Yet the creature in his arms, Blue, slept soundly, completely unaffected, which astonished him. If the external monster is undeniably beyond their current capabilities. Just how powerful is Blue? Struggling against the dizziness, seeing many aboard had lost consciousness, he longed to step outside for a look, but refrained. Not only did he not wish to disturb Blue, but he also realized he would be of no assistance. After all, the regular army and the Goblin Slayer were present. Why should he fret? It was best to wait patiently. Not only the summoned adventurers were affected, even many in the regular army felt the impact. The 4-armed ape demon, witnessing this scene, reveled in its triumph. Oh ho ho! Under the relentless sonic attacks of the 4-armed ape demon, swathes of adventurers fell into unconsciousness, including Xiao Lang, Xia and Hong Lian. This predicament put the Goblin Slayer in a difficult position. Sir, we implore your assistance. Since the day before yesterday, the convoy has taken a shortcut, yet reaching the outpost will still require at least half a day. If we all perish here, Well, if you all die here, it would become rather troublesome. Very well, I shall assist you this time. What was your name again? Never mind. The name is of no consequence. The goblin slayer did not exit the vehicle, remaining in the passenger's seat. Yet even a mere cold glance was enough to instill fear in the four-armed ape demon from 100 meters away. I shall say this once. If you wish to live, depart swiftly. I will count to 3. And if you do not leave by then, do not blame me for the consequences. Well, the four-armed ape demon understood human speech, and though it could not comprehend why it felt fear, it instinctively obeyed. By the time the goblin slayer reached 2, it had vanished without a trace. Well then, the beast has departed. Let us continue on our journey. The driver beside him was bewildered. Merely a verbal warning had caused the fearsome four-armed ape demon to retreat, which was truly astonishing. Truly, he is remarkable. Humph, with the monster gone, what are we lingering for? Let us hurry. Report to the commander. Many newcomers have been rendered unconscious by the recent sonic attacks. Then let us tend to them before we set off. Hong Lian, rather unfortunate, despite receiving treatment, remained unconscious until the convoy had traveled for some time, finally awakening. Ugh. My head is spinning. What happened to me? Surely I am not suffering from motion sickness. Nonsense, how could that be? Xiar, why do you smell so strongly of sweat? And why are you leaning so close to me? It is not intentional. There's no space for me to stand, so I must make do by sitting here. At this point, it was past noon, and Xiao and Alice were enjoying their lunch, which made Jalua anxious, for Blue had awakened. Upon waking and finding no lunch prepared for him, Blue was quite displeased. Do not be like this. The last time I bought you a meal, did you not leave some uneaten? Hee, I bought an extra portion. How about I give you this one? During these 4 days of travel, it was not necessary to subsist solely on dry rations. As mealtime approached, a dedicated chef within the convoy would prepare meals, yet one had to pay a considerable sum to enjoy delicious and appetizing fare. A regular bento cost 10 coppers, while a deluxe bento was an astonishing 30 coppers, an expense beyond the means of ordinary adventurers. The one calling out was Xiao Lang, who, due to his larger appetite, had purchased an extra portion, which delighted Blue. Eat slowly. There is no one to compete with you. Why the rush? Zhu longed to partake. For the bento was indeed delectable, yet he could not indulge. It was said they would reach their destination before nightfall, and regardless of its veracity, he wished to escape the confines of the vehicle. Thinking it would be fine to sit atop the carriage. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and get down. It is too stuffy inside. I only wish to sit up here for a while. No, rules are rules. If you remain there, do you believe? Fine, I shall come down now. Once lunchtime had passed, the logistical convoy accelerated its pace. Consequently, they arrived earlier than anticipated. The sun had yet to set when they reached the outpost situated on the edge of a perilous forest. TOB continued, Chapter 77. The rudimentary outpost, so many people. A glance around revealed a sea of adventurers. In such a remote area, it should not be expected to see such a multitude. However, the recent surge in monster activity, each more formidable than the last, has made eradication exceedingly challenging. A significant deployment of manpower is required to stabilize the situation. The outpost cannot accommodate the influx of adventurers. Resulting in this scene, aside from 2 main thoroughfares, the outskirts of the outpost are dotted with tents, most of which are self-constructed. Wherever there are people, commerce flourishes. Merely outside the outpost, numerous vendors have set up stalls, primarily offering scarce materials or strategic items beneficial for combat, along with some special services, such as the dark green tent closest to the outpost gate. Adventurers preparing for departure typically enter this tent, for within resides a great empowerer, whose enhancement spells ensure a smoother journey. With a modicum of caution, even when confronting insurmountable monsters, there's a likelihood of retreating unscathed. Regarding this great empowerer, Jalua had inquired specifically. It is said he was summoned from the royal capital by the guild, a court tutor well-versed in over 100 potent empowerment spells. A rare talent indeed. Why is he of interest? Naturally, he offers his services free of charge to the multitude of adventurers, though each may only receive one type of enhancement without cost every 3 days. Not only have they engaged the Goblin Slayer, but they have also enlisted such a reliable empowerer. It is evident that the guild is expending considerable effort to eliminate the looming threats. Due to taking shortcuts, the convoy initially traversed rugged mountain paths. But now they have reached the main road, which has ceased its jostling. This signal made it clear to Jalal that they were nearing their destination. Indeed, as he poked his head out, he noticed many people calling out from afar. The outpost, tents pitched outside, wooden walls constructed hastily. Upon a cursory glance, there appear to be no adequate defensive structures, not even a watchtower. Is this truly an outpost? It is said that goblins dwell in the nearby forest. If they were to launch an attack, it would surely descend into chaos. Yet, considering the multitude of adventurers gathered here, even should the goblins have the audacity to raid, they must weigh their odds. Oh, quite a crowd indeed. Indeed, there are many, but with so many here to slay the goblins, they must have already been exterminated. No, this is not necessarily the case. According to reports, a single goblin possesses the capacity to annihilate a small squad. Do not underestimate them, or the consequences will be dire. How so? I do not know. It is better to be cautious, as it can never hurt. The arrival of the logistical convoy did not cause much commotion. People continued with their business, and the convoy did not linger outside, but rather slowly proceeded through what seemed to be a reasonably sturdy gate. Listening to the conversations around him, Jalal gathered some insights into the situation. Yet, it was all merely hearsay. Few had witnessed firsthand just how fierce the goblins truly were. It seems such matters require consultation with an expert, like the exceedingly enigmatic goblin slayer. However, he is even harder to approach than Jalal. What reason could he provide? Wait, he is Xiang's uncle. Discussing matters concerning Xiang should suffice, no? No, this requires careful thought. Now that we have arrived, all of you, quickly gather your belongings. Upon disembarking, remember not to wander off. Come to me to check in first, or else. Do not blame me for not arranging tents for your sleep. The individual with a somewhat irritable demeanor, a bespectacled gentleman, sat at a small table just outside the camp entrance. As soon as Jalal disembarked, he was met with the man's cold gaze. What do you stare at, sir? The outpost, both inside and out, resembled a semblance of order, with only symbolic walls and a gate. Primarily consisting of tents in order to establish order, the encampment was divided into 5 major divisions. Those newcomers like Jalal would be assigned to the logistics camp for a brief respite. Goblins are not to be trifled with, and given the considerable effort the guild exerted to bring these individuals in, it would be unthinkable to allow them to perish so easily. If death were to befall them, at the very least, they should take a goblin down with them. Based on this premise, before officially deploying the newcomers into battle, a brief training session is conducted. Traditionally, this responsibility fell to the bespectacled gentleman before them. However, due to the guild's invitation to a goblin slayer, the important address was ceded to him. The bespectacled man was not observing Jalal, but rather the goblin slayer 100 meters behind him. I've heard you are quite adept at slaying goblins. Yet I fail to discern anything particularly remarkable about you. Are you merely here to flaunt your presence? Unfortunately, the individual in question displayed no reaction, continuing his leisurely stroll along the camp streets. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Jalal bristled at the remark. His strength is none of your concern, that if you can't perceive his prowess, perhaps it's due to your poor eyesight. You might need a new pair of glasses. You little brat. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? No, I believe you must have misunderstood. Since you are in charge, enough, sir, it's nearly dark. Could you kindly arrange our tents? I'm afraid there are no available tents in the camp. You'll have to figure something out yourselves. It was a mere excuse, as they retreated to Shire's side. The subsequent adventuring teams that came to register faced no such issues. They received a small token and strolled into the camp leisurely, not forgetting to mock them before leaving, which was infuriating. By the time the goblin slayer finished his business, they remained outside the camp. I don't care who you are, there are adventurers responding to the call, but if you don't make arrangements for them. Is this little matter worth reporting? Forget it, newcomer. Carry on. In addition to the tent number tokens, they received a simple guide. Jalal caught it. He immediately immersed himself in reading. Thank you. Sir, Shire, let us go. The object of gratitude was not the bespectacled man, who felt slighted by Jalal and his companion's disregard, but he quickly regained composure. revealing a peculiar smile. Humph, if you wish to play with me. You are still too inexperienced. As they near the encampment, the group received notice that they would not be hurried into action upon arrival. Instead, accommodations would be unified and assigned, allowing them to rest for a night before officially commencing their duties. Normally, the living conditions should not be too shabby, but the arrangements made by the bespectacled man were exceedingly rudimentary, with numerous holes in the canvas. Fortunately, a nearby wall shielded them from much of the wind. Provided it did not rain, they could manage to sleep under these circumstances. Ugh, it's shabby, but what with the bed? Gilloa exclaimed in surprise, spotting cobwebs. How long has it been since anyone stayed here? I don't care. If you wish to stay, so be it. I'll go stop. Gilloa felt responsible for the predicament. Had he not spoken up, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Baloo, this matter I leave it to you. Baloo, being fastidious, could not tolerate such a filthy tent and immediately exhaled in exasperation. Had Gilloa not reminded him, the tent would surely have been blown away. Thankfully, after completing the cleaning, not only was the dust and cobwebs cleared from within the tent, but the stains on the floor were eradicated as well. Wow. Amazing. Baloo, how are you so proficient? The little wolf, unaware of Baloo's capabilities, expressed astonishment at the sight. Baloo, feeling proud, dismissed it as a trivial task. Stop standing there like a fool. There are plenty of hammocks inside for us to sleep on. Let us make do for tonight. Joe, let me see what you have in your hand. Inside the tent, aside from the hammocks, there were merely 3 tables and chairs. It was said that other tents were similarly equipped. Judging by the circumstances, accommodations were provided, but meals were not to eat. They would need to head to the cafeteria or dine outside. Gilloa felt ravenous. By his estimate, he had been starving for years, yet whenever the topic of food arose, he would evade it, which was quite distressing. You all go eat. Don't mind me. No way. You haven't eaten much these past few days. If you don't replenish, you'll end up looking like a skeleton. Come with us, but no buts. Let us go. Tob continued. Chapter 78. The first meal eat? How to eat? Gilloa was conflicted. In the past, at mealtimes, he would either meditate with his eyes closed or concoct various excuses to avoid it. Upon entering a tea house, he would only order tea without drinking it, merely savoring the aroma until it cooled before leaving. Now, there was no escaping. Did he have no choice but to confess to everyone? No, merely the identity of a dark mage was sufficient to cause him distress. If others discovered he could survive without food, it would surely incite considerable panic. Gilloa trusted Shire and the others, but should this information leak to outsiders, the consequences would be dire, and thus he had to tread carefully. Reluctantly, he arrived at the cafeteria. Had it not been for Shire's insistence, he would have fled long ago. The cafeteria, alongside the warehouse, was one of the most crucial facilities in the logistics camp, constructed not from simple tents. From the outside, the cafeteria appeared small, yet upon entering, it revealed itself to be quite spacious. Just as they arrived, Baloo was overwhelmed by the enticing aroma of food, and while Gilloa was conflicted, he floated over to a bowl of delicious stew. Baloo adeptly picked up a spoon, savoring the meal, while the middle-aged server attending to other guests looked exasperated. Hey, that bowl of soup was supposed to be my order, right? Whose pet is this that has been so poorly supervised? How dare it steal my food? It's courting death. The elegantly dressed blond young man was a thief swordsman, and regardless of Baloo's cuteness, he approached with reckless abandon, yet sadly failed to land a hit. Seeing Baloo continue to drink unabashedly, the young man's patience wore thin. As he prepared to unleash his skills, the middle-aged server interjected. Young man, violence is prohibited in the cafeteria, considering this is your first offense. ILL, let it slide. Should there be a next time, you will no longer be welcome here. My apologies, I was being careless. As for my soup, your clear broth lamb bone soup will be ready shortly. Why not return to your seat and have something else in the meantime? Fine. This pet belongs to you, right? Gilloa was firmly held back by Shire, and it was Alice who responded. I'm afraid he is not a pet. He is a companion, and his name is Baloo Companion. You even name your pets? Fine. Seeing as you are a woman, I shall not hold it against you. Hold it against me. It's clearly your fault. How can you make it seem as if Baloo is in the wrong? Gilloa inquired. Sir, how much for this bowl of soup? Not expensive, 45 copper. I see you're new here. What would you like to order? Wait, new here. No wonder you're all dressed so simply. Hong Lian was about to place an order when she heard this and immediately darkened her expression. What do you mean by that? You should take a look in the mirror and you'll understand. This remark was laced with hostility, and unable to tolerate it any longer, Shire stepped forward. You seem quite refined. How could you utter such words? At this point, mealtime had arrived, and the cafeteria was bustling with patrons. Seeing someone confront the notorious young man piqued their curiosity. Indeed, this young man holds a distinguished status. How could he speak such words? My apologies, I was rude. Though he said this, there was no sincerity behind it, nearly tripping Jalawa in the process. Oh dear, my apologies. It was my carelessness while walking. Are you all right? Jalawa wished for something to occur, as it would provide an excuse to leave, but alas, Shire steadied him. I'm fine, but I think you'll soon find yourself in trouble. What do you mean by that? Boy, do you not know who I am? I do not. Well, you are new here after all. Listen closely, I am Fernandez Roman, the most formidable rising star in Cow City. I have slain no fewer than 100 goblins. How impressive, right? Jalawa found himself somewhat bewildered. That is indeed impressive. If you have slain so many goblins, it stands to reason that you must have already been promoted to D rank, correct? This struck a nerve with Roman, who turned his head and retorted. No. I haven T. A mere D rank, what difficulty is there? I simply haven T bothered to take the guild S assessment. Boy, was that statement a curse directed at me. Silence served as a response, which only irritated Roman further. You're a bold one. Are all these people your companions? Humph, just be careful not to cross paths with me outside. Otherwise, what a brash individual. Everyone in the cafeteria seemed to fear him. Could it be that he had a significant background? Wait a moment, Cow City. There are also other places indeed. This camp is situated near the borders of Cow City, and given the guild's shortage of personnel, it all makes sense. Jawa, he has gone. What are you still staring at? Come sit down. Sit? No, Jawa would rather stand than take a seat. Alas, Brew personally came to urge him, and only then did he reluctantly take a seat. However, Brew had not intended to rush him. He merely wished for Jalawa to attend to his meal. Upon understanding his needs, Jalawa felt a secret thrill. Indeed, these dishes are quite delightful. Who ordered them? Naturally, it was I. Yet these meals are exorbitantly priced. Had it not been for the recently received incentive bonus, I would not have dared to order them. Jalawa, why aren't you eating that plate of braised potatoes and meat? I specifically ordered it for you. It is just as repressed and subtle as you are that if you do not eat it, it would be rather, sigh. Could Hong Lian be so kind-hearted? No, she must simply want to see my expression. Wait a moment. Why do the others have the same look in their eyes? Jalawa felt troubled. Facing the elite giant rat alone was not as distressing as this. Given the circumstances, if he did not provide an explanation today, the others would likely not let him off easily. What should he do? After much inner turmoil, he picked up his chopsticks. Under the curious gazes of Shio and others, he ultimately brought a piece of meat to his mouth, but did not eat it. Jala, why don't you take off your mask first? Do you want me to help you? What happened next astonished not only Shio and the others, but also Jalawa himself. Wow, how incredible. How did that happen? Jalawa, you aren't performing magic, are you? Magic? No, this is not magic. After much deliberation, Jalawa had intended to feed the meat to Brew, yet unexpectedly, it ended up in his own mouth. Instinctively chewing, a long-forgotten sensation engulfed him. What is happening? Wasn't I unable to eat? Before departing, Jalawa had specifically tried to eat, but could not, and now he could. Strangely, the mask had not been removed, nor had it come into contact with any sauce. Yet the meat had found its way into his mouth, leaving him utterly bewildered. Vaguely, he recalled that the last meal he had enjoyed was the buckwheat noodles his mother had cooked. The flavor was ordinary. Yet for Jalawa, it was the most delectable food, provided his mother was still alive. Tormented by nightmares for over 4 months, the past had long since faded away. Now he merely wished to live well. To live like an ordinary person. Finally experiencing the joy of eating, Jalawa was overjoyed, so much so that tears welled up in his eyes. Isn't it delicious? Don't thank me. We're on the same team. Boss, please bring us another serving of braised potatoes and meat, and another bowl of rice. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Though they could not see Jalawa's true face this time, the others were quite pleased. In truth, he is not repressed. He is merely a bit shy if he is often invited to meals. He should improve. Jalawa was oblivious to this. He was pondering a matter. Indeed, I can eat normally, yet the mask cannot be removed. Must I truly wear it forever? Never mind. Regardless, my stomach is quite hungry, so I shall eat more. Little Wolf, unaware of his situation, saw him devouring bowl after bowl and exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected you, Jala, to eat so much. Indeed, tomorrow we are set for a big endeavor. If you don't eat more, how will you have the strength to work? Boss, please bring me 3 more bowls of rice." T.O.B. continued. Chapter 79. Terrifying speculation. Jala was enjoying his meal. Yet someone was quite displeased. Just this one meal had not only exhausted everyone's incentive bonuses, but also depleted most of their spare change. This single meal had left the team financially strained, making them wary of dining in the cafeteria again. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Had I not eaten so much, perhaps it wouldn't have." "Don't say that. Little Wolf, you are still growing. Eating more is a good thing. Moreover, you actually didn't eat that much, so don't take it too seriously. All right, it's already dark. Let us head back for now." Even upon returning to the tent, Joel remained in a daze. Indeed, there is still an issue with my body. While I can eat now and my sense of taste is intact, I have not managed to alleviate my hunger. Is it because I have not eaten for so long? No matter how I eat, my stomach remains silent. Am I consuming air? No. Joel was certain that he had swallowed the food, yet it seemed not to have entered his stomach. What could this mean? Could it be that a monster resides within him? Wait! Jalawa suddenly recalled something. Grandfather Ban had once compared the magical power within a mage to that of a newborn. For a newborn to grow, it surely requires nourishment. Aside from external magical energy, must it also be sustained through consumption? If this is true, how absurd! How terrifying! Such a phenomenon had never occurred before, perhaps because the magical energy within him had not yet gained self-awareness. Now, could this indicate that my magical power has experienced a recent surge? It seems this must be the case. That time meditating while holding brew was remarkably effective. Perhaps I should meditate while holding brew in the future. If brew is indeed the key to enhancing meditation efficiency, it would be worthwhile. After all, he is easily pleased. As long as he is well-fed and well-watered, it should pose no problem. In addition, Jalawa harbored another doubt. All adventurers possess magical power. Is this phenomenon common? In the team, only Xiaor had a large appetite, but that was due to his extensive physical training, so it likely does not apply. Honglian enjoys fruits and snacks. But that is merely a preference, so it should not count either. Little Wolf eats a lot. Yet judging by his stuffed belly and the unmistakable bliss on his face, it seems he has not had a full meal in quite some time, rather than it being a habitual behavior. What about Brew? He spent his days idle, doing little more than eating and sleeping. Jalawa was unsure how monsters enhance themselves, recalling how White particularly enjoyed eating popping candy. He speculated that Brew might be similar. Brew? Noticing Jalawa's fixed gaze upon him, Brew looked quite puzzled. "Apologies, I was lost in thought. What were we just discussing? Oh, where did Shio and the others go?" Honglian was seated nearby, trimming her nails. Where else could they have gone? Of course, they went to bathe. "Jung, you have a bit of a sweat odor. If you don't wash up, you'll have to sleep outside the tent tonight." Co-ed living. The tent is spacious enough, and there are plenty of hammocks. Sleeping in a hammock should be manageable, but lying like that would be inconvenient for meditation. Tomorrow, we are set to enter the forest to hunt goblins. Any increase in magical power is beneficial. Oh, wait. I will wash up. Before entering the camp, Jalawa gleaned some brief information about goblins from a strategy sent by the Eyeglasses Brotherhood. In short, goblins are anything but simple. They predominantly live in tribal formations, with a strong reproductive capacity, rivaling that of giant rats. In the forest not far from the outpost, there are 3 goblin tribes. Each tribe possesses formidable strength, yet they seldom interact and sometimes even oppose one another. As tribes, there are hierarchical divisions, including potential chiefs, kings, high priests, as well as shamans skilled in sorcery, and the immensely strong big goblins that require caution. When encountering these 4 types of goblins, the strategy explicitly advises against any hesitation. Flee. Even D-rank adventurers have met gruesome ends at their hands. Many times, Furthermore, wolf riders are also quite dangerous. Fortunately, only one tribe possesses them, and that tribe is one that adventurers dare not provoke lightly. However, if one were to encounter a lone wolf rider, it may be possible to take them down as long as one remains cautious and utilizes the forest's complex terrain. Hunting should not be difficult. For adventurers like them, summoned to hunt the lowest tier goblins and scouts with relatively average close combat defense. Even the lowest tier goblins are formidable and necessitate cohesive teamwork to ensure a safe kill. As for scouts, aside from their agility, they are proficient with bows and arrows, often lurking in the shadows to launch surprise attacks. The strategy warmly reminds that scouts can sometimes be even more troublesome than shamans. Once inside the forest, one must remain vigilant at all times. All this information is quite useful, but regrettably, it lacks accompanying images. Without having seen them, distinguishing between them is quite challenging. Simultaneously, Jelloa had a question. Why not just set the forest ablaze? Could it be that this approach is unfeasible? Surely, poison or water attacks would work. Upon arriving at the outpost, Jelloa found the defensive structures to be overly simplistic, and the forest was not far off, seemingly without concern for monsters escaping from it. Could there be something peculiar about that forest? The strategy made no mention of it, indicating there are likely many secrets hidden within. Regardless, that strategy is immensely helpful. When battling goblins in the forest, this should play to Honglian's strengths. Last time, she struggled to perform in the underground passages, but this time, she is sure to unleash a wave of carnage, provided she can indeed slay the goblins. Jelloa was not worried about this. His concern lay elsewhere. Honglian, we are entering the forest tomorrow morning. With so many people going in, they will undoubtedly be detected by the goblins, and when that happens, it will certainly be a fierce battle. No matter how troublesome the goblins may be, I hope you do not act alone. Can you promise me that? Honglian had reviewed the strategy, but her focus differed. Regarding tomorrow's operation, she was quite confident. I reckon you are merely afraid I will overshadow you. Aren't you? Never mind. After all, there's not much to gain tomorrow. It wouldn't hurt to be low-key. Indeed, there's not much to gain, for the goblins are aware that humans have established an outpost near the forest, and given the abundance of adventurers, the areas close to the outpost have likely been thoroughly cleared, making it difficult to encounter goblins without venturing deep into forest. Honglian agreed, yet Jelloa still felt uneasy. I hope you truly remember. If an unexpected situation arises, could you stop being so verbose? No matter what happens, ISNT Brew's still here. Why are you worrying so much? Oh, it really stinks. You should hurry and wash up. Stink. I find it hard to believe that I brew. Do you also think I smell bad? Very well. I shall take a shower first. See you shortly. When Jelloa returned from his bath, everyone else was already lounging in the hammocks. Having not slept well these past few days, the snores of Xiaoer and the little wolf were rather loud, making it difficult for Honglian to fall asleep. Hey, Blue Ball, could you please refrain from jumping around like that? It's quite bothersome, you know. The hammock was quite elastic, and Brew was having a great time. Completely ignoring Honglian. Observing Brew's exuberance, Jelloa realized that it would be challenging to persuade Brew to meditate with him tonight. Convinced that he could not waste time, he moved a chair and quietly sat by the door. The night passed, and while the meditation proved to be quite fruitful, it paled in comparison to that day when he held Brew in his arms, more convinced than ever that Brew could provide immense assistance. Jelloa's thoughts began to race. If I can do this, how did Sho manage to enhance his magical prowess? Speaking of which, Sho had yet to utilize his magical powers, even if he lacked skills. He should have been able to learn some simple, comprehensible supportive spells, yet he had never been seen using any. Was he truly capable? Early in the morning, a visitor arrived, none other than the bespectacled man who had previously troubled them. Hey, are you all awake? If so, hurry up and come out. T.O.B. continued. Chapter 80. Who is the professional? The bespectacled man was not merely there to rouse them from slumber. He had an announcement to make. He had already informed the newcomers in other tents, but since Jelloa and the others resided in such a secluded area, he nearly forgot about them altogether. Recalling how the Goblin Slayer had spoken on behalf of Jelloa and his companions yesterday, he felt a surge of irritation, thus arriving with a fierce demeanor. Why awaken people at the crack of dawn? It was all due to his ulterior motives. The bespectacled man held a clerical position, not a combat role. Apart from accommodating and settling officially recognized adventurers, his sole responsibility was to instruct newcomers on how to hunt goblins, along with relevant precautions. Ordinarily, he would have been scheduled to address the trainees at the training ground at 9 a.m. But alas, the higher-ups had invited the Goblin Slayer. Unable to prevent this occurrence, he decided to conduct a small training session for the newly arrived adventurers before that, regardless of whether the Goblin Slayer had genuine skills. At the very least, he had fulfilled his duties that, if possible, he hoped to undermine the other's reputation. The bespectacled man was keen on maintaining his image. Losing his job was inconsequential, but losing face was a grave matter. Thus, when he encountered Jalois again, he restrained his emotions. "I remember you. I never expected that after just one day, you would be so diligent. Quite impressive indeed. Since you are awake, the others should be as well." Correct? Jalois held no favorable impressions of the bespectacled man, and, noticing his smiling demeanor, replied coldly, "It's still early. I trust you do not intend to invite us to the cafeteria for breakfast. Do you? How'd I not think of that? You are absolutely right. Indeed, not just you, but I have already called everyone who arrived with you yesterday. I have important matters to discuss, so remember to be at the cafeteria promptly at 7. Prompted by Jalois' reminder, the bespectacled man quickly devised a plan. The cafeteria was an excellent venue. Once everyone joyfully finished their breakfast, his personal showcase should proceed smoothly. What a splendid opportunity. It was merely a matter of some expenses. He wasn't short on funds. Who said he was lacking money? As Jalois observed the bespectacled man hurriedly approach and then swiftly depart, he found himself perplexed. What exactly was his intention? Breakfast at the cafeteria? Was he treating? The food there was quite expensive, yet delectable. Since someone was treating, why not go? Jalois just now. Who are you talking to? Seeing Shio wake up in a daze, Jalois casually remarked. It was that fellow we encountered outside the gate yesterday. He mentioned that he would treat us to breakfast at the cafeteria. Breakfast? Oh, morning has already arrived? Oh. Shio had a habit of rising early. Once he completed his morning routine, he would engage in 15 to 25 minutes of push-ups, claiming it strengthened his arms, which were crucial for an archer beyond mere archery skills. Unfortunately, he had a poor night's sleep, causing him to wake up several minutes late. In his haste, he even forgot to straighten his collar, prompting Joao to remind him, "Shio, this is not a dormitory. Please keep your voice down." Half an hour later, aside from Bruce still cocooned his blanket, everyone else was awake and preparing to depart. After some deliberation,